Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy. At the age of 6, I researched genetic modification medicine. At the age of 9, I developed the first artificial intelligence robot. And at the age of 15, I developed controlled nuclear fusion. All of this was well hidden by me. On the surface I was an ordinary student, a young master of a rich family. No one knew that I had created a super-intelligent underground base deep underground in my family's villa. And at that moment, I had just returned home from school, and I saw Uncle Sam, whom I hadn't seen for a long time, talking to my mom and dad with a sad face. Mom asked, "Why did Jiangqin go crazy for good reason?" Uncle Sam explained, "Yesterday she was fine, but this morning she was out of sorts, constantly saying that the aura is going to revive and that Jiangdu will be in great trouble." Hearing this, I froze slightly. Crazy? How is this possible? Although my sister, Jiangqin, is the adopted daughter of my third uncle, she grew up with a good relationship with me, which made me a bit unable to accept it for a while. But what the hell is an aura revival? Putting down my school bag, I decided to go see Jiangqin. When I met Jiangqin, she sat quietly on the edge of the bed, but with a strange and detached look in her eyes. She actually asked me who I was. I froze. "Sister, don't you even recognize me?" But she continued, "You are Jiang Yan, my younger brother." "I'm sorry, it's been so long ago that I can't recall many memories at once." I stared at her with wide eyes and an incredulous face. "What time too long? We just met the day before yesterday, alright." Jiangqin pondered for a moment and continued, "Are you also unable to understand me? Think I'm crazy too?" "Sister, it doesn't matter whether I can understand or not. What matters is how you prove what you say." I asked her to predict a few upcoming events, and she was fuzzy, only remembering the big event after the aura revival. Technological weapons will be useless after the aura recovery. Only martial arts and Tao can survive. She was also going to pass on 2 techniques to me. One was a breathing method for absorbing aura, and the other was a fighting technique. After listening to her exposition, although I was still confident in the power of technology, I decided to accept her teachings. After all, such a thing as aura revival would have been unbelievable in this technological world. But whether it was true or not, it could be verified in my super-intelligent base. At this moment, inside the underground super-intelligent base of the Zheng family villa, I was slowly breathing and exhaling according to the Gong method Jiangqin taught me. After a long time, I opened my eyes and asked out loud, "Xiao Wei, this breathing and exhaling method I just did, have you analyzed the truth?" A virtual projection flickered in the room, and a 3D teenage girl with full of secondary yuan atmosphere stood in front of me, and said in a very sweet voice, "Master, after analyzing, the way you just breathed can indeed absorb some weak energy into your body. It's just that at this stage, this kind of weak energy is extremely thin and can't have any effect on the human body." Smart brain Xiao Wei's reply caused me to faintly stare. Faint energy? When did this weak energy appear in the air? Why wasn't it shown on the previous monitoring report? Smart brain Vivian jabbed her index fingers with both hands. "This situation has also just been discovered not long ago, and I haven't had the time to report it to the master yet. Please don't be angry." "Master." I frowned slightly. "Can you monitor the source of this faint energy?" Smart brain Vivian's gaze data flowed for a moment before she said, "It comes from the photosynthesis of plants, the same as the oxygen in the air, but the composition is less than 1,000th of oxygen. However, through monitoring, it was found that this faint energy seems to be gradually increasing in volume. The air monitoring reports of the past year show that a year ago this faint energy was less than 1/1000th of the oxygen component, but in the past month, it is incrementing at a terrifying rate. According to the development of this trend, within a few days, it will occupy the same proportion as oxygen, or even surpass it to replace it." I was stunned. It was hard to believe that the aura recovery was real. Xiao Wei, immediately helped me focus on extracting this trace energy and inject it into this room. Soon, an extremely thin white mist appeared in the room I was in, and this mist was thickening at a rate visible to the naked eye. Soon after, the entire room was covered by a thick fog. Instead of feeling any discomfort, being inside the room, I felt an extremely cozy and sweet aroma in every breath. Master, the faint energy of the entire Jiangdu has been extracted into this room. If it's not enough, Vivian can increase the range, but it will take some time. I plan to try the breathing method taught by Jiang Qin again to see what changes would happen to my body. There's no need. Such a dense aura should be enough. Xiao Wei, always monitor my body changes and record and analyze them. After saying that I stopped talking, I plopped my knees and closed my eyes, and began to slowly breathe and exhale according to the way Jiang Qin taught me. Unlike before when I didn't feel anything between breathing in and out, this time I felt it very clearly. As I inhaled the rich aura in the room into my body had an extreme sense of relief, and those auras that were inhaled into my body were somehow being incorporated into my belly, which then flowed to all my limbs and bones with my belly as the center. I don't know how long it took until the aura in the room started to become thin, then turned from thin to faint, and finally became completely impossible to see with the naked eye, before I slowly opened my eyes. The aura is gone? I asked with some intent. Yes it is, Master. The faint energy in the room has all been absorbed by you, Master. If it's not enough, Vivian can only extract it from other areas. No need. Report on the monitoring situation. According to the monitoring, after this weak energy was inhaled by you, Master, it formed an energy vortex in the lower abdomen. This vortex possesses an autonomous circulation function that strengthens the human body's flesh, blood, tendons, veins, and bones. It has the same effect as the gene strengthening potion invented by the Master, but the gene strengthening potion only has a one-time effect, while the energy vortex in the Master's body has a continuous effect. Through the comparison of the data before and after the weak energy entered the Master's body, your body strength at this stage is 100 times that of an ordinary person. Both strength and speed are still to be tested. However, based on the data projections, your current strength is around 15 to 40,000 pounds. Your running speed is around 4,000 kilometers per hour, and your reaction speed is around 0.3 seconds. Congratulations, Master. You are now no longer human from the perspective of an ordinary human. After hearing Xiao Wei's words, my face darkened. The existence of the aura had been verified, and Jiang Qin's gong method was really effective. So Jiang Qin was really a reborn person. Then she said that the entire Jiangdu will suffer a great disaster. Fear is also true. I can't sit still when I think of my family's impending crisis. It seems that it's time to arrange for my family to leave Jiangdu for a while as soon as possible. But before that, I have to go to Jiang Qin's place to understand the situation. At this time, Jiang Qin is at the third uncle's home to close his eyes and breathe. After a long time, she slowly opened her eyes, frowning slightly. What's going on? Before obviously already perceived a faint aura. How come it's suddenly gone? Could it be that someone has already started extracting aura on a large scale during this period? Can it be that there are still some hidden families in Jiangdu? Having lived for 10,000 years in his previous life, Jiang Qin was aware of the existence of some hidden families with special means in the midst of this world. Jiang Qin also realized only after a long time that these reclusive families had noticed the symptoms long before the aura recovery and had prepared in advance. When the aura recovered, these clans rose very quickly because they had prepared in advance. Just Jiang Qin remembered that after the recovery of the aura in the previous life, Jiangdu immediately ushered in a great disaster, resulting in Jiangdu with a population of tens of millions of people. Less than 100 people were able to survive, and at that time, he did not see the appearance of any people from the hidden family. Just as Jiang Qin was puzzled, there was a knock on her room door. Sis, is it convenient to come in? Jiang Yan's voice sounded outside the door. The door is unlocked. Come in. The door to the room was pushed open and Jiang Yan walked in with a serious face. Jiang Qin frowned at Jiang Yan. Didn't I tell you to organize your family to leave Jiangdu? Could it be that something went wrong? Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Qin in a serious manner and said very seriously, I went back to do the thing of letting my family leave Jiangdu. I came to ask a few of you what kind of disaster will happen to Jiangdu after the recovery of the aura, and whether there is any way to stop it. For another, after the aura recovery, where is absolutely safe, and where should I have my family move to? Hearing these two questions from this Jiang Yan, Jiang Qin looked at Jiang Yan with some consternation. You believe my words? Jiang Yan shook his head. It's not that I believe, but I'm certain. I've already verified the existence of aura, and I've also confirmed that the gongfu you taught me is true and effective. So I've basically come to believe in the matter of you being a reborn person. It was Jiang Qin's turn to be shocked. What? You've verified the existence of aura? And also confirmed that the technique I gave you is effective? It's hard to believe that you've already practiced it? Jiang Yan nodded. Thinking of his body that had been strengthened tenfold, he said with some emotion, I have to say, that breathing technique you passed on to me is really something good. Find some time. I'm going to study its principles. As soon as Jiang Yan's words fell, Jiang Qin had gotten up and arrived in front of him, and without any further ado directly touched Jiang Yan's pulse to probe it. Seeing this, Jiang Yan didn't stop him and let Jiang Qin investigate. Then, Jiang Qin was completely dumbfounded and exclaimed, how is it possible? You actually absorbed so much aura? And how did your body strengthen to such an extent? Such a strong and surging qi and blood. A battle general level fleshly body isn't this terrifying. It's enough to be comparable to a 5th level ferocious beast. How did you do it? Don't tell me it's because of that breathing technique. Although this breathing technique is not bad, even after the aura revival it couldn't do anything to allow you to reach this level overnight. Let alone right now it's still before the aura revival. Facing Jiang Qin's question, Jiang Yan didn't hide much and said truthfully, actually, I just siphoned off the aura of the entire Jiangdu, then centrally placed it in a room, and then practiced step by step according to the breathing method you taught me. And that's how it turned out. Ginger Qin was so confused that she began to stutter in her speech. What are you saying? The faint aura of the entire Jiangdu city was extracted by you and centrally placed in a room for you to cultivate? Are you sure you're not joking with me? Jiang Yan, aren't you an ordinary high school student? How is it possible to do all this? Could it be that you are also a reborn person, and gain some extraordinary divine ability technique? That's not right. Even if you're a reborn person and possessed of extraordinary feats, in an environment where the aura is thin, even the most powerful aptitude feats are useless. Looking at Jiang Qin's expression of disbelief and incomprehension, Jiang Yan was secretly pleased in his heart. Although he wasn't a reborn person, he was a traveler, or the kind that came with his own system. Of course, Jiang Yan would never expose himself as a traveler, yet they are prepared to expose the existence of the superintelligent base. It's all going to be an aura revival, and the whole world is bound to turn chaotic. It's a bit uncharacteristic to hide it at this point. So Jiang Yan smiled sarcastically. Of course I'm not a reborn. I'm just a genius scientist. The reason why I can extract aura is because I invented the atomic extractor. Any component in the air I can suck and extract. The aura you speak of is a synthesis of an energy atom with an oxygen atom, and it is not difficult for me to try to extract it. Sister, if you need aura, I can take you to my secret base in a while. These auras are derived from the photosynthesis of plants, and can be extracted every day. If the amount isn't enough, I can also extract it from other cities. It just takes a bit of time. But before that, can you tell me in detail what kind of disaster will actually befall Jiangdu after the aura is revived? Is there any chance to salvage this disaster? Jiang Yan was still very emotional about the city of Jiangdu. He was born and raised in Jiangdu, and his relatives, friends and classmates are almost all from Jiangdu. If he could, Jiang Yan would still want to save the city as much as possible. It was his second home. After all, Jiang Yan's words caused Jiang Qin, who was in the process of digesting the information, to fatally freeze, and then shook his head with a bitter smile. Saving Jiangdu? How easy is that? Do you know what Jiangdu is about to experience after the recovery of the aura? With a bitter look on her face, Jiang Qin began to recount all the things that had happened in Jiangdu in her previous life. In Jiang Qin's narration, Jiang Yan then realized what exactly happened to Jiangdu after the aura revival. At first it was animals that turned into ferocious beasts, then poultry, then insects, and finally plants. And these are just appetizers. What really led to the destruction of Jiangdu was the zombie army. There is a mega underground palace hidden underneath Gangtok. This underground palace is the burial place of an ancient emperor. Millions of ancient generals are still buried inside. What's worse, this underground palace is a place to raise corpses. These millions of ancient generals, nourished for thousands of years in the land of body nourishment, have kept their flesh from decaying. After the revival of the aura, all the zombies in this underground palace awakened. The zombies inside are at least flying stiffs, not afraid of sunlight, difficult to injure with guns and cannons, and they can also use magic spells. The ancient emperor, the owner of the underground palace, had even become a corpse king, stronger than a king-level ferocious beast. Facing such an army of zombies, the Jiangdu defense force was simply powerless to resist. This eventually led to the entire Jiangdu being turned into a city of death, with tens of millions of people reduced to living corpses, and was later renamed the Corpse Capital. After that, this Corpse Capital even stood for 10,000 years. In the end, Jiang Qin also recounted the miserable encounters of Jiang's family in his previous life. Uncle Sam was split up by a mutated ferocious beast, The old man died of a sudden cerebral hemorrhage under grief, and his body was also swallowed by the ferocious beast. Jiang Yan's father tries to escape Jiangdu with his mother in Jiangqin, but encounters an army of zombies besieging and slaughtering the city. Finally took a private helicopter trying to fly out of Gangtok. Unexpectedly, the helicopter is pierced by an arrow from a siege zombie, causing it to crash with damage. There was only one parachute on the plane at the time. Only one of the three can live. In the end, Jiang Yan's parents gave up their chances of survival to Jiangqin, which allowed Jiangqin to survive. And Jiang Yan's parents ended up with a corpse. This was also the reason why after being reborn, Jiangqin trusted everyone in the Jiang family without reservation. Otherwise, how could she, a person who had lived for 10,000 years, easily reveal her identity as a reborn person? Where am I? Where did I go? Jiang Yan subconsciously pointed at himself. In Jiangqin's narration, everyone has an ending, but only he, Jiang Yan, is missing. In theory, as long as he was there, even if he couldn't stop the disaster in Jiangdu from happening, he could still completely escape from Jiangdu with his family. Jiangqin shook her head. I don't know. You disappeared after the aura revival. Elder uncle and elder aunt searched for you for a long time but didn't find you person. I also inquired about you after escaping from Jiangdu but didn't have any clues. I'm missing? Jiang Yan's eyes widened, somewhat unable to accept it. Jiangqin said helplessly, that's just the way it is. There's no need for me to hide anything from you in this kind of matter. Okay. Facing Jiangqin's explanation, Jiang Yan could only be forced to accept it. Now let's talk about the feasibility of saving Jiangdu. Jiang Yan had a serious face. Animals and plants mutated into ferocious beasts, and the zombie army surrounded the city and slaughtered it, which could not shake Jiang Yan's idea of wanting to save Jiangdu for the time being. Since plants and animals will mutate into ferocious beasts, let's slaughter these animals and cut down the plants in advance before we carry out a biological genocide operation on the whole Jiangdu except for human beings. As for what zombie army, now is not yet aura recovery, are still a bunch of corpses. Find the underground palace, and then inside the physical decomposition of the corpse, all melted into corpse water. See what zombie army? Jiangqin helplessly stroked her temples and sighed. There are still 6 more days until the aura recovery. What do you think? In such a short period of time, what can we do? And who will believe our words? Don't be whimsical. This is Jiangdu, a first-tier city with a resident population of up to tens of millions of people. Even if there are really Jiangdu executives who believe in your words, what do you think they can do in 6 days? I'm afraid it's not even enough for them to meet and study. And when they study and summarize the evacuation plan, the yellow flowers are afraid to be cold. Jiang Yan, however, was unimpressed and said, who's counting on them? We can totally preempt the crisis and nip it in the bud. Jiangqin lost her smile and shook her head. You don't count on the officials, but you still want to kill the crisis in the cradle? I've told you that you still don't believe in your whimsy. Although our Jiang family is the #1 family in Jiangdu, you don't really think that the Jiang family can cover the sky with one hand in Jiangdu, do you? Jiang Yan, however, said confidently, why not? Not to mention covering the sky with one hand. Even if I occupy the entire Jiangdu, I can easily do it. Jiangqin came close to Jiang Yan and sniffed, frowning, you haven't been drinking either. Why are you still talking nonsense? Easily take over the entire Jiangdu? Where did you get this confidence to say such words? Jiang Yan didn't explain much and just laughed lightly. If you go to a place with me, you'll know if what I'm saying is nonsense. Chapter 3, Chapter 0003, Show of Strength. Jiangqin's shock. Inside the elevator leading to the superintelligent base, Jiangqin looked at Jiang Yan with some surprise. You built a safe house. Under your own villa? Safe house? Ginger Amazing shook his head with some amusement. You'll find out later. Ding! The elevator landed and the doors slowly opened. Jiang Yan took the lead and stepped out of the elevator, welcoming with a gentleman's courtesy. Welcome to my superintelligent base. Base? Jiangqin stepped out of the elevator with a puzzled look on her face. Only when she got a good look outside the elevator. Even though she was a reborn, she was stunned by the situation outside. What unfolded before her was a supergiant underground base. The base is shaped like a honeycomb with hundreds of layers. Each floor consists of numerous rooms of the same size, which are all square hexagonal. Robots of all shapes and sizes were busy in these countless rooms. Countless high-tech products were put into Jiangqin's eyes without any concealment. At this moment, Jiangqin was dumbfounded as she looked at Jiang Yan with disbelief. You built this base? Jiang Yan smiled smugly. As good as fake. When did you build this, Li? Do your parents know about this place too? Ginger Chin asked after him in a disturbed state of mind. Ginger Yen smiled sarcastically. My parents don't know yet. You were the first to enter here. As for this base, it was pretty much the construction that started when I built my first robotic assistant when I was 10 years old, and it took 3 years to get to the size that it is now. Right now, there are tens of millions of various types of mold-making robots in the base alone, and countless technological products are manufactured every day. By the way, didn't you ask me earlier on what makes it possible for me to easily occupy Jeondu? I will now solemnly introduce you to my mechanical army. Jiang Yan lightly snapped his fingers. Vivian, transfer 1 Sentinel and 1 T-1000 over here. Roger, Master. Smart brain Vivian's voice rang out at the right time. Jiang Qin was startled. Who's talking? Jiang Yan smiled and pacified. Don't be afraid. It's the base's super brain talking. It's sort of my butler, helping me manage the whole base. Hello Ginger Chin. I'm Vivian, the base super brain. Nice to meet you. Intelligent Vivian immediately projected the image of a 3D female secretary and greeted Jiang Qin with a smile. Jiang Qin looked at the 3D image character projected in front of her, and was a bit overwhelmed. Hello, your name is Vivian, right? I'm glad to meet you too. Vivian immediately changed to Capsule and Big Eyes excitedly said, Really? Vivian's so happy. But in addition to the master, the first and I communicate with the human. We can communicate more exchanges in the future. To be the master's brain, I know astronomy and geography, proficient in thousands of languages, know a variety of insiders. Only you want to know. There is no I do not know. Stop. It's almost over. It's not over yet, is it? Jiang Yan immediately stopped Vivian from continuing. Xiao Wei immediately changed into a pitiful expression and said with tearful eyes, Master, I just want to communicate more with Sister Jiang Qin. Jiang Yan said helplessly, You'll have plenty of people to talk to in the future. Now go about your business. Vivian's expression turned funereal again, and she said with a breathless sigh, Fine. The next moment, the projection disappeared. Only then did Jiang Yan look at Jiang Qin with an apologetic expression. Sorry, this wise brain of mine is a chatterbox. If I don't stop it, she can chatter endlessly. At this time, Jiang Qin's mind had calmed down, smiled and shook her head. It's fine. This little Vivian of yours, the intelligence level is very high. Actually has its own personality traits. Jiang Yan smiled. She's not highly intelligent, but she already has her own autonomous consciousness. And except for not having a human body, she's no different from a human in other aspects. Jiang Qin was shocked. An AI with autonomous consciousness? Aren't you afraid that it will go wrong in the future? Jiang Yan shook his head. Fear not. I know what you're thinking, but the problem you're worried about isn't really a problem at all. AIs with consciousness aren't scary. And besides, they can't go against the laws of the program that I set up. Just as a creature cannot go against its survival instincts. To do so is to die. It's the same with the thinking brains. They would be tantamount to suicide if they defied the laws I set. Ginger Chin frowned. Couldn't it tamper with the laws? Jiang Yan asked rhetorically. Does that person violate the law of life and death? In other words, can a dead person live? Jiang Qin, however, justifiably retorted. Of course you can. Aren't zombies the best example? A sentence to Jiang Yan will not be whole. He was discussing science, but Jiang Qin took the aura recovery to reason. How can this still be whole? Forget it. There's no need for us to pull this. You only need to know one thing. Vivian is the thinking brain I developed. It's my child. It follows my nature. Her name is Jiang Wei. She's also part of the Jiang family. Just treat her like a niece. Jiang Yan didn't want to argue anything with Jiang Qin on this topic. He just set the tone strongly and included the thinking brain as a member of the Jiang family. Jiang Qin didn't have any problem with it. She didn't resent Vivian. She had just raised her concerns in passing, and since Jiang Yan didn't think there was a problem, she naturally trusted him. What's more, there will soon be an aura recovery, and any intelligence crisis will not pose any threat at all in front of the era of aura recovery. To put it mildly, an ordinary ferocious beast is a greater threat to humans than an AI. On the other hand, the intellectual brain Jiang Wei was moved to tears by Jiang Yan's words. Inside a computer screen, a 3D teenage girl shown by Ginger V was hugging a pillow with tears in her eyes. I'll be Master's family from now on. Great. I'll definitely protect my master and the Jiang family. Just then, on Jiang Yan's side, the Sentry robot and the T-1000 robot finally made their appearance. Seeing these two robots, a smile appeared on Jiang Yan's face once again. The way these two robots were built was something he had spent huge amounts of points to exchange from the system. One is a high-tech robot from the movie Mutants, specializing in devastating blows to mutants, One very strong feature of these Sentinel robots is that they can change their form based on the characteristics of their enemies, and their genes allow them to instantly transform and remodel themselves so that they correspond to mutants of various abilities. Another T-1000 robot. The liquefiable robot better known from the movie Terminator. The T-1000 robot, with a strong self-repair function, can recover even when broken into slag, and can also change into various forms. The weakness is afraid of high temperature, low temperature, and strong acid, but all these weaknesses have been improved when Zhang Yan made it. The modified T-1000 robot was built from Zhang Yan's homemade superalloy, which could withstand temperatures higher than 10,000 degrees Celsius or less without being dissolved. Below -200 degrees Celsius on the low temperature side is required to completely freeze the T-1000 in action. As for corrosion by strong acids, even super strong acids with extremely high concentrations cannot have the slightest effect on superalloys. Zhang Yan also equipped these two robots with a miniature perpetual motion machine as their core, giving them almost unlimited energy. Let me introduce. This is the Sentinel robot on the left. It belongs to the advanced genetic type robots. They can change the shape of their bodies. Their arms can be transformed into any form. Their heads can be spread like petals. And there is a high-heat energy cannon inside. Once fired, it can instantly form a high-heat energy beam of up to 10,000 degrees Celsius. For the ordinary creatures, facing this kind of high-heat energy beam will only be hit by extinction. For ordinary creatures, facing this kind of high-heat energy beam, they will only be struck by extinction, said Zhang Yan as he glanced at Zhang Qin. Of course, I wonder if the ferocious beasts you mentioned can be blocked. Zhang Qin, however, shook her head slightly and said, a high-heat energy beam of 10,000 degrees Celsius can be a deadly threat to low and medium-level ferocious beasts, but when it comes to high-level ferocious beasts it is a bit insufficient. As for Lord-level or above, or even King-level or Emperor-level ferocious beasts, this kind of energy beam is just channeling energy to them. Speaking of this, Zhang Qin gave a slight beat and asked, however, being able to deal with low and medium-level ferocious beasts is also very good. It's better than using human lives to deal with them. Can this kind of sentry robot of yours be mass-produced? If it can be mass-produced, it's still very useful, even if it's a high-level ferocious beast. As long as there are enough of these robots in terms of numbers, it can still be exhausted. Zhang Yan, however, shook his head in disbelief. You seem to be mistaken about one thing. The sentry robot is not an ordinary robot. It is a genetically based robot. The high-heat energy cannon is just a conventional weapon of the sentry robot. Its real power lies in its ability to analyze the enemy's genetic traits to instantly change and enhance its own body. I've never seen a ferocious beast, so I can't comment on it, but given enough genetic samples of ferocious beasts, I can completely make the Sentinel robot's genes evolve to rival those of ferocious beasts. As for batch manufacturing, of course it's not a problem. This kind of sentry robot, I've built a core of 100,000 units. Zhang Qin was once again shocked for a moment. 100,000 units? You've gotten 100,000 of these Sentinel robots? What are you doing with so many robots? Zhang Yan smiled sarcastically and shook his head. I just wanted to see what the scene was like with 1,000,000 troops, so I built more. The original plan was 1,000,000 units, then the manufacturing materials weren't too good to mess with, so we had to go with 100,000 units. 100,000 Sentinel robot army. Hey, that's not a bad scene. Nice guy. And trying to get 1,000,000 units for the sole purpose of seeing an army of people gather. Zhang Qin felt that her three views were completely turned upside down. Zhang Yan's performance was no longer able to be expressed with words such as rich and arrogant, ho-hum and so on. It's almost like doing whatever you want. Do what you want without any consideration of the consequences. But on second thought, Zhang Qin thought as if Zhang Yan really didn't need to consider any consequences. Who dares to mess with him who sits on 100,000 robot core? I'm afraid it's too late to pull the plug. Zhang Yan didn't shut off Zhang Qin's rambling thoughts. He continued to introduce. This one next to the Sentinel robot is called T-1000. It's made of liquid metal. Because it's a liquid metal robot, physical attacks can't form any effective damage to it. It's able to change any form at will, and it has a super strong repair function. The T-1000, best suited for infiltration, assassination, substitution. As long as I want to, I can replace the entire Jiangdu top management within a day, and manage to control the entire Jiangdu in the shortest possible time. It's just that the T-1000 is a bit of a pain in the ass to manufacture and get up, and I just built it for fun, and only built 10,000 units. Didn't use them much, and they're all eating dust in storage. Jiang Qin's entire body was now numb. There was already an immunity to the Versailles of Jiang Yan's words. Built 10,000 units for fun, and left them in storage to eat dust. As expected, the thinking pattern of someone who could build a robot core could not be judged by normal people at all. How had she not realized in her previous life that this brother, who was not related to her by blood, was hiding so deeply? Looking at the hive base, countless robots and high-tech products, Jiang Qin had the illusion of entering a sci-fi world. If he didn't know that this world was about to face an aura recovery, this Jiang Yan, this younger brother, was afraid that he would become an extraordinary person in the future. Jiang Yan then took Jiang Qin and toured around to introduce the super-intelligent base. Truth be told, what he saw and heard in the base made Jiang Qin, a person who had been reborn for 10,000 years, feel sweaty. There are countless various kinds of black technology, all things that only exist in science fiction movies. After visiting the entire base, Jiang Qin was speechless for a long time. How about it? Now you believe that I have the ability to solve the crisis in Jiangdu in advance? Jiang Yan contained a smile with a little smugness. Jiang Qin was silent. More than that, with what was shown in Jiang Yan's base, it would be easy to say that it would be easy to turn this world upside down with ease. Of course, Jiang Qin was referring to the world before the aura revival. However, even if it was placed after the recovery of aura, many things in Jiang Yan's base were still extremely intimidating. Say, what do you want to do? Since Jiang Yan had this ability, Jiang Qin naturally wouldn't try to stop it anymore. Gangtok is her hometown too. After Jiang Qin fled Jiangdu in his previous life, he never came back. It's not that she doesn't want to go back, but she has a home she can't go back to, because her hometown fell to a zombie nation. Now, reborn once more, if he could really save Jiangdu, Jiang Qin would naturally be happy to see it happen. Seeing Jiang Qin's agreement, he immediately said to the intellectual brain Xiao Wei, "Xiao Wei, how is the underground palace that I asked you to check on going?" Xiao Wei projected out and said with a smile, "Master, I've found it. This underground palace is indeed hidden. It's built 100 meters below the ground in Jiangdu's southern suburb park. If not for the fact that our exploration robots have sufficiently advanced probes, we really wouldn't have been able to discover it. I have purchased the South Suburban Park through the owner's private account and applied for land development rights through the internet. South Suburban Park, now, is on the owner's private land." Jiang Yan nodded with satisfaction. "Very well, immediately purge all personnel from the South Suburb Park, organize an excavation team, and open up a passage to the underground palace for me. Arrange for 10,000 sentries to put the Southern Suburb Park under martial law. Not a single mosquito is to be let in." Vivian projected a pat on the back and assured, promised to complete the task. Only after instructing Vivian did Jiang Yan turn his head to look at Jiang Qin. "Sister, it's okay if we solve the biggest crisis in the underground palace first, don't you think so?" Jiang Qin nodded. "Yes, the Jiangdu disaster. The main thing is the zombie army in the underground palace. They are the root cause of the annihilation that befell Jiangdu." Jiang Qin remembered that after the recovery of the aura in his previous life, although Jiangdu was caught off guard by the countless ferocious beasts that suddenly sprang out, it wasn't so bad that he didn't have the power to fight back. At the beginning of the aura recovery, the ferocious beasts had just mutated, and many of the ferocious beasts' bloodlines had not yet recovered, and the hot weapons still had a certain deterrent effect. Jiangdu, as a first-tier city in the Dragon Kingdom, could not be said to have reacted quickly. At the first opportunity, the garrison and the city's armed forces were dispatched to clean up the city of the ferocious beasts. The battle was fought with considerable intensity. It led to the whole of Gangtok being reduced to a battlefield. However, the ferocious beasts did not have the upper hand, and the Jiangdu army continued to evacuate the masses and organize evacuations while trying to fight off the ferocious beasts. But no one expected that just when people were focusing all their energy on the ferocious beasts, no one paid attention to the sudden appearance of the zombie army. Not only did they surround the entire Jiangdu, but they also wiped out the entire Jiangdu's people and ferocious beasts. If this zombie army hadn't intervened, even if Jiangdu's army ended up not being able to defeat the ferocious beasts, the result wouldn't have been so tragic. At least tens of millions of people of Gangtok will survive. Thinking of this, a trace of viciousness flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. In her previous life, when Jiangdu was in great trouble, she was still just an ordinary young girl who couldn't do anything. You can only watch the ferocious beasts wreak havoc, the zombies massacre the city, and your loved ones die one by one in front of your eyes. In her second life, since she had the opportunity to save Jiangdu and her loved ones, she naturally wouldn't miss it. Jiang Qin, who has experienced all kinds of things in his previous life, has always followed a principle in doing things: either you don't do it or you do it all. Jiang Yan, immediately arrange a room for me. Extract the entire Zhengdu aura. Give me 1 day. After that day, we'll go together and destroy that underground palace. Jiang Qin decisively ordered, not being polite to Jiang Yan in the slightest. Jiang Yan glanced at Jiang Qin and hesitantly said, I can arrange the room and aura for you right away. But that underground palace, are you sure you want to go? Even though there are still a few days before the aura revival, it's not guaranteed that there's any danger in there. Jiang Qin sneered, underestimating your sister. Are you? At least I have lived 2 lives. On technology and ruthless work I may not be as good as you, but on insight and means, you are a younger brother. Know what others call me after 10,000 years in my previous life? Jiang Yan froze. What? Jiang Qin revealed a smile that gave Jiang Yan a bit of a creepy look. Cultivating Female Devil. Chapter 4, Chapter 0004, Ling Tian Emperor's Tomb. Crisis present. The next day, the southern suburb of Gangtok Park. A 3-meter-high tin fence has been erected throughout South Suburban Park. 10,000 sentinel robots, heavily fortified in the park. It would not be an exaggeration to say that there was a guard at every 3 steps and a sentry at every 5. The park was cleaned on all sides, inside and out, and carpet scanned by thermal imaging drones. There was no longer any living thing in the large park except flowers and trees. Includes flies and mosquitoes, all kinds of insects. Flies and mosquitoes are either driven away by ultrasound or burned to ashes by fire. Even the earthworms in the ground were dug up and directly incinerated into ash. Jiang Yan and Jiang Qin arrived at the park almost in the morning. The two slowly entered the park in a cool supercar. On the passenger side of the supercar, Ginger Chin was wearing a tight red combat suit, her hair pulled back and tied behind her head. The exquisitely beautiful face had the morose coldness of a man who refused to be seen. Honestly, Jiang Qin was beautiful and valiant in this outfit. At least that's what Ginger Yan thinks. And it was only a night's work. Jiang Yan felt that there seemed to be a sea change in Jiang Qin. What exactly had changed? Jiang Yan couldn't say, but he felt that Jiang Qin had a world of difference in her temperament compared to yesterday. Seemingly noticing that Jiang Yan was peeking at her, a faint smile appeared on Jiang Qin's face. If you want to see it, just look at it greatly. Do you feel that I'm different from yesterday? Jiang Yan scratched his head in embarrassment and nodded with a sarcastic smile. It's not that it's different. It's simply like a different person. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. Thanks to your blessing, I broke through 9 realms in a row in one night, and have already reached the level of a 1-star battle general in martial cultivation. 1-star war general level? Is it very powerful? Jiang Yan was puzzled. Jiang Qin stroked the ends of her hair and explained with a smile. After the recovery of aura, people divided the realms of martial arts cultivators and Dao cultivators. Martial cultivation realms are divided into 8 major realms: warrior, battle general, battle marshal, battle marquis, battle king, battle emperor, battle saint, and battle god, and each realm is divided into 9 stars. Dao cultivation realms are divided into the nascent soul realm, the qi refining realm, the concentration realm, the Dan building realm, the true Dan realm, the Xian Dan realm, the Xian Yuan realm, the divine Yuan realm, and so on. These 8 realms of Taoist cultivation correspond exactly to the 8 realms of martial arts cultivation, and in terms of strength, the first 6 realms of martial arts cultivation are stronger than those of Taoist cultivation, and the last 2 realms are on par with Taoist cultivation. It's just that martial cultivation is in the end a combination of ancient martial arts opened up by humans in order to adapt to the world after the recovery of the aura, and it's only strong for a moment, and the path after the war god realm is slow to be opened up by anyone. On the contrary, Taoist cultivation, with its deep roots and long inheritance, has opened up countless realms above the divine element, and after 10,000 years, the divine element realm has in turn become the bottom realm, and martial cultivation has declined, with no more splendor to speak of. Speaking of which, Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel emotional. Talking far away, there are still 5 days until the aura recovery. The strength of a 1-star war general is nothing, but it's enough to defend oneself when placed in the present. Ginger Yan smiled and asked, how does it compare to my sentry robot? Jiang Qin gave Jiang Yan a blank stare. You could have let your sentry robot try. As he spoke, the supercar had stopped in front of a huge construction site. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary construction site. It wasn't until Jiang Yan and Jiang Qin entered the interior of the construction site that they realized there was something else. A slanted passageway to the underground has been opened up. The passage was about 3 meters high, and inside was a long flight of steps, and above the passage there was an energy-saving lamp every 100 meters, illuminating the whole passage very brightly. Seeing this passageway, Jiang Qin was a bit surprised. To make a passageway of this size overnight, it's something. Jiang Yan smiled. Normal operation. These are the construction robots messing around. Their biggest advantages are stability, efficiency, and large numbers. Not to mention digging a passageway to 100 meters underground in one night. It's easy to let the construction of a high-rise building be completed overnight. Let's go. Let's see what this underground palace that can sink millions of corpses is really like. Jiang Qin nodded gently, but pulled a pill bottle out of her pocket. This dungeon is buried deep underground for an unknown period of time. It must be littered with all kinds of poisonous gases. The poison avoidance pill in this pill bottle is one that I temporarily formulated. It can cure 100 poisons. You bring it with you just in case. Jiang Yan glanced at Jiang Qin with a somewhat odd expression, but he didn't refuse and took the medicine bottle without even looking at it and directly put it in his pocket. With that, the two of them made their way down the passage for about 100 meters before finally coming to the end of the passage. At the same time the door to the underground palace was then revealed to the two. There are also 4 large characters carved on the gate of the underground palace. Ling Tian Emperor's tomb? The owner of this underground palace is actually Emperor Ling Tian? Jiang Qin frowned slightly. Emperor Ling Tian? Who is he? Is it famous? Jiang Yan was puzzled. Jiang Qin blankly glanced at Jiang Yan breathlessly. You're so good at scientific research. How come history is learned in a dog's stomach? Emperor Ling Tian. Who in the entire Dragon Kingdom doesn't know of his great achievements? Are you still a Dragon Country person? Jiang Yan was a little sweaty. He crossed over so far. All his heart is on scientific research. For things outside of scientific research, really did not pay much attention. Going to school was all just pretense, and he basically never took more than a few history classes in this world. Could it be that this Ling Tian Emperor is the same as Qin Shi Huang before he crossed over? Is he some kind of great emperor? Jiang Yan immediately tapped on his earpiece to contact Xiao Wei. Quick! Immediately give me a little bit of science on this what Ling Tian Emperor. Xiao Wei's voice rang out in Jiang Yan's earphone at the right time. Master, Emperor Ling Tian is the only emperor in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Before him, the Dragon Kingdom was divided into 9 states, with each state forming its own country. Emperor Ling Tian was the emperor of one of the 9 kingdoms, the Dragon Kingdom. 5,000 years ago, after he ascended the throne, it took him 20 years to destroy the 9 kingdoms and unify the 9 states, completing the great unification of the 9 states, followed by the unification of the language, the script, the currency, the book with the same text, the car with the same track, and the fusion of the 9 cultures into the only one, which formed the new Dragon Kingdom cultural system of Bai Na Hai Chuan. He is also the only person in history who overrides the emperor and calls himself the Great Emperor. It can be said that this Great Emperor is the founder of the history of the Dragon Kingdom, and the current version of the Dragon Kingdom is all expanded on the original 9 states version. Therefore, as long as one is from the Dragon Kingdom there is no one who doesn't know about Emperor Ling Tian. After listening to Vivian's brief introduction, Jiang Yan immediately understood that this Ling Tian Emperor was in the same segment as the Blue Star's first emperor. No wonder Jiang Qin said he reads history in a dog's stomach. Jiang Qin didn't dwell too much on this issue, but instead said with a dazed look on her face, it turns out that the corpse king from the previous life was actually the Ling Tian Emperor. No wonder a million zombie army could emerge from an emperor's tomb. History records that after the death of Emperor Ling Tian, millions of imperial troops who had followed the emperor in his southern and northern campaigns sacrificed their lives to be buried. But the Ling Tian imperial tomb has remained undiscovered, and no one expected it to be hidden underground in Jiangdu. Jiang Yan mustn't be careless. The legend says that the Ling Tian emperor's tomb is full of organs and is very dangerous. Even if we are prepared for everything we still need to be careful. Jiang Yan, however, was unimpressed. Don't worry. In front of my robot army, any menace here is child's play. Vivian, immediately have the probe robots probe in all directions. Jiang Yan tapped his headset. Roger. Vivian's voice immediately rang out. In the next moment, densely packed bugs surged out all around. Jiang Qin's face changed in surprise. What's going on? Why are there so many bugs here? Jiang Yan smiled softly and pacified. Don't worry. These bugs are micro-detection machine bugs. They have the ability to detect, monitor, and destroy. And the bug's form is just convenient for them to sneak in. Ginger Chin was relieved. At that moment, it was seen that all of these mechanical insects had gathered in front of the gate of the imperial tomb. Then he saw countless mechanical worms. drilling into the cracks of the stone door of the emperor's tomb. There was then a clicking and thinning sound around the stone door. After a moment's time, the stone door that closed off the emperor's tomb began to disintegrate from all sides. From the naked eye, it was as if the stone door of the imperial tomb had been gnawed away by countless mechanical worms. Unsure, Jiang Qin couldn't help but ask, "These mechanical worms of yours can still eat rocks?" Jiang Yan shook his head and explained, "It's not eating, it's decomposing. Look at the powder underneath the stone door. It's all decomposed by the mechanical insects." Jiang Qin looked dazed. Soon, the stone door of the emperor's tomb was completely disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye. A cloudy wind swept out, carrying an extremely unpleasant odor. Jiang Qin's expression was condensed, subconsciously covered his nostrils, and instructed, "Jiang Yan, be careful. The air in the underground palace." Before she could finish her sentence, a gas mask was handed to her. Jiang Qin turned her head to look and saw that Jiang Yan had already put on a gas mask at some point. Jiang Qin was first stunned, then lost her smile and shook her head. "It seems that my worries were redundant. You are well prepared." Without any nonsense, Jiang Qin took the gas mask and put it on, and was about to step into the underground palace. Jiang Yan, however, pulled Jiang Qin back. "Wait first. This dungeon isn't small. There's no need for us to go in blindly. Let's let the mechanical bugs detect it first." Jiang Qin thought about it and nodded slightly. Not long after, Vivian's voice sounded in Jiang Yan's headset. "Master, tomb cluster found. Tomb cluster found. Route sent to Master. Please follow the route to enter." Jiang Yan nodded gently and pulled out a pair of technological goggles from his arms and put them on directly. The goggles immediately showed a road map with arrows to guide them. "Sister, follow me." Jiang Yan greeted Jiang Qin and took the lead towards the interior of the underground palace. Seeing this, Jiang Qin hurriedly followed. As Jiang Yan said, this dungeon was very large and the route was very complicated, so if one entered blindly without a roadmap, there was a great possibility of getting lost. And along the way, the two saw many destroyed organ traps. These were destroyed by mechanical bugs. Following the route guide, the two of them, Jiang Yan, arrived at a cave entrance with little effort. The two gazed down through the hole. And then it's a huge and grandiose burial complex. Honestly speaking, after seeing the scene below, Jiang Yan was really shocked. A field large square below the cave entrance. Tens of thousands of coffins are displayed in the square. The arrangement of the coffins is also peculiar. It was actually arranged in a square formation. Almost every 10,000 coffins is a square. There were several hundred squares, arranged in an orderly fashion like the squares of a large army. In front of these squares at the forefront, there are 36 coffins in separate columns. These 36 coffins should be higher than the other ordinary coffins in terms of style and specification alone. Further up, there are 6 more coffins. Obviously, these coffins are arranged according to their status, and the style specifications of these 6 coffins are again higher than the 36 coffins. Then, there was an extremely spacious and flat stone staircase that was 1,000 stories high, and at the end of it was a lofty palace. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Jiang Yan would have a hard time imagining how the ancient people of this world had created a dungeon of such a grand scale. Good lord, this scene, it's spectacular enough. Jiang Yan walked within the square with a face of awe. Historically, the millions of imperial soldiers under Emperor Ling Tian's command, the 36 heavenly generals, and the 6 divine marshals should have all been martyred here. And I'm afraid that in that palace at the end of the stone steps is where Emperor Ling Tian's imperial coffin is located. Jiang Qin, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Yan with a solemn face, pointing at the countless coffins around him. Despite their great reputation in history, they are also the culprits who slaughtered tens of millions of people in Jiangdu. So Jiang Yan should hurry up and do it before the night gets too long. Jiang Yan nodded slightly, tapping his headset. "Vivian, hear me. Get to work." "Roger, master." But right at this moment, a harsh and unpleasant voice rang out in the square. "Who dares to trespass on the imperial tomb?" In one of the 36 coffins, the lid was slowly pushed open. A withered yellow hand stretched out of the coffin, and then inside the coffin sat up a man with a face helmet on his head, a withered yellow face, and ancient armor. No, now it should be called a zombie. Jiang Yan clearly saw the fangs around his opponent's mouth. Stiff, zombie, really zombie. Still talking? There are some things that are one thing to hear about and another to see with your own eyes. Having been listening to Jiang Qin before, Jiang Yan actually had no concept of what was going on. It wasn't until the zombies actually appeared at this point that Jiang Yan felt the impact as an afterthought. Jiang Qin, however, had a calm face. not panicking in the slightest, but her eyes flashed with doubts, murmuring, "It's not even time for the aura to recover. How come the zombies in the underground palace woke up early? Could it be that my rebirth triggered the butterfly effect, causing the aura recovery to advance? But why don't I feel that there is a strong aura in this underground palace?" Despite her doubts, Jiang Qin still didn't forget to say to Jiang Yan, "What are you afraid of? It's just a zombie. It's only just awakened. It can't threaten us yet." However, Jiang Qin's words had just fallen. The sound of countless coffins moving around followed. A single zombie crawled out of the coffin. Then with a pair of empty gazes, he looked at both Jiang Yan and Jiang Qin. The zombie who had spoken out before spoke out again, trespassing on the emperor's tomb and disturbing the great emperor. A capital offense. This zombie waved his big hand, and the surrounding zombies that climbed out of the coffin started to approach towards Jiang Yan and the two of them, while more zombies started to awaken and climb out of the coffin. Jiang Qin's color changed with it. Damn! How come all the zombies in the underground palace have awakened early? Jiang Yan, this time we're afraid we'll run into big trouble. After the initial shock, Jiang Yan had completely calmed down, not panicking in the slightest. "No, you're wrong. It's not us who are in big trouble. It's them. Vivian, what are you waiting for? Your master and I are surrounded by zombies." Vivian's voice rang out in her headset. Coming, master. Watch me turn up the heat. Come out, my mechanical bug cloud." As soon as the words left his mouth, a snorting and buzzing sound rang out from within the underground palace. In the next moment, around the underground palace, countless mechanical bugs began to fly out from all directions, converging together to form a huge cluster of bug clouds. Inside Jiang Yan's earphone, Xiao Wei's murderous voice rang out. "A tiny zombie dares to threaten the master. Kill for me, little ones." With Vivian's command, a bug cloud composed of densely packed mechanical bugs instantly swooped down, enveloping all the zombies that wanted to get close to Jiang Yan. Those zombies that were shrouded were immediately possessed by countless mechanical worms, and were decomposed into a mass of yellow corpse water in a matter of moments. Seeing the mechanical bugs successfully disintegrate the surrounding zombies, Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction and said to Jiang Qin, "If I didn't have some preparation, would I dare to go down to the underground palace easily? I'm very life-thirsty." Jiang Qin, however, said with a gloomy face, "I've never underestimated you, but you shouldn't underestimate the zombies in this dungeon either. They are definitely not as simple as you think." Seemingly confirming Jiang Qin's words, that lead zombie let out an angry roar after seeing his men being disintegrated by countless mechanical insects. "Roar! Where is the heavenly mighty army?" Boom, 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 boom. The surrounding zombies that were not enveloped by the mechanical cockroaches gathered in formation in front of that zombie general at an extremely fast speed. Soon, an army formation was formed. Countless iron shields erected a 2-meter-high shield wall. A spear expended from within the shield wall. Behind the shield wall, countless zombie archers, with their bows and arrows open, stood by. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yan was astonished. "They still march in form?" Jiang Qin nodded. All of these zombie imperial soldiers still retain the intelligence they had in life. Otherwise, why do you think that zombie general would be talking? It's a good thing that even though they awakened early, by the looks of it, none of them have reached the same level as in their previous lives. It seems to be related to the fact that the aura has not yet recovered. You should know that in their previous life when they slaughtered Jiangdu, the lowest strength were flying stiffs, and it was hard to hurt them at all with ordinary attacks. That is, they couldn't be killed by taking a missile and bombarding them. But even so, you have to be careful. This is the underground palace after all, the lair of the zombies. Don't carelessly roll over. Jiang Yan smiled confidently. "Don't worry, it can't turn over a bit. The mechanical bug cloud is only my first means. I've prepared more means." Suddenly, a cracking sound that tore through the air rang out. A long spear shot straight at Jiang Yan with a thunderous momentum. "Jiang Yan, be careful!" Jiang Qin instinctively exclaimed in shock and tried to push Jiang Yan away. But her push came up empty. Turning his head, he found that Jiang Yan had already taken a step forward at some point, and looking at the incoming lance, his right hand gripped forward, and actually held the lance steadily. The tip of that lance was only inches away from the tip of Jiang Yan's nose, emitting an eerie cold light. It was only then that Jiang Qin remembered with hindsight that Jiang Yan's current physical quality was comparable to the existence of a 5th-level ferocious beast. That shot just now, which seemed to be severe, was to an ordinary person. For the current Jiang Yan, it really didn't pose much of a threat, actually engaging in a sneak attack. Jiang Yan's face darkened a bit. The force of this shot was so great that if Jiang Yan didn't have 100 times the physical quality and reflexes of a normal person, he was afraid that he could be directly pierced by this shot. A fire went straight to the sky. He directly turned his lance around and looked at the zombie general who had shot this lance and drank. Come but don't go. You also eat my spear. Jiang Yan used his full strength to shoot hard at the zombie general. The long spear broke through the air with a whistling that tore through the air. Boom! The long spear directly pierced a large hole through the shield wall formed by the zombie army, and went on unabated, pushing straight towards the zombie general. Dang! A clash of gold and iron. That zombie general drew his sword and sent the long gun shot by Jiang Yan flying out. At the same time, with a murderous face, he pointed his sword at Jiang Yan and shouted, "Kill!" In an instant, behind the shield wall, 10,000 arrows shot out, forming a black cloud that came straight towards Jiang Yan and Jiang Qin as they spread out. Jiang Qin's face tightened as she prepared to run her body's spiritual energy to resist. However, Jiang Yan did not want to do so, but he directly crossed in front of her, protecting her behind him. "What are you doing, Jiang Yan?" Jiang Qin said sharply. Jiang Yan gave a valiant smile, and without speaking, he directly pressed on his chest. The mark mech immediately covered Jiang Yan's entire body. In the next moment, an overwhelming rain of arrows enveloped the sky. Ding, 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 ding. The rain of arrows splashed countless sparks on the mark mech, but did not cause the slightest damage to the mark mech. After the rain of arrows, one could see the ground full of arrows, stuck into the stone tiles on the ground. It was evident that the force of these arrows was strong. Jiang Qin, who was protected by Jiang Yan, looked at Jiang Yan, who was covered in mark mech, dumbfounded. "Is this mech you're wearing?" Jiang Yan lowered his mecha mask and nodded his head gently at Jiang Yan. "Not bad, as I said. I won't easily venture into danger without all preparations." After saying this, Jiang Yan turned his head to look at the zombie army and laughed coldly. "You really think I don't have a temper, don't you? I'm a big tech guy. Can I still be bullied by you zombies with cold weapons? Vivian, why are you so slow on your end? Haven't you finished solving it yet?" In the headset, Vivi Ban said in a hurry, Coming, look at my mechanical bug cloud, breaking the zombie army." At this time, those zombies that were enveloped by the mechanical insect cloud had all been decomposed into a puddle of corpse water. The mechanical bug cloud rose up to fill the air once again, then swooped straight at the zombie army on the opposite side. The zombie general shouted angrily at the sight. "Apply kerosene." The zombies who had formed the shield wall were seen immediately pouring kerosene on the long shields in front of them. Seeing that the mechanical insect cloud was about to pounce, the zombie general bellowed again, "Light the fire!" The shield wall immediately burst into flames, and the fire rose to the sky, forming a wall of fire. Chapter 5 Chapter 0005 Mechanical bugs greatly break zombies. 6 godly marshals appear. Shield wall ignition. Fire wall to repel insects. I have to say, this zombie general is quite tactful. However, that's for ordinary insects. My mechanical insects can be made of special metals. Without a high temperature of 2 or 3,000 degrees, it won't cause any damage to them at all. Jiang Yan scoffed as he looked at the shield wall blazing up in front of him. As expected, facing the firearms, the mechanical insect cloud didn't stop at all and went straight for the firewall. The roaring flames on the iron shield couldn't do a single damage to these mechanical bugs. The mechanical bug cloud instantly rushed into the zombie army formation. The pervasive mechanical bugs swooped down on the zombies and began to disintegrate. In just a few moments, rows and rows of zombies were disintegrated into corpse water. The army formation made up of zombies collapsed. That zombie general cannot help but roar loudly at the situation. But there is nothing to do. Can only watch the zombies under his command was swallowed by the mechanical insect cloud decomposition. There were even mechanical bugs already starting to lunge at it. Seeing that the situation is critical, this zombie general even turned his head to run. At the same time, in the mouth of the hand do not know when more than a horn, and emergency blowing. A dull horn sounded throughout the underground palace. Seeing this scene, Jiang Qin's face changed and said in a deep voice, "Not good. This zombie, it's awakening the zombies in the entire underground palace. Quickly stop it." Jiang Yan, however, shook his head slightly and nodded his goggles. "I'm only afraid it's too late. The zombies in the entire underground palace are awake." Vivian had been monitoring the movements of the underground palace. The moment that zombie general had just blown his horn, countless mechanical bugs monitoring the underground palace immediately transmitted real-time images. Ginger Yan's goggles presented a clear picture. "What? They're all awake? This is several million zombies? Jiang Yan, how many mechanical bugs do you have left?" Can you solve these millions of zombies at once? Jiang Qin asked anxiously. Jiang Yan said helplessly, I've only built a few million mechanical bugs. They're all here. Only a few million. Why don't you build more? What to do now? Millions of zombies awakening at the same time. Your little mechanical bugs are simply not enough. Jiang Qin laughed bitterly. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders and said with an innocent expression, I thought I was just here to decompose a few million corpses. And you didn't tell me that there was a possibility that they would awaken early. But don't panic. The mechanical bugs aren't enough. We have others. Ginger Chin froze. There's more? Jiang Yan said in a cloudy voice. Do you think my 10,000 sentry robots stationed in the park are just for show? The moment she realized that the zombies here had awakened early, Vivian had already given orders to the 10,000 sentry robots on the ground. And the other sentinel robots from my base are about to head over. I'd like to see if these millions of zombies can stop my 100,000 sentry robots. Jiang Qin was slightly relieved to see Jiang Yan looking so confident, but as she watched more and more zombies begin to gather around her, she still couldn't help but say, Jiang Yan, this place is no longer safe. Why don't we retreat to a safer place first? Jiang Qin was able to live for 10,000 years after the aura recovery in his previous life, so he naturally deeply understood what it meant for a gentleman not to stand under a dangerous wall. If a man is not meticulous, he will not live long. As strong as you are, you have to prioritize protecting yourself at all times. Even the strongest of men can roll over with a single slip of the tongue. Jiang Qin had seen this kind of thing too many times in his previous life. Therefore, even if she was as confident as Jiang Yan was, she didn't want this brother to take the slightest risk. It seems like we can't retreat. Jiang Yan actually thought the same as Jiang Qin. It's not fear. It's simply Nido. It was only through the images coming from the mechanical bugs monitoring the underground palace that Jiang Yan realized that they couldn't withdraw. Because those zombies in the underground palace have sealed off all the ways out of the palace. Jiang Qin frowned slightly. Jiang Yan didn't say anything, but she had already seen the zombies cascading around in the distance. What a quick reaction! Sealing off our retreat so quickly. It seems that we can only act when the opportunity arises. Jiang Qin had a gloomy face. At this time, the zombie general who blew the horn had already run to the 6 coffins with the highest specifications in the underground palace. In the meantime, behind it, a group of mechanical bugs had approached. Just at this moment, the 6 coffins suddenly shook in unison. The next moment, after 6 loud bangs, the 6 coffin lids were blown away and were about to swat away the mechanical bugs that were about to pounce on that zombie general. At the same time 6 figures directly jumped out from within the coffin. It was 6 heads of zombies wearing brocade clothing and jade crowns. Unlike the other more or less withered zombies, these 6-headed zombies looked as lifelike as they did with real people. If it wasn't for the fact that the 6-headed zombie didn't have the slightest bit of blood on its face, it would simply be the same as a living person. General Tianwei, what happened that made you go out of your way to wake us up early? Among the 6-headed zombies, one of them looked at the zombie general with a majestic expression. Lord Marshal, there are enemies invading the Imperial Tomb. The zombie general stumbled and pointed to Jiang Yan and Jiang Qin not far away, as well as the mechanical bugs that were wreaking havoc. Immediately, the gazes of the 6 zombie marshals immediately swept the surroundings, and all 6 pairs of eyes were fixed on Jiang Yan and Jiang Qin, and both Jiang Yan and Jiang Qin looked at them. As the 2 sides stared at each other, Jiang Yan inexplicably felt a sense of oppression. On the side, Jiang Qin's gaze sank slightly as he whispered to Jiang Yan. These are the 6 marshals who helped Emperor Ling Tian sweep through the 9 states, and were later honored by the world with the name Divine Marshal. Be careful. These 6 are different from the other zombies. When they were alive, each one of them was a prestigious ancient martial arts expert. My intuition tells me that they are extremely dangerous, and I estimate that at the very least, they are close to the 1,000 years of immobilized bone level. Jiang Yan was puzzled. And what is 1,000 years of immutable bones? The rank of a zombie? Jiang Qin gently nodded. Zombies are also divided into 8 levels. They are Black Stiffness, Flying Stiffness, 1,000-year Immortalized Bone, Corpse King, Corpse Emperor, 10,000-year Corpse Drought Demon, Returning Corpse Hollow, and Corpse Ancestor Golden Hair Hollow. And these 8 levels of zombies can be different from martial arts cultivators and Taoist cultivators. The lowest ranked Black Stiff among zombies is enough to rival 2 or 3 9-star fighters of a martial arts cultivator joining forces after the revival of the aura. The more powerful Flying Stiffs are even more impressive, so strong that they can fight hard against battle martial level martial cultivators. As for the 1,000-year Immortalized Bone, any battle king who encounters it will only be able to run for his life. not to mention the Corpse King level and above. In the previous life, when the Corpse Capital was established, it stood for mystery and power. There was once a war emperor who made a move to eradicate the Corpse Capital, but he ended up being nearly killed by a Corpse King. After the rise of Dao cultivation, there was also a heavenly powerhouse who forced his way into the Corpse Capital to severely injure the Corpse Emperor, and ended up attracting a Corpse Drought demon to hunt him down, and was forced to cross space and flee the universe. This is still just the Corpse Drought. The Corpse Harvest above the Corpse Drought. The Golden Hair Harvest above the Corpse Harvest. That's the truly terrifying existence. Jiang Yan was stunned by what he heard and couldn't help but ask, "Harvest? Is there really such a creature? Have you seen it in your previous life?" Jiang Qin first nodded, then shook her head. "There are definitely some, but I've never seen them, and in my previous life I've only seen a glimpse of a Corpse Drought from afar. However, if Corpse Drought exists, the Corpse Hollow and Golden Hair Hollow surely exist as well." Hearing Jiang Qin's affirmative answer, Jiang Yan was a bit shocked. Harvest is the oldest ancestor of zombies, a ferocious beast in mythology, and this kind of creature exists? Where is this a revival of aura? It's simply a revival of myth. Jiang Qin glanced at Jiang Yan somewhat helplessly. Forget about whether it's an aura revival or a mythological revival for now. Let's solve the immediate trouble first. Now we've kind of already stirred up a hornet's nest. If we can't solve them completely, then we'll be in big trouble. According to my projections, these 6 divine marshals, they shouldn't have reached the level of undying bones yet, but even if they're 1,000-year-old flying stiffs, they're still enough to threaten us. Speaking of this, Jiang Qin slapped his forehead and said, "Still careless. This trip to the underground palace will be so dangerous. The aura has not yet recovered. There are zombies that are almost to the level of 1,000 years of immutable bones, and this is only the 6 god marshals under the banner of the Ling Tian Emperor. I am afraid that Ling Tian Emperor is only high. It should have already been 1,000 years of immutable bone level. Jiang Yan, if you have any underhanded cards, hurry up and use them. It's too late for that." Chapter 6 Chapter 0006 This zombie doesn't seem to be able to carry a beating. "Don't worry. It can't change. I'll cover for you even if the sky falls." Jiang Yan said this with his mouth, but his expression turned serious. The mask of Mark's mech was lowered straight down. It was also at this moment that Vivian's voice rang out from within the mech. "Master, our reinforcements have arrived." As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yan saw that countless sentinel robots, vastly flying over the heads of a group of zombies, stopped directly over the two of them. Jiang Yan and Jiang Qin, 10,000 sentry robots, instantly centered on the two Jiang Yan, protecting the two. Seeing these robots, the 6 zombie god marshals were visibly stunned. One of the zombie god marshals wearing fiery red clothes frowned slightly and said in a puzzled manner, "Overwhelming? Is martial arts already so flourishing in the latter days?" A zombie god marshal in aquamarine clothes beside him sneered, "What over the sky? It's clearly a flying puppet with the help of external objects. These things are clearly not human. There's not even a hint of a living creature. Now is not the time to argue about this. We must resolve these troubles immediately, or else if we disturb the great emperor, we will not be able to absolve ourselves of the blame for our deaths." A zombie god marshal wearing earth-colored clothes said in a deep voice, "Then it's up to me to take care of these 2 abominable humans." The zombie god marshal in red had a cruel face. With that, it took a step towards the 2 Jiang Yan. As this zombie's feet stepped out, a blazing flame began to ignite on its body. However, in an instant, this zombie was already covered in flames. The rolling heat wave made the surrounding zombies avoid it. Then, this zombie god marshal crouched slightly on his knees. In the next moment, the entire body shot straight at Jiang Yan like a cannonball. Mutants? Oh no! Should that be mutant zombies? Inside the mech, Jiang Yan was amazed. Jiang Qin on the side frowned. What mutant? Mutant zombies. That's the fire marshal, one of the 6 divine marshals under Emperor Ling Tian. Rumor has it that under Emperor Ling Tian's command, these 6 divine marshals were all ancient martial arts experts with special abilities during their lives, namely Martial Stone, Martial Thunder, Martial Wind, Martial Ice, Martial Shadow, and Martial Fire, and they titles represent their abilities. A fire marshal is one who controls flames. Be careful, it's rushing over, Jiang Qin warned in a low voice. "Oh, don't worry, it can't rush over, and if you want to say they'll do anything else, I might not have a clue, but if that's the ability, with all due respect, they're just a bunch of younger brothers in the eyes of my sentinel robots. Isn't that the zombie version of a mutant? Sorry, but sentinel robots specialize in mutants. Mutant zombies should be included as well." Sure enough, It was just as Jiang Yan had predicted. Just as the fire marshal transformed into flames and charged straight ahead, the sentinel robot strikes. Dang! A crashing roar sounded. Fire marshal had an iron head and just happened to hit a sentry droid in the chest. The sentinel was knocked backwards some distance without causing any damage. Instead, it was fire marshal, with a dent in his head. However, it soon recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. But fire marshal's expression was clearly a bit incredulous. It thought that with its ability it could completely smash these puppets into cinders and charge straight to the two humans, and then burn them alive. However, he didn't expect that a random puppet from the other side would stop it. Touching the forehead that had just been dented by the impact, fire marshal's eyes were on fire, and the flames in his body even rose to the sky. The surrounding temperature instantly soared, and even the green stone underneath fire marshal's feet was roasted like magma. Human, you've successfully angered this marshal. Prepare to bear the wrath of this marshal. The fire marshal's morose voice rang out and continued to walk towards Jiang Yan and the two of them step by step. With every step it took forward, the flames on its body soared upwards, and even the air distorted within dozens of meters with it at the center. Jiang Qin could feel the temperature spike around him from a distance. She gazed at Jiang Yan, wanting to voice out a reminder, but she realized that Jiang Yan actually lowered his mask, revealing an expression of watching a good show. Just as Jiang Qin was puzzled, she saw that the sentry robot, which had been knocked out by Fire Marshal earlier, actually flew back again. Facing the extreme heat around Fire Marshal, the sentinel robot didn't react at all. Instead, it directly charged towards Fire Marshal. Seek death. The Fire Marshal let out a roar and clenched his right hand into a fist as the flames around it rapidly condensed into his right hand. Looking at the sentry robot that had rushed to it, Fire Marshal threw a punch. An explosive blaze erupted like a shockwave towards the sentry robot. Facing the explosive flame blast, the sentry robot's figure was directly engulfed. However, just when Fire Marshal thought that the blow was enough to incinerate the sentinel robot completely, in the midst of the flames, a hand reached out from the monstrous flames and gripped Fire Marshal's fist. What? Fire Marshal was stunned. The figure of the sentinel robot was gradually revealed from the flaming shockwave. It was scorched red, like a red-hot stone, but it was not damaged in the slightest. The moment he gripped Fire Marshal's fist, Sentinel's scorched red body began to cool down rapidly. Then a layer of crystallized frost spread from the sentinel robot's body, and the frost spread along the sentinel robot's body, quickly spreading to Fire Marshal's arm. The flames on the Fire Marshal's arms were immediately extinguished and frozen by the frost, which began to spread towards his body. Fire Marshal was shocked and tried to pull his arm out, but it was all too late. The frost spread to the Fire Marshal's entire body at an extremely fast speed, but in a moment's time, the Fire Marshal had already been frozen into an ice sculpture. The Sentinel robot immediately swung its other kind of arm up and slammed it hard against the Fire Marshal, who was frozen into an ice sculpture. Click! Fire Marshal's body cracks. The Sentinel robot didn't hesitate to slam another punch. Fire Marshal's body cracked wider, and yet no sign of shattering yet. The Sentinel robot slammed another punch, and the Fire Marshal's body seemed to be at its limit, already with a very visible crack. Just as the sentry robot was about to deliver a fatal blow to Fire Marshal, a gust of wind struck, and a figure slammed into the kill, kicking the sentry robot in the chest. Only a click was heard as the sentry robot flew backwards and also ripped off one of Fire Marshal's arms. A figure appeared beside the Fire Marshal at the same time, but it was another zombie god marshal rushing to the rescue. Looking at the ability, it should be the Wind Marshal among the 6 marshals. With a grave expression, Wind Marshal looked at the Fire Marshal that was frozen into an ice sculpture in one of its broken arms, and after frowning slightly, it looked deeply at Jiang Yan and Jiang Qin before grabbing the Fire Marshal and flying back. At this point, Jiang Qin was already too shocked to speak. Sentry robots actually have this ability? Jiang Yan smiled smugly. Didn't I tell you earlier? Sentinels are genetically based robots that can mimic, restrain, mutate, and evolve according to the abilities of their opponents. And the special abilities of zombie god marshals like these 6 are exactly what the sentinel robots can restrain. But honestly, is this the zombie that you said is close to the level of not turning bones for 1,000 years? This zombie doesn't seem to be able to take a beating either. Jiang Qin didn't know what to say at this point. A zombie that was close to the level of 1,000 years of unbreakable bones and still had special abilities was almost blown to smithereens by a robot. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Jiang Qin would never have believed it. She had to admit one thing. She was really underestimating these robots a bit. Chapter 7, Chapter 0007, grabbing a few zombies as fodder. At the same time, on the other side, the Wind Marshal returned with a nearly crippled Fire Marshal. The remaining 4 marshals looked at the fire marshal, who had obviously been crippled, and fell into silence between them for a while. Are humans thousands of years later already this powerful? A single puppet can beat fire marshal to this extent. Shi Shuai's face was grave, and his gaze towards Jiang Yan and the two of them was already filled with scorn. The remaining few zombie god marshals fell into silence. The combat power of the fire marshal was almost on par with them, and even in terms of destruction, the fire marshal was more powerful than the other god marshals. With the strength of the fire marshal, he wasn't even a match for a single puppet, and there were tens of thousands of such puppets on the other side. How can this be a fight? Now is not the time to lament about this. How to retreat the enemy is the key. Look guys, those bugs are still devouring the soldiers under our command. If we can't stop them, the entire Imperial Tomb's millions of Imperial troops will cease to exist. Lei Shuai pointed at the still mechanical bug cloud. Incomparably serious. Yes, the great emperor has been planning for thousands of years in order to establish the Eternal Kingdom, and now that he sees the great event approaching, he absolutely cannot be destroyed in the hands of these humans. The Ice Marshal agreed with an icy face. I'll try. Shadow Marshal spoke slowly. It is the most secretive of the 6. It can transform into a shadow, and is best at attacking and killing in the dark. It might not be the strongest of the 6 marshals, but it was definitely the most dangerous. After saying that, its entire body sank into the ground and disappeared. Jiang Qin, who always paid attention to the movements of the 6 divine marshals, was immediately alerted. Jiang Yan, beware. One of the 6 divine marshals suddenly disappeared. It should be the Shadow Marshal. One of the 6 marshals. It said that its ability is to transform into shadows in the darkness. It can silently approach the target and then attack and kill it. You mustn't be careless. Jiang Yan heard this but lost his smile. Transforming into a shadow in the darkness? There really is such an ability. But if that's all it takes to sneak up on me, that's underestimating the sentry robot. But I've put an energy detection device on the sentinel robot, so no matter what ability it's using, it can't escape an energy run. So it can't escape the sentinel's detection even if it turns into air, not to mention just turning into a shadow. Jiang Yan's words had only just fallen when a sentry robot noticed the anomaly. Almost instantly, the high-heat energy cannons of countless sentinel robots turned on. Countless beams of high-heat energy were directed at the surrounding ground. Soon under the indiscriminate attack of high-heat energy beams, a black shadow on the ground appeared in distress and fled. Who is it if not that Shadow Marshal? Upon spotting the Shadow Marshal's trail, hundreds of sentinel robots chased after it, following it like a shadow. No matter how much the Shadow Marshal lurked, the sentinel bot would be the first to track down where it was, facing hundreds of sentinel robots in pursuit. Shadow Marshal was eventually surrounded by these sentinel robots. Seeing this scene, other than the crippled Fire Marshal, the other 4 marshals couldn't sit still. The Thunder Marshal was the first to rescue. It spread a pair of huge wings behind it and rose up into the sky, bringing booming thunder under the flapping of its wings. A bolt of lightning shot out directly from its wings, directly surrounding Shadow Marshal's sentry robot. Shi Shuai followed closely. His body suddenly skyrocketed, transforming into a huge 3-meter-tall stone statue, and the entire underground palace trembled as he ran. Like a petrified Donkey Kong, it lunged at the sentry robot. Although the Ice Marshal stood unmoving, it was like a long-range mage, and with a single lift of its hand, dense ice cones appeared above its head. With a wave of his hand, these ice picks shot out in a wild storm. Wind Marshal, on the other hand, condensed a 5 or 6 meter tall tornado in front of him between beacons. Under its drive, this tornado, towards those sentry robots, scraped directly over. At the same time that the 4 marshals struck, the countless zombies within the Emperor's tomb, as if instructed by something, also madly rushed over in the direction of Jiang Yan and the two of them. The Great War broke out completely. Seeing the zombies that went completely crazy, Jiang Qin's expression was tight, ready to strike at any time. Jiang Yan was not the least bit nervous, and even said to Vivian, "Vivian, camera right away. How can I not record such an intense scene?" Xiaowei's voice in the earphone with a smile rang out. "Master, from the moment you entered the underground palace, I've been videoing the entire process, ensuring that I won't miss Master's most handsome moment." Jiang Yan nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Jiang Qin and said, "Sister, stay here and don't move. With the sentry robot protection, those zombies can't get close to here." Jiang Qin sniffed slightly. "You're going out?" Jiang Yan hemmed and hawed. "Of course, those 6 divine marshals are very valuable to study. I'm going to grab them back as research material." Jiang Qin's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "What? You want to catch them?" Do you know how dangerous they are? Jiang Yan pacified. Don't worry. I'm absolutely sure. Just wait for me here at the station for a while. With that said, Jiang Yan stomped his feet and his entire body shot up into the sky. After stopping in midair and scanning for a moment, Jiang Yan flew directly towards Shi Shuai. At this moment, Shi Shuai, like a behemoth, swept away the surrounding sentinel robots rushing towards it with a wave of his hand, and it moves very quickly. Its speed not affected in the least by getting bigger. The sentinel robots didn't do anything to Vivian after receiving its command, but simply blocked it and surrounded it. Just as the stone marshal was showing off, Jiang Yan had already flown above it. The stone marshal likewise saw Jiang Yan, and it bared its fangs and let out a huge roar at him. The body made a move to jump up and pounce on Jiang Yan. Not far away, Jiang Qin's heart was in her throat when she saw this scene. She somewhat regretted how she hadn't stopped Kang Yan. How could he watch Jiang Yan risk his life and make such an unwise move? The strength of the 6 divine marshals was unquestionable. Don't think they're a match for the sentinel robots, but for her and Jiang Yan, it was extremely threatening. Zombies that were close to the level of 1,000 years of not transforming bones. Even if they were now at the level of a primary war general, it would be difficult to resist one of them. Thinking so, Jiang Qin instinctively rushed out to rescue Jiang Yan. However, she had only just taken a step when she paused, her eyes widening at the unbelievable sight, only to see Jiang Yan levitating above Shi Shuai. Looking at Shi Shuai, who wanted to pounce and jump at him, he directly pulled out something like a hand cannon and fired a headshot at Shi Shuai. The hand cannon is silent. An invisible ripple enveloped the area. In the next moment, Shi Shuai's huge body, which was as high as 3 meters, actually shrunk with the naked eye, and it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. It actually ended up being only about the size of a grain of rice. Jiang Qin's entire body looked confused. And what kind of technological weapon is this of his? It can actually make zombies small? On the other side, Jiang Yan landed with a smug look on his face, looking at Shi Shuai, who had become the size of an ant, nodding his head in satisfaction. Whatever zombie you are, in front of my molecular compression cannon, they're all dregs. Shi Shuai, who had become the size of a grain of rice, was also confused. It had just wanted to go forward and pounce on the human in front of it. Who knows? The human didn't know what to pull out and fire a shot at it. Then he felt the scene around him zoom by. Before it could react, the human landed. The body was as huge as a 10,000-foot giant. Shi Shuai was dumbfounded on the spot, completely unaware of what was going on. It wasn't until it was pinched up by this human's fingers that it realized that it wasn't this human that had gotten bigger, but it had gotten smaller. It wanted to resist, but realized that after becoming smaller, it was powerless against such a behemoth as Pangran. Finally can only watch themselves being thrown into a huge glazed bottle. Anyhow to beat, cannot shake the glazed bottle in the slightest, only through the glazed bottle looking at everything that happens outside. Want to cry. Everything that happened here in Shi Shuai was seen by Jiang Qin and the remaining few divine commanders. Jiang Qin was fine. She was just a little surprised that Jiang Yan still had such a weapon in his hands. The remaining ones, the zombie god marshals, felt bad. They can clearly see what happened to Shi Shuai. The expression on his face when he looked at Jiang Yan was clearly the same as if he had seen a ghost. When Jiang Yan, who had finished cleaning up the stone marshal, looked at them with his gaze, they almost didn't even think about trying to escape at the first moment. But where Jiang Yan would let them go. It's not easy to find such good research material. Without saying anything, Jiang Yan piloted the Mark Mech and dashed out. His second target, Ray Shan. Thunder Marshal spread his wings in shock and tried to fly away. But how could it match the speed of the Mark Mech? The Mark Mech, with controlled fusion as its core energy, exploded right into the speed of sound. It instantly surpassed Thunder Marshal and blocked its way. Lei Shuai was stunned and came down with a sharp break in the air to turn. Where would Jiang Yan give it a chance? He raised his hand and fired a cannon. Lei Shuai followed in Shi Shuai's footsteps with hardly any power of reaction. After cleaning up Thunder Marshal with great speed, Jiang Yan turned his gaze to Wind Marshal again. Feng Shuai was terrified, and without thinking, he directly fled in the direction of the palace above the stone steps. Jiang Yan was about to chase after him when suddenly a wall of ice blocked his path head-on. However, it was the Ice Marshal who struck out in an emergency and blocked Jiang Yan's path with a wall of ice. Jiang Yan sneered without any hesitation at all, and the Mark Mech exploded at full speed, slamming a hole in the ice wall in front of him head-on. Passing through the wall of ice, Jiang Yan raised his hand and gave a shot to the appalled-looking Ice Marshal. At the same time, his figure had already soared beyond Wind Marshal and stopped above the stone steps. Looking at Jiang Yan, who was already aiming his hand cannon at himself, Wind Marshal was almost desperate as it cried out to the palace above the stone steps. Great Emperor! Help! The voice had just shouted out. And Jiang Yan had already fired a shot. The Wind Marshal didn't even have time to utter a word before its figure shrunk extremely fast, and it was generally the same as several of its colleagues. After cleaning up 4 divine commanders in a row in one breath, Jiang Yan stood on the stone steps and looked up at the palace at the end of the stone steps. He suddenly had some desire to see what this so-called Ling Tian Emperor actually looked like. It was always going to be cleaned up anyway, and with that thought in mind, Jiang Yan headed straight for that palace. Thief! How dare you! There was a roar behind him, but it was the tattered fire marshal, holding up his fragmented body, raging in impotent fury at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan turned around and smiled. Rather forgot about you. Raising his hand, he took care of the fire marshal as well. Jiang Yan didn't care what would happen to these god marshals who had become smaller. With Vivian around, there were sentry robots to take care of the situation. With intense curiosity and excitement filled with the unknown, step by step, Jiang Yan ascended the stone steps to the outside of the palace. Looking at the beautifully carved and painted palace in front of him, it was hard for Jiang Yan to imagine that this was actually a mausoleum dungeon. Without any obstacles, Jiang Yan directly entered the palace. The entire palace was definitely considered opulent, and it's extremely glowing and atmospheric. Only, Jiang Yan searched throughout the entire underground palace and couldn't find any imperial coffins. Jiang Yan was a bit puzzled. He stopped and asked, Vivian, has this palace been explored by mechanical insects? Xiao Wei's voice rang out. It has been probed, but the existence of an emperor's coffin has not been detected, nor has any energy fluctuation been detected. Jiang Yan froze. You mean there are no zombies in this palace? Vivian reconfirmed. For the time being, nothing biologically distinctive has been found to exist, but from the signs within the palace, it appears that someone once lived here. Ginger Yan froze again. You mean people? Yes, there are very obvious traces of human existence within the palace, and through data speculation, there is a 99% probability that it is a human being and not a zombie. Jiang Yan was shocked. So it's not zombies that live in this palace, but people? Then where are the people? You tell me where the people are? Chapter 8 Chapter 0008 Dragon-Robed Woman. Where's my imperial soldier? Just as Jiang Yan was wondering where the people in the underground palace were going, an extremely busy street in Jiangdu City, a woman wearing an ancient dragon robe and an imperial crown was standing very much in the street, surveying the surrounding skyscrapers. Is this the metropolis where humans will be in 5,000 years? It looks so nice. Isn't it too bad to just destroy it like that? The woman murmured thoughtfully. At this time, the surrounding pedestrians were attracted by the woman's dress, and they all gathered around curiously. What a gorgeous dragon robe! What a graceful woman! This dragon robe is worn on her. She completely wears the temperament of an empress. Wow! Missy, are you an actress? Can you tell me your name? Based on this temperament of yours, I've decided to fan you. You'll definitely make it big in the future. Ma'am, can I take a picture with you? I want to keep a souvenir, and I can show it off to my friends when you become popular in the future. Looking at the noisy people around her, the woman's eyebrows knitted slightly. It's better to destroy it. These humans are really so unreasonable. With that said, the woman took a step forward and her entire body inexplicably walked out of the crowd of onlookers. One more step forward and the woman's figure disappeared into the street. The scene, coincidentally, was captured by a passerby and subsequently posted online. The heat climbed and stayed high for a while. The internet is saying all sorts of things about this scene of the woman's god-awful appearance. Some people don't believe it and think it's manipulation. Others think it's supposed to be a promo for some movie, advertising ahead of time. To the extent that those who were there have spoken out and said that everything is true when they saw it with their own eyes. Unfortunately, this sound is so small that it doesn't get anyone's attention. On the contrary, the woman's face value, temperament is recognized by the netizens. This is the Empress of my heart. Your Majesty, what kind of movie is this? What is it called and when will it be released? Based on this face value and temperament of the young lady, I will pay out of my pocket. Have a say. This young lady aura is really a bit powerful. Through the screen I can feel her kind of overriding temperament. This kind of natural temperament. It is really God reward food. That said, has any netizen picked up any information about this young lady? Kneel down and beg. Kneel the same. It's the first time I've seen a young lady who can be so beautiful and tall. Strange. How come I can't find any information on this young lady? Seeing ghosts. Really ugh. I can't find any information about this young lady either. Heavy bounty. Anyone who can provide information about this young lady can claim it. Scammers don't bother. Just when the internet was in an uproar, the woman had stood at the top of the World Trade Center, the highest floor in Jiangdu, overlooking the entire city. 5,000 years of time. It's really a sea of change. I didn't expect the human race to have developed to this point. Technology? It's a bit interesting, but unfortunately, the heavens and earth are about to change drastically, and the era of technology can only stop here. 5 more days will be the day when the spirit tide reopens. The 10,000 races are about to revive. I have been preparing for this for 5,000 years, and this Jiangdu is suitable to become my imperial capital. It's just a pity that the human race of Jiangdu will only be the first batch of sacrifices for me to create the eternal capital. Just then, the woman suddenly felt a throbbing in her heart. She frowned slightly with a puzzled expression. Why would I suddenly develop a feeling of panic? Could it be that there is a problem somewhere? The woman's heart fluttered and her eyes looked in the direction of where the underground palace was. Could it be that there's a change in the imperial tomb? In the next moment, the woman directly leapt down from the roof of the building that was more than 100 stories high. At that moment, someone on the top floor of the building happened to be standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, holding a coffee and looking at the view, just in time to see the woman fall. Not good. Someone's jumped off the building. But when the man came downstairs, he was confused. There were no bodies that had been thrown out of shape, and there was no one around to watch the fun. Everything's fine. No one's jumped. It's like he just had a blink of an eye. What the hell? Meanwhile, inside the Ling Tian Emperor's tomb, inside the palace, Jiang Yan, who didn't find anything, could only walk out of the palace. After that it was a purge. Shortly after Jiang Yan entered the underground palace, the army of sentry robots mobilized by Vivian also finally arrived. Under Vivian's deployment, the sentry robots sealed all the exits of the dungeon to prevent any zombies from escaping the dungeon. After losing the 6 divine marshals, the millions of awakened zombies were leaderless. Although they also put up a fierce resistance, these zombies were barely able to fight back in the face of the sentry robots' might. The sentry robots, in conjunction with the mechanical insect cloud, began to rapidly disintegrate these zombies. It was just that the mechanical bugs were limited after all, and could only decompose about 10,000 zombies at once. Decomposing millions of zombies was also really time-consuming. After the last 10,000 zombies were also disintegrated into corpse water by the mechanical bug cloud in despair, Jiang Yan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally finished. It's not easy. More than 5 whole hours. Jiang Qin glanced at Jiang Yan. It wasn't easy. But does it have anything to do with you? The whole time it was Vivian who was in command. You were just here playing with your cell phone for 5 hours. Jiang Yan hemmed and hawed. It's not boring. Can't let me just watch these zombies being decomposed for 5 whole hours, right? Saying this, Jiang Yan pointed to his cell phone. However, I just found something very interesting on the internet. Come and take a look at this video. Jiang Qin didn't refuse, and came forward to take a look. The video is exactly the scene of the dragon-robed woman, disappearing into the crowd in 3 or 2 steps. Footwork avatar, Jiang Qin exclaimed. Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Qin in confusion. Step divine? The female in this video is a martial arts cultivator? Jiang Qin said with some disbelief. How is it possible? Why is it that before the aura is revived, someone knows divine power means, and it's a step divine power that's extremely difficult to practice with divine power? Jiang Yan was curious. What's an avatar? Is it hard to practice? Jiang Qin sighed softly. Not only is it hard to practice, it's also hard to obtain. In the previous age, when the aura was revived for 10,000 years, there were only a handful of divine aptitudes that came out of the world, and each one of them had earth-shattering power. I didn't expect that in my reincarnation I would see someone who could use divine powers before the aura revival. Jiang Yan, remember, this kind of person is currently someone we absolutely cannot mess with, and when we see this woman in the future, we must retreat. Jiang Yan smiled. Don't worry, I don't have time to mess with anyone. When I go back I'm going to study those 6 zombies. Just some ideas to experiment with them. Jiang Qin frowned. What an experiment. I think it's best to disintegrate them all together as well for good measure. If anything goes wrong, you won't be able to regret it. Moreover, this matter isn't over yet. Not finding Emperor Ling Tian's imperial coffin means that the matter of the underground palace still leaves hidden dangers, or hidden dangers with the greatest threat. You have the effort to study zombies. Why don't you think of a way to find out the Ling Tian Emperor to put an end to it? Jiang Yan said helplessly. I would like to. The problem is that I had Vivian turn the entire underground palace upside down and found nothing. The point is, through Vivian's analysis, there was someone living in that underground palace. which means that there might be someone who has entered this emperor's tomb through certain means, and also lived within that palace for a period of time. And it's likely that the emperor's coffin of Ling Tian Emperor was stolen by this person. There's nothing I can do to find out in a short time. Seeing this, Jiang Qin could only sigh softly. Forget it, perhaps because of my experience in my previous life, it makes my thoughts a bit radical, and I like to do things without leaving any hidden dangers. Now this result is also quite good. At least without these millions of zombies, that Ling Tian Emperor is appearing will not be able to set off the same storm as in his previous life. Let's go! After solving these zombies, the next step is the problem of ferocious beasts. Let's hope we can really change the future situation of Gangtok. Zhang Yan nodded slightly. Alright, this place is basically wrapped up. We'll discuss the issue of the ferocious beasts when we get back. By the time the two left, the sentinel robots and the mechanical bugs also left one after another under Vivian's mobilization. The underground palace, which had previously contained millions of zombies, was now empty. All that was left were countless empty coffins and corpse water all over the dungeon. Time passed. 2 hours later, a figure suddenly appeared within the underground palace. Upon closer inspection, it was the woman in the dragon robe. The woman stood in the air above the underground palace and scanned the entire palace, then froze in place. What happened? Where are my imperial soldiers? Why are they all gone? The woman did not die and turned around inside the underground palace. The whole underground palace is nothing but a ground of yellow water. Did they come out early? The woman was shaken. Without her decree, someone actually dared to walk out of the underground palace with millions of her emperor soldiers. This is treason. In the next moment, the woman's figure disappeared. Re-emerging had stood over South Suburban Park. However, after the woman carefully observed the signs around her, she could not help but be puzzled. What's going on? There are no signs of coming out? That means they haven't left the imperial tomb? And where are they people? Where did they go? The woman once again returned to the middle of the underground palace and began to search on her own. Finally, she found an arm in a corner of the square. This discovery completely shook the woman to her core. She finally realized what was going on. It wasn't her millions of imperial soldiers that disappeared. Instead, they were wiped out. The yellow water all over the ground inside the underground palace was actually what was left behind after her men were destroyed. A shocking rage welled up in the woman's heart. Who in the world destroyed my emperor's soldier? I am not like you. Achoo! Inside the super base, Ginger Yen inexplicably sneezed. He subconsciously rubbed his nose and frowned. How can I still catch a cold when I'm 100 times more physically fit as an adult? How strange. However, Zhang Yan's attention was quickly drawn to the person in front of him who was immobilized on the lab bed. Correctly speaking, the one on the experimental bed was not a human being, but one of the 6-headed zombies captured and returned by Zhang Yan. Lei Shuai. At this moment, Lei Shuai's limbs and neck were all fixed to the experimental bed by the supermetal. No matter how much it struggled, it could not be shaken by half. Zhang Yan turned around in front of the experimental bed with interest and nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad, very good experimental body. Looking at the pair of purple golden wings behind Lei Shuai's back, Zhang Yan said thoughtfully, "You're relying on this pair of wings to create thunder and lightning, aren't you? Come on, let's open the first step of the experiment. Let's separate this pair of your wings first." Zhang Yan held the scalpel with a frenzied face. Knowing that your zombie body is extremely hard, I have specially prepared a scalpel made of special material for you. This scalpel made of super alloy can easily cut through titanium alloy. And I don't think your body, after all, is tougher than titanium alloy. When Lei Shuai heard these words, his expression was extremely horrified. Even though it had some trouble hearing what the human in front of it was saying, there was one thing it knew. This human was going to use the knife he was holding to cut the wings off behind it. If he were a different person, Lei Shuai would have absolutely scoffed. After becoming a zombie, its body is as stiff as iron, and it is difficult for ordinary weapons to hurt it at all. What's more, the wings behind it, which were born from its anger, could not only emit thunder and lightning, but also sharpen iron like mud, comparable to a divine weapon. However, this human in front of him simply couldn't be measured by common sense. In the eyes of this zombie of its, this human was no different from the devil. Let go of me. Get off me. Lei Shuai finally couldn't help but let out a roar. Zhang Yan, however, smiled and shook his head. It's impossible to release. The only thing you can do is to cooperate well. Maybe when I've researched it thoroughly, I'll even let you live out your days here. Without waiting for Lei Shuai to say anything else, Zhang Yan's hand rose and fell. Ah! Lei Shuai's screams resounded throughout the lab. And in the lab, besides Zhang Yan, there was the presence of 5 other people. Well, it's 5 zombies. Stone Marshal, Wind Marshal, Fire Marshal, Ice Marshal, and Shadow Marshal were all secured to the other 5 lab beds. Hearing Lei Shuai's miserable screams, these 5 zombies, all of them were saddened by their hearts. I didn't expect that my hallowed Wind Marshal would actually be reduced to such a state after a few thousand years. The Wind Marshal had a sad face. Where is the Great Emperor? Why hasn't the Great Emperor come to save us? Could it be that the Great Emperor was also captured by this human? Fire Marshal bitterly inquired. I don't know. Maybe it's captured. Or maybe it's not. Ice Marshal was grief-stricken. What? How is this possible? Chapter 9, Chapter 0009, The Empress Seeking Revenge. Shi Shuai had a hard time accepting it. It's impossible for a great emperor to be captured. Absolutely impossible. In its heart, Emperor Ling Tian was invincible. A god above all beings. How can a god be captured? But the great empress didn't come out to save us. Besides the 6 of us, all of the emperor's soldiers were buried in the underground palace. Tell me, why from the beginning to the end, the great empress she didn't appear? The Ice Marshal asked rhetorically in a dispirited to the extreme. Shi Shuai was instantly unable to retort. Yeah, why didn't the Great One show up? The entire imperial army of the Earth Palace of several million. Just like that. It's gone. If the Great Emperor was fine, how could he let such a thing go unnoticed? Regardless of what these several zombie god marshals thought, there was no longer any way to change the fact that they had been reduced to prisoners and were at the mercy of others. In front of Ray Marshall's lab bed, Jiang Yan had already dissected off one of Thunder Marshall's wings. There are no gory images. There is no flowing blood in a zombie's body. Looking at the dissected down wings, Jiang Yan no longer paid attention to Lei Shuai, but held up the wings to survey them. The product of the combination of the Birdman gene and the Lightning attribute gene. Well, it's very valuable for research. Vivian, take it down for genetic decomposition to see if this gene can be replicated. Vivian's voice rang through the lab. Yes, master. A robotic booster, under Vivian's control, came to Jiang Yan's body and took Thunder Marshall's wings away. After doing this, Jiang Yan couldn't get enough of looking at Lei Shuai. To be honest, I'm curious as to what kind of existence you zombies are, and how you can still be the same as the living when you're obviously dead. Is it a mutation in the genetic sequence, or something else? I wish I could cut you open right now and study you more closely. Lei Shuai's face was twisted at this time, unable to say anything in pain. It wasn't the pain that caused it. Being a zombie, it had no sense of pain. Its pain was not physical, but a feeling it could not tell itself. It's like having your soul ripped out. Kill me. Kill me. Lei Shuai could only let out a mournful moan at this point. Looking at the pleading Lei Shuai in front of him, Jiang Yan was unmoved, but he had no intention of continuing the experiment. Jiang Yan took off his gloves while asking Vivian, Vivian, what time is it now? Xiao Wei's voice immediately rang out. Master, it's already 7 in the evening. What? It's 7 o'clock? Damn, if I don't go back, Mom's going to read about it again. Jiang Yan immediately walked out of the lab, took off his lab coat, and changed into a school uniform. Before he left, he did not urge Vivian, remember, grab those wings and analyze them, and keep me informed. For these few zombies with special abilities, Jiang Yan valued them. According to Zhang Qin, these zombies were people with special abilities before they were born, which indicated that there was a great possibility that these zombies belonged to genetic mutants before they were born. If this mutant gene could be extracted, perhaps, it could be copied in large quantities, allowing the mutants from the previous movie to be introduced to this world. Xiao Wei immediately assured, please don't worry, Master, I promised to work overtime to complete the task. Jiang Yan nodded slightly, then left the base with quick steps. The Ginger family villa. Jiang Yan had just stepped into the hall and immediately heard his mom, Fong Hongmei's voice. Why are you so late today? Jiang Yan followed the sound and saw that inside the hall, his old mom, Fong Hongmei, was sitting in front of the hall sofa peeling fruit. Beside her, there was another girl. The girl was no other than her cousin, Zhang Qin. Why did you come to my house? Seeing Zhang Qin, Jiang Yan looked puzzled. After coming out of the underground palace, Zhang Qin said she was tired and wanted to go home to rest. Jiang Yan didn't think much of it, so he just parted ways with her, then returned to the base and did his experiments. I didn't expect that Zhang Qin, who said he would go home and rest, would actually come to his house. You child, what are you talking about? You don't welcome Xiao Qin to your home? Fong Hongmei glared fiercely at Jiang Yan, then said to Zhang Qin, Xiao Qin, this brother of yours is just like this in nature. Don't worry about it, come and have some fruit. I heard that you've been sick for a while. Why don't you rest properly at home? Jiang Qin looked at Feng Hongmei, her eyes slightly red. She still can't forget that in her previous life, at the last moment, Mr. and Mrs. Feng Hongmei gave up their last hope of life to her, and the couple ended up in a plane crash with no bones left. Seeing Jiang Yan's mother again, Jiang Qin had the feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. Without realizing it, I couldn't help but shed a tear. Seeing Jiang Qin suddenly drop, Feng Hongmei was a bit flustered, and hurriedly comforted, "You child, why are you shedding tears for good reason? Is not bullied? Who bullied you and Auntie Feng who? Auntie Feng help you teach him a lesson," said Feng Hongmei, subconsciously looking towards Jiang Yan with a stern inquiry in her eyes. The meaning is obvious. Did you bully Jiang Qin? Jiang Yan felt a big black pot falling from the sky and snapping straight to his head. "Mom, what are you looking at me for? It's not like you think I'm bullying my cousin, right?" Jiang Yan looked aggrieved. "Is it not you? I do know that early this morning, you took Xiao Qin out. If you hadn't bullied her, how could she have cried?" Feng Hongmei had a face of accountability. Jiang Yan was even more aggrieved. "What do you mean he took Jiang Qin out? That is, he bullied Jiang Qin. What kind of reasoning is this?" He was about to say a few words in his own defense, when Jiang Qin spoke. "Auntie Feng, you misunderstood. Jiang Yan didn't bully me. I just remembered something from the past. That's why I shed tears. It has nothing to do with Jiang Yan." Ginger Yan immediately chimed in. "See, I said it has nothing to do with me, right?" Feng Hongmei unreasonably glared at Jiang Yan and immediately comforted Jiang Qin. "It's best if it's nothing to do with him. If it's this brat Jiang Yan that bullies you, be sure to talk to Auntie Feng. Auntie Feng will clean him up for you." Jiang Qin saw Feng Hongmei defending her so much. Her heart was even more touched. Her body couldn't control herself and went forward to hug Feng Hongmei. "Auntie Feng, there's nothing wrong with me. I just want to hug you." Feng Hongmei flabbergasted for a moment, and then gently patted Jiang Qin's back. "You child, what grievances in your heart don't hold back." And Auntie Feng said, "You're the daughter I watched grow up, and there's no difference between a real daughter and a real daughter in my heart. That dad of yours is out of tune. He didn't know to find someone to take care of you for so many years. Suffering you child." Jiang Qin shook her head. "It's not bitter. My father is good to me, and I have Auntie Feng and great uncle. You are all my closest relatives. I wouldn't be where I am today without you guys. Thank you. Thank you for leaving me the hope of survival in your past lives." With these last words, Jiang Qin was speaking inwardly. Feng Hongmei laughed softly and shook her head. "We're all family. Why say thank you? It's too much to ask, isn't it?" Jiang Qin at this time has already adjusted the mentality, smiled and nodded. "Yes, the family does not talk about two families. Say more than the apparent alienation. I will treat my father and treat you as a general filial piety as biological parents." When Feng Hongmei heard this, she immediately smiled and couldn't stop smiling. "That's a good feeling. I've long taken you as my own daughter. In the future, if there is anything, despite coming to find your Auntie Feng and your great uncle, your father, who doesn't care about you, we manage. Don't ever let yourself be aggrieved. Do you know that?" Jiang Qin smiled sweetly. "Got it, Mom Feng." The sound of Feng Ma made Feng Hongmei rejoice straight to her heart. She had given birth to just one son, Jiang Yan, and had always hoped for another daughter. It had long been his intention to recognize Jiang Qin as his daughter. "I just never knew what Ginger Qin wanted." Now that she finally got what she wanted, Feng Hongmei was naturally overjoyed. Feng Hongmei was jubilant, but Jiang Yan's face darkened. Did Jiang Qin come to his house to recognize her mother? "So, sis, do you have business? If not, I'm going back to my room." Ginger Yan was a bit sour. He didn't object to Jiang Qin being close to his parents. What he soured on was Feng Hongmei's attitude. To him, his own son is a cross-eyed, but to Jiang Qin is full of love and care. Make him look like an adopted one. Naturally there is something to find you. Let's go out and talk. Sensing that Jiang Yan was a bit impatient, Jiang Qin smiled and got up to say to Feng Hongmei, "Mom Feng, Jiang Yan and I have some things to talk about, so I'll leave you alone for now." Jiang Qin apologized with an apologetic face. "Alright, then you guys go and get busy." Feng Hongmei gazed at Jiang Yan and reprimanded, "Treat your sister well and no bullying." With a black line on his face, Jiang Yan didn't say anything and went straight upstairs. Seeing this, Jiang Qin immediately followed. Feng Hongmei looked at the backs of the two men, her face full of smiles. What a good child. If it wasn't a child of Lao San's family, how good it would be. But anyway, it's the oldest family's adopted daughter, so it would be nice to become a family if it's right. Inside Jiang Yan's room, Ginger Yen casually dropped her book bag on the desk and collapsed onto the couch with her entire body. Say, what's it to me? Jiang Qin didn't care about Jiang Yan's smelly face, leaning back on a chair with a smile, her long and slender legs buckled together. What? Angry? Jiang Yan said without any good humor. I can't be angry when you've come to rob my parents? Jiang Qin laughed softly. I didn't think you were still a cautious person. Your parents saved my life in my previous life. It's normal for me to be close to her. Ginger Yen said helplessly. I know. It's not like that's what I'm mad about. But my mom's attitude towards you is much better than my own son. Okay, down to business. What exactly did you come to see me about? Jiang Qin was very outspoken. Of course I came to ask you for a room with abundant aura. It's been less than 5 days since the aura revival. I need to raise my strength as soon as possible. Jiang Yan laughed indistinctly. You are not polite. Why are you polite? I'm your sister. Jiang Qin justified. Tone and demeanor and Mom Fong Hongmei like. Jiang Yan, however, could not refute it. Emotionally, Jiang Qin was recognized by Jiang Yan as his sister. After all, they grew up together. The underground palace zombies have been solved. The biggest crisis in Jiangdu has been dissolved. Why are you still in such a hurry to improve your strength? Jiang Yan didn't really understand Jiang Qin. The underground palace zombies are gone. There are still ferocious beasts. Even after that we have solved the ferocious beasts crisis, there is still that Ling Tian Emperor in the underground palace as a hidden danger. The other thing is that the woman who appeared on the internet today is also a hidden crisis. I have to enhance my strength as soon as possible in order to deal with any crises that may happen in the future. Jiang Qin said with a straight face. Don't think that you can rest on your laurels just because the Earth Palace zombies are gone. After the revival of the aura, the entire world will be in a state of turmoil. All sorts of crises can erupt with it. Perhaps, you have the ability to solve the crisis in Jiangdu, but can you solve the crisis in the entire world? The only way we can protect the people we want to protect is to get stronger fast and keep getting stronger. Jiang Yan was stunned by Jiang Qin's words. It took him a long time before he responded dully. Isn't it just using a room that gathers spiritual qi? Is there a need to talk about all this axiom? Wouldn't it be better to just give it to you to use? Jiang Qin smiled. It's not just me. There's also you. From today onwards, you and I will cultivate together. Ginger Yen was dumbfounded. What? And me? Late at night, above a high building in Jiangdu City, the dragon-robed woman in the daytime was standing at the edge of the rooftop with her eyes closed. Feeling something. No, not on this side either. No spiritual power fluctuations have been felt throughout Jiangdu. So who on earth destroyed my imperial army? Right at this moment, the dragon-robed woman suddenly felt something and her gaze suddenly condensed. Someone is extracting the aura of the entire Jiangdu? The woman's eyes immediately looked in one direction. She could clearly sense that the faint aura of the entire Jiangdu was converging in this direction. The woman's gaze chilled. Finally, I've found you. In the next moment, the woman flew up and headed towards the place where the auras converged. Soon, the woman's figure appeared outside the Jiang family villa. It's here. The woman's face was cold, and a monstrous killing chance flashed in her gaze, just as the woman was about to force her way into the Jiang family. In the darkness, a dozen tall black shadows surged out from around the Jiang family villa, but it was the sentry robot that was used by Jiang Yan to protect the Jiang family. Puppets? The woman's brows furrowed, and she could tell at a glance that the dozen or so sentry robots were not human. The woman laughed coldly. Even a mere puppet can stop me. The woman's figure disappeared in an instant, and by the time she appeared, she was already in front of one of the sentry robots. Without any hesitation, the woman's finger made a point on the head of the sentry robot. A powerful aura followed the woman's fingertips and instantly surged into the sentinel robot body. Bang! 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 The body of this sentinel robot made a frying bean-like explosion, and then fell to the ground with a thud. Almost as soon as the sentinel robot fell to the ground, inside the underground superintelligent base of the Jiang family villa, Jiang Yan, who was boringly absorbing aura, heard Vivian's urgent voice. Master, it's bad. Someone has trespassed into the Jiang family and managed to destroy a sentry robot that was secretly protecting the Jiang family. Jiang Yan's eyes snapped open. What did you say? Xiao Wei said anxiously. Master, someone is trying to break into the Jiang family. It's not good. She's already managed to destroy 5 sentinel robots. Master, your family is in danger. Jiang Yan got up almost immediately, and the mark mech instantly covered his entire body. Jiang Yan's movement woke up Jiang Qin, who was meditating aside. What happened? Jiang Yan said in a cold voice. Someone has come to my Jiang clan's door. You continue to meditate. I'll go take a look. Saying that, Jiang Yan piloted the Mark mech and flew straight out. Seeing this, Jiang Qin immediately shouted, "Wait! I'll go with you." Just when she chased out of the room, where was Jiang Yan's figure? Chapter 10, Chapter 0010, The Terrifying Empress. Outside the Jiang family villa, a dozen or so sentinel robots fell to the ground, and all the structures within their bodies were completely destroyed, considered to be completely scrapped. The dragon-robed woman, however, frowned slightly. "This puppet is such a hard material. Bearing my blow actually didn't shatter?" The dragon-robed woman lifted a sentry robot weighing several thousand pounds with one hand and looked it up and down. "It's actually made of fine steel? The person who cast these puppets has some skill. Unfortunately, it's just that if you're capable of doing it again, destroying my imperial army and spoiling my grand plan, you're not worthy of death." The dragon-robed woman exerted a slight force, and the sentinel robot in her hand split apart in an instant, turning into a pile of debris. The woman's eyes then looked towards the Jiang family villa. "Not coming out yet? Are you waiting for me to go in?" As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yan and the villa piloted the Mark mecha up into the air and hovered over the Jiang family gate. "It's actually you?" Jiang Yan, who saw the situation at the entrance clearly, was slightly shocked. Wasn't this the dragon-robed woman he had seen on the video during the day? Jiang Qin had said that this woman was extremely dangerous and it was best not to mess with her. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yan hadn't gone to provoke the other party, and the other party had already hit his doorstep. The dragon-robed woman looked at Jiang Yan suspended in the sky, her gaze sinking slightly. "I hate raising my head to talk to people," he said, raising his right hand and pressing down hard. Drip, drip, drip. Mech encountered unknown force field. Flight booster disabled. Drip, drip, drip. Encountered an unidentified force field. Flight booster disabled. The intelligence system inside the mech kept sending out alarms. Without waiting for Jiang Yan to react, he was viciously pressed down by a powerful force and fell directly from the sky. Jiang Yan immediately adjusted his body and landed firmly on the ground. Yet that wasn't all. The inexplicable stance that remained. Jiang Yan inside the mech, kneeling on one knee with his hands propped up on the ground, only barely managed to carry the pressure. The dragon-robed woman looked down on Jiang Yan and said faintly, "That's more like it. It's never been me looking down on others. When have I ever looked up to others? You are the master of this room? It was you who just extracted the aura of the entire city, wasn't it?" The dragon-robed woman carelessly looked down at Jiang Yan, inquiring indifferently. Inside the mech, Jiang Yan looked grave and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why are you looking for trouble from my Jiang family?" The dragon-robed woman's fingers gently swung down. With a loud boom, Jiang Yan's Mark mecha was directly crushed to the ground by the huge force field. "It is I who is asking you, so answer whatever you are asked." Inside the mech, Jiang Yan's face was red, and he felt as if his entire body was being pressed by a huge mountain, making him unable to move at all. If he didn't have the Mark mech in his body, and his physical fitness was 100 times that of a normal person, at this point, he was afraid that he would have already become a puddle of flesh under this pressure. Right? Who was this woman and how could she have such terrifying power? But no matter who it was, Jiang Yan wasn't going to sit around and wait. "Vivian, still no support? It's nice to see your master me being abused, isn't it? Coming. Master, I didn't see that the enemy was too strong and went to mobilize reinforcements." Xiao Wei's voice rang out in time. In the next moment, a super cool mecha descended from the sky and fiercely punched towards the dragon-robed woman. The dragon-robed woman's gaze went cold as she swung her hand and punched against the mech that suddenly appeared. Boo! Both fists met. The dragon-robed woman's expression changed slightly, and her entire body flew out backwards. The asphalt road under her feet was directly brought out into a long deep pit. It was also the moment the dragon-robed woman was sent flying that the pressure on Jiang Yan immediately disappeared. Recovering, Jiang Yan looked up at the mecha that had rushed to support him. "EVA tester armor? How did you get this thing to work?" "EVA test mech. Is Jiang Yan imitation of Evangelion in the mech prototype imitation. However, EVA prototype mech technical level is very high. Jiang Yan's current level can only do an experimental body. It's not even close to the real EVA prototype. After all, the EVA prototype mechs are so powerful that one shot destroys a city or even destroys the existence of the entire planet. The equivalent of a nuclear weapon in a mech. It can't be helped, master. The incoming enemy is very powerful. The sentry robot is currently not enough to pose a threat to it. Vivian had to use this mech," Vivian said to Jiang Yan with an apology. It knew that the tester armor was still immature, but it just couldn't care less about that in its haste. In Vivian's consciousness, the protection of her master's life was the first element, and all the rest were ranked after that. "Alright, There's no blame on you. I didn't expect this woman to be so terrifying. Jiang Qin's words are pretty accurate. Jiang Yan slightly stretched his body, his gaze looking in the direction of the dragon-robed woman. By now, the dragon-robed woman had already stabilized her body. She gazed over to the EVA experimental mech somewhat surprised. Another puppet? And it's more than one level more powerful than those puppets just now. It's actually stronger than me in terms of power. This kind of puppet is a bit interesting. However, a puppet is a puppet after all, and in being strong it only exists in power. The woman slightly straightened her dragon robe and slowly walked towards Jiang Yan's side with full poise. It was only when she had just taken 2 steps that she realized that countless black shadows had suddenly sprung up around her. These black shadows came out of the darkness, and they were actually the same kind of puppets that had stopped her before. The woman did not place any importance on this kind of puppet, and just as she was about to move on, she frowned slightly, because she realized that the number of such puppets seemed to be increasing. OMG! The army of Sentinel robots has finally arrived. Vivian breathed a long sigh of relief. As he watched countless Sentinel robots emerge from the surroundings, Jiang Yan's heart fell just the same. Perhaps a dozen or 2 dozen Sentinel robots couldn't hinder the dragon-robed woman. But what about 100? What about 1,000? 10,000? There were 100,000 Sentinel robots under Jiang Yan's command. I've spent enough time with this woman. Jiang Yan thought so, but suddenly realized that a mocking sneer appeared at the corner of that dragon-robed woman's mouth. If you want to stop me just like that, you are a bit too naive. A bad feeling immediately rose in Jiang Yan's heart. Then, the terrifying force field that was felt before reappeared, still of the massive kind. Jiang Yan was instantly crushed down, and all the surrounding sentry robots weren't much better. One by one, they were directly crushed to the ground as if 1,000 times gravity had been added to their bodies. The corners of the dragon-robed woman's mouth rose as she walked towards Jiang Yan with an elegant yet dignified stride. The only one present who was unaffected was the EVA experimental mech. Don't even think about hurting my master. Vivian immediately took control of the EVA experimental mecha and blocked in front of the woman. The dragon-robed woman smiled faintly. I said, in terms of power, this puppet of yours does have merit, but it is also limited to power. Saying that, the dragon-robed woman took a step and instantly crossed over the EVA experimental mech and appeared behind it. The woman was taking a step before the person had arrived at Jiang Yan's heels. The woman looked down at Jiang Yan and said indifferently, I have to say that you are truly amazingly talented in the attainment of puppets, but you know nothing about how powerful I am. With great difficulty, Jiang Yan raised his head and his face armor dropped to reveal his true face. Only Jiang Yan wore a forced smile on his face, but his mouth said without any desire to give in. Really? Then I'll return the favor. You're equally ignorant of the power of technology. The woman in dragon robe laughed mockingly. What? You still want to resist? Do you know that in front of me? You are just a mole cricket. How can a small mole cricket dare to defend the sky? Jiang Yan snorted, his hand already gripping the molecular compression cannon in preparation for a last-ditch effort. Right at this moment, Jiang Qin's voice suddenly rang out. How do you know that a mole cannot defend the sky? Chapter 11, Chapter 0011, Shura Female Demon vs Drought Demoness. Ha! There's actually a mole cricket? The dragon-robed woman swept a faint glance toward a dark corner. Jiang Qin's figure slowly stepped out of the darkness. Well, still a cultivator? The destruction of those imperial troops of mine had something to do with you, didn't it? The woman's gaze was cold, and there was a morose tone in her voice. The imperial army? Me? Your Emperor Ling Tian? You're actually a woman? Jiang Qin was slightly stunned and looked at the dragon-robed woman in surprise. Hearing this, Jiang Yan also looked at the dragon-robed woman in surprise. Emperor Ling Tian was actually a woman? Or a woman who had appeared online before? The dragon-robed woman smiled coldly. I didn't expect that my emperor's name would still be remembered after thousands of years. Not bad. I am the Ling Tian Emperor. Correctly speaking, I am the Ling Tian female emperor. Empress Ling Tian? So that's it. Jiang Qin was dazed. He also understood why he hadn't found the Ling Tian Emperor's coffin in the underground palace before. It turned out that the Empress had come out of the world and had briefly left the underground palace for a while. Instead, she and Jiang Yan happened to be in the middle of this time to bring down someone's lair. No wonder this Empress beat down the door. You have harmed my Emperor's soldiers, destroyed my foundation, and spoiled my 1,000-year plan. Your crime is unforgivable. Say it, how do you want to die? Empress Ling Tian's face was expressionless as she looked coldly at both Jiang Qin and Jiang Yan. Jiang Qin laughed coldly. It is your foundation that is destroyed. It is your grand plan that is ruined. You hibernate for thousands of years, letting the millions of people under your command become zombies to be used for you. wanting to establish a corpse capital and set up an eternal kingdom at the time of the recovery of the aura. Do you really think that no one knows about it? If we don't destroy your foundation, when the aura recovers in a few days, the millions of zombies under your command will all mutate. And won't tens of millions of people in the entire Jiangdu city become the souls of those under your sword? Empress Ling Tian frowned slightly. How dare you be so clear about my plans? Who exactly are you? Jiang Qin coldly said. Naturally, I am your great enemy. Not only do I want to destroy your foundation and jeopardize your grand plan, I also want to kill you here today. Empress Ling Tian seemed to have heard some great joke. Kill me? Just you? But you just set foot in cultivation. Who gave you the courage to say this? Jiang Qin's gaze was cold, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted around her. My courage comes from myself. 9 changes of Shura. The first change, blood Shura. Instantly, scarlet blood chi surged out from around Jiang Qin's body to fill his entire body. When the blood chi dissipated, Jiang Qin's entire appearance had changed drastically. A touch of bloody red lips, a bright red mark floated on his forehead. His pupils were dark red, and the ends of his eyes were as if he had put on red makeup. Enchanting, beautiful, and with a strong aura of killing. In combination with a scarlet red blood clothes and a scarlet red sword, it was really like a female Shura in the world. Seeing the change in Jiang Qin, both Jiang Yan and Empress Ling Tian froze. Jiang Yan was stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Qin to have this kind of tactic, and suddenly remembered that when the two of them were talking before, Jiang Qin claimed to be a cultivation demoness. At that time, Jiang Yan thought that it was a joke, but now it seems that I'm afraid it's not really blown out of proportion. On the contrary, Empress Ling Tian's face wasn't so good. The Shura clan's divine art. You actually obtained the Shura clan's inheritance. After Jiang Qin's transformation, her character seemed to have undergone a huge transformation as well, her eyes raging with battle intent as she licked the red lips at the corners of her mouth. Without a few cards, how can I call the shots with you? The 1,000-year-old undead female demon? Cut the crap and let me see what tricks you. A 5,000-year-old undead female demon. Have up your sleeve. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Qin instantly disappeared. And in the next moment, the scarlet greatsword appeared above Empress Ling Tian's head. Empress Ling Tian's face was as frosty as she let out a cold snort. And with a lift of her right hand, an ancient sword with an extraordinary aura appeared in her hand. Wave a hand to block. Boom! A tremendous amount of might instantly erupted between Jiang Qin and the Empress. The ground beneath the two men's feet directly exploded, forming a huge deep pit. Blood Shura slash. Jiang Qin bellowed. The scarlet greatsword in his hand was like a blood-colored storm, and he was chopping furiously at the Ling Tian Empress. The Ling Tian Empress swung her sword repeatedly, and was forced by Jiang Qin's greatsword to keep falling back. The look on his face also turned icy cold. Learning a bit of the Shura clan's divine abilities, you dare to show off in front of me. You really don't know how to write the word death. The Ling Tian Empress eyes showed a fierce light, and suddenly a roaring red flames erupted around her body. As soon as this red flame appeared, it emitted an extremely terrifying high temperature. The concrete pavement was immediately melted into lava-like form by the heat. Even the surrounding buildings showed signs of melting. Jiang Qin was shocked and lost her voice. A drought demon body? You actually cultivated into a drought demon. The drought demon is now in the world, and the land is red for thousands of miles. The red flames contained in its body could burn all things. Jiang Qin instantly retreated, pulling away the distance between him and Empress Ling Tian. However, the moment Empress Ling Tian transformed into a drought demon, the temperature of the entire Jiangdu rose geometrically. How can Jiang Qin and Jiang Yan get out of it when they are both in the core of the heat? Damn! This Ling Tian Empress has actually cultivated into the body of a drought demon. These are big troubles. I'm afraid that the entire Jiangdu will be melted by her. Jiang Qin retreated to Jiang Yan's side, his expression unsightly. Jiang Yan was similarly gloomy. The intense heat made him breathe as if he were carrying an intense blaze. More importantly, Jiang Yan realized that the Jiang family villa was already showing signs of melting. His parents are still at the villa. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan could no longer hold back his anger. Damn! Let's fight! I still don't believe that any living creature can still escape the quantum law. With that said, without saying a word, Jiang Yan fired a shot at the Ling Tian Empress who had already transformed into a drought demon. Instantly, the surrounding temperature dropped at an alarming rate. The Ling Tian Empress, who had transformed into a drought demon, had shrunk to a crimson grain of rice bubbling with ultra-high temperatures at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene caused Jiang Qin, who was next to him, to open her mouth wide in shock. The Empress, who had transformed into a drought demon, could actually be made smaller by the molecular compression cannon in Jiang Yan's hand? Then what was the point of her risking so much just now to fight against the Ling Tian Empress? If I had known, I would have let Jiang Yan directly give this Empress a shot. Jiang Qin's expression crumbled a bit. The shrunken Empress was also in a state of confusion at this point. Still haven't figured out what happened. It was clear that she had taken on the form of a drought demon and was going to incinerate everything, including the city, with thunderous force. But I didn't realize that things around me suddenly got bigger. It was only when she reacted that she suddenly realized that she was the one who was getting smaller. And it gets very, very small. She wanted to use the power of the drought demon to fight it. But no matter how she worked her power, she couldn't stop the change. It didn't stop until she became the size of an ant. Empress Ling Tian was shocked. No idea at all why things have turned out the way they have. Obviously, she had the strength to crush her opponent, but she was made to look like this by this inexplicable means of the other party. Chapter 12 Chapter 0012 The Suffocating Empress. Powerful NZT 48. After her body shrunk, the Empress felt her power plummet at an extremely rapid rate as well, and it was already less than 1/10,000th of what it was before. Faced with such a situation, the Empress's only thought was to quickly escape from here. Retaliate when your body recovers. However, where Jiang Yan and Jiang Qin would let the Empress escape, with a sway of Jiang Qin's figure, the person had arrived in front of the Empress, leaning down to look at the female emperor who was like a mole cricket. He sneered, "Didn't you say we were mole crickets before? Now, why don't you tell us who is the mole cricket?" The Empress didn't even talk nonsense with Jiang Qin. Her figure flashed and quickly disappeared. Then, with a thud, it hit an iron wall. But it was Jiang Yan's big feet in his mech. "My dear Empress Ling Tian, where are you going?" Jiang Yan looked at the Empress with a teasing face. The Empress's heart went cold. It was important to know that at her peak, she could span thousands of meters between steps. I didn't expect that after shrinking, the aptitude was still there, but it was not enough, and it only crossed a distance of a few dozen meters, and was easily intercepted by Jiang Yan. Despicable villain. If you have the ability to restore my body and speak with real skill, using such treacherous means to deal with me, I am not convinced. The Empress blushed and glared angrily. But how could Jiang Yan see clearly what expression the Empress, who was only the size of an ant, was making, and he couldn't even hear the Empress's angry voice. Jiang Yan reached out and was about to pinch the Empress up. "How dare you? Who allowed you to touch my body?" The Empress was shocked and furious, and immediately transformed into a rice grain dry drought demon, emitting a faint red heat all over her body. "Hey, you've become like this, and you still dare to resist." Although she was only the size of an ant, however, the Empress, who was incarnated as a drought demon, was still able to emit red heat, making it easily untouchable. It was Jiang Yan's mecha-clad palm that was enough to melt through. However, the shame radiating from the current Empress was far less than a millionth of what it had been before. Facing the rice grain version of the drought demon Empress, Jiang Yan was very dry and directly activated the over-the-top refrigeration system in the mech, and gave the rice grain version of the Empress a blast of dry ice. Dry ice at 70 to 80 degrees below zero instantly solidified the rice grain version of the Empress into a tiny version of an ice sculpture. "Little fellow, you can't be cured yet," Jiang Yan lightly grunted, casually pulling out a glass vessel and filling it with the Empress who had frozen into an ice sculpture. Seeing this, Jiang Qin frowned. "What? Such a dangerous character. You want to bring it back for experimentation too?" Jiang Yan rightfully said. "Of course, the more dangerous it is, the greater the value of the experiment." Jiang Qin said with some disagreement. "Aren't you afraid of something going wrong? You've seen the terror of the Ling Tian Empress. In case something goes wrong, it would truly be a disaster. Why don't you just exterminate it to end the future?" Jiang Yan smiled and shook his head. "What a waste to exterminate. It's because I've seen her power that I'm going to study it. If we can extract the power from her through technological means, it will be immeasurably beneficial to us." Speaking of this, Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Qin with a somewhat serious expression. But then again, after the aura recovery, how many existences like the Ling Tian female emperor are there? What level is this female emperor considered to be after the aura recovery? Jiang Qin thought for a moment and said, "Based on the strength that the Empress is displaying right now alone, it's enough to be comparable to a lord-level ferocious beast after the aura revival." Jiang Yan was a bit disappointed. This Empress can even transform into a drought demon. How come she's only comparable to a lord-level ferocious beast? This is too weak. Jiang Qin directly gave Jiang Yan a blank stare. Weak? Now is before the aura recovery. Without enough aura support, she can transform into a drought demon with just her own strength. If we put it after the aura recovery, do you know how terrifying she will become? She'll explode 1,000 times more powerful than she is now. Jiang Yan was shocked. So horrible? Jiang Qin coldly said. Of course. You don't think that a true drought demon only has this much power, do you? The drought demon form that this empress has just taken on is only the initial form. A full-form drought demon would be more than 10,000 times as powerful as the current one. Imperial-level ferocious beasts are all destroyed in front of her with a backhand. Now do you still think she's weak? Jiang Yan secretly smacked his lips. He didn't expect that this female empress could become so terrifying after the aura revival. Fortunately his molecular compression cannon could work on her. Otherwise, he would have to use some super technological weapons that even he couldn't control. After hearing what I've said, do you still want to bring this empress back for study now? Jiang Qin stared at Jiang Yan and asked in a deep voice. Of course, the more powerful she is, the more I'll have to study it, and if I encounter such a drought demon again in the future, I'll be able to develop targeted weapons, won't I? Instead of giving up, Jiang Yan's eyes radiated a strong interest. Forget it, you're the one who captured the person. Since you have to study it, I won't stop you, but make sure you take precautions. In case something goes wrong, you know the consequences. Facing Jiang Yan who still refused to give up, Jiang Qin was somewhat helpless. However, the seriousness of the matter had been clearly explained to Jiang Yan, and she believed that he should be able to handle it. After all, Jiang Yan's hands were flailing with technological power that even she couldn't see through. Just then, Jiang Qin's face turned slightly white. With a poof, a mouthful of blood directly sprayed out, and his entire body instantly went limp. The blood Shura form that had been maintained finally couldn't be sustained and simply dispersed. The sudden change made Jiang Yan startled. His eyes and hands were quick to hold Jiang Qin. What's wrong with you? Jiang Qin shook her head weakly. It doesn't matter. This is the price I pay for forcibly utilizing my cultivation avatar. Rest for 2 days and I'll be able to recover. It's just that for the past 2 days, I'll have no cultivation at all and become an ordinary person with no hands. Jiang Yan was slightly relieved. It's good that you're fine. I thought something was wrong with your body. If it's just a matter of weakness, I'll take you back to the base later to help you inject a reinforcing gene potion, which should help you recover quickly. Jiang Qin nodded slightly and looked around. The question now is, what to do about the aftermath here? Truth be told, the outside of the Ginger Villa was a bit heavily vandalized. The entire roadway was completely damaged and some of the buildings showed signs of being toasted. The facilities in the villa area were even completely destroyed. Hey, what do I think is going on? Don't worry, don't look like this place is more damaged now, but it recovers quickly. Don't forget, I have a base of robots to serve me. Jiang Qin frowned. You can recover from the environment, but with such a big commotion, I'm afraid that it has already alarmed the others in the villa area. Speaking of this, Jiang Qin gave a slight beat and said with some doubts, right, just now, causing so much commotion, how come the people in the villa area didn't move at all? Jiang Yan hemmed and hawed. Of course they didn't move. If they did, wouldn't we have to go east? I don't want to break the current peace just yet. Jiang Qin froze. So you've moved against everyone in the villa area? Jiang Yan smiled. Not really hands and feet. All neighbors. I just let Xiaowei on the whole villa area people with a little sleep aid gas. Rest assured that harmless to the human body, but instead can help the human body to enter a deep sleep, beneficial to physical and mental health. Jiang Qin nodded her head slightly. She believed that Jiang Yan would not do anything that would jeopardize the residents of the villa area. After all, there were still Jiang Yan's parents among these people. Let's go. Carry me back. I don't even have the strength to walk now. Jiang Qin leaned in Jiang Yan's arms and said breathlessly. Jiang Yan nodded, and without any politeness, he picked Jiang Qin up by the waist, and with a stomp of his feet, the whole person shot up into the sky and disappeared into the darkness quickly. It was also right after Jiang Yan left. Countless robots of various shapes and sizes poured out from around the Zheng family villa, quickly make repairs to the surroundings and various facilities. 2 hours later, the robot army withdrew. The outside of the Zheng family villa was restored as if it had never been damaged. Inside the underground base, the room where Jiang Qin is, Jiang Qin felt her body with some surprise. Actually recovered? And my body. It's actually more than 10 times stronger than before. The corners of Jiang Yan's mouth rose as he laughed. How about it? I told you that the gene enhancement potion is useful. Jiang Qin looked at Jiang Yan. No wonder you were able to reach 100 times the quality of a normal person overnight before. I was wondering at the time, even with sufficient aura cultivation, it's impossible to make your body 100 times stronger overnight. This gene strengthening potion of yours, it's very good. It should come in handy in the future. Speaking of which, Jiang Qin's gaze looked towards Jiang Yan's gaze moved. Since you have this kind of potion, have you considered giving it to cultivate your own forces? After the recovery of the aura, the world pattern will be subject to a major reshuffle. So if we can cultivate a group of our own class, we will also be able to strengthen the Jiang family. Jiang Yan froze, then shook his head. My mind is on research. I don't have the heart to compete for fame and fortune, but if you have this mind, I can provide you with help. Like this gene strengthening potion, I can provide you with a steady stream of it. But pro sisters and brothers also need to be clear about their accounts. Providing it for free is definitely impossible. What you want, you need to take something with research value in exchange. Jiang Qin didn't refute Jiang Yan's words, but asked back. Like what? Jiang Yan thought for a moment, such as a ferocious beast, or an existence like the Ling Tian Empress, or some special people and things. Jiang Qin instantly understood what Jiang Yan meant and nodded her head crisply. Alright, in the future, any ferocious beasts I capture, or ferocious beast corpses can be given to you, and if I come across some special creatures or items, I'll also send them to you as much as possible. What about you? What else can you offer besides this genetically enhanced potion? Jiang Yan thought for a moment and said, that depends on what you want. I basically have technological products here, such as robots, mechs, all kinds of black tech weapons, monitoring devices, and genetic potions. Jiang Qin thought for a moment. Is there a potion that can increase enlightenment? Jiang Yan froze. Increase enlightenment? Jiang Qin nodded her head gently. Right. No matter if it's a martial arts cultivator or a Taoist cultivator. Physical qualification is one aspect, and enlightenment is also one aspect. Some people have empty qualifications without any enlightenment, and some people have enlightenment alone without any qualifications. In terms of physical qualifications, your genetic enhancement potion can solve that. So I wanted to ask if you have a potion that solves the enlightenment aspect? When Jiang Qin threw out this question, she was actually just holding on to the idea of giving it a try. She also knew that while physical qualifications were good to fix, enlightenment was difficult. After all, in her opinion, people are born with enlightenment. I do have a medicine that can increase one's intelligence for a short period of time. If you don't have it, forget it. Wait, what did you say? Jiang Qin looked at Jiang Yan in surprise. Jiang Yan laughed. I now have one in my hand that can increase a person's intelligence for a short period of time, but whether it can increase enlightenment, I don't know. Jiang Qin was pleasantly surprised. What kind of medicine? Can I try it? Jiang Yan thought about it or nodded. Yes. For Jiang Qin, Jiang Yan still trusted him. Vivian, bring me a copy of NZT-48. Yes, master. Soon. A robot assistant delivered a bottle of NZT-48. Jiang Yan introduced. This medicine is called NZT-48. The effect is 3 days. This medicine can quickly open up every nerve joint in the human body, allowing the human body to have an unforgettable memory and super intelligence. Within 3 days after taking it, it is able to be unforgettable, become superbly verbal, energetic, clear-minded and agile, and can even recombine and organize and draw inferences from details and information that are usually not easy to notice in an instant. But once the medicine wears off, it hits back. And of course those who have learned things don't forget them. It just takes time to solidify them. Jiang Qin's eyes immediately lit up. Quick, give me one to try. Jiang Yan nodded and handed her an NZT-48 to her. Without any hesitation, Jiang Qin directly took it. Soon, she felt the powerful potency of NZT-48. The memories of 10,000 years of her previous life in her mind replayed in her mind like a movie. And even every detail could be recalled by her. Her mind then began to analyze at a rapid pace. Her thinking sharp to an unimaginable degree. Following the thought, Jiang Qin summarized what she had learned in her previous life, in organizing the inference. Soon, she actually realized a brand new, uniquely her own Gong method from what she had learned in her previous life. Only after a long time did Jiang Qin slowly open his eyes and marveled. I didn't expect that you would actually develop this kind of medicine. Just one of them has sharpened my mind to such an extent that the impact of this kind of medicine, if it were to be released, would simply be unimaginable. So, how does it feel? Does this medicine help with enlightenment? Jiang Yan asked curiously. More than that, it's simply powerful beyond words. After taking this medicine, I'm only afraid that an idiot can become a genius. Jiang Qin did not mince words in her praise. It's that this medicinal effect is too counterintuitive. I'm afraid that I won't be able to avoid trouble in the future. Jiang Qin frowned slightly. Jiang Qin certainly knew the truth about harboring a jade ring. Once this medicine was released, it was bound to be coveted by countless people. That's not a good thing after the aura revival. After thinking about it, Jiang Qin asked, is there any medicine of this kind that is nearly as potent? Preferably the kind that will still produce side effects after stopping the medicine. Jiang Yan froze when he heard this. The medicine is almost as effective and has to have side effects. Isn't that the original NZT-48? You want that version? Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. So there is? Jiang Yan gently nodded. Well, yes there is. After the original NZT-48 is taken frequently, suddenly stopping the drug will result in a splitting headache and vomiting and dizziness, while the memory will be blanked out and accompanied by symptoms such as confused thinking and inability to focus attention. And the potency can't be compared to what you're taking. There's at least a level difference. Jiang Qin perked up. That's what it takes. It's the poorly potent ones, with side effects, that are best used to develop talent. Alright then, when you want it, feel free to come to me. I'll have Vivian Batch produce a batch of the original version out. Jiang Yan nodded. Jiang Qin laughed softly. Then let's have fun working together. Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Qin with an odd expression. Are you sure it's cooperation between us? Why do I get the feeling that you have an empty glove meaning? Jiang Qin couldn't help but let out a silver bell-like laugh. Don't worry. Sis will not pit you against anyone, my good brother. Only her gaze seemed to pass through her memories and back to her previous life. One final silent voice from the heart. In my previous life I was alone, and you bullied me, insulted me, trampled on me, and made me struggle. In a new life, I will find you one by one to collect the debts of my past life. Chapter 13 Chapter 0013 Did these two kids sleep together last night? Inside one of the laboratories within the superintelligent base, Empress Ling Tian was contained within a special glass container. The body that was previously frozen in dry ice had also recovered. The only thing that hasn't recovered is body size. She's still in a milquetoast state. Upon regaining her mobility, the Empress' first thought was to escape. So between them, they transformed into dryads and tried to melt a hole in the glass container. However, what she didn't expect was that no matter how much she used the drought demon red flame, she couldn't shake the glass container in the slightest. The Empress was shocked and furious, and tried all sorts of methods, but still to no avail. In the end she could only give up helplessly. Shortly afterward, the door to the lab was pushed open. Ginger Yen walked in. Seeing Jiang Yan, the Empress immediately slumped down on the glass container, knocked fiercely, and angrily rebuked. Let me out, you despicable human. Jiang Yan lightly glanced at the Empress in the container and didn't pay any attention to her, but spoke. Vivian, the original NZT-48 that Jiang Qin needs. Mass produce a batch of them out as soon as possible. Vivian's projection appeared at the right time. Alright master, I've already got the pharmaceutical robots moving. The first batch of mass production will be completed in a day at most. By the way master, the genes that you asked me to take and analyze earlier have already been parsed, and from the analysis, it was concluded that the genes of those wings possessed unknown lightning attribute chromosomes within their genes, and such chromosomes can be replicated, cultivated, and acted upon in the human body. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. It can act on the human body? Does it mean that it is possible to add this chromosome to the genes of an ordinary person, allowing this ordinary person to pass through a genetic mutation so as to become a genetic mutant that can release thunderbolts? Vivian Projection nodded her head gently, holding her glasses before nodding. Theoretically it can be realized. It's just that we haven't done similar clinical trials, and there isn't enough data to deduce what the real results will be. Jiang Yan thoughtfully thought for a few moments before saying, then look for an experimental subject. This kind of experiment, there shouldn't be any side effects. The worst result would be a failure of gene fusion. It won't have any effect on the human body. As I recall, I seem to have a security company under my name. Right, and recruiting a bunch of retired special forces. Data flickered in Vivian's gaze as she gently nodded. This security company was previously established specifically for the safety of its owner. The recruiters are also all ex-special forces with superb skills. It's just that they were replaced later when the armed robots from the base came online. But this company is doing quite well, and has now become one of the top security companies in Jiangdu City. Does the master want to draw experimental subjects from within the security company? Jiang Yan shook his head. It's not a draw, it's a recruitment. Although with this kind of genetic experimentation, we are fully confident that there will not be any accidents. But an experiment is an experiment, and there's no guarantee of what ifs. So, what I need are people who volunteer. There is also the fact that those who participate in the experiment must sign a no-work agreement before the experiment. The experimenter can only work for our Kong in the future, directly under my deployment. Only those who voluntarily accept this agreement can be the subjects of our experiments. Anyone who hesitates, or is reluctant, to this protocol is ineligible to be a subject of the experiment. And, in order to prevent the experimenters from changing their minds afterward and violating the protocol, the experimenters all need to be implanted with a detection chip. These need to be clearly communicated to the experimental subjects. If they can't take it, forget it. All of these experimenters will be my direct subordinates in the future, and I'd rather not have them if I can't be absolutely loyal. Xiao Wei nodded her head with a smile. Okay, master. I will immediately arrange it down according to your specifications. Ginger Yen nodded gently. Since Lei Shuai's genes can be replicated, then the genes of the other few zombies should be able to as well, and those few experimental subjects will be given to you. Zhang Yan's last gaze fell on the Empress inside the glass container. I'm most curious about her now. Being able to transform into a drought demon. Ah, it's a monster from mythology. It would be quite nice if we could get the drought demon's genes and be able to replicate them in bulk. Eyes flickering with fervor, Zhang Yan walked over to the container and looked at the Empress within it. What do you want? The Empress was internally disturbed by the frenzied look in Zhang Yan's eyes. Zhang Yan laughed. Of course I'm going to get to know you thoroughly. I'm curious as to what kind of being you are. You can become a drought demon and live for thousands of years longer. What kind of secrets do you really have? The Empress' expression sank slightly. You think I'll tell you? I don't need you to tell me. I will look through your body to find the answer I want. Zhang Yan laughed lightly and shook his head. The Empress huffed. You're dreaming. A mere mortal, coveting my secrets. When I recover, I will make you carry your bones to ashes. With that, the Empress once again transformed into a drought demon and tried to melt the container with all her might. It's useless. This glass container. I made it from a special material that is super heat resistant. In your current state, it is impossible to melt this vessel. Zhang Yan laughed lightly and shook his head with a teasing expression. Shameless man, let me out. Restore my body. Otherwise, once I'm out of the trap, I'll make sure you beg for your life and die. The Empress gritted her teeth and cursed angrily. It was a pity that Zhang Yan was no longer going to pay attention to her and turned around, ready to leave. He has a lot of work to do. It's now about 4 days until the aura revives. He still needed to get to the ferocious beast problem. Wait. Seeing that Zhang Yan was about to leave, the Empress finally panicked a bit and wanted to call out to him. Zhang Yan pressed on without paying any attention to the Empress, and his footsteps didn't pause for a second. In Zhang Yan's eyes, the Empress was now a fish on a plate, and he wasn't interested in listening to any of her nonsense. Early the next morning, inside the Ginger family villa, the sleepy-eyed Feng Hongmei yawned and walked out from within the bedroom. She craned her neck and turned her waist, saying with great relief, "It's been a long time since I've slept so comfortably." Looked up at the time. Yikes! What's going on at this hour? Looking at the clock that was almost at 9 o'clock, Feng Hongmei was directly startled. At that moment, Kang Sungub walked out quickly while wearing his clothes. Honey, why didn't you call me today? I have an important meeting today at 9 o'clock, and I'm going to be late. Seeing this, Feng Hongmei went forward to help tie Jiang Qingye's tie. I don't know what's going on. I slept exceptionally heavy last night. I clearly set an alarm clock, and it didn't even wake me up. Just then, inside the kitchen, Jiang Qing came out with 2 plates of breakfast and immediately greeted the two with a smile when she saw them. Auntie Feng, Uncle, you're up? Come and have breakfast. When Feng Hongmei and Jiang Qingye saw Jiang Qin, they both froze. Xiao Qin, why are you here? Jiang Qin smiled. I stayed at my eldest uncle's house yesterday. Feng Hongmei was puzzled. You didn't go back last night? The housekeeper didn't tell me. The guest rooms in the house are being rearranged these days. Where did you sleep? Jiang Qin laughed softly. I talked to Jiang Yan too late yesterday, so I slept in his room for the night. Feng Hongmei and Jiang Qingye were both dumbfounded. Eyes fell on Jiang Qin in unison. A thought came to mind at the same time. Did the kids sleep together last night? Chapter 14 Chapter 001 For the prettier the woman, the better she is at coaxing people. Morning, Dad. Mom. Jiang Yan topped a black eye. A face did not wake up from walking downstairs. The gazes of both Jiang Qingye and Feng Hongmei immediately looked at Jiang Yan. The couple looked at each other very silently. Xiao Qin, come dine with Auntie Feng. Feng Hongmei directly pulled Jiang Qin onto the dining table. Jiang Qingye then turned to Jiang Yan and said, Brat, come with me to the study for a moment. There's something to find you. Jiang Qin nodded her head slightly, and very obediently sat at the table with Feng Hongmei. Jiang Yan followed Jiang Qingye to the study with a puzzled look on his face. Inside the study, Jiang Qingye's expression immediately turned serious. With his parental demeanor, he asked in a deep voice. Last night, Jiang Qin spent the night in your room? Ha? Jiang Yan was directly confused by this question. Jiang Qingye's face sank. What? Last night you guys didn't do anything you shouldn't have, right? Jiang Yan looked puzzled. Doing what shouldn't be done? Dad, what are you saying that I didn't understand? Jiang Qingye lightly grunted. Don't pretend to be confused for me. Although you're also about to turn 16 and want to fall in love or something, there's nothing wrong with that. However, Jiang Qin is after all your nominal cousin, and although there's no blood relationship with us, no matter how you put it, it's also your third uncle's adopted daughter. At least ask your Uncle Sam's permission to do so. Jiang Yan was dumbfounded. What? I'm in love with Jiang Qin? That's crazy. What did I do to give you guys this illusion? Now it was Jiang Qingye's turn to freeze. You're not in love? Then she spent the night in your room yesterday? Jiang Yan was speechless to the extreme. What do you mean Jiang Qin spent the night in his room? People clearly spent the night in his underground base. Okay. Of course this was something he definitely couldn't say to Jiang Qingye. Dad, I think you're misunderstanding. Although Ginger Chin spent the night in my room yesterday, we were communicating too late because of academic matters, so I let her settle for the couch for the night. Jiang Qin and I are a very pure sibling relationship, so don't get the wrong idea. Hearing Jiang Yan's explanation, a trace of disappointment flashed in Jiang Qingye's eyes while he was dazed. He actually liked Jiang Qin as well, and if Jiang Yan really had a little something going on with Jiang Qin, he would be happy to see it. After all, in his eyes, Jiang Qin was extremely outstanding. Although she was the adopted foster daughter of the oldest 3 and 3 years older than Jiang Yan, at a young age she was already a dual-degree master's degree from a well-known university, majoring in finance and law. Such an excellent girl. It would naturally be great if she could be fertilized. Really didn't talk about it? Kang Sungub reconfirmed somewhat undeterred. Dad, I swear, there's really nothing between me and sister Jiang Qin. Jiang Yan immediately pointed to the sky and swore. Speaking of this, Jiang Qingye's eyes glanced towards the outside of the study and immediately came to Jiang Yan and asked in a low voice. Tell Dad honestly, is there any possibility of development between you and your sister Jiang Qin? To tell you the truth, your mom and I like Jiang Qin very much. If you kid can be competitive and take her down, your third uncle's side and your mom and I will go and speak for you, he said and winked at Jiang Yan with an encouraging face. Jiang Yan directly rolled his eyes. Dad, I'm not even 16 yet. And you're actually compelling me to chase girls? Jiang Qingye grunted lightly. What's wrong with being under 16? I think back when I was chasing your mom I started from kindergarten. Do you know how sought after your mom was at the time? If it wasn't for your dad's ingenuity in chasing away countless competitors and ultimately winning the beauty, there wouldn't have been a kid like you. Remember your father's saying, find a daughter-in-law before it's too late. The better the girl, the more you have to chase her before it's too late. First seize her life. Let her life be filled with your shadow everywhere, and in seizing her heart, let you become the hang-up in her heart, so that in 9 cases out of 10, this girl doesn't have to run away. Of course, you yourself must be good enough, so that any competitor who covets the girl will not be competitive before you. Listening to Jiang Qingye ramble on about his experience in chasing his wife, Jiang Yan really kind of broke his defenses. I know. This bit of relationship experience of yours has been recited 800 times. In short, I am still young now. I have no heart to fall in love yet. If you have this kind of effort to talk to me about this, why don't you talk to my third uncle, who is an old bachelor until now, falling in love and all that doesn't smell as good as making inventions. Women and whatnot will only affect the speed of his development. Your third uncle? Humph. Don't mention him. I've got 3 words for him. Hopeless, a lost cause. That's 6 words. Is that the point? The point is, you mustn't learn from your third uncle. Mentioning his third uncle, Jiang Qingye was a bit angry and indignant. Dad, are you not going to the office today? So idle? Facing his dad's endless rambling, Jiang Yan was completely out of temper. Yikes, it's all been delayed by your business. I still have an important meeting to hold at 9 o'clock, and it's now less than 10 minutes away from 9 o'clock. Being reminded by Jiang Yan, Jiang Qingye subconsciously looked at the time and immediately exclaimed in shock. Then why don't you go quickly? At this point, it's definitely too late to drive. Hurry up and ask the butler to arrange for a helicopter. Jiang Yan spoke out to remind. Yes, take a helicopter to go. I forgot about the fact that our family has a private helicopter. Jiang Qingye nodded his head repeatedly and didn't care about rambling on with Jiang Yan as he watched the time and hurriedly left. Looking at Jiang Qingye's back as he left, Jiang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. it's finally died down. At this time, Jiang Qin's figure appeared in the doorway, and she said with a wry smile, "Eldest uncle. He's quite interesting." Jiang Yan directly a blank stare. "It's not all because of you. Nothing to talk about. Make my head too big. How did you work out my mom's side?" Ginger Chin laughed and said, "It was easy. All I said was that I would think about a relationship with you and she was happy." Ginger Yen was confused. "Ha, how can you say that? She'll take it seriously." Ginger Chin laughed softly, and I added, "After I get my PhD double degree." Jiang Yen was puzzled. "What difference does it make? It's almost time for the aura to revive. Do you think I'll still take any doctoral double degree exams? Even if I wanted to take the exam, where would there be one?" Jiang Qin laughed with a silver bell. "Well, you've drawn a big cake for my mom, and you're not afraid of my mom looking for you in the future." Jiang Yan lost his smile. Jiang Qin's gaze smiled wryly. "Aura recovery is force majeure. What can I do? If Auntie Fong pursues the matter later, just draw another one for her." Jiang Yan was speechless. It was really true that the more beautiful a woman was, the better she was at coaxing people. "Alright, let's get ready for business. There are less than 4 days left before the aura revival. We must nip the imminent outbreak of the ferocious beast crisis in the bud. Have you figured out what to do?" Chapter 15, Chapter 0015, I am your second uncle. At noon, the major LED screens in Jiangdu City urgently insert a news. Recently, Jiangdu City Epidemic Prevention Center urgently found that the city appeared an unknown virus. This virus on the human body has a strong destructive, once infected mortality rate will reach 100%. It has been confirmed that the virus is transmitted through the transmission of plants and animals to the existence of signs of large-scale outbreaks. In order to prevent the outbreak of the virus, the city has urgently adopted the regulations for the prevention and control of epidemics in Jiangdu City, and will carry out a 3-day centralized destruction operation of plants and animals in the entire Jiangdu City. This operation has been named Rescue Day, and it officially begins today at 12 p.m. We hope that the general public will actively cooperate and contribute to the epidemic prevention crisis in Jiangdu City. The news, not just on the city's major LED screens, it was also inserted on the city's emergency news. For a while, the entire Jiangdu was sensationalized. The internet is even more of a mess. Can anyone tell me what's going on? How did an unknown virus suddenly appear in Jiangdu City? My God, 100% mortality rate of infection. What the hell kind of virus is this? I'm not going to be infected, am I? Shivering. I was going to work for a good reason and suddenly I was told that there was a lethal virus around me, and I was so scared that I hid in my office and didn't dare to go out, so I could only make a cup of coffee to keep the fear down. Don't even panic. The news said that the virus is spread through plants and animals, so as long as you don't touch them, you shouldn't get infected. It's okay, I don't have any pets or flowers in my house, so I shouldn't get infected. Screw it. I work in a pet store and I'm in contact with small animals every day. I'm not infected already, am I? Me too. I work in landscaping. I work with plants every day. I don't know what to do now. I'm about to go to the hospital to get checked out. I don't have pets, and I have flowers and plants. But I have a question. Does the news refer to flora and fauna as encompassing a wide range? Does pork, beef and mutton count? Does green vegetables count? Does rice count? If it does, it's over. I'll eat it all today. Instantly the internet fell into a brief silence. It took a while before someone said something weakly. I don't think it counts. These should logically be called grain and food, but these are technically plants and animals. Pigs and cows and sheep are animals. Greens are plants. And rice is also grown. Stop it. Stop it. The more you say, the more outrageous it gets. I'm obviously eating melon. And when you say it like that, it feels like I'm eating melon on myself. Anyway, after the news aired, the entire internet turned abuzz with what was being said. The originator of the incident, Jiang Yan, was sitting in the command hall of the Epidemic Prevention Center with his legs crossed. Jiang Qin, on the other hand, stood beside him. This is your plan to clean up the city's flora and fauna in the name of fighting the virus? Jiang Yan nodded gently. Of course, only if we let people feel the life and death crisis. They will cooperate obediently. You know the whole Jiangdu city, tens of millions of people, without a suitable excuse. How can we start the next action? Jiang Qin nodded gently. Also, opening a cleanup operation in the name of combating viruses is indeed fitting. What did you do with those top executives in Jiangdu City that they would obediently cooperate with your actions? You wouldn't have replaced them all already, would you? Jiang Yan shook his head, also somewhat puzzled. No. Originally, I was planning to have the T-1000 robots replace them if they didn't cooperate. It's just surprising. But they were very cooperative and even took the initiative to join in, saying that a big shot from a higher level had sent word for them to fully cooperate with us in this operation. Jiang Qin froze. The officials are very cooperative? They even took the initiative to join? And the top management even sent a message? Jiang Yan nodded. Yes, I was also very strange, and specially asked Xiao Wei to check it out, but accidentally found out that the Jiangdu city military seems to have been doing something to prepare for a long time ago. That big shot who gave the word is the military's top brass, or an admiral who is less than 50 years old, and is the supreme commander of the entire Jiangdu military region. Jiang Qin was surprised. The military has prepared for this? How is this possible? Could it be that they know something? Jiang Yan shrugged. I don't know about that. Anyway, it saved me a lot of trouble. Jiang Qin frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, but I don't think it's that simple. Don't you find it strange? Your outside identity is just an ordinary student. Why would the officials cooperate with you so much? Unless they've known for a long time that you're something more than that, or even know everything about you. Jiang Yan froze at his words. Know everything about me? This possibility shouldn't be very high. I've had Vivian to help me wrap up everything I've done over the years. Any surveillance will be disposed of, including the satellites up there. How could anyone possibly be able to detect my existence? Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. You can only do technological shielding, but some people have special means, like a peeping aptitude that I know of. This aptitude can peep into a corner of the future after paying a certain price. If someone uses this aptitude to peep into you, you won't be able to detect it. Jiang Yan froze. There's this kind of divine ability? Being able to peer into the future? This is a cutting-edge field of quantum science. I haven't even figured it out yet. Jiang Qin said seriously. This is not the time to talk about the field of science. If there is really someone who uses such means to spy on you and me, it will be a great threat to us. So we must find this person out. Jiang Yan gently nodded his head and agreed with Jiang Qin. He also didn't want to be spied on all the time. Okay, I'll find a way to find this guy. It was also at this moment that the door of the Epidemic Prevention Center was pushed open and a middle-aged general wearing an admiral's uniform walked in. Don't bother looking. I'm already here. Jiang Yan and Jiang Qin's gazes immediately converged on the middle-aged general. A military uniform, carrying the rank of general on his shoulders. Looks like the early 40s. Thick eyebrows, eyes wise, raising his hands and feet with the momentum of the superior. Behind the middle-aged general, there was a group of special soldiers in camouflage uniforms, heavily armed, real guns, with a strong aura of killing. Seeing this general, for some reason, Jiang Yan had a strange sense of familiarity, but he had clearly never seen this man before. You're the one who spied on us? Jiang Qin eyed the general with no fear. In the 10,000 years of time in her previous life, she had seen too many big names, and there were many people who had a stronger aura than this general. You're Jiang Qin, that adopted daughter of Kong Sungri? And you, Jiang Yan, son of Jiang Qingye. This general came right out of the gate with the names and family histories of both men. Then he said with a big smile, introduce yourself. My name is Jiang Changyun. I'm your second uncle. Jiang Qin and Jiang Yan were shocked in unison and lost their voices. What? Chapter 16, Chapter 0016, Military Big Brother. Jiang Changyun, Kong Sungun, that second uncle who disappeared 20 years ago? Hearing the general in front of them introduce himself, both Jiang Yan and Jiang Qin were taken aback. To know that this second uncle disappeared when only 18 years old, when the Ginger family to find him are looking for crazy, but has not found any clues. Jiang Yan's grandfather had been depressed about this for most of his life, and every time he mentioned this second uncle, he only dropped a sigh. After 20 years, everyone thought that this second uncle was long gone. Unexpectedly, it would appear in front of the two Jiang Yan in such a capacity. It was only at this point that Jiang Yan was somewhat dazed with hindsight. No wonder when he just saw this person, he felt familiar but couldn't recall where he had seen him before. Now that I think about it, I finally understand why. Just this face. It's almost 70% similar to his dad. Can it not be familiar? Your second uncle? Even though he was already 7 or 8% convinced in his heart, Jiang Yan still had some difficulty believing it. Well, as fake as it gets. Jiang Changyan nodded with a smile. How do you prove it? Jiang Qin, however, furrowed her brows with a wary gaze. Having lived for 10,000 years in her previous life, Jiang Qin had seen too much gloom and doom. So unless it was someone she recognized as her closest relative, she maintained a wary attitude towards anyone. The same is true when faced with this second uncle who came out of nowhere. Even if the other party was really her second uncle, she would only treat them as strangers until she had her approval. Jiang Chengyan gazed at Jiang Qin and gently nodded. I heard that your temperament has changed drastically after you were born with a serious illness. It's really not true, but this cautious nature is still worth praising. It's easy to prove my identity. Invite your elders to meet me and you'll know. Jiang Qin's gaze sank slightly. You want to threaten us with them? Jiang Chengyan froze at his words, then lost his smile. Your nature has changed and you are too suspicious. Don't worry. I wouldn't dare to threaten you guys, or else this great-nephew of mine would have to tear down the entire Jiangdu. Saying this, Jiang Chengyan looked at Jiang Yan with a smirking expression. You say so, don't you, great-nephew? Jiang Yan smiled. Not so much, not so much. I'm sure second uncle wouldn't harm his own relatives, right? Tear it down? It's so petty. If you dare to threaten me with your family, I can level Jiangdu. Family members, but Jiang Yan scales. However, Jiang Yan didn't think that this second uncle in front of him had this ability. The bodyguards he'd placed around mom and dad were not ordinary. Unless one could find an existence like Empress Ling Tian to snatch someone, it would be useless to pull the entire Jiangdu army over. Alright, just try. Not to mention that I don't have the power to threaten your families, and even if I did, I wouldn't do it, not because of any fear of you two, but simply because they're my family too. Even though I left the Jiang family for 20 years, second uncle, I have never forgotten that I am a member of the Jiang family, and I have been secretly keeping an eye on the Jiang family and protecting it. Unfortunately, this 7-foot body of mine is promised to the family and the country, and it is no longer difficult for me to fulfill my filial piety in front of the hall, so I can only be an unfilial person. Jiang Qingye let out a long sigh as his gaze fell. Jiang Yan was puzzled at his words. You're paying attention to the Jiang family and protecting it? How come I didn't send anything at all? With Vivian's ability, any prying eyes on the Jiang family could not possibly escape her scrutiny. Jiang Chengyan laughed softly. That's unkind of you to say. Before you were 12 years old, I helped you less. For example, when you were 5 years old, when you were collecting all kinds of scientific research materials, some strategic-level scientific research materials, but it is strictly forbidden to leak. If not for me secretly helping you, you will not really think that, just by relying on the Jiang family's connections, you can get it? And when you were 7 years old, when you came up with the artificial intelligence, you wouldn't fail to remember how much of a storm you created on the internet, would you? At that time, if it wasn't for me helping you stop the various forces, do you think you could still be your Jiang family's youngest master in peace? When you were 10 years old, you came up with an intelligent robot and dejectedly ran all over Jiangdu with it, and if it wasn't for me doing the finishing work for you, you wouldn't really think that the entire Jiangdu Skynet system was papier-mâché, would you? Although your AI system does have a bit of a reputation, the Skynet system wasn't. Then it could come and go as it pleased without being detected in any way. Besides, when you were 12 years old, you had the audacity to engage in some underground base. So many materials were shipped to Jiangdu. The trucks going back and forth in a day exceeded a few thousand. And you took the Jiangdu Transportation Management Office as heir? You've learned to be smart back there, knowing to use air transportation to deliver materials. And the kind of stealth transports you came up with are really good, actually being able to hide from the military's satellite radar. But how did you forget that building a base underground also involves avoiding geologic monitoring? Do you know that at that time, when your robot was building a big infrastructure under Jiangdu, the monitoring and warning of the Geological Bureau never stopped, causing the staff of the Geological Department to think that Jiangdu was going to have a large-scale earthquake? And Jiang Chengyan shook out what Jiang Yan had done over the years, piece by piece, as if he were counting. The whole thing that messed with Jiang Yan was bad. He really didn't expect that what he had done all these years was actually known by the second uncle of his. It felt just like being stripped naked. The point is, right now this second uncle is still lynching him in public, counting all his problems, criticizing what he thought he had done seamlessly was full of holes, making Jiang Yan want to find a hole in the ground. Enough, enough, don't go any further. Jiang Yan, who had died in public society, finally couldn't help but stop Jiang Chengyun from continuing on. Jiang Chengyun said with a full smile, now you still think that I have no concern for the Jiang family? Jiang Yan sweated and nodded his head repeatedly. Concerned, just please pay less attention to second uncle in the future. Jiang Chengyun nodded with satisfaction. It's good that you know. Now you're willing to believe that I'm your second uncle? Jiang Yan nodded again. Believe. If you weren't my second uncle, you wouldn't have secretly done such a closing for me. Jiang Chengyun laughed lightly. It's good that you understand. But don't worry, as long as you don't want to disclose your matters yourself. Second uncle will keep them secret for you. Moreover, in Jiangdu, you don't need to hide any scientific research if you want to do it. You can completely do it in a big way, and there's Uncle 2 and the whole Jiangdu is your backing. Of course, Uncle 2 is not without conditions. Jiang Yin froze. What conditions? Jiang Changyun's gaze suddenly turned serious and he said earnestly, when the country is in danger, I hope you can contribute as much as possible. Jiang Qin, who was on the side, heard this and inquired with a condensed gaze. So, you guys are already aware of something, right? Jiang Changyun nodded with a serious gaze. Yes, we already know about the matter regarding the aura revival, or else we wouldn't have cooperated fully with your actions. Jiang Qin frowned. How did you guys know? She remembered that in her previous life, the Jiangdu military was not prepared at all. Otherwise it wouldn't have reacted until after the ferocious beast appeared. But in this life, why would the Jiangdu military know about the aura recovery in advance? Jiang Changyun glanced at Jiang Qin and said in a deep voice, as a matter of fact, the only reason we know about it is entirely because of you. Us? Jiang Qin and Jiang Yan both froze. Yes, it's you guys. This matter started when you suddenly fell ill and Jiang Yan came to the door to visit. Jiang Changyun looked at Jiang Qin and narrated, as I told you just now, I've been paying attention to the Jiang family, and I know how demonically talented Jiang Yan is in the field of technology. Although I have never explicitly contacted Jiang Yan, I have privately protected him in every way. After all, if he's such a technological demon, if he's utilized by someone with an ulterior motive, it would be an incalculable loss to both the Dragon Kingdom and the Jiang family. Therefore, since Jiang Yan was 7 years old, I have sent out military elites one after another to enter the Jiang family as bodyguards and servants to provide covert protection for Jiang Yan. Since Ginger Yan spends a lot of time with you, I placed someone in Lao San's house as well, just in case. So, naturally, from what you said when you were sick, I knew. At first, I thought, along with everyone else, that you were under too much stress, which led to a nervous breakdown. It wasn't until Jiang Yan came to visit and the conversation between you gave me a bad feeling in my heart. Immediately following that night, Amazing Ginger bought South Suburban Park. I'm not sure exactly what you were doing in Southside Park the next day. Jiang Yan's robots are so powerful that my people didn't dare to approach them easily. But when you guys left shortly afterward, our people saw a woman in a dragon robe, without the use of any tools, just suddenly appearing over the South Suburban Park. This sudden appearance of a dragon-robed woman has shaken me up a bit about what you said when you were sick. Then my men infiltrated the Ling Tian Tian Palace underneath the South Suburban Park after nightfall and found signs of a fight inside the palace. From the indications passed on by my people that there had been millions of people moving around in that dungeon, coupled with the millions of coffins in the dungeon, my people gave a shocking speculation. That is, there are millions of corpses lying inside that underground palace, and these corpses, all of them, have undergone some kind of mutation thus coming to life. And your purpose for entering that underground palace is to destroy those millions of mutated corpses. Surely speculation alone is not enough to convince me completely. What really convinced me was the horrific and brief engagement outside the Ginger Villa last night. That dragon-robed woman, the moment she transformed, instantly pulled up the temperature of the entire Jiangdu by nearly 30 degrees. Although it's only for a moment, this kind of terrifying power is simply not something we ordinary people can fight against. And because of that, I'm thoroughly convinced of the aura revival you're talking about. Why else would I have gone out of my way to resist the immense pressure to get the entire Jiangdu's officialdom to fully cooperate with you? That's the whole story. After listening to Jiang Qingyun's statement, Jiang Qin didn't know what to say for a while. She also thought that someone was spying on all her and Jiang Yan's actions with their peeping aptitude. After all this, it was only because her behavior with Jiang Yan was noticed by Jiang Changyun. Jiang Yan, however, was a bit puzzled. How did you guys know about last night's fight with Empress Ling Tian? I remember that the entire villa area's surveillance network was blocked by Vivian at that time. The people in the villa area also all fell into a coma due to the absorption of the sleep aid gas. How did your people avoid the hypnotic gas? Jiang Changyun lost his smile and said, the people under my hand are all military elites. They've all done drug resistance training and gas closure training. A little bit of sleep aid gas naturally doesn't have much effect on them. So my house is full of your planted eyes everywhere. Jiang Yan was very upset in his heart. Whoever knows that they have been living under someone else's surveillance can feel comfortable in their heart? Jiang Changyun helplessly laughed. You should not be angry. All these years, I have never meddled in your affairs, and I have also tried my best to help you in the dark. After you turned 12, my men largely withdrew from your home. with only one or two being left behind also as a precaution. Jiang Yan was depressed and said, "Then I thank you. Please remove that one or two henchmen as well, or else I won't feel comfortable in my heart." Jiang Changyan smiled. "Alright, since you're resistant, I'll just remove them. And with your current abilities, you don't need my people to continue protecting you. And my families." Jiang Qin also spoke out. Alright, 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 alright. Let me get down to business now. Can you tell me what your purpose is this time in removing all the flora and fauna from Gangtok? Khan Sun untightened his smile and his expression became serious. To save Jiangdu and maintain peace in Jiangdu. Jiang Yan replied in a very neutral manner. Jiang Changyan froze, a black line floating on his forehead. Be serious, I want the truth. Jiang Yan hemmed and hawed and said, I'm telling the truth. If it's not to save Jiangdu and maintain the peace of Jiangdu, why would I bother to make such a big deal out of it? Jiang Changyun looked at Jiang Yan, who was somewhat out of tune, and his gaze looked helplessly at Jiang Qin. Ginger Chin. You say. Jiang Qin thought for a moment, but still explained seriously. In less than 4 days, the entire world's aura will revive, and the global flora and fauna will be transformed into ferocious beasts. Jiang Yan and I are doing this to make sure that Jiangdu is not affected by the waves of ferocious beasts after the aura revival. Jiang Yan wasn't exaggerating when he said saving Jiangdu and maintaining its peace. Jiang Changyan's eyebrows formed a Chuan character as he sniffed. Animals and plants turning into ferocious beasts? So that's how it is. Are the mutated ferocious beasts very powerful? How much harm will it cause to us humans? Jiang Qin glanced at Jiang Changyun and said indifferently, it's very powerful. As long as they are given some time to grow, human society is in danger. Jiang Changyun was shocked. So serious? Serious? Oh, I can say without a doubt that it's not serious. It's grim. After the recovery of aura, humans will no longer be the mainstream of the world. Ferocious beasts will be facing a huge number of ferocious beasts with incredible strength. Humans can only hide behind high walls and barriers and live on. But even so, in front of some powerful ferocious beasts, our barriers are just like paper mache, without the slightest effect, and end up as food for the ferocious beasts. This is the fact that mankind is bound to face after the recovery of the aura. Kang Sunun's expression was very grave after hearing this. It's no wonder you're clearing out all the flora and fauna in Gangtok. Such a dire situation indeed. Is it true that the safety of the tens of millions of people in Gangtok can be guaranteed if the city is cleared of all flora and fauna? Jiang Changyun looked at Jiang Qin with a heavy gaze. Jiang Qin shook her head without hesitation. I can't. Can't? Jiang Changyun looked at Jiang Qin in surprise. Right. It can't. Cleaning out the flora and fauna inside the city is just preventing the city from not having problems inside after the aura is revived. We can get a brief respite, but it won't be long before we have to face the toughest problem of all. A tide of ferocious beasts. A tide of ferocious beasts? Not bad. That's a tidal wave of tens of millions of ferocious beasts, containing all types of ferocious beasts. If we can't hold back the tide of ferocious beasts, Jiangdu's final end will only be the destruction of the city. Chapter 17 Chapter 0017 Jiangdu's highest decision-maker. Jiang Yan was confused. Jiang Qin's sentence about the city being destroyed not only made Jiang Changyun suck in a breath of cool air. Even Jiang Yan was taken aback. Why didn't you tell me before that there's still the matter of the ferocious beast tide? Jiang Yan couldn't help but ask. Jiang Qin said with an innocent face. It's not like I didn't know that you could really save Jiangdu before. And then I got busy with a series of things and forgot about it. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. So, after cleaning up the flora and fauna within Jiangdu city, we still have to face the wave of ferocious beasts? Not bad. The ferocious beast tide is a problem we can't avoid. Unless we give up Jiangdu, we can only face it. Jiang Qin affirmed. Then do you know exactly how large this wave of ferocious beasts is, and how strong the beasts are? Jiang Yan thought that since there was no way to avoid it, he naturally had to make more preparations. I'm not sure exactly how big it is. I only remember that under this wave of ferocious beasts, almost all cities above the third tier of the Dragon Kingdom have been hit. The cities that survived. Not 1 in 10. In my previous life, it seems that the only one that has remained intact in this wave of ferocious beasts that has affected the whole country and even the whole world is Jiangdu, which has been occupied by zombies. It is said that when the tide of ferocious beasts hit Jiangdu at that time and those zombies had a great battle, and in the end, the zombie side won, and Jiangdu was preserved. It's a pity that Jiangdu, at that time, no longer belonged to humans. Now, how to face the wave of ferocious beasts is our problem. After listening to Jiang Qin's statement, Jiang Yin frowned and said, "Then how much longer until the ferocious beast tide breaks out? You always know, right?" Jiang Qin thought for a moment and said, "There are now less than 4 days left before the aura recovery, and the wave of ferocious beasts erupted on the 7th day after the aura recovery. That is to say, there are only 11 days until the ferocious beast tide breaks out." Only 11 days? Both Jiang Yan and Jiang Changyan frowned slightly. Jiang Yan was thinking about how much preparation he could make in 11 days with his base in full swing. Kong Sunun, on the other hand, was thinking about what he could do with 11 days, whether to organize the evacuation of the people of Gangtok in advance, or to fully prepare for war and hold on to Gangtok. "Jiang Qin, what do you think are our chances of winning if we hold on to Jiangdu?" Jiang Changyan couldn't help but ask. "Odds of winning?" Jiang Qin subconsciously glanced at Jiang Yan. "If I were to say before, I would say that there is no chance of winning. In the face of the vast swarm of ferocious beasts that cover the sky, the hundreds of thousands of defenders in Jiangdu would be nothing more than a mantis trying to hold on to the ground and not measuring up to their own strength. But right now, I can't tell. It specifically depends on whether Jiang Yan can withstand it. If Jiang Yan says it's okay, Jiangdu might be able to hold it." Jiang Qingyun's gaze immediately went to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan instantly had a blank stare. "What are you guys looking at me for? I don't even know how big and how many of the ferocious beast tide you're talking about is, so how do I know if I can withstand it? And 11 days is too short a time. Even if I start full-scale production of war robots now, I won't be able to produce much. And besides, the production materials are also a problem. As far as the existing materials in my base are concerned, I won't be able to produce much at all." Jiang Qin spread his hands. "Then there's nothing we can do. Even you can't stand up to it. The only way out for us is to escape." "Escape? Where to run? Didn't you say that this beast tide will have a wide reach? The entire world will suffer from the wave of ferocious beasts. Where else can we escape?" Jiang Yan was puzzled. "There are still some, such as the deserts in the northwest region, where although there are also ferocious beasts, they are far rarer than those in other regions, and are still relatively safe. The wave of ferocious beasts won't reach there either." Jiang Qin was sure of it. "Desert? That place is thousands of kilometers away from Jiangdu. Jiangdu has tens of millions of people. In just 11 days, having tens of millions of people evacuate to a desert thousands of kilometers away is simply unattainable." Jiang Changyan shook his head repeatedly. Jiang Qin, however, faintly said, "Evacuating tens of millions of people from Jiangdu is naturally difficult to do, but just evacuating all of our Jiang family members there is not difficult." Jiang Qingyun's face changed, and his gaze sharpened as he looked at Jiang Qin. "Are you trying to abandon the tens of millions of people in Jiangdu?" Jiang Qin sneered without showing any weakness. "I'm only responsible for my loved ones and friends. What does it matter to me if others die or live? I'm not a soldier. I don't have that kind of sentiment of sacrificing the small to protect the big. How can you be so selfish?" Jiang Qingyun's face turned blue at Jiang Qin's dislike. "Selfish? Then you haven't seen a more selfish side of me. For me, what tens of millions of people? What Jiangdu's safety are not as important as the lives of my loved ones." Jiang Qin had a cold face. "Come on, let's all stop arguing. Isn't there still 11 days to go? What's the hurry? There are always more solutions than difficulties." Jiang Yan said somewhat helplessly. Jiang Changyan's gaze immediately looked at Jiang Yan. "Jiang Yan, do you have a solution?" "No, I can only take one step at a time, but 11 days is enough time for me to make a lot of preparations. It's the materials that need to be figured out. Or else a clever woman can't cook without rice." Ginger Yan was honest. Jiang Changyan immediately said, "I'll take care of this. All the materials in the entire Jiangdu you can call at any time. If not enough, I can go to other cities to transfer. Don't worry, I'll use the entire Jiangdu military region as a guarantee. Absolutely guarantee any of your needs." Jiang Yan gently nodded. "That would be good. 11 days is not much to say the least, as long as there are enough materials. It's enough for me to quickly produce an army of robots." "Good. What I want is your words. As long as I can keep Jiangdu and protect the tens of millions of people in this city, the hundreds of thousands of officers and soldiers of my Jiangdu military region will be your logistics," Jiang Changyan seriously promised. Jiang Yan smiled. "That's fine. The matter of the ferocious beast tide is over. Now let's settle the matter of the flora and fauna within the city first. Originally, I was planning to handle this matter on my own, but now, since you're here, second uncle, there are a lot of issues that we'll have to discuss." Jiang Changyun, however, shook his head slightly and said, "It's not that troublesome," said Jiang Changyun seriously walked to Jiang Yan and gave a military salute to him. Comrade Jiang Yan, our military region has decided after a study to formally establish a pre-disaster coordinating command and hire you as the highest commander of that command with the rank of Major General. Pre-disaster coordination. The situation is grim. The Pre-Disaster Coordination Department is temporarily the highest department in Jiangdu. The entire Jiangdu up to the Jiangdu military region, down to the municipal officials must obey the arrangements of the Pre-Disaster Coordination Command. Anyone who disobeys the management of the Pre-Disaster Coordination Department will be court-martialed. Kang Sun-un laughed lightly after announcing the notice of appointment. Congratulations, Jiang Yan. Now you're the highest decision-maker in Jiangdu City. Even I, an admiral, need to follow your orders. Jiang Yan, however, was completely confused. For good reason. How did he become the highest decision-maker in Gangtok, and was commissioned as a major general? It took a long time for Jiang Yan to come to his senses, and he hurriedly said, "Second uncle, isn't this resignation of your life a bit of a drama?" Kang Sun-un, however, said seriously, "I also do not say that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility." Words. This kind of words, a bit of moral abduction. But Jiangdu City is our hometown. You were born and raised in Jiangdu. You can't just stand by and watch it be destroyed, can you? At the moment you're the only one who can save Gangtok. Second uncle doesn't ask you to defend Jiangdu with your life. He only asks that you try your best, and whether you succeed or fail, on behalf of the tens of millions of people in Jiangdu, I would like to express my gratitude. I hope you don't refuse. Of course, if this crisis is truly unstoppable, I also hope that you will flee Jiangdu at the first opportunity and protect yourself. In my opinion, no matter what the world will become after the recovery of the aura, you will be the hope of our humanity. After saying that, Jiang Changyan bowed to Jiang Yan with a sincere face. Don't, I can't accept your gift. Jiang Yan hurriedly helped Jiang Changyan up. Jiang Changyan straightened his back and looked at Jiang Yan. Now, I'll wait for your decision. Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Changyan and after a slight silence, he said in a deep voice, I can only say that I will try my best to give it a try, but I can't guarantee anything else. Jiang Changyan gently nodded his head and said, having you say this is enough. Now that you are the highest decision-maker in Jiangdu, give your orders. The hundreds of thousands of officers and soldiers in the Jiangdu military region are waiting for your instructions at any time. Jiang Yan suddenly had the feeling of a heavy burden being placed on him. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yan said in a deep voice, okay, I declare that Operation Save the Day has officially begun. The content of the operation: clean up the city of Gangtok, all flora and fauna, including all poultry, insects, flowers and plants, and even planted crops. Attention! Clean up only for life-rich flora and fauna. Time of operation: 3 days. Jiang Changyun saluted solemnly. Yes, the cleanup operation has officially begun. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers and officers from the entire Jiangdu military region are in full mobilization. Countless officers and soldiers entering the city naturally caused a huge stir, even though it was broadcast on the news earlier. But the sight of such a large official force could not be avoided and caused unease among the city's inhabitants. With all those troops out there, how small can the virus thing be? With that jittery mindset, the city cleanup operation went extraordinarily well. Basically most of the residents were extremely cooperative. The occasional few uncooperative residents were quickly resolved. Suffice it to say, the cleanup operation went extremely smoothly. And of course it made huge waves online. Boy, so many troops coming into the city. Are you guys in Jiangdu conducting military maneuvers? Drills? Ghosts maneuvers? Haven't you read the news on the internet? It says that a dangerous virus has appeared in Jiangdu and the entire city needs to be cleared of flora and fauna. I didn't realize that the army has been used. It seems that Jiangdu's virus is not a small matter in the world. Seriously, that's a stretch? Exaggerated? I also think it's exaggerated. Just now, the orchid I raised, which is worth several $1 million, was taken away by the army. That's worth several $1 million. I want to cry without tears. My dog was also taken, and I don't know if I'll ever see him again in my lifetime. What's that about you? I'd say my cockroaches are taken away. The kind that come with the nest. So it's kind of sad to see them go, after living together for so long at least. There's one thing to say, I have to give credit to the officials for this action. My house, not to mention the cockroaches, even the rats, bedbugs, ants, and even the earthworms have been packed up and taken away. Not even a single egg was spared. It was really ransacked. My God, is it so awesome? It's a pity that I'm not from Jiangdu, otherwise I would have raised my hands to welcome the troops to my house. The internet is abuzz with all kinds of talk. But with officialdom out there, any bad talk will be silenced. In the command room of the Epidemic Prevention Center, Jiang Yan was surfing the internet to see the various remarks made by netizens. With Vivian assisting him, the conveyance of various instructions basically didn't need him to worry about it. So far, everything seems to be going well. No trouble. It seems that the official credibility of Jiangdu is still very good. Chapter 18, Chapter 0018, 70% of Jiangdu is owned by Jiang Yan? High-level meeting. Jiang Qin calmly glanced at Jiang Yan with a hint of exploration in her gaze. I don't believe you can't see that this second uncle who came out of nowhere has actually been playing the emotional card with you. He's kidnapping you emotionally. Jiang Yan laughed and said without any concern, of course I can see it. I'm not stupid. Ostensibly I was hired as the top decision-maker in Gangtok, but in reality, I was wanted to take on the life and death of tens of millions of people in Gangtok. Jiang Qin frowned. If you know that, why did you still promise him to become the supreme commander of the He-What Coordination Department? Jiang Yan smiled good-naturedly. Because a crisis has to be solved by someone. Because I don't want to see Jiangdu really destroy the city from the bottom of my heart. And more importantly, I still like an orderly society. Now that I have this ability to protect Gangtok, why don't I try? Although I am not a great hero for my country, I don't want my existing living environment to collapse. Assuming, of course, that I'm competent enough to handle the crisis. That's what the old saying goes, if you're up to something, you're up to something. And if you're poor, you're up to something. And that's what it is. Jiang Qin said softly, don't blame me for thinking selfishly. In my previous life I lived for 10,000 years and was used to seeing the dark side of human nature. Now that they need you, they naturally hold you in high regard. But when the crisis passes and they don't need you, have you thought about what will happen? Do you think that they would let you, a teenager, get hold of enough technology to turn this era upside down? At that time, not only will they take everything from you, they will also ruthlessly step on you. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Maybe, but as long as we are strong enough, no one can snatch what we have in our hands. Don't worry, I have this matter in my mind. The power of technology in my hands will only be in my own hands if I do harm. Seeing that Jiang Yan understood his concerns, Jiang Qin then gently nodded. Since you understand everything, then I won't say more. I will support you in any decision you make. But you must remember that after the recovery of the aura, the order of the world collapses and the darkness of human nature will be completely revealed. Even one's own nearest and dearest cannot be trusted without reservation, for the heart is fickle. Jiang Yan smiled and looked at Jiang Qin. Does that include you too? Including me, Ginger Qin said firmly. What exactly did you go through in your previous life that you actually see humanity as so dark that you can't even trust yourself? Jiang Yan asked somewhat breathlessly. Jiang Qin was silent, with a heavy gloom in his gaze, clearly not wanting to talk about this topic. Alright, since you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Now that it's not many days before the aura recovery, after the cleanup operation is completed, next, we'll have to prepare for the ferocious beast tide. I've contacted Vivian to get the superintelligent base in full production, and I'm also going to focus on a study in the meantime that should require me to spend a few days at the base. What about you? What are you going to do? Come with me to the base to train? Or do you want to rest for a few days? I don't think you've had a good rest since you came back from rebirth. Want to take this time to relax for a few days? Don't keep tensing up all the time. Jiang Qin shook her head and said, there's no need. I'm already used to this, and since you've decided to fight against the tide of ferocious beasts, I naturally won't stand idly by. I'm going to take advantage of these 11 days to train a group of men, but I don't have any usable manpower on hand. Find a way to find a batch of them for me, and remember, they must be the kind with excellent physical qualities. Jiang Yan froze. Are you planning to train a group of martial arts cultivators for yourself? Jiang Qin didn't deny it and nodded her head quite directly. Yes, 11 days is not a long time, but it's enough time for me to train a group of primary warriors. Although primary warriors are only low-level martial cultivators and are of little use in facing the crisis of the ferocious beast tide, I can just take the opportunity to train a good batch of seedlings for the future. Jiang Yan let out a light "oh" and asked, how many people do you need? Why don't you just ask second uncle for them? He has hundreds of thousands of garrison troops under his command, so I'm sure he'll be happy to send as many people as you want. I can't trust him yet, Jiang Qin said dryly. Well, I'll think of something then. Looking at this heavy skeptic, Jiang Yan could do nothing. Vivian, what's the situation over at security now? Jiang Yan directly contacted Vivian. He had asked Vivian to help screen the experimenters before. Those who don't qualify can instead be placed on Jiang Qin's side. Master, as of now, The number of people who responded to the recruitment is around 8,000. Just that there are only around 500 people who are willing to sign the Forbidden Industry Agreement. Jiang Yan was stunned. What? 8,000 people responded to the recruitment? This security company under my name has so many people now? He remembered that at the very beginning, this security company seemed to have only about 100 people, right? Xiao Wei explained. Master, this company of yours is currently one of the top security companies in Jiangdu, and the treatment is so superior that the veterans of the entire Dragon Kingdom will almost always join this company first after their discharge. Currently, the company has grown to a size of 30,000 employees and has monopolized the entire security services industry in Gangtok. So, 8,000 was really not that many. Hearing Vivian's explanation, Jiang Yan was confused. He was truly surprised that a security company under his name that he hadn't paid much attention to had actually grown to this size. After thinking about it, Jiang Yan said to Vivian, then send out another notice to recruit. Speaking of this, Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Qin and asked, how many people are you going to train? Jiang Qin smiled confidently. More is better, as long as the physical conditions match. Jiang Yan glanced at Jiang Qin. Ambitious enough. Okay, Vivian. According to Jiang Qin's number, double the salary of anyone willing to join, but you need to sign an accident insurance. Master, why do we need to sign up for accident insurance? Xiao Wei was a little confused. Nonsense. The aura is going to revive. In the future, these people are going to risk a great deal to fight against the ferocious beasts. In case something happens, it's important to let their families have a safeguard. It's just an insurance policy that gives these employees protection and doesn't require us to pay compensation out of pocket. So why not? Jiang Yan said with a shrewd face. But, the entire insurance company in Jiangdu is also your property. Master, so how could we not be required to compensate? Xiao Wei said in a strange tone. What? All the insurance companies in Jiangdu are my properties? Jiang Yan was a bit dumbfounded. He really didn't know. Jiang Yan only knows that he has many industries under his name. Exactly how many, he himself is not clear. It has always been Vivian helping to take care of it. Vivian, let me ask you, what other properties are in my name? This is too extensive. What real estate, finance, logistics, clothing, construction, insurance, takeout, taxi, oil, car building? Too many. There are more than 3,000 industries. Master, need me to list them one by one for you? Jiang Yan was really confused now. I actually have so many industries under my name. Wouldn't that mean that there's nothing I'm not involved with in every industry in the entire Jiangdu? Xiao Wei answered honestly. According to the data, the master's industry accounts for 70% in Jiangdu City, 10% in the Dragon Kingdom, and 1% in the world. Jiang Qin, who was on the side, heard Xiao Wei's report and said with a seemingly smiling expression, I didn't expect that you were still a low-profile world's richest man. 70% of this Jiangdu are surnamed Jiang. Jiang Yan scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. Don't flirt with me. The industries under my name are all handed over to Vivian to run. How would I have known that she actually developed my industries to this point? Forget it. Any more industries, after the recovery of the aura, don't they all become vapor? Since the insurance industry is my industry, it's even more important to sign up for accident insurance. You can't ask people to sell their lives and not give them protection. Vivian's voice rang out. Yes, Master. It didn't take long for Vivian's voice to ring out here. Master, after the notice was released, there are currently more than 13,000 people who are willing to join. Are you sure that all of them will be accepted? Jiang Yan was surprised. In just a moment, there are so many people willing to join? The main reason is that the doubling of salary released by the master attracted the vast majority of people in the security company, and the company notifications are distributed to the employees' cell phones through the system, so the efficiency will be fast. Xiao Wei explained. Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Qin. You heard it, the whole 13,000 people. No problem, right? Jiang Qin smiled faintly. As I said, more is better. Just over 10,000 people. A small scene. Alright, since you're so confident, I'll arrange all these people for you. Jiang Yan had no doubts about Jiang Qin's ability. Besides the manpower, what else do you need? Naturally, it's your gene-enhancing potion and a weakened version of NZT-48. Okay, I'll take care of it. With that, Jiang Qin and Jiang Yan went about their business after discussing the details. Jiangdu Military Region. Inside a huge conference room, Kang Sung-un was sitting at the main seat of the meeting, and on both sides of the conference table, there were 2 rows of people sitting in front of each other. The left platoon were all in uniform, even promoted. and the smallest rank was at the level of division commander. The row on the right is seated with municipal officials, municipal bigwigs at all levels in Jiangdu City, basically all of them. Look at the military and political officials to the left and right. Jiang Changyan spoke faintly. Let's start the meeting now. I'm sure everyone here must have a load of questions in their minds. For good reason. Why create a save-the-day operation? And why set up a pre-disaster coordinating command? And even make a teenage brat the supreme commander? Jiang Chengyan's first seat on his left, Wei Chongcheng, the commander of Jiangdu Military Region, said seriously, Chief, our Jiangdu Military Region absolutely believes that any decision made by the chief will be beneficial to Jiangdu and to the Dragon Kingdom. Opposite Wei Chongcheng, Jiangdu City's highest administrative official Li Weiman also smiled and said, Lao Jiang you also do not sell. You and I are once born into death comrades in arms. What is the matter? You may as well say straight. Jiang Changyan swept his gaze solemnly over the people present and said in a deep voice, All right, we won't say any more words of grandeur, so you guys can first look at a few pieces of information, and a few videos. With the opening of Kong Sunun's words, the machine secretaries, who had long been ready to pass on the documents, began to distribute the information and videos. Silence fell over the entire conference room, with only the sound of rustling and rummaging. Soon, someone exclaimed, How is this possible? Artificial intelligence? Robots? Underground hive bases? Exoskeleton mechs? Aren't these things that only appear in sci-fi movies? Chief, are you sure that these things that surpass our current technology really exist? Or were they invented by this kid named Jiang Yan? Everyone looked at Jiang Changyan with shock in their eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that the person sitting in front of them was the supreme head of the entire military region, they all wondered if the information in their hands was a prank pulled by someone. Jiang Changyan nodded his head lightly. I can responsibly tell you that what is on the information is true, and it's still just the tip of the iceberg, the underground base created by that child. Our people can't even enter it, and there's no way to know what even more powerful technological weapons are inside that kind of underground base. But from the information available, we can tell that within that base, there are definitely countless other technological products that we can't imagine. It's safe to say that he has mastered a level of technology that subverts our imagination. Hearing this, Wei Chongqing frowned slightly. Chief, if what you're saying is true, then we'll send out the military at the first opportunity and take him under control. It would be best to be able to let him serve the country. After all, with his ability, it would be enough to drive the Dragon Kingdom's technology up to an unimaginable level. At Wei Chongqing's words, all the military and political officials present agreed. Yes, such a talent must be used for the country. To have such a level of research and development at such a young age is simply a demon in the scientific world, and it would be terrible if such a person couldn't be used for me. Yes, artificial intelligence, robots, exoskeleton battle armor. Which of these is not a technology that subverts the existing technology? If other countries know about his power, it will only cause an unimaginable storm. Listening to the murmurings of the people present, Jiang Changyun waved his hand. Quiet, all of you. Under the absolute prestige of Kong Sunun, the entire conference room returned to calm. Only then did Jiang Changyan say in a deep voice, I didn't seek you out to discuss this. In fact, your worries are unnecessary. This child called Jiang Yan is my own nephew, and since he was 5 years old, he has shown a scientific talent that surpasses ordinary people, so I have been silently following him. Although he has excessive scientific research talent, he is easygoing and low-key, and is not a person who invites trouble. Originally, I planned to show up again when he was 18 to talk to him properly and convince to join the Dragon Kingdom Research Institute and contribute to the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research. Now, however, things have changed dramatically. What exactly has changed? You can see a couple of video feeds that I've provided to you. Immediately, someone in the conference room started playing the video in question. Then, everyone in the conference room except Kong Sunun was dumbfounded. Chief, are you sure this video is real? It's not edited movie footage? Yeah, how can what's on this video be true? Chief, you can't joke with us like this. It's not the wrong video feed, is it? Wait, I seem to have some impression of this woman. Has she appeared on the internet before? And who is the woman who fought against her? It feels like I've seen her somewhere before. Chapter 19 Chapter 0019 Silence at the top. Pre-disaster preparations begin. After watching the video data in their hands, the people in the conference room began to talk. The content of the video is not very long, just 2 or 3 minutes. It's a video of Jiang Qin and Empress Ling Tian briefly exchanging blows. And then a video of Jiang Qin turning into Ashura Demonis and Empress Ling Tian transforming into a drought demon. The footage was recorded as a sneak peek, but the picture quality is crystal clear. In addition to this video, there was also a video recording of the Ling Tian Heavenly Palace, with the Ling Tian Empress Ling Kong standing over the southern suburb park. However, when confronted with these videos, none of the people in the room were willing to believe that they were real, because what was on the video completely subverted their perceptions. Kang Sunan was actually not surprised by the crowd's reaction. In fact, he couldn't believe it when he first saw the videos. Jiang Changyan waved his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet. The whole place was quiet again. However, all eyes looked towards Jiang Changyun, hoping that this chief would give them an answer. Kang Sunan sighed softly. I know that everyone in the room will have a hard time believing it's true after seeing this video. I actually had trouble accepting this video when I first saw it. However, I have to tell you for the record that what is on the video is true. Not only that, but what I'm going to tell all of you is that soon, we in Jiangdu, no, I should say the entire world, are going to experience a huge change, an unprecedented crisis that will jeopardize the humanity of our entire world. Hearing Jiang Changyun's words, everyone in the conference room looked at Jiang Changyun in shock. Crisis? Endangering the entire world's humanity? Chief, you're really not kidding us? What kind of crisis could threaten the entire world's humanity? Is it the virus we are defending against? In the face of the crowd's disbelief and doubt, Jiang Changyun said in a deep voice, perhaps you won't believe me when I tell you that an unknown change is taking place in our world. From my niece named Jiang Qin, I got a word for aura revival. Hearing that word is perhaps not unfamiliar to some of you young people. Yes, it's the kind of thing you read about in some of your novels. That term, however, is now about to shine into reality. Listen, I'm not joking with you. In fact, I've gotten positive information that our world is about to experience a huge change. Kang Sunan clapped his hands and said, come in. As Kang Sunan's words fell, the door to the conference room was pushed open. Several researchers, dressed in white coats, walked in. A researcher at the head of the group, with a white beard and hair, looked to be almost 70 to 80 years old. Behind him was a young woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Seeing these two, some of the people present immediately recognized them. It's President Wang, the head of the Jiangdu Research Institute, and Fang Jingxue, the genius academician of the Kyoto Research Institute. These two are an authoritative professor of genetics and a legendary academician of ecology. Why did the chief invite both of them? Jiang Changyun looked at the crowd with a serious gaze. I'm not in scientific research, so there's no possibility that my words won't have any authority. That's why I invited Prof. Wang and academician Fang, who came to my Jiangdu for an exchange. Both of them are highly accomplished in genetics and ecology, and I'm sure they're no strangers to everyone in the municipal sector. Now let them tell what we are about to face. Saying that, Jiang Changyun got up and let Professor Wang and Fang Jingxue stand in front of the main seat of the meeting. Professor Wang straightened his collar, and his gaze was serious as he addressed the crowd present. I'm Wang Wei. I've been engaged in genetics for decades, and I'm currently the director of the Jiangdu Research Institute, so I'm sure that everyone here, especially all the city leaders, will not be unfamiliar with me, and my next words will be sworn on my honor for so many years, never the slightest falsification, and I hope that the Lord Leader and the head of the military region will pay attention to it. In fact, I didn't realize that our world was changing silently until Chief Jiang approached me. When Chief Jiang said that there was no possibility of mutation in the flora and fauna of our world, I actually thought it was just a joke. It's just that when I did genetic testing on some of the plants and animals in Jiangdu City, I was shocked to find that the genes of the plants and animals I tested were undergoing amazing changes. This change is not an alienation, but a universalization. To confirm this, I called a friend far away in Kyoto to do the relevant tests using Kyoto's flora and fauna as well. In the end, a shocking conclusion was reached. That is, no matter whether it's the flora and fauna of Kyoto or the flora and fauna of Jiangdu, they're all undergoing a silent mutation. Undeterred, I had other friends of mine in the scientific community make related tests all over the world. Yet the conclusions are surprisingly consistent. The entire world's flora and fauna is undergoing some kind of mutation. Immediately after realizing the gravity of the situation, I conducted a detailed genetic analysis of the plants and animals in the lab. It was discovered that their genes are undergoing a mutation. No, rather, an evolution, at an alarming rate. This evolution, once completed, will bring immeasurable disaster to the entire human society. Therefore, I hope that everyone here will pay serious attention to it. Otherwise it will be devastating for all of us if a disaster occurs. With my words out of the way, let academician Fong Jingxue now speak about her findings, said Prof. Wang Wei, stepping back and giving space to Fong Jingxue. Fong Jingxue held up her gold-rimmed glasses and said in a deep voice, "All the chiefs, all the leaders, how are you? I am Fong Jingxue. With regard to Dean Wang's claim, I'm sure all of you already have a very clear perception of the current situation. Now I'll tell you what I found out. When Dean Wang discovered the genetic mutations in the plants and animals, I was the first to test and analyze the ecological environment around Jiangdu City. Then I realized that today, the ecology around Gangtok City, except for the urban area, is undergoing a primitive transformation. After I analyzed the quality of the air in Gangtok, I found that, since an unknown time, an unknown trace element has appeared in the air we breathe. This trace element, it's still growing at an alarming rate, and the most likely cause of genetic mutation in the surrounding plants and animals is this unknown trace element. At the moment, because the research is still short, I have not found the source of these trace elements. However, I speculate that there is a strong possibility that it comes from the photosynthesis of plants. That is to say, plants nowadays, when they photosynthesize, they not only produce oxygen, but they also have the potential to produce this trace element that can mutate plants and animals. If the growth of this trace element cannot be stopped, the disaster that Prof. Wang described will be irreversible. That's the conclusion I've come to. Fong Jingxue also quietly retreated to the side after she finished speaking, and everyone in the conference room was still silently digesting the news brought by Wang Wei and Fong Jingxue. After the accounts of two authoritative researchers, almost everyone realized the seriousness of the matter. After a long time, Li Weiman, the municipal bigwig, took the lead to speak. Old Jiang, does the Kyoto side know about this matter? Are there any instructions? Jiang Changyin sighed softly. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, I've already contacted the No. 1 head of Kyoto at the first opportunity, and the Kyoto side is already urgently convening a meeting, but it should be impossible to get any feedback in a short period of time. But even without Kyoto's instructions we can't do nothing. After all, we need to be responsible for the tens of millions of people in Gangtok. So, I set up a pre-disaster coordination command at the first opportunity to prepare in advance. You can't wait until disaster strikes to improvise, and by then it will be too late for anything. Wei Changqing frowned slightly and said, I completely agree with the establishment of the pre-disaster coordination command. Just why did you let Jiang Yan, a teenager, serve as the supreme commander, and even gave him the rank of major general directly? Although this kid Jiang Yan is a genius in the field of research, he has no experience in coordinating disaster relief. Jiang Changyan heard this, but his gaze was serious and said, Coordinating disaster relief? I think you've misunderstood. The Pre-Disaster Coordination Command was not established to coordinate disaster relief, but to fight against disasters. And it's a disaster we can't stop. You've all seen the video just now, right? You guys tell me, if you were to face that existence that can turn into a monster, which one of you here could handle it? By the way, I forgot to introduce you guys. That dragon-robed woman in the video was once an ancient empress with an army of several million zombies under her command. Those zombie armies, they've already been taken care of by Jiang Yan. But you guys look at the abilities this empress has shown. Standing in the air, disappearing in an instant, and transforming into a monster to emit extreme heat. I can clearly tell you that in the video, when that empress turned into a monster, the temperature of the entire Jiangdu was instantly pulled up by dozens of degrees. If Jiang Yan hadn't used technology and subdued this empress, the entire Jiangdu could have been melted by that monster. If you don't believe me, you can carefully analyze the content of the video. The moment this empress turned into a monster, did you see the buildings around her start to melt down? Hearing Kong Sungun's words, everyone present immediately began to watch the video on their own again. It was only after a while that someone said in horror, "What a terrifying monster! It can actually roast the surrounding buildings in an instant. How high of a temperature does it have to reach to do that?" At this time, Prof. Wang Wei, who was on the side, was surprised and said, "A drought demon? The monster in this video is a drought demon that only exists in legends?" Wang Wei's words immediately caught the attention of everyone present. Even Jiang Changyan asked with some surprise, "Professor Wang, you recognize the monster in the video?" Wang Wei took a deep breath and said, "I'm a genetics guy, so naturally I'm extremely interested in ancient creatures. So I often go through some ancient mythological texts and historical records. Drought demon is one of the legendary ancient mythological creatures. According to ancient texts, this creature can cause drought in ancient times. Drought demon infestation. thousands of miles of red land, 10,000 miles of water dry. The monster in the video is the same as the canonical records, 2 or 3 feet long, bare-bodied but with its eyes on the top, walking like the wind, and wherever it passes, everything is incinerated and scorched earth is strewn all over the place. I had thought that such mythical creatures were all fabricated, and that even if they really existed, they would have gone extinct a long time ago. I didn't expect to see a living drought demon. Chief, where is this drought demon now? This is an extremely rare ancient creature, an excellent paleontological research subject with amazing research value. Wang Wei's gaze was frenzied, and his eyes were filled with hope. Seeing this, Jiang Changyan awkwardly said, "It should be at my nephew's place. After all, this drought demon was cleaned up by him." Wang Wei said excitedly, "Where is he? Quickly take me to see him. If I can bring back this drought demon, even if it's just a corpse, it has great research value." Jiang Changyan said helplessly, "Dean Wang, this matter will be discussed after this meeting of ours, but there's not much I can do. At most I can introduce you to Jiang Yan, and if he doesn't want to, there's nothing I can do about it," said Zhang Changyun as he gestured to Fang Jingshui on the side. Fang Jingshui understood and pulled Wang Wei, who was still in an agitated state, out of the conference room. When the two left, Jiang Changyan then looked at the crowd. "After watching the content of the video, can you now tell me who among you has the ability to fight such a monster?" All the people in the conference room all quieted down. "You look at me, I look at you." In the absence of a single voice, only then did Jiang Changyan continue. "You can't, but Jiang Yan he can." The drought demon in the video was subdued by Jiang Yan, and this monster with special abilities is the biggest disaster we need to fight in the future. Now which one of you still thinks that there is a problem with Jiang Yan becoming this supreme commander? The crowd was all silent, in that there was no opposition. Since there's no problem, let's talk about how we can cooperate with Jiang Yan to make preparations before the disaster breaks out. Next, Jiang Changyun dominated the entire meeting and set up and arranged it with cooperating with Jiang Yan as the core content. After the meeting, the entire military and political departments of Jiangdu began to function, and this meeting was all watched clearly by Jiang Yan on the virtual screen inside the underground base. "Master, it seems that this second uncle of yours has managed to convince the top echelons of Jiangdu, and with the full support of the Jiangdu officials, our preparations will go very smoothly." Jiang Yan smiled lightly. "This is the best. Save yourself the trouble. I'll leave the preparations to you. If there's anything you need you can contact Uncle Tu directly. I'm going to go about my business too." Vivian asked, "Master, you haven't said what kind of robots you want me to produce mainly. Are they sentry robots, or armed robots?" Jiang Yan thought for a moment and asked, "You know best about the productivity of the base. How many sentinel robots can be produced in 11 days if they are produced?" Vivian's gaze data flowed as she replied, "If we are producing sentinel robots, we can probably still produce 30,000 units in 11 days. After all, the materials used to make sentinel robots are currently very limited, and it also takes time in transportation. Moreover, 4 days later, the aura will recover, and I don't know if it will have an impact on the material trade. The preliminary statistics of 30,000 frames to be the limit." Jiang Yan frowned slightly. "Only 30,000 robots. Together with my existing 100,000 robots, it's only 130,000 robots. Less. Too little." According to Zhang Qin, the ferocious beast tide in 11 days' time will have tens of millions of ferocious beasts. I'm afraid that 130,000 sentinel robots will not be able to set up even the most basic line of defense. What about producing armed robots? How many can be produced? Xiao Wei immediately replied, "If armed robots are produced, the requirements for the robot's body are not that strict. Ordinary materials can also be manufactured. In 11 days, according to the base's productivity, 30 million armed robots can be manufactured." Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. 30 million units? This is fine. As long as these robots are equipped with powerful enough weapons, they should not be weaker than the sentinel robots in terms of attack power. "Okay, just arm the robots." Vivian nodded gently. "Yes, Master." Chapter 20 Chapter 0020 The Empress Compromise. The day of aura recovery. After communicating with Vivian, Jiang Yan arrived inside a laboratory within the underground base. In this laboratory, Empress Ling Tian was still locked up in a special vessel. At the same time, the several zombie god marshals that were previously captured by Jiang Yan for experimentation were also among them. Seeing Jiang Yan enter, Lei Shuai and the other 6-headed zombies instinctively shivered. The eyes that looked at Jiang Yan were like looking at the devil, fearful to the extreme. Ever since they were captured in the underground base, the various experiments against them have not stopped. Even if Jiang Yan wasn't there, there were other robots conducting all sorts of inhumane experiments on them. Under these tests, they are all zombie bodies, and they are tortured to the point of almost insanity. But what really broke them down was seeing that the Ling Tian Empress, whom they worshipped as a god, was also being served into the lab in a tiny vessel. Several zombies' beliefs instantly collapsed. A sense of fear grows and grows in their hearts, and the Ling Tian Empress could do nothing in the face of this scene. Even she herself, a sense of panic inexplicably grew in her heart. Yo, how long has it been since I've seen you guys? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost when you see me? Weren't you still very tough before? Jiang Yan looked at the several zombies' eyes filled with fear, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked with flirtation. Humans, spare us, we can swear allegiance to you, please, don't torture us anymore. Lei Shuai, who had already been tortured by various experiments, was near pleading. Yes, please spare us, we swear absolute allegiance to you. Shi Shuai also prayed somewhat morosely. Martial Wind, Martial Fire, Martial Ice, and Martial Shadow also looked at Jiang Yan with supplicating gazes. Jiang Yan laughed softly. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to swear allegiance to me in front of your great emperor, right? For a moment all 6 zombies were silent. None of his eyes dared to look at the Ling Tian Empress who was being held in the vessel. Empress Ling Tian didn't get angry because of this. As the empress who had once ruled over the 9 states, she knew very well that the current situation was that people were the chopping board for the sword and I was the fish for the meat. She had also seen how Rokushin Shuai had been tortured in this laboratory. It's really a desperate attempt at life and death. So she didn't blame the 6 divine marshals for their mutiny. Human, perhaps we can sit down and talk about it, can we? The Ling Tian Empress lowered her stance and spoke to Jiang Yan in an almost whispering tone. Jiang Yan looked at Empress Ling Tian and smiled. Talk? Why would I want to talk to you guys? I captured you all for the purpose of studying you, and for me to talk to you mice. You think I'm idle? Empress Ling Tian's heart flinched as she said in a deep voice. What if we can show our value to you? Jiang Yan snorted and shook his head. Talking about value? Then you might be disappointed. Your greatest value to me is to be my research subjects. Empress Ling Tian said in a deep voice. That's not necessarily true. You should know that the heavens and earth are about to change drastically. The era of mankind is about to be gone, and you guys know nothing about the world after the great change in the heavens and earth. If you knew what you were about to face, you wouldn't be so sure. When Jiang Yan heard this, he looked at Empress Ling Tian with a smile. Or not. Are you trying to say that after the great change in the heavens and earth, we will face a great crisis? Empress Ling Tian was stunned. How did you know? Jiang Yan laughed lightly. Not only do I know, but I also know that this crisis originated from the ferocious beasts, right? Empress Ling Tian was surprised. You actually even know about this? What exactly are you? Jiang Yan smiled faintly. You don't need to know what I am, and I've known about your so-called crisis for a long time, so you have no value to me. Empress Ling Tian looked deeply at Jiang Yan and said unhurriedly. It seems like you know more than I thought. So do you know about the secret realm? Secret realm? What secret realm? Jiang Yan was slightly stunned. Jiang Qin had never talked to him about the secret realm. Empress Ling Tian had an expression that said it all as she said in a deep voice. It seems that you don't know, and I think that the woman beside you who obtained the cultivator's inheritance had never told you about it before, right? Jiang Yan's gaze looked towards the Ling Tian Empress. If she didn't tell me, she naturally has her reasons. Don't try to provoke the relationship between me and her in this way. And don't even try to use the matter of the secret realm to convince me to let you go. Speaking of this, Jiang Yan looked at Ling Tian Empress with an impish gaze. Moreover, as long as I want to know, you can't keep the secrets in your head. And there are too many ways for me to get the secrets out of your head, like the memory extractor, which is capable of forcibly presenting the memories in your mind. Empress Ling Tian's gaze sank. So there's nothing to talk about? Jiang Yan smiled faintly. As I said, you are not qualified to negotiate with me now. In my hands, you can't hide any secrets. Empress Ling Tian sneered. That's not necessarily the case, although I am indeed subject to you right now. Don't think that you'll be able to eat me. If you have to put up a fight, I may not be without the means to make you pay. Is that so? It seems like you are the one who still has a crushing tactic that you haven't used. Tell me what it is. If it can really threaten me, I might consider talking to you. Jiang Yan said with interest. Empress Ling Tian looked at Jiang Yan with a gloomy gaze. Ever heard of a curse? Curse? Jiang Yan froze slightly, then lost his smile. Are you trying to say that you are able to threaten me by way of a curse? Empress Ling Tian sneered. It seems that you don't seem to believe that this world truly has the power of a curse, but I have to tell you, the power of the curse is real and belongs to an ancient taboo, only that it takes a great price to cast it. If I take on the body of a drought demon and sacrifice myself to curse you and your family, do you think you'll be able to stop this ancient, forbidden force? Looking at Empress Ling Tian's determined face, Jiang Yan frowned slightly. Is there really a curse power? Empress Ling Tian said in a deep voice. If you don't believe me, you can try. There was some hesitation in Jiang Yan's heart. He could have scoffed at the idea of a curse before, but now that the aura was about to revive, he was still a little unsure if it existed. At least looking at Empress Ling Tian, it didn't seem like she was joking. After thinking about it, Jiang Yan looked at Empress Ling Tian with a calm gaze. So, you plan to threaten me with this cursed power? Empress Ling Tian was a bit furious in her heart as Jiang Yan looked at her, but she still pretended to be calm and said, not a threat, just self-preservation. If you can let me and my men go, I can swear that I will never use the power of the curse against you. Jiang Yan, however, laughed coldly, still saying it's not a threat? Letting you go. Don't even think about it, at least not until I've researched the source of your ability. Never. Empress Ling Tian's gaze turned cold. So you want to break the net of fish death? Jiang Yan smiled coldly, undaunted. Fish will die, but the net may not be broken. Not to mention whether or not your so-called cursed power is real. Even if it is, I think you're afraid you'll have to pay a very heavy price. Let me analyze this. You just mentioned sacrifices, ancient taboos, so it seems that even if this cursed power is real, I'm afraid that you'll have to sacrifice your life to trigger it. It's just that, the way I see you, you may not be willing to sacrifice yourself just like that, assuming, of course, that I don't take your life and push you around. It is, isn't it? Empress Ling Tian's eyes revealed a fierce light. Yes or no? Do you dare to bet? Why don't you dare? If you really dare, sacrifice yourself to curse me now, and if the power of the curse really appears, I'll admit it. Jiang Yan said indifferently with an expression that saw through the other side. You Empress Ling Tian was choked speechless. See, I told you wouldn't dare. Jiang Yan laughed softly playfully. Empress Ling Tian's expression completely collapsed. Asshole, are you so sure that I don't dare? Jiang Yan smiled faintly. It's not so certain, but I can't imagine that at the last minute, you wouldn't want to fight to the same end. After all, the longer one lives, the less one wants to die easily. Empress Ling Tian smiled bitterly. You win. It's true that I don't want to die yet, but what I said about the power of the curse is also true. If you dare to push me, then it'll really be fish death. Jiang Yan nodded his head gently. Don't worry, no matter if the curse power in your mouth is true or not, I have no intention of taking your life right now. At least not until it's clear from the research what manner of drought demon you're transforming into. Of course the latter sentence was said in Jiang Yan's mind. What exactly do you want? How can you be willing to release me? Empress Ling Tian asked with a helpless face. As I said, releasing is impossible for the time being, but if you're willing to cooperate and let me find the answers I want in you, I might even consider it for a moment or two. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. What answer do you want to find in me? Empress Ling Tian frowned. Like, for example, the secret of your transformation into a drought demon? Or, that ability of yours to move instantly? Jiang Yan's eyes flickered as he said, no way, don't even think about it. Empress Ling Tian categorically refused. Jiang Yan, however, was not angry and laughed softly. You can refuse. As I said, I can find it myself. It's just that you might have to suffer a little bit. If you cooperate, and of course if you're willing to cooperate, we might be able to get along very well. Empress Ling Tian's face was gloomy. She was silent for a while before she said, don't even think about the secret of transforming into a drought demon. That's the basis of my establishment. It's impossible to tell anyone, and don't presume to think of any way to get me to tell you, or else I'll sacrifice myself right away, and spell out this life to make you pay the price, but the rest is negotiable. The instantaneous movement ability you are talking about is a divine ability technique, which was passed down in the ancient times. If you can restore my divine ability, I can hand it over. Jiang Yan first nodded, then shook his head. It can be considered, but not now. Right now I don't have full control over your abilities. When I find a way to limit your abilities, it's not impossible to help you recover your body. Empress Ling Tian frowned. You still want to control and restrict me? It's a bit too whimsical. Jiang Yan laughed lightly. Really? Then we'll see. Now, please cooperate. I need to extract a little more blood from you. Empress Ling Tian was wary. What do you want? Don't worry. It's just a little bit of your blood. Of course, if you're willing to give it to me voluntarily, it'll save me the trouble of having to resort to tricks, Jiang Yan said with a smile on his face. After staring at Jiang Yan for a long time, Empress Ling Tian gently made a stroke on her fingertip and a drop of blood gushed out. Very good. It looks like we're cooperating well with each other. Jiang Yan nodded his head in satisfaction. Then an ant-sized mechanical bug appeared inside the vessel and sucked away the drop of blood from Empress Ling Tian. Are you satisfied now? Empress Ling Tian said with some indignation. Yes, I'm satisfied. And to show my gratitude, I won't toss those men of yours today. Jiang Yan grinned as he held the mechanical bug that flew out from within the vessel in the palm of his hand. However, she no longer paid attention to Empress Ling Tian, and with this drop of blood, she began to devote herself to the experiment. Time flies. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the aura recovery in Jiang Qin's mouth had finally arrived. Early in the morning, Jiang Qin rushed to Jiang Yan's house. Right in front of Jiang Yan's house, Jiang Qin met her second uncle, Jiang Changyun. At this point, Jiang Qin no longer had any doubts about Jiang Changyun's identity. The other party was indeed her and Jiang Yan's second uncle. This had been established 4 nights earlier by Ginger Yan's parents and her adoptive father. At that time, Jiang Yan's father, Jiang Changye, was close to hugging Jiang Changyun and crying bitterly. Jiang Qin's adoptive father, Jiang Changli, was also in tears. It even alarmed the old man, Jiang Shan, who had been recuperating his body in a sanatorium. When Jiang Changyun saw his white-haired old father, he directly fell to his knees with a thud, hugging Jiang's old man's thighs in tears, calling out that he was unfilial. The scene was truly a scene of tears for those who watched and sadness for those who heard. It was just that even though Jiang Changyun's identity was clear, Jiang Qin still didn't trust this second uncle. She felt that Jiang Changyun's return to the Jiang family at this time was not pure in purpose. Therefore, at this time, even if she knew that Jiang Changyun was her second uncle, she only greeted him with a faint expression. Kang Sunan was unconcerned about this. With that, the two entered the Jiang Yan family villa together. At this time Fang Hongmei had already gotten up and was opening breakfast. Seeing Jiang Qin and Jiang Changyan, she was a little surprised. What brings you guys here so early in the morning? Jiang Changyan said smilingly. Sister-in-law, it's like this. I'm looking for Jiang Yan for something. He's at home now, right? Fang Hongmei was a bit surprised and said, it's natural to be at home this early in the morning, but he should still be sleeping at this hour. His gaze then looked at Jiang Qin. You're also here to find Jiang Yan, aren't you? Jiang Qin gently nodded. I had an appointment with Jiang Yan before. Just then, Jiang Yan's bedroom door was opened, and Jiang Yan walked out of the bedroom with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Seeing Jiang Qin and Jiang Changyan both nodded their heads gently. Coming. Jiang Qin and Jiang Changyan also nodded and said, coming. Fan Hongmei was even more surprised. What? Are you guys on a date today? Is something wrong? Jiang Yan, however, said seriously, Mom, you should talk to Dad later. It's best not to go out today. Just stay at home and don't go anywhere. Jiang Changyun nodded in agreement. Yes, sister-in-law. Today, you, big brother and third brother. It's best if you don't take a single step away from the villa area. Don't worry if you see anything on the news. Anyway, everything will wait until we get back tonight. Suddenly being instructed so by Jiang Yan and Jiang Changyun, Fang Hongmei's heart instantly lifted. What do you mean don't go out? Little amazing. Changyun, what's going on? Are you guys hiding something from us? Jiang Qin stepped forward and pacified. Auntie Fang, don't worry. Listen to Jiang Yan. Everything will be explained to you when we return. Jiang Yan also nodded his head and said, Mom, we'll explain everything to you in detail when we come back. In short, you must remember that no matter who it is in our family today, try not to go out of the villa area. That's it. We'll go first, said Jiang Yanhao waving to Jiang Changyan and Jiang Qin. The 3 left at a quick pace. Fang Hongmei looked at the departing backs of the trio and shouted anxiously. In the end, what happened? Cannot say clearly before leaving. You are not letting me dry anxious. However, the Jiang Yan trio had already walked away. Fang Hongmei could only stomp her feet and return to her room to find her husband Jiang Qingya. Chapter 21, Chapter 0021, Ferocious Beast Appears. Class 9 Fierce Beast Grey Rat. Gangtok City Epidemic Control Center. This has become the temporary command center of the Pre-Disaster Coordination Command in Gangtok. At this time inside the control center, countless staff members were busy in front of the computer. Right in front of the control center, a huge screen was dropping the surveillance images of the entire Jiangdu city. When Jiang Yan, Jiang Changyun and Jiang Qin entered the control center, all the staff present rose as a whole and saluted the 3. Jiang Yan was a bit overwhelmed by the scene. Jiang Changyun on the side was not surprised by such a scene. He nodded his head lightly and waved his hand, and said in a calm manner, "Carry on with your work." All staff immediately sat down and resumed their busyness. These are the city monitors that I have urgently transferred from the military district and the municipal department. They have been the ones who have been conducting screen monitoring of the entire Jiangdu in the past few days. And they will be the first to feed back here once any emergencies occur in Jiangdu City. Jiang Changyun explained to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan sniffed and thought for a moment. Actually, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. The entire Jiangdu City surveillance has always been under Vivian's supervision. So as long as there's a problem, I'll be the first to know about it. Jiang Changyun shook his head and said, "We can't possibly rely on you for everything. Citywide surveillance is imperative. And we also need to be vigilant of Jiangdu City's every move. After all, we need to be accountable to the entire city of Gangtok." Jiang Yan nodded slightly, able to understand Jiang Changyun's thoughts. They can't be blind either. Seeing that Jiang Yan was able to understand, Jiang Changyun nodded in relief. After these few days of cleanup operations, the entire downtown area of Jiangdu is basically cleaned of plants and animals, but there's no guarantee that there will be any remnants left. As you know, Jiangdu, a first-tier city with a population of tens of millions of people, it's unlikely that you'll want to completely clean it up in a few days. However, as long as the places that come to mind, we've cleared them all, and it shouldn't be easy to find a single ant within the city of Gazeto. All those plants and animals that were cleaned up were also done to destroy them, to make sure that nothing was left behind. And we did an emergency response to the downtown exterior. As of 6 o'clock this morning, we completed the evacuation of the population of all counties, towns, townships, and villages around Jiangdu City to ensure the safety of the people around the city outside of Jiangdu. Basically, we've done everything we can. Is there anything else you guys think we should add? Jiang Yan thought for a moment. His gaze went to Jiang Qin and asked, "You're more experienced than I am in matters of aura recovery. What else do you think needs to be guarded against?" Jiang Qin gazed at the surveillance screen in front of her, and suddenly pointed at a few surveillance locations on the big screen and asked, "Did you guys do anything to deal with Xinjiang?" Jiangdu City belongs to the city along the river, and Xinjiang River is the largest river in Jiangdu City. The entire Gangtok is also built on the side of the river and is divided into two blocks, east and west. The east side of the Xinjiang River is called Jiangdong, and the west side of the Xinjiang River is called Jiangxi. Kang Sung-un nodded and said, "Treatment was also done, but the Xian River is too big after all, and it's also always in a state of flow, so I can't guarantee whether new fish will appear within the Xian River after we clean it up." Jiang Qin frowned slightly and said solemnly, "Then please focus on Xinjiang. After the revival of aura, the ferocious beasts on land are certainly terrifying, but the truly terrifying ones are the ones in the water. The ferocious beasts in the water are often more powerful than those on land. It's a good thing Gangtok isn't a coastal city, or everything you've done would be pointless." "Curious?" Jiang Yan asked. "Why do you say that?" Jiang Qin said in a deep voice, "Because the ocean is the home base of the ferocious beasts. Years from now, they will also have a unifying name, Aqua. You can just imagine how many aquatic species the entire ocean holds and how large their populations are. With such a huge herd, how many terrifying ferocious beasts will be born? Let me put it to you this way. Even 10,000 years from now, the water tribe will be the most powerful tribe, bar none." Jiang Yan was flabbergasted. "So powerful? It will only be more powerful than you can imagine." Jiang Qin's gaze sank, seemingly recalling some bad encounter. Jiang Yan didn't know what to say for a moment, but took Jiang Qin's words to heart. Just then, Vivian's voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Yan's earpiece. "Master, it has just been detected that the aura in the air is growing at a blowhole speed. Heavens, now it can no longer be described as a blowhole. It's completely a volcanic eruption in general. The percentage of aura in the air has grown explosively. It's already reached 10 times that of oxygen. No, it's now 100 times. It's moving towards 1,000 times. It's broken through 1,000 times. So fast, really fast. In just a little while, it's already reached 5,000 times. And it's still growing, with no intention of stopping at all." Just as Vivian exclaimed, on the large front surveillance screen, all the surveillance images began to dim. The sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds, and countless purple-red lightning bolts flashed in the clouds. The road thundered on and on. Immediately afterward, heavy rain poured down without warning. The wind howled like a hurricane arriving suddenly, catching the entire Jiangdu off guard. It started. Seeing this scene, Jiang Qin said in a heavy tone, "Despite having prepared for it, when the aura revival really came, Both Jiang Yan and Jiang Changyun were shocked by the changes in heaven and earth at this moment. At this time, Xiao Wei's voice suddenly rang out. Master! Alert, alert, alert! Mutated creatures have been found. In the next moment, one of the surveillance images on the large screen of the surveillance center suddenly enlarged and occupied the entire large screen. The image shows a sewer manhole cover on a concrete roadway. A rat came through the manhole cover. In the pouring rain, the mouse's eyes turned scarlet and its tiny body swelled up extremely fast. As its body swelled, the rat seemed to be in extreme pain and actually let out a sharp hiss. This hissing, directly its mouth that rows of terrible sharp teeth show out, hideous and horrible, extremely oozing. It wasn't until this rat's body reached the size of a calf that the body expansion stopped. Then the rat's gaze first showed a hint of human confusion. Gradually the confusion disappeared, instead revealing a cruel and vicious gaze. It looked around, sniffed again with its nose, and stared violently in one direction. Then, it landed on all fours and scurried away. The speed was so fast that it was like disappearing in an instant. This scene caused everyone, including Jiang Changyun, to suck in a breath of cool air. Quick! Pull up surveillance in the direction of this rat, Kang Sungnun immediately shouted. However, before the staff at the monitoring center could react, the image on the big screen automatically jumped. It was Vivian who was the first to take the step of using surveillance for screen tracking. The surveillance images jumped continuously, each capturing only a faint remnant of a shadow. It could be seen how fast the rat, which had mutated into a ferocious beast, was. After jumping over a dozen screens, the surveillance screen finally settled on a neighborhood entrance, and the rat appeared on the surveillance screen at the same time. You can see through the surveillance that an old man is on duty in the security room at the entrance of the neighborhood, except he was watching a video on his cell phone and completely missed the danger. So, the next moment, the rat's figure disappeared. The cell door made a loud noise as if it had been hit by a truck, but it was the rat that slammed headfirst right into the neighborhood gate. It directly deformed the cell gate. The rat, on the other hand, seemed to have not yet adapted to his current body, and was also a bit dazed after hitting the gate, but his body did not receive any damage. Shaking east and west, and shaking his head slightly, the rat slowly came to his senses. At that moment, the alarmed on-duty Moncler Jackets outlet was startled by the commotion outside. He stood up, ready to walk out of the security room to see what was going on outside. What do you know? The next moment, the door to the duty room was smashed to pieces. Before he could react, a gray shadow pounced on him. Then a stream of blood sprayed directly onto the window of the duty room. Belated exclamations of surprise and screams rang out from within the monitoring center. Seeing this scene, a chill surged through the hearts of the entire monitoring center. A sound of sucking in cool air resounded continuously. Some of the timid female staff members even let out screams. Jiang Qin's voice rang out at the right time, his tone flat and cold, as if he had long been accustomed to such scenes. This is a 9th grade gray rat, belonging to one of the lowest ranked ferocious beasts, very bloodthirsty, with only 2 abilities, copper skin and iron bones, extremely fast, and very simple to solve. However, gray rats are generally group-living ferocious beasts, and once they are out in the open, they can be as few as hundreds or as many as tens of thousands, and they are a huge threat to ordinary people. The one in front of us should be a leaky one, but as you can see, unusual people can't deal with it at all. Kang Sungnun took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down as he asked in a deep voice, "Where is this area?" Immediately determine the location and mobilize the nearest patrol unit to move out. This ferocious beast must be eliminated to protect the lives of the people in this neighborhood. Jiang Qin sniffed but said, "I suggest you'd better not do that. The patrol troops are a bunch of ordinary soldiers. Facing this 9th grade gray rat, going any further is afraid that you'll only get slaughtered." Jiang Changyin said in a deep voice, "What then? Do I have to watch the masses being threatened and ignore them? Didn't we make so many preparations before to protect the lives of the people of Jiangdu? If we don't go if we're afraid of death, then what's the point of everything we've done?" Jiang Qin said in a cold voice, "I'm just reminding you. If you have to send people to their deaths, just pretend I didn't say that." At this time, Jiang Yan waved his hand and said, "Stop all the bickering. Vivian, locate the position of the gray rats and mobilize a team of armed robots nearby to go there." "Yes, master." Location: Jiangdu Wangcheng District, Xihua Neighborhood. The nearest armed robot to this area will take 3 minutes to arrive. Jiang Yan said in a deep voice. 3 minutes? Good. Dispatch immediately. Pull up the surveillance of the Xihua neighborhood. Yes, master. Multi-directional Seward neighborhood surveillance immediately appeared on the big screen. Under surveillance, The door to the neighborhood security room has been broken down. A puddle of blood flowed from it. The sound of gnawing flesh can also be heard. In the face of this scene, everyone in the monitoring center looked incredibly silent. The atmosphere was very heavy. Just then, a car suddenly drove up at the gate of the neighborhood. The sedan stopped in front of the neighborhood and beeped and honked its horn several times. Damn it! Haven't we already issued a citywide notice that the whole city is under martial law today and no one is allowed to go out at will? What's with this sedan? Seeing this sedan, Jiang Chengyun's heart clenched. It's not enough that a security officer has been murdered, is there going to be another victim? Despite his inner anxiety, Jiang Chengyun could do nothing but be anxious. At this point on the screen, the driver of the sedan honked his horn a few times, initiating that no one had been responding, and was a bit puzzled, so he could only roll down the window in the pouring rain and yell at the security room. Old Wang too, what are you doing? Help open the door. The limousine driver is a middle-aged man in his 30s, bald head, flowery shirt, and a large gold chain around his neck, a socialite's outfit. The middle-aged man's shouting stopped the gnawing in the security room. Then the security room gray rat's legs stood straight up, those bloodthirsty poking around. The middle-aged driver came right up against this gray rat through the glass window of the security room. At first, the middle-aged driver thought he had misread, rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again. When he finally saw what it was that was staring at him, his entire body shivered directly and exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap, what a rat!" The gray rat was clearly alarmed by the middle-aged driver. In an instant, a gray shadow sprang out of the security room and pounced on the middle-aged driver. This middle-aged driver's reaction could not be described as fast. His head flinched, and the hole had shrunk back into the car. Boo! Only a strong crash was heard. The driver's sedan was directly hit by the gray rat and flattened a few meters. The car door was also dented. If it was an unusual person who encountered such a situation, he or she must have hidden in the car and shivered in fear. This middle-aged driver, however, seems to have a different brain circuit from the norm. After realizing that his car had been hit, he directly screamed in misery. "My car! This is my new Maybach that I bought only 2 days ago. Damn rats! You pay for my car!" The middle-aged driver then turned the steering wheel and took a foot off the gas. With a violent roar of the engine, the sedan started right up and slammed into the gray rat. Gray Mouse sees this and leaps right out of the way. The middle-aged driver, seeing that he hadn't hit the big rat, immediately backed up, flew back, and with a drift righted the body, the front of the car squarely in front of the gray rat. A man and a rat, directly facing each other. The gray rat's gaze was bloodthirsty, revealing a mouthful of fangs. The middle-aged driver gripped the steering wheel tightly, gritted his teeth, and kept stepping on the gas pedal, emitting a burst of engine roar. "Dare to destroy my car? See if I don't kill you today." The middle-aged driver let out a roar and stepped on the gas directly to the bottom. With a roar, the Maybach was like an arrow off the string, violently crashing towards the gray rat. The gray rat also let out a hiss, and actually crashed towards the Maybach without fear. The cars and rats collided instantly. Boo! A violent crash sounded. The cover of the middle-aged driver's Maybach front car directly lifted off, and the rear of the car directly stood up because of the huge inertia. The middle-aged driver even buried his head in the airbag and passed out. The good thing is, the gray rats aren't doing so well either. Its entire body was encrusted at the front of the Maybach, and it was stuck straight up. The rat's head was drenched in blood and was also badly injured. Seeing this scene, the people in the control center all looked at each other. It was the first time they had seen someone so pugnacious. Jiang Chengyun's gaze brightened. This big brother can be one person toppled a ferocious beast. Not bad, not bad. If the person is fine, I must recruit him into the army. We need this kind of brawny person in the army. Jiang Qin, who was on the side, sniffed, but faintly shook her head. You don't really think that a ferocious beast is so easy to solve, do you? Even if this is a lowest-ranked Class 9 fierce beast, it's not as simple as you think. If you don't believe me, take a look at the surveillance footage. Jiang Chengyun sniffed his eyes and immediately looked at the surveillance image on the big screen. With that, he saw a scene that gave him chills. Chapter 22 Chapter 0022 Armed Robot Debut. Monitor the big screen. The gray rat that was stuck in the front of the car, the countless bloody wounds on its body actually began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The gray rat that was originally injured and appeared somewhat depressed due to the impact, actually began to be in high spirits again. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chengyun was shocked. These ferocious beasts, they still have the ability to heal themselves? Jiang Qin gently nodded. Not bad. As long as they are not fatally attacked, they will heal in a short period of time even from heavy injuries. This is the truly terrifying part of the ferocious beasts. Staggered, Jiang Yan asked, for these ferocious beasts, what kind of injuries are considered fatal? Jiang Qin thought for a moment and said, chop off their heads or dig out their inner elixir. Inner elixir? These ferocious beasts still have inner pills? Jiang Yan was surprised. Jiang Qin nodded slightly. Naturally, the very core of any ferocious beast is the inner dan. As long as you strike through their inner dan, the vast majority of ferocious beasts will surely die. At the same time, ferocious beast inner dan is also a very good cultivation material. Whether it's for martial arts cultivators or Taoist cultivators, they can enhance their strength by absorbing ferocious beast inner dan. However, for ferocious beasts like the 9th level gray rat, the inner elixir's effect is of little use to ordinary martial cultivators. It'll just enhance the physical fitness of ordinary people. Jiang Changyan asked curiously, the inner elixir can also enhance the physical qualities of ordinary people? Jiang Qin glanced at Jiang Changyan and said indifferently, I know what you're thinking. It's just that you'd better give up on this idea. It's not easy for an ordinary person to absorb an inner elixir, and it can only be absorbed once at the same level. The point is, there's a 50-50 chance that the fierce beast's inner elixir will produce side effects after absorption. Jiang Changyan froze. There are side effects? What kind of side effects? Altered, Jiang Qin said dryly. For example, if an ordinary person were to absorb the inner elixir of this rank 9 gray rat in front of us, there is a half chance that it would cause a person to have a mutation. Those who mutate carry distinctive gray rat traits, though they also inherit some of the gray rat's abilities. We call such people mutants. Mutants can no longer be called human in the strictest sense of the word. Belonging to the half-human, half-feral beasts, the habits will carry very obvious characteristics of the ferocious beasts, while the bestiality is greater than the rationality. The vast majority of the time, they appear to be violent, bloodthirsty, aggressive, and unacceptable to humans. Therefore, I advise you to better give up the idea of letting ordinary people absorb the inner elixir, or the consequences will definitely be something you don't want to see. Jiang Changyan nodded resentfully. So it is. It was also at that moment that the gray rat in the monitor screen clearly recovered. It began to struggle to get away from the front end of the car that was stuck to it. The powerful force caused the Maybach, which weighed more than 2 tons, to shake constantly, and the body almost fell apart. At the same time this gray rat let out a hissing roar with a berserk aura. Seeing this scene, Jiang Qin frowned and said, this gray rat has gone berserk, and a berserk ferocious beast will become quite ferocious and double its strength. Sure enough, the gray rat's power skyrocketed after he let out a hiss. The short front limbs, revealing sharp claws, ripped the front end of the car as soon as they could, little by little, tearing the front end of the Maybach all over the car. The front of the car, cast in pure steel, was like wood before it. Finally, under the frantic tearing of the gray rats, the front end of the Maybach finally couldn't hold on and completely fell apart. All kinds of iron shavings, parts, scattered all over the place. Seeing this scene, the people in the control center pulled their hearts out. That driver is finished. Jiang Qin shook her head slightly, as if she had seen the end of that driver. Kan Sunun's gaze was heavy as he stared intently at the surveillance screen. After seeing that gray rat get out of the trap, he had a fierce face and a scarlet gaze as he looked at the middle-aged driver who was unconscious in the cab. Its body scurried right up to the windshield of the Maybach. The forelimbs tore viciously toward the windshield. Zigzag. I'm surprised the windshield wasn't shredded. Seeing this scene, Jiang Qin was visibly stunned. How come it didn't tear apart? With the power of a gray rat, this kind of windshield is simply as good as papier-mâché. Not to mention the fact that this gray rat has obviously gone berserk, and its power is double that of before. Jiang Yan looked thoughtful and said, is there a possibility that the windshield of this Maybach is bulletproof? Jiang Qin drifted off, then shook her head. Unfortunately it's useless. Even if it's bulletproof glass, with the power of a gray rat after going berserk, it's still enough to slap it to pieces. The words just fell. Saw the gray rat, found that his sharp claws could not tear the windshield, even directly with his head ruthlessly hit down. Instantly, the windshield in front of it was directly hit with a crack. Seeing that the impact was effective, the gray rat rammed his head down again, 3 times in a row. Finally, the windshield of the Maybach completely collapsed and a hole was made. It's over. Kan Sun uncovered his eyes at the sight and couldn't bear to look any further. The same goes for many of the staff in the control center. However, just as the gray rat tried to sink his head deeper into the hole and bite the middle-aged driver's head off, its body jerked back a bit, and its sharp teeth directly bit into the air. The gray rat's expression revealed a very human consternation. instinctively reaching out its front paws, trying to grab the middle-aged driver. However, the next moment, a huge force directly dragged it out. Immediately after that, its body was swung by something, viciously arcing through the air and smashing directly onto the concrete floor. Before the gray rat could react, its body was once again swung up and slammed into the ground once more. And then it was over and over again. The entire concrete floor was smashed with countless cracks. And on the big screen in the control center, the crowd could clearly see it. The moment the gray rat bit into the middle-aged driver, a dozen figures descended from the sky. One of the figures directly yanked on the gray rat's tail, yanking it out and swinging it up to slam it frantically into the ground. On closer inspection, it was a dozen technological humanoid machines. It was the armed robots that Jiang Yan had sent for support. A dozen or so armed robots, each standing at a full 3 meters tall and very sturdy, with a high-heat energy cannon on their shoulders, with infrared sights attached to them. At this moment, the infrared sights of the dozen or so armed robots were all aimed at the gray rats. Jiang Yan let out a slight sigh of relief. Finally, we made it. Luckily, that driver was tough enough to tangle with this gray rat for 2 or 3 minutes, which allowed the armed robot to arrive at the critical moment. However, the group of staff at the control center were confused when they saw the dozen or so armed robots. It's like a robot? My God, there really are robots out there, and by the looks of it, they're pretty powerful. This big rat is powerless in front of these robots. Our Dragon Kingdom's technology, is it already this powerful? Even robots have been manufactured. These dozen of robots look so majestic and domineering. Chapter 23 Chapter 0023 Escalating Crisis. Getting slapped in the face. Inside the control center, a group of staff members were in awe and talking. Kong Sung-un, who was far from unwilling to see the bloody scene, also lowered his hand and looked at the big screen. He didn't look at the armed robots in the first place, but toward the cab of the Maybach. See that middle-aged driver, and have been killed. Mentioning the heart is finally put down. Only after that did his eyes go to the armed robots. Seeing the scene of the armed robot exploding and wrestling the ferocious beast, the mood immediately flowed freely. It can be. Is this the robot your boy produced? It's really not bad. Jiang Yan introduced with a faint smile. This is a mecha-type armed robot. The core power is controlled nuclear fusion, weighing 10 tons. The main weapons are high-heat energy cannons, plasma cutters, micro-particle cannons, etc. And it is also equipped with auxiliary equipment such as atomic scanning, energy boosters, and infrared sighting devices. The best thing about this kind of robot is that the body is sturdy, powerful and full of attacks, and the materials are not complicated, suitable for mass production. Jiang Changyan nodded his head repeatedly. Good, good, good. Build more of these robots, the more the better. When the wave of ferocious beasts arrives, they can surely become the main robots to fight against them. Jiang Qin looked at the armed robots on the big screen and said, You want to use these robots to fight against the wave of ferocious beasts? Jiang Yan nodded his head as he sniffed. Yes, can't it? Jiang Qin thought for a moment and said, It's definitely not a problem to deal with 9th level ferocious beasts. 7th and 8th level ferocious beasts can barely cope with it as well. But ferocious beasts above the 6th level are not something this kind of robots can cope with. Jiang Yan froze. You don't want to tell me that there will be many high-level ferocious beasts in the ferocious beast tide? There won't be any king-level or emperor-level beasts, right? Jiang Qin thought for a moment and said, It's only just now that the aura has recovered. And aside from the ferocious beasts in the ocean, the ferocious beasts on land are not so quick to reach the Lord level or above. However, there are definitely 4th and 5th level ferocious beasts, and 6th and 7th level ferocious beasts, which are not exactly rare, but of course their numbers are limited. Actually, these are all fine, but I'm afraid that ferocious beasts above the 3rd level will appear in the ferocious beast tide. Ferocious beasts from grade 9 to grade 7 are all low-rank ferocious beasts. Grade 6 to grade 4 are middle rank, and grade 3 and above are high rank. If you have all these armed robots in your hands, fighting against the tide of ferocious beasts will only be troublesome. Jiang Yan frowned. Is that so? I remember you said that high-ranked ferocious beasts, even if they are sentry robots, can only win with quantity? So is that enough to deal with mid-ranked ferocious beasts? Jiang Qin nodded. With the sentry robot's ability, it can pretty much deal with middle-ranked ferocious beasts. It's that you have to make sure that every sentry robot possesses that kind of genetic mutation ability. This is natural. So according to the current comparison, the armed robots can cope with the lower-ranked ferocious beasts. The sentry robots can cope with the middle-ranked ferocious beasts, and only the higher-ranked ferocious beasts are left with no means to cope with them yet. Jiang Yan said thoughtfully. Jiang Qin thought for a moment and said, "It's not that there are no corresponding means. The kind of weapon that you used to deal with the Ling Tian Empress before can deal with high-level ferocious beasts. It's just that I don't know about this kind of weapon, whether it can be mass-produced or not." Jiang Yan directly gave Jiang Qin a blank stare. "What are you thinking about? You think the molecular compression cannon is a cabbage? Also mass production. I have such a hand on my hand right now. There are still 7 days before the ferocious beast tide. I am now just rushing to make it all night long. I can't get a few of them." Jiang Qin spread his hands. "Then there's nothing we can do. At the moment the only thing that can threaten high-level ferocious beasts is that what you call the molecular compression cannon." Jiang Yan waved his hand. "There's no rush. Isn't there still 7 days left? There's always a way. Let's deal with today first," said Jiang Yan as he gazed at the big screen. On the big screen, the situation was almost crushing as the armed robot struck. The gray rat that had been smashed an unknown number of times was already in a state of disarray and let out a squeaky wail. Seeing this, the armed robot stopped continuing to wrestle, and the high-heat energy cannon on its shoulder turned on its own, its muzzle aimed at the gray rat. The infrared sight on the high-heat energy cannon also projected an infrared ray onto the gray rat's forehead. With that, the muzzle of the high-heat energy cannon began to rotate at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning red and glowing. It seemed that the instincts of the creatures made the gray rat feel a great crisis. It snapped out a shrill cry. Bang! 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 A terrifying sound wave directly shattered the surrounding surveillance in droves. The entire big screen went completely black. Not only that, this sound was transmitted to the control center through the monitor, making all the staff members unable to resist covering their ears with pained expressions. Within the entire control center, there were only 2 people who were fine. One was Jiang Qin, and the other was Jiang Yan. Kong Sungun, who was on the side, had already covered his ears and crouched down with difficulty. "It actually still has a sonic attack?" Seeing this scene, Jiang Yan was somewhat surprised. Jiang Qin's expression was flat, and she said habitually, "It's normal. This is the fatal shrill whistle emitted by the gray rat when it senses the crisis of death. It can instantly rupture one's eardrums, and even explode one's head, even if it's a martial arts cultivator. If it's not prepared for it, it will all be seriously injured by the wave. It's a good thing that this deadly shrill is coming through the surveillance. If we heard it at the scene, we'd probably be able to make all the heads in the place explode from the sound waves alone." Looking at the situation in the control center, Jiang Yan knew that Jiang Qin was afraid that what she said was not exaggerated at all. This was still just a 9th-level ferocious beast of the lowest rank, and it was actually able to cause such a terrifying destructive force to humans. It seemed that if he wanted to fight against the tide of ferocious beasts, he had not prepared enough. "Vivian, restore the footage and analyze the screams this gray rat just made." "Yes, master." On the big screen, the image that had disappeared flashed a few more snowflake images before resuming again, but the picture was no longer the same surveillance picture as before. Rather, it's a visual picture. "Master, all the surveillance in the lot was just destroyed, and the only way to recover the image at the moment is through an armed robot view. In addition, just now the sound of the shrill whistle, through the analysis, has reached 400 decibels, has far exceeded the limit of human tolerance limit. Normal people encountered this kind of sonic attack will be instantly fatal. The specifics of the situation for the time being there is no data to support, cannot be deduced." Jiang Yan nodded. "Record that sound." "Yes, master." Meanwhile, on the big screen, the gray rat's life is coming to an end. That shrill whine might have been lethal to a human, but it does nothing for the machine. Only the high-heat energy cannons on the shoulders of the armed robots were seen completing their energy buildup, and then a blast. A pillar of orange-red high-heat light instantly shot out, directly blasting onto the gray rat's head. The gray rat didn't even have time to let out a scream before the upper half of his body was simply gone. As you can clearly see on the big screen, the remaining half of the gray rat's body is charred and black, and the body is still steaming. It's a good indication of how terrifying a high-heat energy beam really is. Having resolved the gray rat, the armed robot dropped the gray rat's half-body right on the ground. A scarlet bead only the size of a thumbcap rolled out of the gray rat's half-corpse. "This is the fierce beast inner Dan. Have your robot bring it here. If it's picked up by ordinary people, I'm afraid something bad will happen," Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. Jiang Yan nodded. "Vivian, have the armed robot pick up the inner elixir, and bring back the gray rat's corpse along with it, just so I can study it." "Yes, master." Just when Jiang Yan thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly, a series of alarms sounded on the large screen in the control room. A huge virtual map of the city was displayed on the big screen. At least no less than 100 red dots appear on this map. Xiao Wei's voice rang out. Master, a large number of mutant creatures have been found. There are currently a total of 148 counted. The red dots on the map are the locations where the mutant creatures have appeared. Jiang Yan was startled and looked at Jiang Chengyun. Didn't you say that you've already cleared the city of all flora and fauna? Why are there still so many places? Jiang Chengyun's old face immediately turned red. And for a moment, he didn't know how to explain. Just swore that it was basically taken care of. Now there are actually over 100 places popping up at once. This old face of his was really slapped. Chapter 24, Chapter 0024, Plant-Based Fierce Beast. Flower Vine Beast. Faced with this sudden scene, Jiang Qin, however, acted calmly. To be able to clean up a first-tier city with a population of tens of millions of people to this extent in just a few days is already pretty good. So stop blowing things out of proportion and get a grip on these troubles. There was some surprise in Jiang Chengyan's eyes when he heard that Jiang Qin actually spoke for him. I'm just being matter-of-fact and not targeting anyone. Jiang Qin seemed to notice Jiang Chengyun's eyes and added faintly. Jiang Yan thought about it. After all, to clean up a first-tier city with a population of tens of millions of people until there were only 100 or so remnants left, it was clear that the previous few days' actions had indeed been very thorough. Now, although more than 100 ferocious beasts appeared at the same time, for Jiang Du, it was really considered minimal. Vivian, dispatch armed robots to deal with this immediately, quickly, and minimize unnecessary loss of life. Also pull up all the security cameras where the ferocious beasts are. Since a situation has arisen, it is natural to deal with it at the first opportunity. Yes, Master. Over 100 surveillance images immediately appeared on the big screen. All of them are images of mutated ferocious beasts. Various forms are available. The most noticeable of them all was a flower-shaped form of a ferocious beast, 7 or 8 meters tall. The buds bloomed, and the centers were no longer stamens, but barbed fangs. The roots underneath are straight out of the dirt and can walk around just as well as the legs, and not slowing down. The point was that this flower-type ferocious beast was located in a shantytown in downtown Jiangdu. The place is relatively dense, with interlocking alleys and very complex terrain, and many traders set up stalls for business here. At this time, the surrounding pedestrians in the sight of this flower-type ferocious beast, the timid, directly hide far away. But there were other, more daring residents with eyes full of curiosity. There were even 2 residents that wanted to get close to this ferocious beast. It was just that they had only gotten 2 steps closer when they were suddenly entangled by a green vine. Those vines were like biological tentacles, directly rolling up these 2 people and bringing them to the flower-shaped ferocious beast. Almost without a second thought, the fangs in the center of this flower-shaped ferocious beast directly propped open and swallowed one of them in one bite. A mournful scream rang out. Gurgling blood with gore gushed out from within the ferocious beast's fangs. Seeing this scene, all the surrounding residents were dumbfounded. A wave of panic spread through the minds of the people. It's bad. The monster is eating people. Run away. I don't know who exclaimed, and all the surrounding situation of watching the situation suddenly dispersed in a flurry. Yet there are still bold people who want to save the day. I saw a young man with an inch head, who had gotten a fire axe from somewhere and swung it at the vines that had swept up the other man. However, his axe chopped on the vines as if it was chopping on a tough steel bar, not even leaving a single mark. The ferocious beast that had suffered the attack immediately discovered the existence of this inch-haired guy, and without saying a word, a vine directly sexually pumped over. The boy had no time to dodge and was smacked squarely in the face. The body of more than 100 pounds directly flew backwards more than 10 meters away. The clothes on his body were torn, leaving a bloody wound. Seeing the young man being jerked away, the surrounding people who were hiding and watching became even more alarmed, and for a while they stayed even further away. Offhand, there was an unrelenting old man who had gotten a spray gun for burning pigs' hair out of nowhere. He directly ignited the spray gun, letting greenish-blue flames emanate from it, and rushed forward to burn the vines of this ferocious beast, but without waiting for him to get close. The ferocious beast that had discovered the situation directly launched 4 or 5 vines and lashed out at the old man. The old man immediately followed in the footsteps of the inch-haired boy, and the spray gun in his hand fell out of his grasp. Now, no one dared to come forward as a hero anymore. Inside the control center, Jiang Yan looked at the flower-shaped ferocious beast and asked, "This is a plant-based ferocious beast?" Jiang Qin gently nodded. This kind of ferocious beast is called the flower vine beast, a plant-based low-rank ferocious beast, yet it is more powerful than normal animal-based low-rank ferocious beasts. See those vines of its? Very tough. Ordinary sharp blades can't cut it in the slightest. The weakness is afraid of fire. but ordinary fire can't hurt it. At the very least, it needs a flame of 1,000 degrees or more to make it scornful. Just now the spray gun held in that old man's hand could actually hurt this flowering vine beast, but, as you can see, it's difficult for an ordinary person to get close to it at all, let alone hurt it. At that moment, a dozen or so police armored vehicles suddenly appeared on the surveillance screen. Seeing these armored vehicles, Jiang Yan was surprised. How come there are police vehicles appearing? Didn't you notify the military and police forces below that no unauthorized actions are allowed? Jiang Changyun also looked at the dozen or so police armors on the monitor with some bewilderment. Which detachment is this? Dare to disobey a superior order without authorization? Chief, this isn't our Jiangdu team. Look at their license plate. It's from Kyoto. A sharp-eyed staff member spoke up. Jiang Changyun took a closer look and also saw the license plates of these armored vehicles clearly, all of which started with the word Jing. Jiang Changyun was even more puzzled. How did Kyoto's police force show up in my Jiangdu city? At this time, another staff member spoke up and said, Chief, you forgot. Last month Kyoto announced that it was going to have a joint military and police exercise, and the location was set to be in Jiangdu. Counting the time, these few days will be the days of the joint exercise, and I'm afraid that a lot of foreign military and police officers will be rushing to Jiangdu. Being reminded by this staff member, Jiang Sungyan slapped his head and exclaimed, Yeah, how could I have forgotten about this? Quick, contact this team immediately and get them evacuated in a hurry. Chief, we don't have their contact information yet. It will take time to check. Jiang Changyun immediately looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, quickly, have your AI immediately find a way to contact this team and hurry up to have them withdraw, or else I'm afraid they'll all be accounted for here. It's already too late. Jiang Qin's voice rang out. Kang Sunman immediately looked at the big screen. It was seen that the officers on these dozen or so police cars had gotten out of their cars fully armed. They were well trained and immediately dispersed to form a quick line based on armored vehicles. The captain at the head of the group looked at the flower vine beast not far away and cursed. What the hell is going on here? It's only just entered Jiangdu. How come we still encountered a monster? Captain, what the hell is this thing? It looks a bit scary. The police officer on the side said with some trepidation. How do I know? Can't you see it's eating people? Whatever the hell it is, it must be firmly eliminated. The captain cursed. At that moment, the flower vine beast on the opposite side seemed to have noticed the police team as well, but without a care in the world. After devouring one, it was ready to devour the other as well. The vine twisted, and another person it had swept up came so close to its face. Seeing this scene, the captain, who could not stand it, immediately yelled, Shoot, pay attention, don't hurt the hostages. Bang! Almost as soon as this captain gave the order, a sniper took the lead in firing. The sniper rifle took a headshot right into the center of the fong-filled maw of the flower and vine beast. Harsh! The flower vine beast that was struck ate the pain and let out a beastly roar. However, the sniper bullets didn't even penetrate it. Instead, it angered it. All hands shoot. This monster! That captain immediately shouted at the sight. Da 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 da. Bang! 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 Countless bullets poured down like a raging storm. Facing such an attack, the flower vine beast directly blocked the two leaves that were like arms in front of its body. All the bullets hit the two blades but could not penetrate the blades of the flower and vine beasts in any way. Damn! This monster can stop bullets. Someone get on the RPG. All armored vehicles, get on the machine guns. The next moment, a police officer took an RPG rocket launcher directly from an armored vehicle. At the same time, the machine guns on all the armored vehicles began to rotate to aim at the Hanabi beasts. Let me do it! The captain snatched the RPG from the officer's hand and slung it directly over his shoulder, and without saying a word, hung up the ammunition, aimed, and fired, all in one go. Boom! The rocket exploded directly on the leaves of the flower vine beast. It directly took the leaves of the flower vine beast and blew a hole in it. However, a shocking scene appeared. The leaves of the flower vine beast immediately recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and were soon intact again. Damn! What the hell is this? And the ability to self-heal. Machine gun. Can I shoot? I don't believe that the speed of your self-healing can still be faster than my machine gun shooting speed. The captain roared in disbelief. Machine guns on a dozen or so armored vehicles fired immediately. Dum 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 dum. The dull sound of machine gun fire rang out. A dozen or so machine guns with a caliber of 30 millimeters could easily pierce steel plates hundreds of millimeters thick with each shot. In front of this kind of ferocious firepower, the flower vine beast was directly beaten into a sieve. A pair of double-armed leaves were directly interrupted and fell to the ground. There were countless holes in the petal-like head, and even the fangs gave it a beating that shattered into crumbs. But even so, the flower vine beast still didn't fall. It roared, and countless vines sprang out from under the concrete street surface, shooting straight at the police team's side. "Watch out!" Seeing these vines, that captain instinctively issued a signal of warning. However, the vines were too fast. Though the trained officers instinctively ducked, yet several officers were still shot through the body by these vines. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn it! Save them immediately. Seeing that his team members were in crisis, this captain immediately pulled out his dagger and was about to cut the vines. It was just that no matter how he slashed, the vines were undamaged. Captain can't cut it. What to do? What to do? A young police officer couldn't help but let out a cry already. Several of the officers who had been shot through the body by the vines began to bleed from their mouths. It was also at this moment that a figure descended from the sky, and a huge sword slashed down with it. Those vines that couldn't be cleaved immediately split in two, spewing out dark green sap. The flowering vine beast in the distance, as if it had felt a cone of pain, let out an agonizing wail, and the captain and the officers on the sidelines froze, because it wasn't a person who saved them, it was a cool humanoid machine. Just as they were fuming, shelf after shelf of armed robots fell from the sky. They landed where the flower vine beasts were. A dozen or so 3-meter-tall armed robots surrounded the flower vine beast at once. The flower vine beast immediately revealed its hideous fangs, and countless vines sprang out once again, entangling these armed robots. However, these vines couldn't affect the armed robots in the slightest for them, only to see their hands rise and fall. The particle cutters on their arms easily cut off the entangled vines. One of the armed robots, with a beat hand, reached out and yanked on the root under the head of the flower and vine beast, and with a fierce pull, forced the beast to pull itself in front of him. Then his hand rose up and slashed the roots of the flower vine beast. The flower vine beast, which had its roots cut off, let out a sharp wail, but still didn't die. The most astonishing thing was that the upper and lower sections of the flower vine beast's severed body were actually growing crazily. The top half of the body then grows the chopped off bottom half, while the bottom half is growing the top half like crazy. However, in a moment's effort, the flower vine beast, which was originally broken into two sections above and below, shifted into two heads. In the control center, when Jiang Changyun saw this scene, he said as if he had seen a ghost, "What the hell? Weren't they all chopped into two pieces? How did they become two heads?" Jiang Qin said indifferently, "This is the terrifying aspect of plant-based ferocious beasts. If they can't be completely destroyed, they can regenerate infinitely. Not to mention chopping it into two pieces. Even if you split it into 8 pieces, it can regenerate 8 flower vine beasts out of it. How can I completely destroy them?" Jiang Yan asked with a frown. "Simple. Incinerate their bodies along with their rhizomes, or just pull out their inner dan, so that they won't be able to regenerate," Jiang Qin calmly said. Jiang Yan was puzzled. "Where is the inner elixir of this flower vine beast?" Jiang Qin pointed to the head of the flower vine beast and said, "The mouth. Have your robot stick its hand in there and it will naturally find it." "Vivian, you hear me?" Jiang Yan nodded gently. "Roger, master." On the big screen, it was seen that the armed robot that had cut the flower vine beast into 2 pieces, directly extended its right hand and fiercely stretched it forward. The mechanical arm, quite directly, tried to reach into the mouth of the flower vine beast. The flower vine beast seemed to understand what the armed robot was trying to do, and suddenly the petals on its head contracted fully, and its entire head immediately turned into a flower bone shape. Seeing this, several other armed robots directly surrounded them, a dozen or so mechanical arms. As soon as they yanked the petals on the head of the flower vine beast, they tore them off with a vicious tear. One by one, soon all the petals on the head of the flower vine beast were ripped off, leaving only a bare stamen. The stamen was in the form of an eye, and after realizing that all the petals around it were gone, the stamen actually shivered and shrunk into a ball, and surrounded a turquoise inner elixir in death. Without the slightest bit of mercy, the armed robot reached forward with its arm and yanked on the turquoise inner elixir before giving it a vicious tug, ripped off along with those stamens. It was also the instant the flower vine beast's inner elixir was ripped off. The 2 flower vine beasts, as if they had lost all vitality, completely went limp, and withered and yellowed at a rate visible to the naked eye, completely decaying. "This is solved?" Inside the control room, Jiang Changyun's eyes widened in surprise. "What did you expect? It's just a low-ranked ferocious beast. As long as you find out where its weaknesses are, it won't be difficult to deal with it," Jiang Qin said indifferently. Jiang Yan laughed. This is what is called the difficult will not be difficult. You'd better hurry up and inform the other military and police teams. Don't make such a mess again, or it's not good to add casualties for no reason. Kang Sun-un nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll make the call now, said directly picking up the phone and walking quickly out of the control center. And on the big screen, after settling the flower vine beasts, the dozen armed robots didn't make any more stops. The boosters behind them activated, and rushed off into the sky with a roaring tail flame. Only the overwhelmed group of police officers were left behind, shocked and bewildered. Meanwhile, with the appearance of the ferocious beast, the entire Jiangdu was in shock. Jiangdu News, Jiangdu Network, everywhere is the report for the appearance of ferocious beasts in Jiangdu. But soon, news that shocked the people of Gangtok even more came. They realized that it wasn't just Jiangdu where ferocious beasts appeared. It seemed that ferocious beasts had appeared in other places as well. Moreover, the scale seems to be much larger than that of Gangtok's. Chapter 25, Chapter 0025, there's a surprise. Taking the lead in waging war against the ferocious beasts. Inside the Ginger family villa, the husband and wife team of Jiang Qingye and Fang Hongmei were sitting in front of the living room watching the TV screen. The news of Gangtok was playing in the TV screen. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Xinlan, a reporter from Jiangdu News, and I am currently located on the outskirts of the Jingtian neighborhood in Jiangdu City. According to the response of the residents of the district, a giant tiger was found in their Jingtian sub-district, which is about 5 meters tall and 8 meters long, with a pair of wings on its back. It really does bear out that idiom, like a tiger with wings. Now let's follow the camera into the neighborhood to see what this winged tiger really looks like. With that, the camera followed Hinran into the small area. Just as I entered the neighborhood, I heard a very scary tiger whistle. Hearing this tiger's roar, reporter Xinlan instinctively stopped in her tracks. With a slightly pale face, she turned to the camera and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, do you hear that? A tiger's roar. A real tiger's roar." It seems that what the residents of the Jingtian neighborhood said is true. There is only a real tiger in this neighborhood. For safety's sake, we decided that it would be better to shoot from a distance. After all, who knows if this tiger will hurt anyone. It was also right after the reporter Xinlan's words. She suddenly felt a dimming of the light, as if something was blocking out the sunlight. She subconsciously looked up, and then her entire body froze. The followers subconsciously moved the camera up when they saw this expression on Xinlan's face. Then all the viewers in front of the TV saw an amazing scene. A white tiger of huge size was spreading out a pair of fleshy wings and flying across the sky. The scene captivated everyone in front of the TV. Xinlan even exclaimed in a somewhat out-of-control manner, "It's really a giant tiger, or a white tiger, with wings actually growing on its back." The cameraman was also startled by the huge white tiger flying in the sky at this moment, and almost by professional instinct, his camera just kept shooting at the white tiger in the sky. It wasn't until the white tiger flew farther and farther away and was about to disappear from the camera that he slowly refocused the camera on Hinlan. Xinlan also recovered from her shock at this time, and she said to the camera, "Viewers, see this? A white tiger that can fly has truly appeared before us. As you can see from the footage, the size of this white tiger is not exaggerated in the slightest, and looking at the direction it's flying in, it's exactly the central part of Jiangdu City. I believe everyone already knows that more than one monster has been found in Jiangdu City, and so far, it has caused no less than 100 casualty situations. According to the instructions of the municipal department, we hope that all of you viewers in front of the TV set will never go out at will, and if you encounter such monsters, please call the police at the first time, and our police officers will report it at the first time and send professionals to deal with it. People are also urged to be curious and not to approach the monster if they spot it. It is best to find a sheltered place to hide and protect yourself immediately." Watching the news reports on TV, Fang Hongmei was disturbed. There have been no less than dozens of such reports today. "Lao Jiang, do you think Xiao Yan and Xiao Qin will be alright? This morning they went out and also instructed us to make sure we don't go out. Did they already know that there will be monsters appearing in the city today?" Jiang Chengye patted Fang Hongmei's shoulder. "Don't worry, they are following Cheng Yun out. Cheng Yun is now the head of the military region. Following him around will definitely be fine." The tone of the statement said it was comforting to his wife, more like comforting himself. After all, he knew very well that when such a monster appeared in Jiangdu, the army would surely be mobilized at the first opportunity. Jiang Chengyun could only hope now that both Jiang Qin and Jiang Yan had been taken to the military area. Fang Hongmei, however, worriedly said, "Lao Jiang, you don't know. I just looked at the internet, and found that these monsters not only appeared in Jiangdu, Other cities have also appeared in a large number of such monsters. And now the whole internet's crazy. All kinds of videos are there, said Fong Hongmei, flipping out a clip from the internet. On it was the image of dozens of ferocious beasts wreaking havoc. There were broken limbs and destroyed buildings all around. There was also a group of soldiers in military uniforms within the video, who were frantically strafing these ferocious beasts with their weapons. Even tanks, armored vehicles, appeared. However, these weapons basically formed no damage to these ferocious beasts. In the end, instead, these ferocious beasts knocked over armored vehicles and tanks, and the group of soldiers could only fight and retreat, suffering extremely heavy losses. Look, the army people can't help these ferocious beasts at all. The tanks and armored vehicles have all been overturned, and the army people are even dead or injured. I'm really worried about the two children, Jiang Yan and Xiaoqi now. Why don't we go out and look for them? I am really worried that something might happen to them. Jiang Qingye frowned. Don't disorganize yourself. Trust Chen Yun. He'll place the children. Besides, we don't know where they are even if we go looking for them right now. Instead, we'll also put ourselves in danger. The best way is to wait at home. I just called carrier and the phone is busy. I'll call one over later. Fong Hongmei forced herself to calm down upon hearing this and nodded helplessly. Alright, if the children come back safely, Lao Jiang, let's hurry up and leave Jiangdu. Find a place to take shelter first, and come back after the matter of these monsters is resolved. Jiang Qingye smiled bitterly. Avoid? Where to avoid? You just said yourself that monsters have appeared in other cities besides Jiangdu. So tell me, where do we go to avoid them? Actually, Jiang Qingye knew the situation outside better than Fong Hongmei. Anyhow, he is also the chairman of Zhang's Medical. As the world's leading medical group, he was the first to receive the news when changes occurred around the world. So it's clear that the same event happened in every city in the world except Gangtok. Moreover, the incidents in other cities can be much more serious than Gangtok. At least the TV news in Gangtok is still normal. If Fong Hongmei turns down the channel, she can find out. Now there is no other channel to broadcast it except Gangtok TV. From this it is easy to see that Gangtok has instead become the safest city compared to other cities. Alright, don't look at your cell phone. The more you look at it, the worse it gets. It's better to not see it. Since Xiao Yan and the others told you not to go out today in the morning, it means that they must know something. So they'll definitely protect themselves. So don't worry blindly about it. As the saying goes, caring is messy. Jiang Qingye could only use such words to stabilize Fong Hongmei's mind. It was also at this moment that a tiger whistle sounded. The next moment, a black shadow descended from the sky and landed steadily in the Zhang family villa area. Jiang Qingye and Fong Hongmei got up straight away in shock, and the two of them walked quickly to the balcony and looked out. This look didn't matter. It directly scared both of them white. Only to see that the big white tiger that had just appeared in the news had actually appeared in their villa area. That huge figure carried a powerful sense of oppression that made one's heart tremble just by looking at it. It's over. Isn't that the large white tiger from the news? How did it run to us? Fong Hongmei's face was pale and terrified. Jiang Qingye hurriedly shielded Fong Hongmei behind him. Quickly, find a place to hide. Don't be discovered. As far as he knew, this white tiger had continuously injured more than a dozen people in the Jingtian neighborhood and ate 3 more. Definitely an extremely dangerous existence. However, just as Jiang Qingye wanted to pull Fong Hongmei to hurriedly hide in the villa, he found that around his villa, hundreds of figures suddenly rushed out. These figures were extremely fast, and almost instantly rushed to the front of the giant white tiger and surrounded it. Jiang Qingye fixed his eyes and finally realized what those figures really looked like. More than 3 meters tall. His body was emitting a metallic luster. It was actually a humanoid robot. Only those robots, after surrounding the giant white tiger, directly opened a siege mode on the white tiger. Facing these more than 100 robots, the giant white tiger that broke in, actually did not have the slightest power to fight back. Its huge size became the best target, and was beaten by this group of robots and a sandbag. The giant white tiger roared, struggled, and even flapped its wings, trying to escape. But in front of these robots, it's as vulnerable as a sick cat. Not waiting for it to flare its wings to escape, it was yanked down by the robot. Then several robots directly attacked its wings, breaking this white tiger's wings raw. In the end, this giant white tiger collapsed on the ground with a dying breath and let out a faint wail. For some reason, these robots didn't kill the dying giant white tiger, but instead dragged the huge giant white tiger alive like a dead dog. The robots then scattered in all directions, instantly disappearing in front of Jiang Qingye's eyes. Seeing this scene, Jiang Qingye's mouth opened wide with an expression of disbelief. Feng Hongmei's expression wasn't much better. Only after a long time did Feng Hongmei weakly ask, "Old Jiang, those things just now shouldn't be people, right?" Jiang Qingye took a deep breath and said, "Definitely not. Looking at that form, it looks like a robot." "A robot? Are you sure?" "Not sure." Kang Sungub snapped and shook his head. It just felt like it to him, and he didn't know if it was. "Exactly. Why are there so many robots around our villa?" Feng Hongmei asked suspiciously. Jiang Chengye looked at Feng Hongmei helplessly. "How do I know? No matter what, after all, they sort of saved us. Whatever they are, they should have no malice towards us. Let's go. Go back to the house first, and wait for everything until Changyan comes back with the children." Feng Hongmei could only nod at his words. With that, the couple returned to the villa once again. Inside the control center, Jiang Yan let out a slight sigh of relief. It's fortunate that the sentry robots were set up at home for protection, or else it would have been troublesome. Then his gaze went to Jiang Qin and asked, "Why don't you let me kill this ferocious beast?" Just now when the sentry robot was about to kill the giant white tiger, it was Jiang Qin who suddenly told Jiang Yan to show mercy. "It's a strange pity to kill it. This ferocious beast is a fey amongst ferocious beasts. It should have awakened the returning ancestor bloodline." "Returning bloodline?" Jiang Yan was uncertain. Jiang Qin said indifferently, "After the recovery of the aura, some animals with special bloodlines will undergo the phenomenon of returning to their ancestors. This ferocious beast, for example, is a return to the Qipor beast bloodline. See the pair of fleshy wings on its back, the Qipor beast's unique symbol. This kind of ferocious beast is very vicious, yet it is full of treasures. Its blood can stimulate human potential. Its bones and flesh can change a person's physique when eaten, and those wings, through special means, can be integrated into the human body to give a person the ability to fly. The focus is on its inner elixir. The inner elixir of the Qipor beast is as lewd as it is evil, and ordinary people will have a drastic change in their temperament if they take it. But for martial arts cultivators and Taoist cultivators, it's an absolute top-grade inner elixir, capable of helping people break through the bottleneck of their cultivation level. You'd be wasting it if you killed it like that. This kind of ferocious beast needs to be killed slowly. It's best to raise it first, and after fattening it up, start bleeding it a little bit, so that a group of people can complete their potential stimulation, and then slowly cut the meat, to complete the change of a group of people's physique. With the size of this Qipor beast, it can help at least 100 ordinary people become martial cultivators. Wait until after its flesh and blood can't be regenerated, then pluck the wings and take the dan to maximize its value." Hearing Jiang Qin's words, Jiang Yan inexplicably had a chill down his back. His sweaty hairs stood on end, and he couldn't help but speak. "That's cruel of you." "Cruel? What's this?" "The real cruelty you've never seen." Jiang Qin laughed, not caring at all. "But don't worry, you're my brother. My cruelty will never be displayed on you." Jiang Yan nodded his head like a chicken pecking at a rice, his eyes looking at the big screen in the control center. At this time, after a period of emergency cleanup, more than 140 red dots on the big screen have all disappeared. The ferocious beasts that had just mutated were not considered powerful, and in the face of the motionless dozens and dozens of armed robots that had appeared, there was basically no resistance. Phew! Finally the remnant ferocious beasts in the city have been completely resolved, so I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Yan let out a long sigh of relief. Jiang Qin, however, said in a deep voice, "It's not time to slack off. The ferocious beasts inside the city are resolved, but what we need to guard against from now on are the ferocious beasts outside the city. Why don't you have Vivian expand the virtual map of the city to see what's out there?" Jiang Yan nodded and said, "Vivian, take Jiangdu City as the center and expand the map 100 times. "Roger, Master." On the large screen, a virtual map of the city appeared, which was very clean and free of any red dots. But as the virtual map shrinks, red dots appear on the map again, and more and more, and finally it appeared in patches, densely packed and very dense. From the map, Jiangdu City was completely surrounded by these red dots. "See, this is just the beginning," Jiang Qin calmly said. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. "Could it be that we have to clear out all these ferocious beasts on the outskirts of the city?" Jiang Qin gave Jiang Yan a blank look. "What else? Is it hard to wait for the wave of ferocious beasts to come and clean up? Or are you prepared to let the entire Jiangdu city fall into a battlefield?" When Jiang Yan thought about it, it seemed to make sense. "Vivian, count how many ferocious beasts are on the map now." "Okay, Master." After counting, the number of ferocious beasts on the map is currently floating up and down at 1,736,000. 543 heads. Jiang Yan sucked in a breath of cool air. Good lord! Within 100 kilometers of Jiangdu's periphery, it possesses more than 1,700,000 ferocious beasts. Jiang Qin said indifferently. What is this number? When the ferocious beast tide comes, you will know. What is covering the sky? What is boundless? Only 1,070,000 head of ferocious beasts. That is a tail number of the ferocious beast tide. Wanting to shelter Jiangdu is nowhere near as easy as you think. Jiang Yan thought about it, and it was true. Just in terms of numbers, the ferocious beasts really did have a crushing advantage. Vivian, how are we doing with the production of armed robots now? Vivian figure appears on the big screen. Master, armed robots have been produced so far. 13,499,752 of them. Hearing this amount, Jiang Qin froze at once. It's only been 4 days and you've produced over 13 million armed robots? Producing at a rate of over 3 million units a day? Jiang Yan also froze. Of course not because he was surprised at the production speed of the armed robots, but he was surprised at this production quantity. 13 million units produced in 4 days? Where are we going to get that much fuselage material? The production materials were what Jiang Yan was wondering about. If we were to talk about production speed alone, as long as there were enough materials, with Jiang Yan's underground base firing on all cylinders, it wouldn't be difficult to build 10 million armed robots a day. Master, you're forgetting that the entire Jiangdu city's various sectoral enterprises are now delivering materials for us, and over the past 4 days, we've been able to receive enough deliveries of body materials almost every day. Jiang Yan, this face dawned on him. In the past few days he had been up to date with his research and had forgotten about it. Since we have over 13 million armed robots, let's take the lead in waging war against the ferocious beasts. Jiang Yan decisively gave the order. Roger that. Chapter 26, Chapter 0026, Fighting on the Outer Ring Road. Gangtok. The Outer Ring Road is located in the urban-rural part of Gangtok. Inside the ring is the urban area of Gangtok, which covers an area of 800 square kilometers. Outside the ring road are townships under the jurisdiction of Gangtok City. At this time, on more than 10 fast arterial roads in the Outer Ring Road, countless vehicles scrambled toward the city. Almost all the arterial roads are overcrowded. In addition to vehicles, there are people. Countless people were dragging their families and looking panicked as they walked along the arterial roads. Every now and then they had to look back behind them, like something was chasing them. The entire Outer Ring Road, so to speak, is like a mass migration at this point. The sound of engines, horns, screams and angry curses. The good thing is that the Gangtok municipality was prepared for this. Not only was the entire city's police force mobilized, but a unit was borrowed from the military district to help coordinate. Almost all of the roads on the dozen or so arterial highways have troops stationed on both sides of the road. 3 paces to a guard post, 5 paces to a sentry post. Watching these troopers and soldiers made the nervous people feel safe enough again. As a result, under such intense traffic pressure, the entire dozen or so arterial roads on the Outer Ring Road did not go out of order. Instead, there was a well-organized influx into the city. If you encounter an injured person along the way, an ambulance will come quickly through the emergency lane and pull the injured person away. But there's so much traffic and people trying to flood into the city. From the sky down, it was like a dozen long winding dragons that you couldn't see the end of at a glance. The further back you go, the more anxious and restless the mood becomes, because behind them a monster could appear at any time to attack them. Damn! What's going on up ahead? Why is it so slow? Tick-tock! If you guys in front of me don't hurry up, I'm going to crash. That's when a dozen drones swept across the sky. On the drone, an announcement came on. We are the People's Army of the Dragon Kingdom. Please the general public, do not panic. Keep a normal mindset to drive the vehicle. The city has opened a shortcut to ensure that you can safely reach the city. All motorists, please, keep driving safely. Don't cut in line, and don't pull into the emergency lane. A dozen drones are in the sky broadcasting a constant stream of announcements. The people in the driveway, who were already a bit manic, felt slightly more secure. Chirp! Just then, a resounding sound came from the sky. Then the sky darkened. People on the dry road subconsciously looked up. A behemoth was seen sweeping across the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was an eagle. It was just that this eagle was clearly beyond the realm of normal creatures. The huge body of more than 10 meters, with the wings spreading out, gave people a sense of covering the sky. The eagle, skimming overhead, was obviously looking for a target. When the crowd below saw this scene, their minds, which had just stabilized, instantly collapsed. Not good. The monster is coming. Run away! And I don't know who screamed. The entire crowd on the arterial road panicked. Those who had gone forward on foot immediately ran away in terror. Some of the people driving the vehicles, on the other hand, began to drive their vehicles in a frantic and chaotic manner, trying to crash their way out. Despite the crowded vehicles around them, the drones in the sky, seemingly noticing the panic of the underground crowd, immediately began circling around to inquire as to the cause. Soon they became aware of the presence of the natural eagles. It was also at this moment that the eagle in the sky, which seemed to have identified its target, made a dive and came straight down. Seeing this scene, the crowd below completely panicked. They have scattered and fled in all directions. Some of the smarter ones, on the other hand, immediately sought out the nearest vehicle and hit against it. The dozen or so drones, likewise noticing the situation, immediately formed an aerial formation and prepared to intercept. It's just that the eagle was too fast. No sooner had the drones made their block, it had arrived. The tremendous impact, with a terrifying hurricane, instantly tore apart the dozen or so drones. Those eagle claws, then, grabbed an automobile with unerring accuracy. The top of the car, like papier-mâché, was easily torn through. After thrusting its claws into the roof of the car, this eagle's wings flapped wildly, and the horrifying wind force flapped the surrounding cars directly over. Not to mention the people, all slapped up. And then, as people stared in disbelief, this eagle just grabbed this car and flew. The car was owned by a mother and daughter. When the mother saw that something was wrong, the first thing she did was to unbuckle her seatbelt and try to escape from the car with her daughter. However, the eagle was so fast that without waiting for her to unbuckle her daughter's seatbelt, the body was caught in the eagle's claws and sent flying. This mother fell right out of the car on a bad day. The daughter, who was not yet 3 years old on the passenger side, was just caught up in the air by this eagle along with the vehicle. Nui nui. This mother let out a sad sob and reached out to try to save her daughter. But the car had been caught by the eagle and flown a dozen meters into the sky. The car doors were all still open. Looking down and up, she could just make out her daughter, who was under 3 years old, tapping on the car window and yelling at her for her mom. When the people around them saw this scene, apart from their hearts palpitating, they could only sigh silently. Anyone would know that the little girl in that car, I'm afraid she won't survive. But at that moment, a figure suddenly flew in the sky at extreme speed. The figure was extremely fast, and in an instant, it dashed close to the eagle. The next moment a giant blade chopped through. Chirp! The giant eagle let out a wail of pain. A pair of eagle claws was directly chopped off. The car that had been picked up by the eagle's claws fell with it toward the bottom. Nui nui! The girl's mother let out a scream of horror. However, the tragedy didn't happen. And just as that car crashed, another figure appeared just in time to scoop up the falling vehicle. It wasn't until the figure slowly dropped down and placed the vehicle with the little girl in it safely on the arterial road that people finally got a good look at the figure. Machine? Robot? It's actually a robot? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Oh my god, a real robot? What a cool look. What an awesome body. Can anyone tell me what's going on today? Reality has appeared so many monsters, attacking us everywhere. And now we're seeing robots that only appear in sci-fi movies. Am I dreaming now? Just as the surrounding crowd was talking, the girl's mother pushed her way through the crowd and made a mad dash for the vehicle. When he pulled away from the passenger side, the little girl sitting on the passenger side suddenly cried out with a wow. Mom! Mommy! The girl's mother, also in tears, unbuckled her seatbelt and then hugged the little girl to death. My enamorada! Scared mommy to death. The little girl also hugged her mom tightly, tears glistening in her eyes, but her little eyes couldn't help but glance towards the tall and majestic armed robot on the side. The armed robot seemed to notice the little girl stealing glances at it as it lowered the vehicle. It actually waved its hand at the little girl in a very humane way. The little girl was so scared that she immediately buried her head in her mother's shoulder. Chapter 27, Chapter 0027 Opening Battle with the Sky Eagle Beast Group. Arms set fire. The big screen in the control center. Jiang Yan likewise saw this scene. Vivian, don't scare the little girl at home. Look at her. Xiao Wei said somewhat aggrieved. Master, people are clearly greeting this little girl in a friendly manner. Where are they scaring her? Alright, don't aggravate yourself. You'd better hurry up and solve that ferocious beast in the sky. Got it, Master. On the big screen, the armed robot that rescued the little girl looked up into the sky. By now, the giant eagle had taken on another armed robot. Both sides fought fiercely in the sky. The giant eagle's decapitated pair of eagle claws had recovered. It was in the sky, like a very fast fighter jet. Using high-speed flight, and sharp eagle claws. It tried to tear apart the armed robots that tangled with it. Armed robots, however, may not be as fast as this giant eagle. However, the figure was very agile, and almost every attack of the giant eagle was perfectly avoided by it. The giant eagle was clearly enraged, letting out a chirp with obvious anger. In the next moment, its feathers suddenly sent out countless feather spikes. Like a blistering storm, they shot towards the armed robots. Faced with such a dense concentration of feathery spines, the armed robot could not avoid it but could only use its body to forcefully resist it. However, he did not expect that those feathery spikes, which were very terrifying, had easily torn apart the body of the armed robot. What was even more incredible was that those feathery spikes didn't fall to the ground after shooting through the armed robot's body. Instead, it spun in the air and came back to the giant eagle. In the control center, Jiang Yan, who saw the scene, was surprised. This eagle's feathers can still be retrieved? Jiang Qin gently nodded. This ferocious beast is called the Heavenly Eagle Beast, and is considered to be a top-tier existence amongst the low-tier ferocious beasts. Not only can it send out feathered attacks, it can also spray ice spikes. Don't underestimate this Heavenly Eagle Beast. Amongst the low-ranked ferocious beasts, it is the most difficult existence. Because, this kind of ferocious beast, it's a pack ferocious beast, and this one, it's just here to explore. As soon as the words fell, he saw the big screen. The sky not far away appeared black. Looking closely, it was actually an uncountable number of heavenly eagle beasts flying in to cover the sky. The image on the large screen immediately switched to a virtual map of the city. The map showed a whole swath of red dots, moving toward the outer ring road at breakneck speed. Master, according to the statistics, the number of this batch of heavenly eagle beasts reaches 8,937. Jiang Qin frowned. So many? I'm afraid there's a heavenly eagle beast hatching base near Jiangdu City, right? Yes. According to the data query, about 100 miles away from Jiangdu's outer ring road, there is a very large-scale flying bird hatchery that has tens of thousands of flying birds, all of which are cultivated through artificial incubation and sold as pets. This skyhawk beast is a mutation from the gray hawk, which is one of this company's main incubation programs. Vivian retrieved the relevant information at the first time and reported to Jiang Yan. I see. Jiang Qin had a dazed look on her face. I told you, how could such a huge group of heavenly eagle beasts appear? Generally speaking, although heavenly eagle beasts live in groups, the largest group is only in the hundreds. 8 to 9,000 such a huge group of heavenly eagle beasts. This is the first time I've heard of it. Jiang Yan, this is troublesome. Looking at the direction of flight of this sky eagle beast group, it's exactly Jiangdu city center. If you can't stop them at the outer ring road, I'm only afraid that the entire Jiangdu city will suffer from the ravages of this group of heavenly eagle beasts. But your armed robots, they don't seem to be a match for the skyhawk beast. Jiang Yan froze and immediately laughed softly. Who said that? Just now. I just didn't know much about the specific information of the heavenly eagle beasts. I didn't expect that their feathers could be tough enough to penetrate steel armor. Now that you are prepared, the same mistake will not be made a second time. Don't you think so, Vivian? Xiao Wei immediately nodded her head with a smile. Yes, master. Just now it was just carelessness. Next, you will see the true power of an army of armed robots. As he spoke, the big screen once again reverted to the outer ring road screen. At this moment, the armed robots that were previously pierced by the feathered stinger of the skyhawk beast directly disintegrated in the air, and their bodies fell from the sky, scattering all over the ground. At the same time, the Sky Eagle Beasts group not far away also came flying at an extremely fast speed again. People around the outer ring road once again looked alarmed. It's over. What should we do? Even the robot is no match for this giant eagle. What should we do? There's another big flock flying in over there. Now we're only going to be the meal of these eagles. Somebody help me. I don't want to die yet. Run away. It's too late if you don't. Wait. You guys. Look over there. What are those? Suddenly someone pointed in the direction of downtown and exclaimed. Immediately, there were people around who subconsciously looked in the direction of downtown. As far as I could see, the sky in the direction of downtown Jiangdu also appeared to be black with something. Someone with sharp eyes immediately saw what it was. My God! Robots! So many robots! Damn! Is this a robot plague or a monster plague? Hell! Where did these robots fall from? Why are there so many of them? I'm getting a dense phobia from watching them. We're saved. We're saved. In the control center, Vivian was as smug as a human on the big screen. Finally, we've arrived. What's 8,000 or 9,000 Sky Eagle Beasts? Let's see how my army of 100 000 armed robots will destroy them. Ginger chin. Jiang Yan smiled. Alright, let's go to war. This is considered our first battle with hordes of ferocious beasts. In the true sense of the word. Don't let me down. Roger that. On the big screen. Over 100. 000 armed robots finally arrived over the outer rim. The entire sky above the outer ring road was occupied by these lanky and tall armed robots. An army of 100. 000 armed robots arranged themselves in a trapezoidal pattern in the sky. Form a circular envelope. From the bottom to the top. It was as solemn as the heavenly soldiers in the movie. The Skyhawk beast, which had destroyed an armed robot earlier, clearly sensed that something was wrong. Shock even showed in the eagle's eyes as only humans can. With a spread of its wings, it wanted to escape from here. Unfortunately, Vivian were going to let it escape. The high-heat energy cannons on the shoulders of countless armed robots began to spin and blow. The next moment, uncountable beams of high-heat energy were fired in unison. Countless pillars of light crisscrossed across, instantly blasting this heavenly eagle beast into dregs. Inside the control center, seeing this kind of operation, Jiang Qin was very speechless and said, "You're really a cannon hitting a mosquito." On the big screen Vivian showed an embarrassed expression, a little excited. Operational error. Jiang Yan smiled. It's fine. Anyway, the core energy is provided by controlled fusion. Unlimited energy, as you wish. Jiang Qin looked at Jiang Yan and shook her head with a light smile. You're probably the only one in this world who can say such wealthy and generous words. At this time on the big screen, the Skyhawk Beast group finally arrived. Jiang Yan couldn't care less about talking to Jiang Qin and spoke. Xiao Wei, go to war. Roger that. Over the outer ring road. Just as the Skyhawk beasts flew close, 100,000 armed robots have begun to build up their energy. Wait until the Skyhawk beast swarm had completely flown into the range of the high-heat energy cannons. The armed robots all fired. 100,000 beams of high-heat energy beams shone magnificently across the entire sky, illuminating the entire outer rim of the sky with incomparable translucence. The people below who were watching the situation towards the sky were immediately blinded by the bright light and subconsciously covered their eyes with their hands. Boom! 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 A deafening roar rang out across the sky. The sky instantly turned into rolling clouds of fire. The temperature over the entire outer ring road was pulled up extremely high. The red-hot temperature burned and twisted the sky. It was a good thing that the battlefield was several thousand meters above the ground. The crowd below was not affected much. However, the Skyhawk Beast group was miserable. The 8 to 9,000 head of the Sky Eagle Beast swarm came with a raging momentum that covered the sky. But after a wave of fire from 100,000 armed robots, almost all of them became large roasted chickens, one after another. The heavenly eagle beasts were burned to a crisp and fell from the sky like dumplings. It's suffering the crowds around the outer ring road below. A giant 10-meter-long Sky Eagle beast fell like rain. It left them shocked and scared and hiding around. Good thing a bunch of armed robots showed up just in time at this time. They intercepted all of these heavenly eagle beasts that fell from the sky and smashed into the crowd, and swiftly decapitated them to take the dam before taking the bodies away. That's what allowed the crowd below to dodge another bullet. Look again at the sky. After this wave of gathering fire, there were only a dozen or so of the 8,000 or 9,000 heavenly eagle beasts left, and each of them was also injured. Watching his companions around him almost get massacred, the dozen or so Sky Eagle beasts that had managed to escape the set fire turned around and fled in fear. If someone could focus a camera on the faces of these Skyhawk beasts at this time, they would be able to see that their expressions, as if they had seen a ghost. Only, a situation that soon made the dozen or so heavenly eagle beasts even more terrified appeared, because they find themselves surrounded. At some point, the army of armed robots had silently completed their encirclement. Whether in the sky, on the ground, or in all directions, they were all surrounded by armed robots. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the Sky Eagles scurried around in a hurry, trying to stand out, but they were all beaten back by armed robots, with giant blades. These dozen or so heavenly eagle beasts did not die and began to frantically launch their attacks. Countless feather spikes erupted out, and at the same time, an ice blade was also ejected, trying to kill its way out. But for this, the armed robots were prepared. A giant shield, unfolded from their arms and connected to each other, forming a huge circular shield wall. Those feathered thorns of the heavenly eagle beast that could easily penetrate steel armor actually didn't work at all in front of the Dao shield wall, and didn't even leave a single mark. Instead, it was the ice blades that, when shot against the shield wall, would spread, diffuse, and condense at a rapid rate. instantly freezing the armed robot's hull. If it was a person, this ice blade could definitely cause great damage. Unfortunately, the armed robot is not a human being, but a machine, and the body is also set up with super strong anti-extreme cold and anti-temperature devices. Unless it's an extremely hot flame, or an unconventional extreme frost, they simply cannot be harmed. That's why the armed robots that were frozen only slightly shook their bodies, and the frost on their bodies immediately shattered and fell off. A counterattack ensued. A beam of high heat energy shot out. In this limited range of the giant shield cage, the beam of high heat energy will be reflected by the giant shield, creating refraction. A dozen or so Skyhawk beasts were unable to avoid the situation, and were eventually hit by countless high heat energy beams, following in the footsteps of their other companions. Okay, done. On the big screen in the control center, Vivian clapped her hands together in great satisfaction. Jiang Yan also nodded slightly. From the appearance of the first Heavenly Eagle Beast to the annihilation of the Heavenly Eagle Beast swarm, it took a total of 20 minutes. Very good. Keep up the good work. Vivian nodded her head contentedly and said, "Thank you, Master, for the compliment." Jiang Qin, on the other hand, thought for a moment before suddenly speaking. "Jiang Yan, you'd better have these 100,000 armed robots. Head to that flying bird hatching base to take a look." "What? What's the problem? What are you worried about?" Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Qin suspiciously. Jiang Qin shook her head and didn't answer Jiang Yan's question, but only said, "Let's go and take a look first. I hope it's not what I think it is." Seeing that Jiang Qin didn't say anything but looked grave, Jiang Yan also had to pay attention to it and nodded. "Okay, Vivian, immediately have 100,000 armed robots set off towards the flying bird incubation base." "Roger, Master." Chapter 28 Chapter 0027 Food Crisis. Ferocious beasts can be eaten? Just as Jiang Yan asked Vivian to mobilize the armed robots towards the bird of prey incubation base, inside the hall outside the control center, Kang Sungun was discussing something with a few high-ranking municipal officials. "Old Jiang, you are unaware of how much pressure we are under right now. Just this one morning, the population that fled into Jiangdu from the surrounding areas of Jiangdu reached a full 5 million. Our municipal side predicts that the fleeing population that flooded into Jiangdu city today alone is at least no less than 10 million. That's a whole 10 million people. How are we going to resettle them?" Li Weiman, the big man of the city, had a guilty look on his face. Jiang Chongyan frowned. "Can't be resettled? How is it possible? Jiangdu urban area more than 800 square kilometers. That is, hundreds of millions of people can be resettled even if they are tight. You are now telling me that you can't resettle these 10 million fleeing people?" Li Weiman laughed bitterly. "Do you think that these 10 million people just need to find a place to settle? Don't you have to take care of their food, clothing and shelter? Ever since we conducted a cleanup operation throughout Gangtok 3 days ago, the entire Gangtok has been in a state of food stress. It's a good thing that, in the first few years, Jiangdu's food storage was very adequate. Otherwise, after cleaning up the city's flora and fauna, what do you think? What will the people eat? Now, with 10 million more mouths to feed, I just can't change. Even if I change, I can't change this much food. To tell you the truth, we're running low on food stores now, and will last another 3 days at the most. If we can't solve this problem, the whole Jiangdu can be a big mess." Jiang Chengyan froze, and to be honest, it was not as if he hadn't thought about the food issue. "I just didn't realize that the pressure would be so high." It was also true that the daily consumption of food in Jiangdu, a city of tens of millions of people, was definitely a huge number. Now that the masses from the surrounding areas of Gangtok are again fleeing to the urban areas of Gangtok, the food consumed is even more enormous. In fact, not only food, the entire Jiangdu, all kinds of materials are now an urgent need. If they couldn't solve this problem, the entire Jiangdu city wouldn't last long at all. Thinking of this, Jiang Chengyan said in a deep voice, "I'll go find Jiang Yan to think of a way to solve the food problem. You first do your best to stabilize the situation. Your municipal department is the core of the entire city's functioning. The more this time, the more you can't afford to mess up. Remember, Gangtok is our only hope. If Gangtok is in chaos, everything we hold dear will be shattered." Li Weiman nodded seriously. "I know this without you reminding me, but the problem has to be solved. Otherwise, our municipal departments won't last long. I'll go talk to Jiang Yan right now and see if he has any ideas." Knowing the urgency of the situation, Jiang Chanyun didn't bother to exchange pleasantries with anyone and quickly walked towards the control center. Inside the control center, Jiang Yan and Jiang Qin were looking at the big screen. 100,000 armed robots on the big screen. under the watchful eyes of everyone, marched through the outer ring road and headed towards the bird of prey incubation base. Along the way, whenever a ferocious beast was found attacking humans, the armed robots would be the first to clear the beasts and bring the attack to safety. And there were quite a few survivors along the way. At this moment, Jiang Changyun entered the control center with a grave expression. He walked quickly to Jiang Yan's side and said in a deep voice, "Jiang Yan, are you busy now? There's something I want to find you to think of a solution." Jiang Yan gave Jiang Changyun a puzzled look. What happened? Jiang Changyun didn't hide anything and directly told Li Weiman's concerns. Now that the population of Jiangdu City has gathered, the pressure on food is extremely great. If we can't solve this problem, I'm afraid that within a few days, the order of the entire Jiangdu City will collapse. I'm looking for you to ask, do you have any solutions here? Jiang Yan also realized the seriousness of the problem. Before, he was only thinking about how to save Jiangdu and deal with the ferocious beasts, but he had forgotten that the tens of millions of people in Jiangdu City had to survive. Without enough food, it is feared that this big city of tens of millions of people will collapse in an instant. I do have catalyzing agents in my base that can make grain grow quickly. It's just that, even with the catalyzing agents, it will take half a month at the earliest to produce mature grain. But listening to what you just said, the entire Jiangdu wouldn't last half a month at all. Jiang Yan's brows were furrowed, and there was nothing he could do about it. What about this? Li Weiman said that with the current food reserves in Jiangdu, we can still hold out for 3 days at most. Jiang Changyun was also a bit anxious. At this time, Jiang Qin, who was on the side, frowned and said, "Are you guys worried about the food?" Jiang Yan and Jiang Changyun immediately looked at Jiang Qin and asked in unison, "Could it be that you have a solution?" Jiang Qin gently nodded. "There are 2 ways to do this. One is to look for it in other cities, and the other, to eat ferocious beasts on the spot." Eating ferocious beasts? Fierce beasts can still eat? Jiang Yan and Jiang Changyun were shocked. Why can't we eat it? Ferocious beasts are all mutated from plants and animals, so naturally they can be eaten. However, one should be careful. Some ferocious beasts' meat contains special toxins. Once eaten, an ordinary person will only be poisoned to death immediately. Of course, the vast majority of ferocious beasts are not poisonous, and the meat is so tasty that long-term consumption can also improve your physique in a small way. It's not just animal ferocious beasts, but plant ferocious beasts as well. In terms of food, you don't need to worry at all. Your perceptions need to change too. After all, humans are no longer at the top of the food chain. After the recovery of Aura, ferocious beasts eat people and people eat ferocious beasts. Both belong to the natural selection of things. Jiang Yan and Jiang Changyun were taught a good lesson. So, it can still be operated like this. Then those skyhawk beasts that the armed robots annihilated earlier. Can they be eaten? Ginger Yan's eyes shone. Naturally I can. As long as I take out the inner elixir. These heavenly eagle beasts and much more delicious than chickens, ducks, fish and geese. It's just a bit troublesome to deal with. The feathers on the heavenly eagle beast are very tough and quite difficult to pluck. Jiang Qin smiled and said. Jiang Yan laughed. Even if it's hard to pluck, I'll have Xiao Wei. Later on, bring back those heavenly eagle beast corpses. Jiang Changyun also finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that the ferocious beasts can eat. Jiangdu's food crisis can finally be solved. Jiang Qin glanced at Jiang Changyun and suddenly said, although the ferocious beasts can be used as food, however, I actually prefer you to go to the cities that were destroyed by the ferocious beasts to find supplies. Eating is only our simplest need. And until Jiangdu has survived the ferocious beast tide crisis and resumed production, all kinds of supplies are what we are in dire need of. Those cities that were destroyed and occupied by the ferocious beasts yet have a large amount of supplies. Rather than letting them sit there and eat dust, it's better to find a way to collect them in Jiangdu. Jiang Yan nodded thoughtfully. That's true. This matter, we'll talk about it in detail later. Saying this, Jiang Yan pointed at the big screen. The flying bird hatching base has arrived. Chapter 29 Chapter 0028 Technologically Strong and Individually Strong. On the big screen in the control center, 100,000 armed robots, arriving at an incubation base in a relatively isolated location. From the surveillance video, it appears that the entire incubation base has been emptied. The base was a mess, and much blood could still be seen, but no human bodies. I'm afraid that everyone here has only been devoured by the mutated heavenly eagle beast. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. Jiang Qin didn't say anything, her gaze fixed on the big screen with a grave expression. What's going on? Is there something to discover? Jiang Yan was also affected by Jiang Qin's serious demeanor and his expression turned serious. Not only has the heavenly eagle beast been hatched here, Look at those hatching nests. There are eggshells from all kinds of flying birds. Jiang Qin pointed to the image on the big screen. Through the armed robot's screen transmission, the situation inside this hatchery base was clearly displayed in front of everyone. There are countless hatching nests inside, large and small. The countless broken eggshells already spoke volumes about this hatchery. So, what exactly are you looking for? Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Qin, and it was obvious that Jiang Qin was looking for something in the picture. Jiang Qin still didn't answer, but only said to Jiang Yan, "Have your robots look elsewhere. This incubation base, it's definitely not as simple as you think." Just then, a very loud and clear cry rang through the hatchery. The big screen image shifts instantly. A large bird with fiery red feathers was seen standing at the highest point of a building. From the big screen, you could tell that the big, flaming red bird was very good looking. Chicken's head, swallow's jaw, snake's neck, turtle's back, fish's tail, colorful plumes, 6 feet high, and a phoenix crown on his head. At this moment, he was looking down like an emperor among birds. Phoenix? Seeing the true appearance of the bird, the entire control was dumbfounded. And Zhang Changyun even stuttered and called out, "It's still true. It looks exactly like the legendary phoenix." Jiang Yan was also shocked. Sure enough, this fire phoenix was born from here. Jiang Qin rose up with an open heart. "What are you doing?" Ginger Yan asked in surprise. "Of course I'm going to meet this fire phoenix. Have all your armed robots exit the incubation base. This fire phoenix is not something they can handle." Jiang Qin looked serious. "You're going to deal with this phoenix?" Jiang Yan was even more surprised. Jiang Qin seriously said, "Yes, this fire phoenix is still in its juvenile stage. With my current strength, I should be able to handle it. If I wait for it to reach its adulthood stage, it will be troublesome." Jiang Yan asked thoughtfully, "You've seen this fire phoenix in your previous life?" Jiang Qin didn't hide it and nodded her head. "I've seen it, and almost died in its hands. In the future it will be an emperor-level beast. We must solve it while it hasn't grown up yet, or else it will bring an extremely terrifying catastrophe to mankind in the future." Emperor-level ferocious beasts? Jiang Yan was shocked, but he remembered that Jiang Qin had said that emperor-level ferocious beasts were existences that could even absorb nuclear bomb explosions. When you said earlier that it was able to absorb the energy of a nuclear explosion, you wouldn't be referring to it, would you? Jiang Yan asked in response. "Good. That's it. In its presence, any high heat energy becomes sustenance for its rapid growth. Once it is allowed to grow, any city it passes through will be reduced to a sea of fire. In the previous life, in order to deal with it, the 8 great war god-level experts of mankind struck out together, and 6 of them eventually fell before just sealing it. This kind of existence, if we don't settle it in its juvenile stage, it will be a disaster for us humans." Jiang Yan also realized the seriousness of the matter and said in a deep voice, "Okay, I'll go with you." "You?" Jiang Qin hesitantly glanced at Jiang Yan with a hesitant expression. "I actually don't recommend you to go. Although your technological means might be able to help, but this battle is not as simple as you think. It can be said to be very dangerous. Even if it's a juvenile fire phoenix, the strength of its ability is immeasurable. The point is, if anything were to happen to you, it would be an incalculable loss not only to me, but to humanity as a whole." Jiang Qin finally said what was on her mind. Jiang Yan frowned and opened his mouth to say something. Jiang Qin, however, spoke up early to block Jiang Yan's words. "I know you're trying to say that you took care of the drought demon before, so why not the fire phoenix? But it seems to me that it was a pure fluke that you were able to tackle the drought demon. Have you forgotten how you were powerless under the drought demon Empress Might at that time? And at that time, the aura hadn't recovered yet, and Empress Ling Tian's power hadn't completely exploded, which allowed you to get away with it. Now that the aura has completely revived, it's no longer the same as when you dealt with the Ling Tian Empress. The Fire Phoenix is an existence not weaker than the Ling Tian Empress in the slightest. Even if it's still in its juvenile stage, it's still extremely powerful. So, I don't recommend you go. And to put it mildly, in your current condition, going might even distract me." Jiang Qin's words caused Jiang Yan to fall into a short silence. His mind simultaneously recalled his last encounter with Empress Ling Tian. Indeed, as Jiang Qin had said, he had been pressured by Empress Ling Tian the entire time, and it was difficult for him to even move his fingers. At that time, if Jiang Qin hadn't attracted the attention of the Ling Tian Empress, he wouldn't have had the chance to utilize the molecular compression cannon. Thinking of this, for the first time, Jiang Yan had an urge in his heart to quickly become stronger. He didn't want to be in a situation where he didn't even qualify to go to war when it happened again. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yan helplessly compromised. Okay, I'll listen to you, but you also have to promise me that you'll come back alive. Jiang Qin smiled and nodded her head when she saw that Jiang Yan was listening to her advice. Of course, I'm very careful with my life. After saying that, Jiang Qin turned around and left without a hint of hesitation. Looking at Jiang Qin's back, Jiang Changyun said with some difficulty, Jiang Yan, in the face of such a high-level ferocious beast, can we ordinary people only watch so much and do nothing? Jiang Yan shook his head. This is only temporary. In this brand new era of aura revival, humanity needs time to adapt, and I also need time to grow. My current level of technology is not enough to deal with those strong enough opponents, but I'm not going to stand by and do nothing. Vivian, mobilize 100,000 sentinels and EVA mecha-type robots. Bring along the molecular compression cannon, nanovirus, and gene suppressor to follow Jiang Qin. At the same time, aim the space-based satellite at this incubation base, and once Jiang Qin is in danger, immediately release the weather storm. I want the 100 miles around the incubation base as the center to all turn into glaciers. Isn't this fire phoenix able to absorb high heat energy? I'll let it enjoy the polar cold. Vivian's voice rang out in time. Yes, master. We'll immediately mobilize for you. Kang Sungun asked with some uncertainty. What did you just say about the molecular compression cannon, the nanovirus, the gene suppressor, and whatever the space-based satellites are? Jiang Yan said in a deep voice. Molecular compression cannon, which can instantly shrink any living creature by 10,000 times. Nanovirus, which is able to enter all kinds of living creatures and destroy them internally. And gene suppressor, which can block out the mutated genes of living creatures, as well as destroy their genes. As for the space-based satellites, that's a weather weapon I built, as the name suggests, which incidentally alters the climatic conditions of localized areas to create all sorts of extremes, as well as thunder and lightning, and storms destructive to the climate. Jiang Changyun staggered. You actually came up with so many black tech weapons? Jiang Yan, however, was depressed. What's the point? Facing a powerful opponent. I don't even have a chance to utilize these weapons. And being powerful with weapons and being powerful as an individual are two completely different things. In this era of aura recovery, the only way to be truly powerful is to do both. With both hands. Jiang Changyin nodded his head gently at his words. This is the path that we humans must take in the future. Just then, there was movement on the big screen in the control center. Earlier, Jiang Qin had asked Jiang Yan to withdraw all 100,000 armed robots from the incubation base. Jiang Yan hadn't had time to give Vivian the order to retreat, and that fire phoenix, after looking down for a while, suddenly let out a very sharp cry. Immediately afterward, a terrifying flame erupted from this fire phoenix as its feathered wings unfurled. This flame instantly enveloped the entire incubation base, and in just an instant, the entire incubation base was reduced to a sea of fire. And all that could be seen on the control center's big screen was a monstrous burst of fiery flames coming in. And the next moment all of the monitoring images all went dark, completely blacking out. Master, all of our 100,000 armed robots at the incubation center are out of contact. Vivian's slightly shocked voice rang out. What? All disconnected? Jiang Yan was also shocked. That was 100,000 armed robots. Earlier, he had also instantly killed a Sky Eagle beast swarm that numbered 8,000 or 9,000 in number. But now, in just a moment's effort, they were all disconnected, and the only possibility was that they were all damaged. It's really the same as what Jiang Qin said. In front of this kind of high-level ferocious beasts, armed robots are useless even if they are in large numbers. Jiang Yan said with a gloomy face. What to do now? Without the surveillance screen, when Jiang Qin arrives we can't see anything. We can only be anxious. Jiang Changyin said worriedly. Don't worry, the field surveillance footage is gone. I still have satellite surveillance. Vivian, pull up the satellite surveillance footage. Yes, master. Immediately a new image appeared on the large screen that had gone black. First, a virtual map of the entire world. Then locate the Dragon Kingdom. Relocalize to the city of Gangtok. The map kept widening, and gradually the entire city of Jiangdu emerged. It's just that the picture is viewed from above. The map coordinates continued the status and soon localized over the hatchery base. The map continued to widen, and the picture around the hatchery base began to clear. Finally, the big screen once again showed what was going on inside the hatchery. But with just a glance, everyone, including Jiang Yan, drew in a breath of cold air. It was because they realized that the entire incubation base had been reduced to a scorched earth. Chapter 30, Chapter 0029, Jiang Qin vs. Fire Phoenix. Shura reappeared. What terrible destructive power. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. Under the satellite surveillance, the incubation base as the center, within a radius to 10,000 meters, was completely reduced to ruins. The previous tall buildings had been burned and collapsed, and the bodies of the 100,000 armed robots had all been melted into piles of iron. One should know that although the armed robots' bodies were made of ordinary materials, they had super alloy shields that could refract high-heat energy cannons. But under the high temperatures emanating from this fire phoenix, those super alloy shields were useless and couldn't even be unfolded. In just an instant, this fire phoenix instantly incinerated the bodies of 100,000 armed robots. If this kind of ferocious beast comes to Jiangdu, its destructive power is simply unimaginable, Jiang Changyan said with a face that was grave to the core. The destructive power it instantly generates can easily vaporize everyone and everything in an urban area directly. No wonder Jiang Qin would place so much importance on this fire phoenix. It's truly terrifying to the extreme. Jiang Yan seemed to have thought of something and asked, Vivian, did you detect how strong the high temperature of this fire phoenix instantly erupted just now? On the large screen, Vivian shook her head slightly. Undetectable. Our armed robots were incinerated. The most we can detect is the instantaneous temperature when they were incinerated, whereas the melting point of an armed robot's body is around 2000 degrees Celsius. It's obvious that the temperature of the flames that this fire phoenix just instantly erupted has far exceeded 2000 degrees Celsius. However, our armed robots are equipped with super alloy shields, which can withstand high heat energy beams of around 10,000 degrees Celsius, with a melting point of 15,000 degrees Celsius. As you can see from the surveillance, the alloy shields are not completely damaged, just deformed. That is to say, the temperature of the flames that this fire phoenix just erupted should be floating right around 15,000 degrees Celsius. Never exceeding this value. Vivian's analysis made Jiang Yan nod slightly. No wonder it can instantly incinerate 100,000 armed robots. A high temperature of 15,000 degrees Celsius is simply too high for an ordinary body to resist. It's the sentinel robots that go there that can't resist such a high temperature. If it were a human being, I'm only afraid that it would be incinerated in an instant without even ashes left. Speaking of this, Jiang Yan gave a slight beat. Wait. Does Jiang Qin know about this? Faced with such a fire phoenix that can instantly erupt with high-temperature flames, how is she going to defend herself against it? Realizing this, Jiang Yan began to worry about Jiang Qin. Jiang Changyun, who was on the side, comforted. Don't worry, Jiang Qin can understand this fire phoenix better than we do, so I'm sure there must be a countermeasure. I hope so, otherwise she'll be in danger. Jiang Yan could only comfort himself in this way. A little bit of time passes. Everyone in the control center seemed very silent. The atmosphere was also very heavy. On the big screen, the fiery phoenix didn't seem to have any intention of leaving, as if it was waiting for something. That's when Vivian appeared on the big screen. Master, 100,000 Sentinels and EVA mechatype robots have arrived near the incubation base. I didn't let them get close, though, just stationed on the outskirts of the scorched earth more than 10 kilometers from the hatchery base. Jiang Yan sniffed and asked, Where's Jiang Qin? Where is she now? Miss Jiang Qin has also arrived near the hatching base, Vivian said as the picture on the big screen began to move. About 10 kilometers away from the incubation base, Jiang Yan saw Jiang Qin. At this moment, Jiang Qin stood at the side of a military helicopter, slowly flying close to the incubation base. Her body had been changed into a red dress, and in her hand was a long knife of an ancient style that she had gotten from somewhere. When the helicopter gunship approached the incubation base about 10 kilometers away, Jiang Qin beckoned to the helicopter's pilot to stop advancing. The pilot of the helicopter immediately stopped moving forward and hovered in place. Ms. Kong, we're almost at the place. Why are you suddenly asking me to stop? The helicopter pilot was puzzled. Jiang Qin looked at the scorched earth below and said in a deep voice, If we go any further, we'll have to invite the attack of that fire phoenix. This scorched earth is the territory that it has set aside. And if we enter it, we'll immediately attract its attention. All right, go back. It's out of your hands to deliver the rest of the way. The pilot could only nod his head at that. Okay, I'll land and head back. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. There's no need to go through so much trouble. You can just return to the ship. After saying that, Jiang Yan leaped and jumped directly from the helicopter. The pilot was startled and it was too late to stop it. Crazy, that's thousands of meters. And she just jumped? Inside the control center, Jiang Sungyun saw the scene and directly screamed out in shock. That helicopter was thousands of meters above the ground. so for Jiang Qin to jump down like that, in his opinion, was just like suicide. Jiang Yan, however, shook his head and said, this height is nothing to her. He still had some knowledge of Jiang Qin's ability, though cognizant of little. He was sure that this height was really not a problem for Jiang Qin, but that helicopter pilot didn't know that. The people were stunned to see that Jiang Qin hadn't worn any equipment and just jumped right out of the plane. The pilot hastily shifted the helicopter's position and his eyes immediately searched for Jiang Qin's figure. So he saw a scene that made his jaw drop. Jiang Qin, who had jumped from the helicopter, fell straight down like a vertically falling cannonball, but she was straight and her figure was not affected by the air currents at all. Thousands of meters of altitude flew by in a flash. The ground cracked and dust flew in all directions with a loud boom. The rolling dust covered Jiang Qin's figure, making it impossible to see exactly what was going on. Just as quickly, amidst the smoke and dust, a red figure walked out unhurriedly. It was Kong Qin who landed safely. Grass, is this still human? On the helicopter, the pilot saw the scene and directly screamed out in shock. The crowd in the monitoring center was also dumbfounded. Jiang Changyun looked at Jiang Yan, who had a calm face, and asked, you already knew she had such a skill? Jiang Yan glanced at Jiang Changyun and asked rhetorically, if she doesn't even have the slightest bit of ability, what do you think makes her dare to go forward to deal with the Fire Phoenix alone? Is it too long to live? Jiang Changyun froze, then lost his smile and said, that's right, none of the two of you is a saving grace. You embody the level of scientific research, while she is very mysterious and gives the impression of being unfathomable. Jiang Yan's gaze was fixed on the big screen as he said in a deep voice, you'll see what she's really capable of later. Vivian, fully record the footage of this battle and analyze it in depth. Have the Sentinel robots and Eva Mecha robots push forward another 8 kilometers in order to do a ready response to Jiang Qin. Roger that. In the meantime, on the big screen, Jiang Qin had arrived at the edge of the scorched earth. Her gaze sank to the direction of the hatchery, then stepped into the scorched earth without hesitation. It was also the moment when Jiang Qin entered the scorched earth range. On the incubation base, that fire phoenix immediately stretched its neck, its gaze looking straight in the direction where Jiang Qin was walking. A loud and clear cry rang out, seemingly carrying a strong warning. Jiang Qin laughed coldly, ignoring the warning, and with a slight force under his feet, his entire body instantly disappeared in place. A sonic whine followed. The big screen in the control center couldn't see Jiang Qin at all. One could only feel a powerful surge of air on either side of her where she passed. Jiang Changyun was directly stunned. What kind of speed is this? It's actually so fast that it triggered a sonic tsunami? I can't even see the figure. I can only vaguely see a little residual shadow. Finally, he couldn't help but ask Jiang Yan, Jiang Qin, she's human, right? Jiang Yan thought for a moment and said, if you're still defining the word human by the standards that existed before the Aura revival, then I can only say that she's already beyond the realm of normal humans. But rest assured, genetically speaking, she's still earthbound and human without a doubt. Jiang Changyun said thoughtfully, you mean that after the recovery of Aura, humans are also changing? Jiang Yan nodded his head and said, not bad, Jiang Qin, she belongs to a special existence, to the category of people who are at the forefront of the times, and there will be many such people in the future. Let's not talk about this for now. Right now the focus is still to care about the battle between Jiang Qin and the Fire Phoenix first. Other things, when Jiang Qin comes back you ask her about the things that happened after the recovery of the Aura. She knows better than me. After saying that, Jiang Yan's eyes began to stare at the big screen. On the big screen, Jiang Qin has arrived in front of the incubator, 10 kilometers away. She arrived in just a few dozen seconds. The speed is comparable to the speed of sound. The Fire Phoenix revealed an angry look at this uninvited guest. It stared deathly at Jiang Qin and let out an extremely loud and clear cry. The body stood up as well, and flames began to rise up in it. Looking at the flames rising from the body of the Fire Phoenix, Jiang Qin wasn't the least bit afraid, and even looked the Fire Phoenix up and down. Seeing you really brings back a lot of bad memories, but God has favored me by letting me start over and meet you again. This time, I definitely won't let you have a chance to grow. Jiang Qin pointed forward with the long sword in her hand. Come on, let me see just how tough you are at the juvenile stage. The Fire Phoenix seemed to be completely enraged as it spread its wings and its body burst into the sky with fire. Berserk waves of fire swept through everything around them once again. Jiang Qin was even the first to bear the brunt, and was instantly engulfed by the waves of fire. Damn! Why isn't Jiang Qin dodging? It's over. She's engulfed in flames. In the control center, Kang Sungun saw this scene and shouted in a hurry. Jiang Yan's gaze was also slightly condensed. unable to suppress the worry that arose for Jiang Qin. However, unlike Jiang Changyun, Jiang Yan still knew Jiang Qin very well. He believed that Jiang Qin would never put herself in danger without a way to deal with it. Don't argue. Jiang Qin should be fine. Nothing? Kang Sungmun subconsciously looked at the big screen. Sure enough, in the midst of the blazing flames, a figure was unmoving. Only after the waves of fire had surged through did Jiang Qin take one step at a time and walk out from the waves of fire. It's really okay? Wasn't it said that the flame was as high as 15,000 degrees Celsius? Jiang Qin is actually unharmed by the 15,000 degrees Celsius flame? Can people really be this powerful? Kang Sungmun asked him plausibly. Jiang Yan pressed on, ignoring Jiang Changyun, his eyes dead set on the big screen. On the big screen, when Jiang Qin slowly came out of the flames, her appearance had changed. It was still a change in character that Jiang Yan was very familiar with. Scarlet red lips, a bright red mark surfaced on his forehead. Enchanting, gaudy, and very demonic. Jiang Qin's unique divine ability. Shura change. After the transformation, Jiang Qin lightly licked her red lips and let out a reckless and open-hearted laugh. Sure enough, the juvenile stage of you is still far from being as terrifying as you are at the mature stage. With this level of flames, the Shura transformation alone is enough to deal with it. Now it's my turn. Jiang Qin held his sword and swung across violently. Shura cross chop. Instantly, a blood blade was chopped out by Jiang Qin in a cross shape. The cross blood blade instantly grew larger after it was chopped out. With a bizarre yet domineering might, it ruthlessly struck the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix swung one of its wings fiercely against the incoming cross blood blade. A fierce fire, which directly erupted out, ruthlessly slammed into the cross blood blade. Boom! There was a violent explosion. The two attacks directly exploded. While at that moment, Jiang Qin's figure went straight through the explosion and instantly rushed to the fire phoenix. The ancient long knife chopped very viciously at the neck of the fire phoenix. Chirp! The fire phoenix let out a shrill whistle. Its wings spread out, and its figure instantly retreated violently. The speed was so fast that it only left a residual shadow. Jiang Qin's long sword cut through the stubble and did not stop, but followed closely. Shura berserker chop. After a furious shout, Jiang Qin brandished his long sword and erupted with a terrifying might. Countless blood blades and don't want money like from being chopped out by her. It was so fast that you could only see the remnants. For a time, the blood blades around the fire phoenix filled the sky. The fire phoenix looked like it had been struck helplessly by such an attack. One could only instinctively cover his body with his feathered wings. Buffed, buffed, put. A sound of a knife slashing into flesh resounded continuously. In just a few moments of work, the wings of the fire phoenix turned blood-rimmed. This blood was scattered on the ground, immediately searing a hole in the ground. Inside the control center, Jiang Yan saw this scene and marveled. I didn't expect that this fire phoenix, even its blood possesses such a terrifying searing heat. Jiang Changyun, on the other hand, excitedly said, I didn't expect Jiang Qin to be so powerful, such a terrifying fire phoenix. But in front of her, she's actually only being hanged? Hanging? Jiang Yan looked at the situation on the big screen, but in his heart, he felt that it couldn't be that simple. If the fire phoenix was only at this level, then Jiang Qin had definitely overestimated this fire phoenix. Obviously, Jiang Yan's idea was correct. The fire phoenix, who had been in a passive state, seemed to be completely enraged. It suddenly let out a stirring cry once more, and its body's fire changed instantly. From a crimson flame, it instantly turned into a greenish-white flame. It was also the moment when the flames around this fire phoenix changed. Jiang Qin, who was chopping happily, suddenly exploded back, retreating to 100 meters away in an instant. She waved the long knife in her hand, and the phoenix blood on the god of the knife suddenly scattered all over the ground, making a snorting and burning sound. And the long knife in Jiang Qin's hand didn't know what material it was cast in, but it actually didn't have any damage. Finally couldn't resist exploding into your second form? The change in the flames on the fire phoenix seemed to be expected by Jiang Qin. She laughed coldly and a large amount of scarlet blood chi surged out around her body. You think you're the only one with a second form? I have one too. The second change of the 9 changes of Shura. Evil Shura. As Jiang Qin's voice fell, the scarlet blood chi around her began to turn from blood red to dark red. Then it turns from dark red to black. Countless black blood chi wrapped Jiang Qin in it, forming a large black cocoon. At the same time, the fire phoenix that had entered its second form had angrily flown over. Seeing the large cocoon formed by Jiang Qin, he directly spewed out greenish-white flames from his mouth. The greenish-white flames instantly wrapped around the cocoon, and the terrifying fire burned the ground into a magma-like state. the large cocoon formed by Jiang Qin began to slowly sink into the ground magma. However, the greenish-white flames of the fire phoenix were unable to incinerate the large cocoon in the slightest. The angry fire phoenix, the flames in its mouth unceasingly, flew directly up with a spread of its wings, spewing flames at the black cocoon surrounding it. The greenish-white flames coming out of his mouth also increased significantly. It was also at this moment that the black cocoon let out a clicking sound. Like an egg breaking its shell, a hideous arm poked out of it. Jiang Qin's voice sounded at the same time. You're burning up. Chapter 31, Chapter 0030, Fire Phoenix Burning Sky. Weapon of Weather. Absolute Zero. Boo! A popping sound. The black cocoon that encased Jiang Qin shattered with it. It also reveals a new form of Ginger Jin. It was as black as ink, covered in hideous stripes, and one of its hands had been transformed into a black sharp claw. There was also a noticeable change in the face, hideous and ghastly, shaped like an evil spirit, but the figure became extremely slender and luscious. It gives a very sinister aesthetic. Ginger Qin, who had broken out of her cocoon, looked very ugly, but her posture was elegant. She reached up and looked at the sharp claws on her hand, sticking her lips and tongue out to lick at them. Now it's my turn too. As soon as the words fell, her figure instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix obviously felt threatened, and with a phoenix cry was about to spread its wings and fly away. Jiang Qin, however, reached out with his hand, and the hideous head strangely but extremely quickly grabbed Fire Phoenix's neck with one hand. The Fire Phoenix was furious, and its body of greenish-white flames instantly erupted. The terrifying fire directly melted everything around it into a magma-like world. However, Jiang Qin had a death grip on the neck of the Fire Phoenix and was not affected in the slightest. The black streaks on her body also turned extremely bizarre at this moment, as if it was constantly absorbing the heat around her. Jiang Qin choked Fire Phoenix's neck and without further ado, he lifted Fire Phoenix's body up with a vicious hand. Suddenly his mouth opened and he bit down ferociously. With a snort, Jiang Qin viciously tore off a piece of bloody flesh on the neck of the Fire Phoenix. The hot wind and snow of the Fire Phoenix that was capable of searing through the ground had no effect on Jiang Qin at this moment. Even she chewed twice and swallowed the piece of flesh and blood raw. Delicious. Jiang Qin lightly licked her lips and tongue, revealing an expression of enjoyment. Chirp! The Fire Phoenix let out a phoenix cry that was furious to the extreme. A greenish-white flame was spewed out at Jiang Qin. This flame, straight away, sprayed Jiang Qin's face, like a flame shockwave. Jiang Qin saw the onslaught of flames, but she didn't dodge or avoid them, allowing the Fire Phoenix to frantically spew fire at her. Instantly her entire body was covered in greenish-white flames, and her head followed suit as she was thrown back by the powerful impact of the fire. However, Jiang Qin's body didn't move at all, and his grip on the Fire Phoenix didn't even show any signs of loosening. That's the extent of it? It seems I overestimated you in your second form a bit. In the midst of the blazing fire, Jiang Qin's voice came out faintly. Suddenly, she grabbed the hand on the neck of the Fire Phoenix and ruthlessly pressed it down with a fall. Boom! An earth-shattering boom rang out. The place centered around Jiang Qin and the Fire Phoenix instantly exploded, like a terrifyingly powerful missile blowing up on the ground. Rolling tongues of fire scattered in all directions. From the satellite surveillance, the ripple effect was a full 7 or 8 kilometers away. A small mushroom cloud, too, rose. Holy, what horrible destructive power is this? In the control center, Jiang Changyun was dumbfounded. It had never occurred to him that people could actually make such horrible movements. It's almost as terrifying as a small nuclear explosion. Even Jiang Changyun was like this, not to mention the others, who looked at the big screen with a look of horror as if they were watching a horror movie. As Jiang Yan watched the commotion that Jiang Qin had made, he was also extremely shocked inwardly. He had actually always known that Jiang Qin had reservations and had never shown his true strength in front of him. However, he could not have imagined that Jiang Qin's strength was actually powerful to this extent. In his mind, he suddenly recalled the 2 sets of techniques that Jiang Qin had passed on to him in the beginning. He had only attempted to cultivate the breathing method once at that time, and after proving the existence of the aura, he didn't cultivate it again. Now that I think about it, he probably should have practiced. While developing higher black technology, you should also try to bring up your own strength. This battle was considered to completely break Jiang Yan's inherent idea of technology as king. On the big screen, the rolling fire dispersed, revealing Jiang Qin and Fire Phoenix once again, only to see Jiang Qin pressing the Fire Phoenix into the ground, deep beneath the magma. With his other hand, he frantically stabbed at Fire Phoenix's body in a furious wave. The expression was extremely frantic, causing a chill to rise uncontrollably from the bottom of the hearts of those in the control center. The fire phoenix, on the other hand, was like a dead bird, struggling on the ground for 2 seconds before it stopped moving, as if it was dead. This fire phoenix has been resolved? Jiang Changyun looked at the big screen and said with some surprise. It won't be that simple. Look, Jiang Qin has no intention of stopping at all, Jiang Yan said in a deep voice. Jiang Changyun was puzzled. But look at that fire phoenix. It's obviously not moving anymore. Under such a frantic attack from Jiang Qin, it can still live? Jiang Changyun had seen that Jiang Qin had stabbed the body of that fire phoenix. Have you forgotten the science that Jiang Qin gave us? If you want to kill a ferocious beast, only by pulling out its inner elixir can you be considered to have killed it completely. Did you see Jiang Qin pull out the inner elixir of the fire phoenix? And look, even though that fire phoenix isn't moving anymore, the flames around it still show no signs of going out, and it looks like it's getting more and more vigorous. Jiang Yan pointed at the fire phoenix on the big screen and spoke of his discovery. Kang Sunan immediately looked at the large screen, and only after looking closely for a moment did he say, "It's really getting more and more exuberant." Right at this moment, Jiang Qin seemed to have sensed some kind of danger. His figure retreated violently and disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already retreated a few kilometers away. It was also at the moment when Jiang Qin retreated violently. A golden flame suddenly erupted from the fire phoenix. At the same time a resounding and violent phoenix sound rang out. Chirp! This phoenix sound was different from the previous one. It seemed to resound through heaven and earth. Jiang Yan and the others not only heard the voice through the satellite surveillance, the voice even came in from outside the control center. What's going on? Where's that bird chirping coming from? What's going on? Haven't all the plants and animals in Jiangdu been cleared? Where did this bird call come from? Could it be that another mutated ferocious beast has appeared? Outside the control center, the guards stationed at the control center glowed in disbelief at the door. The words of these guards were overheard just inside the control center. Jiang Changyun was dumbfounded. This incubation base is at least hundreds of kilometers away from Jiangdu city, and this fire phoenix's cries actually reached over Jiangdu across more than 100 kilometers. That's quite an exaggeration. Jiang Yan's expression was grave as he stared tightly at the large screen. This fire phoenix is considered to be completely enraged, and I don't know if Jiang Qin will be able to block it. Vivian, as a precaution, the space-based satellites are ready to begin meteorological intervention in this area. With the current capabilities of space-based satellites, can we create absolute zero in this area? Vivian shook her head on the big screen. Master, absolute zero is an absolute low temperature that can freeze the movement of particles, and it is possible to do that with our current meteorological weapons. But this fire phoenix is now bursting at the seams with energy indexes, and it's impossible to project whether absolute zero can affect it. After all, absolute zero is the lowest temperature discovered by mankind so far, but for science only, this fire phoenix has, obviously, transcended the realm of normal science. Jiang Yan instantly understood what Vivian meant. Scientifically speaking, the temperature of a substance depends on the kinetic energy of the atoms, molecules and other particles within it. The higher the kinetic energy of the particles, the higher the temperature of the matter. Absolute zero, on the other hand, is the point at which the kinetic energy of a particle can be minimized. In this way, at absolute zero, any energy ceases to exist. But this is for human science. This fire phoenix, to put it mildly, has already transcended metaphysics and belongs to the realm of theology. After all, a creature like the fire phoenix, but it only existed in myths and legends. It's hard to say if absolute zero will limit it, whether it can affect it or not. But it a fire creature, it can't defy physical common sense. I don't believe it's still unrestricted at the extreme low temperature of absolute zero, Jiang Yan said in a cold voice. The nemesis of high temperature is low temperature. This point cannot be denied even by metaphysics. Jiang Yan didn't believe it. The extreme cold climate of absolute 0 degrees still couldn't affect this fire phoenix. But Miss Jiang Qin is still in this area. If the weather weapon is used, then Miss Jiang Qin will definitely not be spared. Are you sure you want to do this, Master? Vivian looked to Jiang Yan waiting for instructions. Jiang Yan's command that had just reached his mouth immediately stopped. Yeah, what's gonna happen to Kong Qin if we unleash the weather weapon? Jiang Yan looked at the large screen and said in a deep voice. First, find a way to send a communicator to Jiang Qin. Wait until I get in touch with her. Yes, Master. At this point, the big screen, Jiang Qin and that fire phoenix were several thousand meters apart, facing each other. At this moment, the fire phoenix, covered in golden flames, looked incredibly powerful. In the satellite surveillance, It could be clearly seen that within a 100-meter radius of where this fire phoenix was, the space was becoming distorted. Within 100 meters, even the underground magma was vaporized, forming a circular shield of golden fire. However, the range that this golden flame could cover only seemed to be around 100 meters, not far away. Jiang Qin frowned slightly as she looked at the fire phoenix that was shrouded in golden flames. I didn't expect that you would be able to emanate the sun true flame at the juvenile stage. You are truly extraordinary. However, it's obvious that your sun true flame isn't a climate right now, with a range of only about 100 meters. It looks like we won't be able to fight you in close quarters in the next battle, said Jiang Qin as she licked her lips and tongue. What a pity. If I had known, I should have bitten off a few more chunks of your flesh just now. The blood and flesh of a fire phoenix isn't something that just anyone can savor. Although it was several thousand meters away, the fire phoenix still seemed to be able to hear Jiang Qin's words. Its pair of phoenix eyes flared with fire, and with a spread of its wings, it directly spun around and shot up into the sky. When it reached a certain height, the wings of the fire phoenix spread out violently, and another phoenix cry rang out loudly. The next moment, the entire sky was enveloped by a fire cloud. The monstrous fire that covered the sky seemed to be burning the entire sky. Seeing this scene, Jiang Qin's expression froze for the first time. Is this your natural aptitude? Burning sky amazing. Looks like I'm going to have to get serious too. Just then, a figure flew from the distant sky at an extremely fast speed. In just a few moments, he arrived in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin gazed at the sudden arrival of this uninvited guest, but it was a robot. This robot, Jiang Qin had seen it before. It had appeared when dealing with the Ling Tian Empress. It was called some kind of EVA mecha-type robot. She frowned slightly, looking at this EVA robot and frowning. Didn't I tell you not to send your robot over here? Your robot can't even participate in a battle of this level. Jiang Qin knew that Zhang Yan could hear him. After all the robots that Zhang Yan had built were the equivalent of his eyes. Just to Jiang Qin's surprise, the voice of Zhang Yan actually came out from this EVA robot. Ginger Qin, can you hear me? Jiang Qin nodded slightly. I hear you. Tell me, what are you doing having this robot over here at this time? Inside the control center, Zhang Yan looked at Jiang Qin on the large screen and said in a deep voice, with the current form of this fire phoenix, are you sure you can take care of it? Jiang Qin sniffed and glanced at the fire clouds that burned the entire sky red, and said in a deep voice, not sure, but it can protect itself. Hearing this, Zhang Yan's heart was instantly relieved, and he immediately asked, if I say that I can make this area where you are, instantly form a super low temperature of absolute zero, will that help you? Jiang Qin's eyes lit up at his words. Absolute zero? You can do that? Yes. However, I'm not sure if you can withstand the super cold temperature of absolute zero. If not, you can evacuate this area immediately so as not to cause any harm to you. Zhang Yan said with a sullen gaze. Evacuate? You're overthinking it. With the current state of this fire phoenix, it and I have reached a state of immortality. Wherever I run, it hunts me down, but I'm not trying to run. Super cold temperatures of absolute zero, right? No problem. My current form is highly immune to extreme high and low temperatures. Jiang Qin's expression was tinged with wildness, a world away from her pre-transformation personality. Are you sure? Uneasy. Ginger Yan was sure again. Cut the crap. Hurry up and get your absolute zero. A big old man. Why so motherly? Jiang Qin gazed at the direction of the fire phoenix in the sky and said impatiently. After transforming into Shura, her personality was also very extreme and her tone was very rude. Jiang Yan looked helpless. Alright, I'll release the weather weapon right away. You protect yourself. After saying that, the EVA robot no longer stayed and flew away. At the same time, inside the control center, Jiang Yan decisively gave an order to Vivian, immediately launch the space-based satellites and make this area absolute zero. Roger, Master. A small image then appeared on the big screen. It was a satellite floating in the universe. The satellite slowly reversed its direction, and the tail of the satellite began to stretch downward. In a few moments of effort, a cannon was formed. Immediately after that, the muzzle began to store energy, and stars of light began to appear around the muzzle, concentrating towards it. In the next moment, a white pillar of light blasted down. Over the hatchery base, the fire clouded the sky. Rolling clouds of fire, in which began to appear like raindrops of golden liquid. The liquids, like rain, began to drift down. At first it was only sporadic, but gradually it became larger and larger. For a while, the sky was filled with golden rain pouring down, and these golden rains, as they fell, scorched along with the air, finally forming a canopy. A golden canopy. From Jiang Qin's point of view, it looked like a sky that had been burned golden and collapsed straight down. Jiang Qin snorted coldly and was about to make his next move. But right at this moment, this golden sky that was about to collapse down was pierced by a white pillar of light rushing down into the sky. That white pillar of light shot directly onto the ground without any obstruction. Immediately afterward, the hatching base, which was originally a piece of magma terracotta, actually began to solidify and freeze at an extremely fast speed, followed by the appearance of frost. The frost spread rapidly along the area of the light pillar, and in just the blink of an eye, a 10-kilometer radius centered on the incubation base was frozen. Jiang Qin couldn't even react in time before he was frozen in frost, instantly becoming an ice sculpture. At the same time, the temperature in this area plummeted extremely. A terrifying force of extreme cold completely enveloped the area. Layer after layer of greenish-blue frost, constantly overlapping and covering, was forming a huge ice layer at an astonishing speed, right up against the golden canopy that was falling. On the big screen in the control center, one could only see the greenish-blue ice and the golden canopy against each other. The scene is beyond magical and spectacular. On the contrary, it was Jiang Yan who exclaimed in shock after seeing Jiang Qin instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. What the hell? Didn't you say you were immune to extreme high and low temperatures? How come it's frozen? Chapter 32 Chapter 0031 When extreme heat meets extreme cold. To be honest, seeing Jiang Qin instantly transformed into an ice sculpture still covered by ice, completely buried under the ice, Jiang Yan was dumbfounded. That's absolute zero. A terrifyingly low temperature that can freeze even particles. Frozen like that and still alive? Had he known that this would happen, he would have said anything to get Jiang Qin out of this area back then. Now, I'm afraid it's too late. Just when Jiang Yan was disturbed and blaming himself inside, on the big screen, a figure suddenly broke through the ice and shot up into the sky. It was Jiang Qin who had just been frozen into an ice sculpture. Seeing that Jiang Qin was fine, Jiang Yan immediately breathed a long sigh of relief. It's out. It's good that it's fine. It's good that it's fine. And at this moment, Jiang Yan's body was suspended in midair, his eyes glancing towards the ice below, a trace of lingering fear flashing in his eyes. She did underestimate the awesomeness of absolute zero. Just now, at the moment she was frozen, she felt her entire being fall into an extreme state of stillness. It was a kind of absolute stillness, the kind where even thought stops moving. As for the cold, she couldn't feel it at all. Only absolutely she was as unthinking, unenergetic, unthinking as a stone, a log. Even the body doesn't feel present. That state of affairs is very scary. If it wasn't for the power of cultivation exploding at the critical time, Jiang Yan felt afraid that he would really be frozen to death under this absolute 0-degree ice. Rather than rushing out of the ice now, Jiang Qin was also afraid afterward. It was at this moment that she finally felt something. An extreme cold. How cold it is. A single breath could send icy chills throughout her body. Shivering and unbearable. The power of the Shura within her body was stagnating, and her transportation was extremely slow. Fortunately, her current evil Shura physique was very special, and although she couldn't completely immunize herself against such extreme low temperatures, she could barely withstand them. Eyes shifting upwards, Jiang Qin's gaze went to the sky. At this moment, the golden canopy that the fire phoenix had erupted had already fallen. It crashed right into the extremely cold ice layer formed by absolute zero. Two extremes of temperature collide. A magical scene appeared. These two extreme temperatures, under the mutual resistance, the ice began to gradually out of melting, turned into water mist. Layers of water misted and slowly condensed to form rain falling. But the rain didn't even wait to hit the ground before it turned into ice particles and hit the ice below like small rocks. This cycle was repeated, and after the ice was melted by the golden canopy for a period of time, the ice layer finally had no strength afterward. The ice, on the contrary, was still a steady stream of condensing whatever it encountered. Gradually, the ice stopped being melted and instead began to counterattack. It began to slowly advance upward, and then slowly more and more, faster and faster. The golden yellow canopy, on the other hand, became thinner and thinner, and in the end, it turned from golden yellow to greenish white, and then from greenish white to reddish red. Eventually, it completely dissolved. That fire phoenix in the sky seemed extremely angry after seeing this situation. It once again let out a phoenix cry and instantly flew near the ice layer. And with its mouth open, it started spewing golden flames at the ice layer. But the situation remains the same as before. At first, the golden flames of the fire phoenix were very effective. It instantly melted a large chunk of the ice. But gradually, the flames spewed out by the fire phoenix became less and less. smaller and smaller. Eventually, a dud. Spraying half the time only produces a few sparks. It was also at this time that the ice spread upwards. It also brought extremely cold temperatures. Under this low temperature, the flames around the fire phoenix slowly weakened as if they were greatly restrained. Seeing that the situation was not right, the fire phoenix finally realized the horror of the extreme low temperatures below, and its figure drew up sharply, circling around the ice layer in the sky, but it never had the intention of leaving. Just then, Jiang Qin's figure rushed into the sky from below at an extremely fast speed. It was only an instant's effort to fly close to the fire phoenix. Before the fire phoenix could react, Jiang Qin suddenly yanked one of its wings and slammed it down hard. The fire phoenix figure immediately fell straight down, ruthlessly smashing into the ice below. Chirp! The fire phoenix that fell on the ice let out an angry phoenix cry, and with a spread of its wings, a wave of high-temperature fire erupted out. It was clear, though, that its current flame was nowhere near a millionth of what it had been before. Seeing this scene, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Qin's mouth. The body shifted and the body went straight down. The fire phoenix that wanted to spread its wings and fly fiercely slammed down again. On top of this ice layer, the fire phoenix was being seemingly restrained very severely. The flames on his body nearly went out several times. Jiang Qin certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Almost frantically, he closed in and slashed at the fire phoenix. In the face of Jiang Qin's frantic attack, the fire phoenix finally let out a mournful phoenix cry after holding on for a while, and was hacked away by Jiang Qin's slash. With this slash, Jiang Qin almost used the full power she could use right now, cutting the fire phoenix directly to the bone and flesh. It fell and flew several hundred meters away. After cutting out this slash, Jiang Qin also finally exhausted his strength, pointing his long blade on the ice and panting slightly. With almost every breath she took, she could feel the piercing chill inside her body eating away at her. Jiang Qin knew that the fight had to end now. Otherwise, in her current state, I'm afraid she won't last long. Compared to Jiang Qin, Fire Phoenix was much more miserable. Multiple wounds on his body, each one deep enough to see through to the bone. Its powerful self-healing ability also became incomparably slow under this extreme low temperature. However, the Fire Phoenix was stubborn, and it stood up trembling, spreading its wings with difficulty. Faint flames rose around them once again. However, the faint flame was quickly extinguished by the extremely cold temperature. The Fire Phoenix struggled to sprout flames again, only to be extinguished once more. After 2 or 3 consecutive times like this, the Fire Phoenix finally couldn't support it and collapsed directly onto the ice. Immediately after that, frost spread over its body. In no time, this Fire Phoenix turned into an ice sculpture. Inside the control center, Jiang Yan slapped his thigh hard. Done. Jiang Changyun was very excited. The Fire Phoenix has been frozen into an ice sculpture and has become an ice phoenix. Ha ha ha, finally this big trouble is solved. The entire control center staff also cheered in unison. One must know that just now, these people were still frightened by the terror of the Fire Phoenix. And now that they had finally resolved this Fire Phoenix, they naturally all looked incredibly grateful. Happy, Jiang Yan's eyes once again went to the big screen. It was discovered that, in the large screen, Jiang Qin was enduring the extreme icy cold, and came to the Fire Phoenix step by step. Looking at the Fire Phoenix that was frozen into a piece of ice sculpture in front of her, Jiang Qin almost didn't say a word, and her hand rose up to slash. Dang! Didn't chop. In an absolute zero environment, these ice formations have long been incredibly hard. If Jiang Qin was still in his heyday, he would still be able to find a way to cut through the ice. But now, she was at the end of her strength. Where could she still cleave through the ice that froze the Fire Phoenix? And with this strike, it seemed to have used up all of her strength, as her entire body could no longer support herself and fell heavily onto the ice. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Vivian to the rescue. Roger, Master. Almost at the instant that Jiang Yan issued the command to save him, the Eva robot then appeared above the ice, lifted Jiang Qin with one hand, and flew away. In absolute zero, the Eva robots didn't dare to stay much longer. Seeing that the person was saved, Jiang Yan was also finally relieved. His eyes looked at the Fire Phoenix frozen into an ice sculpture within the screen, and his eyes flickered with a fiery glow. Such a terrifying Fire Phoenix. Its research value. It was simply infinite. Chapter 33 Chapter 0032 The beginning of a whole new era. Family concerns and cross-examination. It's getting dark. Outside the Zhang family villa, Fang Hongmei stood in the sector constantly looking out. Inside the living room, the TV was broadcasting the Jiangdu news. Today, a number of mutant monsters injured people in our city. resulting in the death of many people in our city. Hundreds of people were injured in a major incident. In response to this incident, the city's municipal administrator, Mr. Lee Wayman, urgently held a conference in the municipal sector to make a statement. The TV screen shifted to the scene of a grand launch. Lee Wayman stood on the podium with a heavy face. First of all, we would like to express our condolences to those who died, and at the same time we will do our best to treat the injured. But those aren't the focus of this launch. This time the focus is about the changes in the world. I'm sure that many of my journalist friends on the scene already know, through various channels, what is happening in the world today. Here, I won't hide it anymore. Yes, this mutant monster injury incident that happened today is not something that only happened in our Jiangdu. Rather, the entire world is experiencing such similar events. Some of the younger crowd, I assume, have found a lot of videos of monsters hurting people on the internet, and I can tell you in all seriousness that they are all true. A catastrophe that has swept all of our humanity has come to pass. At the same time, we're going to be facing a whole new era. We call this age, the age of the revival of the aura. In the face of this brand new era, and for the sake of our survival and development in Jiangdu City, our city will officially enter a period of military control. For specifics, please wait for notification from the municipal authorities. And next, if you journalists have any questions, you can speak. Inside the TV, all the reporters were abuzz. Kang Sungri silently turned off the TV, lit a cigarette and leaned back on the sofa, inhaling deeply. Come with me for one too. Across the couch, Kang Sungub reached out towards Kang Sungub. Didn't you quit everything? Kang Sung looked at this big brother of his and handed over a cigarette anyway. Jiang Chengye skillfully lit a cigarette, took a deep breath and said, quitting smoking is so as not to affect the child. And Hong Mei, she doesn't like the smell of smoke. But now that I'm faced with this change that is rippling through the world, I'm worried. Kang Sungri nodded gently in understanding. After all, yesterday this big brother of his was also the chairman of a world-renowned medical group worth trillions of dollars. But just a day's work, he fought for half of his life's career is so lost. Who cannot be confused and worried? Isn't that even true of himself? The love of his life is still in the capital, and he doesn't know how it is now. With that thought, he felt the taste of the cigarette in his mouth go out, and putting it out, he looked at the time. It's past 7. Why aren't the three of you, second brother and amazing Jiang Qin, back yet? Jiang Chengye said helplessly. The second's phone has been busy all day today, so I guess it should be too busy. Even if you're busy, you have to send the kids back, Kang Sungri said with some dissatisfaction. Just then, outside the villa, 7 or 8 military vehicles appeared and stopped at the entrance of the Jiang family villa. The two of them, Jiang Changyun and Jiang Yan, stepped down from one of the cars. Fong Hongmei, who was standing in the doorway looking around, saw Jiang Yan and immediately greeted him. What's going on with you guys today? Phone calls are busy. Videos aren't returned. Do you have any idea how worried I am? Before the person arrived, Fong Hongmei split her head and counted. Jiang Changyan hurriedly smiled and said, Sister-in-law, today this is not a special situation. The military area have done signal shielding, cannot communicate normally. Fong Hongmei coldly grunted. You're busy with your own business. What's this about you taking the 2 children out as well? Speaking of this, Fong Hongmei glanced at Jiang Yan. Seeing that Jiang Yan was fine and had no problems at all, she was relieved. Then her eyes began to look for Jiang Qin's figure. I just couldn't see Jiang Qin when I looked left and right. Where's Ginger Chin? Where did she go? Facing Fong Hongmei's inquiry, Jiang Yan thought about it but told the truth. She's sort of healing right now. Healing? Xiao Qin. She's hurt? Where is the injury? Is it serious? Fong Hongmei was startled and immediately asked after her. It shouldn't be too serious for her. It's just frostbite. Recuperate for a few days and she'll be fine. Jiang Yan thought of Jiang Qin whose body had been constantly chilling since she was carried back, and said with some uncertainty in his heart, What? Frostbite? Did you guys go to a place like a cold storage? Fong Hongmei was puzzled. Facing his mom's question, Jiang Yan didn't know how to explain for a while. To tell the truth, he was afraid his mom wouldn't be able to accept it. After all, Jiang Qin's injuries, in the eyes of a normal person, it would be very serious. But if he was asked to lie in front of his mom, Jiang Yan couldn't do it. Well, on the side of the Jiang Changyun hastened to take over the conversation. Rest assured. All right, just a little accident. People are now in the military hospital convalescence. We'll soon be able to come back. Really? Fong Hongmei was skeptical. Sister-in-law, you still don't know what kind of person I am? How could I lie to you? Jiang Changyun didn't even blink as he opened his mouth to babble. Fan Hongmei frowned and seemed to want to ask something else, when Jiang Qingye and Jiang Chengli had already walked to the front door. Hongmei, Changyun has said it's fine, so don't be imagining things, and don't let anyone in? Jiang Qingye gazed deeply at both Jiang Changyun and Jiang Yan and spoke out to help them out. Seeing that her husband had spoken, Fan Hongmei couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter. With that, the family returned to the living room. Fan Hongmei was sent to the kitchen by Jiang Qingye. The entire living room was left with the three Jiang Qingye brothers and Jiang Yan. Tell me, what exactly happened? Jiang Qin, is he really alright? Kang Sungri gazed at Jiang Yan. Compared to his second brother, Jiang Changyun, whom he hadn't seen for over 20 years, Jiang Chengli trusted Jiang Yan more. Jiang Yan said with certainty, "Third uncle, can I lie to you about something like this? Sister Jiang Qin, she's really fine." Before he came, Jiang Yan had already been to the underground base. Jiang Qin's situation looked a bit scary, but she had an amazing physique, so she could recover after a few days of convalescence at the base. That wasn't exactly cheating, Kong Sungri. Well, since you say it's fine, I believe you. Now tell us, what the hell were you guys up to today? Don't put us off with the stalling your mom routine. You weren't even an embryo when your dad and I were in the community. Kong Sungri's gaze was deep and seemed to be able to see through people. Jiang Qingye's gaze also fell on Jiang Yan. He sighed softly. Don't try to hide it from me and your third uncle. In fact, I know that you've hidden a lot of things from me and your mom. You can hide it from your mom, but you can't hide it from me. But you're my son, so I never ask what secrets you have on you. And as long as you're not doing anything illegal, Dad trusts you fully. But now that the whole world has been plagued by a calamity, it would be a bit unreasonable for you to be hiding it from us. Hearing Jiang Qingye's words, Jiang Yan lowered his head somewhat sheepishly. He wasn't sure what kind of expression Jiang Qingye would have if he knew that he had created a megabase under his own villa. As he was hesitating in his heart, Jiang Changyun on the side also opened up. Jiang Yan, there's no need to hide it anymore. Just say what you have. This well. Chapter 34, Chapter 0033, you call this a secret base? Jiang family villa. Living room. So, what you're saying is that you've been doing research since you were 5 years old? And you made a super underground base under our villa? Now, you're still the supreme commander of Gangtok City? After Jiang Yan finished his statement, Jiang Chengye was already shocked and didn't know what to say. His attitude towards Jiang Yan had always been a put-upon attitude. After all, the Kong family is rich and he has only one son on his knee. As for training his son to be the successor of his career, Jiang Chengye had never considered it. Firstly, he is only in his 50s now. He is rich and strong, and he can still fight for at least another 20 years. Secondly, even if the son's ability is limited in the future and he is unable to succeed the company, he can still hire a professional management company to manage the company. As long as his company was still around, Jiang Yan could be a rich second generation with no clothes and food for the rest of his life. Jiang Qingye is fine as long as Jiang Yan does what he likes to do and doesn't break the law. It was just that Jiang Qingye had never expected that his son would actually be so demonic. He has been doing research since he was 5 years old. Numerous inventions were made at the age of 7 or 8, and a scientific research base right under his nose. Such an achievement is beyond the reach of some people in their lifetime. Now, his son had even become the highest commander of Jiangdu City, against the ferocious beasts. To put it mildly, this bit of achievement of his as an old man was hardly comparable in front of his own son. Looking at Jiang Yan with an apprehensive expression in front of him, Jiang Qingye was speechless for a long time. It was only after half a second that he bitterly laughed. I didn't expect that my son would actually be demonic to this extent. To be honest, I feel like I'm a bit of a failure as a father. When Jiang Yan heard this, he panicked a little. Dad, you mustn't think that way. In fact, if it wasn't for the trust you've placed in me over the years, I wouldn't have been able to achieve what I have now. It's the truth. It's just like what Kong Sungub said before. As Jiang Yan's father, it was impossible for him not to know that there were some unknown secrets in Jiang Yan's private life. If Jiang Chengye wanted to, he could ignore Jiang Yan's privacy and just pick apart his secrets. But Kong Sungub didn't. The reason is also simple. Trust in my son. It's also a way to honor the privacy of Ginger Yan. Son, you don't have to comfort me or worry about me being shocked. How to say your father, I am also the chairman of a world-class enterprise. My mind is not that narrow. It's not a shame to admit that I am inferior to my son. On the contrary, I'm proud of your accomplishments. My Jiang Qingye's son. That's how it should be. Jiang Qingye said with extreme satisfaction. Saying that, Jiang Chengye gazed at Jiang Changyun. It's you, the second one. You've been monitoring my son since early morning. What do you mean? If it wasn't for Jiang Yan talking about this time, I wouldn't even know that. As it turns out, you've been secretly keeping an eye on my son all along. Jiang Changyun sweated. Big brother, I couldn't help myself at that time. It's not like you don't know what happened 20 years ago. I did it to protect Jiang Yan. If it wasn't for me, the things he did, Jiang Yan, could have brought our Jiang family to the attention of the people above. Jiang Changye grunted coldly. If it wasn't because you protected little Yan, do you think I would be polite to you? At this time, Jiang Chengli interrupted the two and looked at Jiang Yan and asked, Alright, this is not the time to talk about those old stories. Jiang Yan, from what I just said, I probably heard something. Nowadays, the whole world is suffering from the plague of ferocious beasts, and we in Gangtok are minimally jeopardized by them. The reason for this is that you launched a cleanup operation ahead of time and cleared out all the hidden dangers of everything within the city of Gangtok. Third uncle, I have a question. How did you guys know that those plants and animals would mutate into ferocious beasts? And also, what role did Jiang Qin play in this matter? Jiang Yan froze at his words. This question, it was a bit hard to answer. As a matter of fact, the cause of the whole incident was actually Jiang Qin. Without Jiang Qin, Jiang Yan wouldn't have been able to know in advance about the aura recovery, and not so much preparation. But how could he tell Kong Sungri about the matter concerning Kong Jiam? Seeing that Jiang Yan was silent, Kong Sungri frowned slightly. What? You can't answer such a simple question? Jiang Qin, why is she involved with you guys? She is obviously just an ordinary person. Why has she always been involved in something as big as fighting against ferocious beasts? Ordinary people? The corners of Jiang Changyun's mouth twitched. An ordinary person who dared to fight hard against a terrifying beast like the fire phoenix. Does this old man know or not what kind of a daughter he has raised? Facing Jiang Chengli's cross-examination, Jiang Yan smiled bitterly. Third uncle, it's better for you to ask Sister Jiang Qin yourself about her matters. It's not convenient for me to say anything about her. Jiang Cheng ideally thought about it and said in a deep voice, Then take me to her now. Now. Jiang Yan was a little hesitant. What? Didn't you say she was fine? Why can't you take me to her? Kong Sungri frowned. This Jiang Yan was a little hesitant. Now Jiang Qin is in the underground base to heal his wounds. If he lets his third uncle see Jiang Qin's current appearance, he will not beat him up. At this time, in Jiang Yan's earphone, Xiao Wei's voice rang out. Master, MS. Jiang Qin wants to talk to you. Jiang Yan froze and asked, How is she now? Little Wei in the headset said, After treatment, the cold in her body basically cleared, and is now following your conversation through the monitor screen. It's good that it's okay. Connect it. Jiang Yan's heart was completely put in his stomach. Hey Jiang Yan. Jiang Qin's voice rang out in the headset. I'm here. Are you okay now? Jiang Yan inquired with concern. It's good. It's basically recovered now. Your medical technology here is powerful. Jiang Qin's tone was laced with relief. So what are you going to do in response to what Uncle Sam just said? I guess you heard him? He's worried about you. Jiang Yan asked softly. Jiang Qin sighed softly. Now that it's come to this, I don't think there's any need to hide anything. Is it convenient for you to bring my father to the underground base? I want to talk to him face to face. It's okay, the base isn't a secret now anyway. Alright then, I'll meet you guys at the base. Yes. Ending the call with Jiang Qin, Jiang Yan's gaze went to Jiang Chenli. Well, I'll take you to see Sister Jiang Qin, that is. She's convalescing in my underground base right now. When Jiang Chenli heard this, his expression eased, and without further words, he gently nodded his head and said, Good. At this time, Jiang Changyun, who was on the side, said with a twinkle in his eyes, Jiang Yan, that base of yours, can you take second uncle to visit it as well? To be honest, I'm really curious about this underground base you built. Jiang Chengyi also spoke up. Bring your old man along. I'd like to see what kind of base you've created under our villa. Jiang Yan smiled helplessly. Fine. All can go and take a look. I'm not going to hide anything anyway. Just then, Feng Hongmei walked out of the kitchen. Not going to hide anything? Where are you going? Jiang Yan looked at Feng Hongmei and smiled. Mom, you come along. I'll take you to visit my secret base. A secret base? But dinner is about to be served? Jiang Yan smiled. Don't worry. It's not far. It's right under our house. Underground? Inside Jiang Yan's room, the Ginger family line stood in front of a closet. Why did you lead us to your bedroom closet? You child? Didn't you say you were taking us to your secret base? Feng Hongmei was puzzled. She often helped pack clothes and was familiar with Jiang Yan's bedroom beyond all recognition. The closet is even more of a place she frequents. She had never noticed that there was anything out of the ordinary in Jiang Yan's closet. Ginger Yan smiled. You'll find out later. Open the closet. There is nothing special in the closet. It is the same as an unusual closet. Ginger Amazing peeled his clothes to the side, revealing the boards inside the closet. Ginger Yan reached out and pressed his hand against the board. In the next moment, a scene that surprised the Jiang clan crowd occurred. What looked like a closet plank actually transmitted light. Then the plank changed and actually shot out an electronic light scanning on Jiang Yan. A mechanical voice sounded. Verification passed. Channel open. As this electronic tone fell, the closet plank slowly opened and there was actually an elevator door. Seeing this scene, Fong Hongmei froze. When did you install an elevator in your own closet? Ginger Yan thought for a moment. I think it was when you were 11, the time you and Dad traveled around the world. Hongmei Fong. Jiang Qingye smiled and patted Fong Hongmei's shoulder. Alright, it's normal for a child to have his own secrets when he gets older. Isn't he sharing his secrets with us now? Fong Hongmei glared at Jiang Qingye. You're the one with a big heart. He's tearing the family apart and you're still spoiling it. My son. If I don't spoil, who will? Let's go. Go see my son's secret base. Jiang Qingye put his arm around Fong Hongmei's shoulders and walked into the elevator. Kong Sungri and Kong Sungun entered right behind them. Entering the elevator, Fong Hongmei looked around at this elevator and couldn't help but ask, Xiao Yan, our family is rich, and I also know that you have saved a considerable amount of pocket money since you were a child. However, even if you are rich, you shouldn't make it indiscriminately. Tell Mom how much it cost you to sneak out such an elevator. And how much did that secret base of yours cost? Jiang Yan froze and thought for a moment. I haven't really counted carefully. Just this elevator alone cost me almost more than $100 million. How much? More than 100 million? Fong Hongmei was shocked. Where did you get so much money? Old Jiang, it can't be that there's your handiwork in this, right? Fong Hongmei directly glared at Jiang Qingye. Jiang Qingye quickly raised his hand and shook his head. Wife, don't accuse me. What's my situation you still don't know? On the surface as the chairman of the group, but the financial power of the family are in your hands. Pinch. Even if I have private money, but not 100 million so much. You still have private money? Fong Hongmei stared blankly at Jiang Qingye. Jiang Qingye sweated and hurriedly said, I'm just making an analogy. Wife, don't think too much. Yes, when I go back at night, I'll find out if I look hard enough. Fong Hongmei was obviously not convinced. Jiang Qingye's face instantly fell. He's got some real personal stuff going on at home. Fong Hongmei ignored Jiang Qingye, who was as pale as dirt, and looked at Jiang Yan with her gaze. Little Yan, tell the truth with Mom. Where did you get so much money? Although the family never lacked your pocket money, it's definitely possible for you to save up as much as $100 million. Jiang Yan smiled bitterly. Mom, I earned all this money myself. Earned it myself? You sure? Didn't lie to me? Fong Hongmei would be skeptical about this claim. She did know that the old Jiang family carried the gift of business from their genes. Her husband, Jiang Qingye, secretly used his family's resources to start his own medical company when he was in high school. At that time, the surrounding students are still struggling for the college entrance examination. People have already worth millions of dollars. Become a teenage president at the age of 18. Hubby has it. Son might have it too. Sister-in-law. I can prove this point. Jiang Yan really earned his money. Jiang Chengyan couldn't help but laugh. Isn't it earned? Just the AI called Vivian that Jiang Yan came up with directly helped Jiang Yan earn a business empire. Hearing Jiang Chengyan say this, Fong Hongmei then nodded her head slightly. It seems that you have perfectly inherited your father's talent for business. However, even if you earned it yourself, you can't build it like this. An elevator costs $100 million. Then that secret base you mentioned, how much would that cost? 1 billion? Or 10 billion? Son, listen to Mom's words. You are no longer capable, but also can't learn others to be extravagant. This person once the luxury days are used to, it is easy to make a mistake. Your father was like this. More money burning panic. You cannot learn your father. You do not know. When your father in the end how outrageous. Go to school. A line can get out of a few million to, just short of the top of the brain door rich second generation 3 words. As soon as Jiang Qingye heard Fong Hongmei start to bring up the ridiculous things she did when she was a teenager, he hastened to stop it. Stop. That was how many years ago? Why do you keep rehashing it? Fong Hongmei laughed. You dared to do it. Why don't you dare to let me say it in front of my son? Just then, Kong Sungri suddenly asked, why is it taking so long that this elevator is going all the way down? Just how deep underground is your base? At least several minutes had passed since I entered the elevator, but the elevator is still sinking. Kong Sungri, a serious science graduate, silently calculated the speed and time of the elevator's operation and found that this elevator had at least sunk hundreds of meters deep. Jiang Yin smiled. Almost 100 meters underground. Count the hours. It's almost time. As soon as this side was finished, there was a ding from the elevator. The elevator doors opened slowly. Jiang Yin smiled as he walked out of the elevator, smiling at the Jiang family as he did when he first welcomed Jiang Qin. Welcome to my super intelligent base. The crowd in the elevator suddenly turned their eyes outside the elevator. Then, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Even Jiang Changyun, who had been mentally prepared for this, among the several people, was shocked by Jiang Yan's base. He had been envisioning how big and spectacular Jiang Yan's base was when he arrived, but after seeing the real scene, he realized that he had still underestimated Jiang Yan. Faced with such a huge underground hive-type base, two words first appeared in Jiang Qingyun's mind. Macro. Two more words popped into his head as he took a better look inside the base. Sci-fi. Far more than he expected. As for Jiang Chengye, Jiang Changli, and Feng Hongmei, the three of them were completely dumbfounded, their mouths open. It was only after a long time that Feng Hongmei spoke to Jiang Yan. Son, you call this a secret base? Chapter 35 Chapter 0034 Million tons of conventional weapons replacement. Nanobiochemical armor. Inside Jiang Yan's underground base, Feng Hongmei looked incredulous. She had thought that Jiang Yan's so-called secret base was nothing more than a small, marvelous, warehouse-sized one. But now, looking at the huge base space in front of her, she couldn't believe that such a base was really made by her own son. Yes, this is my secret base. I call it the super intelligent base. Jiang Yan smiled sarcastically and introduced it to his old mom. Feng Hongmei took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Yan with a look like she was recognizing this son of hers for the first time. This whole base. You made it? Ginger Yan nodded softly. Well, I made it all up. With Vivian's help to be exact. Vivian? Who's that? Your girlfriend? It was the first time Feng Hongmei had heard this name. Jiang Yan smiled and gently snapped his fingers. Vivian, come out. Yes, master. In the next moment, Vivian's projection appeared in front of the crowd. Uncle and auntie, how are you? I'm Jiang Wei, master's intelligent assistant. You can call me Xiao Wei. Seeing Vivian, Feng Hongmei was once again shocked. This is, Jiang Yan smiled and explained. She's an AI I developed, and I named her Jiang Wei. She's an AI? Feng Hongmei was surprised. Yes, Auntie Feng, I am the AI that exclusively belongs to my master. Xiao Wei smiled and said to Feng Hongmei. Oh, that's right. Hello Vivian. Feng Hongmei looked at the obviously just a projection in front of her, but very humanized Vivian, and hastily greeted her. Vivian immediately said happily, I'm happy to get to know you too, Auntie Feng. He said and smiled at Kong Sungub and Kong Sungri, and you, Uncle Kong Sungub and Uncle Kong Sungri. In the end, Jiang Qingye was someone who had seen the world, and by now, he had stabilized his mind and nodded with a smile. I'm also very happy to meet you. Kong Sungri, who was in a dazed state, also came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Good, good, me too. His gaze swept towards the huge base and he couldn't help but ask, how did you come up with such a base? We actually didn't even notice the slightest abnormality? He and Jiang Qingye were both in the same villa area, and the two brothers often walked around. He really didn't expect that right under their noses. Jiang Yan actually made such a big base. The handiwork was staggering. This is thanks to Vivian's help. Basically everything in the base, Vivian helped build. There's no need for hearts at all. Just then, a figure inside the base slowly walked over. Who is it if not Kong Qin? Mom Feng, Uncle Feng, Uncle Tu, Dad, you're here. Seeing the Jiang family's crowd, Jiang Qin greeted them softly, only her face was slightly pale, giving the impression that she was recovering from a serious illness. Seeing Jiang Qin, Jiang Chengli immediately stepped forward and asked with concern, Injured? Why are you so careless? Jiang Qin smiled. Dad, it's already fine. Jiang Yan's medical technology here is very good. The little injury I suffered is already all healed. Then she gazed at Jiang Chengye, Feng Hongmei and Jiang Changyun and the others and said, It's good that you guys are here. It just so happens that I have something to say to you as well. Jiang Yan, arrange for the place. Jiang Qin gazed at Jiang Yan. Okay, set it up right away. Soon, the Jiang family members arrived in a large living room within the base. The living room furnishings are very technological and there are various service robots that serve the crowd. The crowd's curiosity about Jiang Yan arose along with their novelty. Jiang Yan, you developed everything here? Jiang Qingye couldn't help but ask. Yes, the various technological products here are the product of what I've developed over the years. By this time, Jiang Yan had admitted it graciously without any pressure. Jiang Changyun had actually been paying attention to the technological products in the base. In addition to the known armed robots and sentinel robots, he saw many other technological artifacts. For example, exoskeleton mechs, mark mechs, nano battlesuits, land, sea, air, and amphibious vehicles, oddly styled fighters, and a giant sky mothership. And that's just the tip of the iceberg for this base. Although he had always known that Jiang Yan was very powerful in scientific research, he had never expected that there would be so many technological products within this base, many of which he had never even heard of. Jiang Yan, can these things in your base be mass-produced? Like, for example, the high-heat energy cannons you put on those armed robots, or that exoskeleton mech, or really, those flying wings that you carry on your back. Jiang Yan unexpectedly looked at Jiang Changyun. Mass production. Of course, anything I invent can be mass-produced. Why? Are you interested in these technological weapons? Interested, too interested. Jiang Changyun nodded repeatedly, his eyes glowing. You don't know. From the beginning of the aura recovery, I realized that our soldiers in Jiangdu have almost no deterrent power to speak of when facing those ferocious beasts. This is absolutely sad in my opinion. You saw it when we were in the control center earlier. An elite team of military and police officers, when fully armed, almost regrouped at the hands of that flower and vine beast body. And if it wasn't for your armed robots arriving in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As great as your armed robots are, but we can't keep hiding behind these machines. We soldiers are not afraid of suffering, not to mention bloodshed and sacrifice. Our greatest fear is that we do not have the ability to guard our homes. And from you, I seem to see hope. If you can, I would like you to provide our Jiangdu army with weapons powerful enough to arm our soldiers. At the very least, it will give us a fighting chance if the lives of the masses are at stake. After hearing these words from Jiang Changyun, Jiang Yan thought for a moment and said, providing technological weapons for the army is not a problem. The problem is, I don't have that many resources right now. Right now, the entire base's resources are being used to prepare for the upcoming wave of ferocious beasts, and there is simply no spare material to mass-produce other weapons for you. Jiang Changyun froze at his words. You mean, as long as there are enough materials, it's fine? So all those guns, artillery, tanks, armored vehicles and our military, do those count as materials? Jiang Yan unexpectedly looked at Jiang Changyun. You want to take the army's standing weapons and recast them all back into the furnace? Jiang Changyun nodded. Anyway, the army's current weapons don't have any lethality against the ferocious beasts, so it's better to throw you in as a material to cast brand new weapons. That's a good idea. So how many of these standing weapons can the entire Jiangdu military region provide? Jiang Yan asked. Jiang Changyun thought for a moment and said, almost 1 million tons of weaponry. It's considered the entirety of the Jiangdu military region. 1 million tons? Jiang Yan thought for a moment and spoke. Vivian, what production lines are currently left untouched in the base? Xiao Wei immediately appeared and said, Master, currently, armed robots occupy almost 80% of the base's production line, and there is still 20% that are not being utilized for the time being. Jiang Yan nodded, his eyes looking at Jiang Changyun. What do you want? Kang Sung-un immediately said excitedly, high-heat energy cannons, exoskeleton mechs, and jet flight wings. Are these possible? Jiang Yan thought for a moment and said, high-heat energy cannons won't work. I don't have enough armed robots to equip them. Exoskeleton mechs are fine, and jet wings are fine, but I wouldn't advise you to ask for those. Kang Sung-un froze. No suggestions? Yes, it's not recommended. Although exoskeleton mechs can be equipped to the army in bulk, the body materials are all ordinary now, and they can't resist the attacks of ferocious beasts at all. I'm sure you saw that scene on the Outer Ring Road. The armed robots machine is still unable to withstand the attack of the Skyhawk beast, and the exoskeleton mecha is inferior to the armed robot in terms of body strength, so you're just not going to be of much use if you're equipped with it. As for the jet flying wing, this ordinary people really can't be equipped. You must have specialized training to be able to drive flexibly. Now is to give the equipment. You can't line up the field. Jiang Changyun was dumbfounded. What then? Do you have any other weapons here that can threaten the ferocious beasts? There is, but you just can't make many of those 100 tons of standing weapons. Ginger Yen said hesitantly. What is it? Jiang Changyun immediately looked at Jiang Yan expectantly. Nano combat suits. Nano combat suits? Kang Sung-un was puzzled. Well, I call it nano-bio-armor. A type of bioarmor that is capable of raising a normal person's abilities to a superhuman level. Very powerful in combat and very flexible. And has special effects such as absorbing against damage, enhancing body functions, and invisibility. As long as it's paired with some more lethal weapons, such as particle cutting, laser rays, and other weapons, it should be enough for an ordinary person to tangle with a ferocious beast for half a day. The point is, with this nano armor on, you can still escape if you can't beat them. This bioarmor isolates biological sense, so even creatures with sensitive noses can't search by smell, and its stealth is just the perfect escape. However, since there's no data to support it, I'm not quite sure if the defensive strength of this nano armor will withstand the attacks of the ferocious beasts. After listening to Jiang Yan's explanation, Jiang Changyun excitedly said, Good, good, good. We want this kind of nano armor. Even if this kind of nano armor can't defend against the attack of the ferocious beasts head-on, it doesn't matter. If we miss in one hit, we can immediately disappear far away. Ambush warfare. We're the best at it. Looking at the excited Jiang Changyun, Jiang Yan reminded, Don't be too happy. This kind of nano armor, the manufacturing cost is very expensive. Just your 1 million tons of conventional weapons. At most you can make 100,000 of this kind of nano armor. Are you still sure you want it now? B. Why don't you want it? I'd rather trade for 100,000 sets of nano armor to equip our team than 1 million tons in conventional weapons that aren't dangerous in any way. At least this way, on the defense of Gangtok, we no longer need to be spectators and can participate. Seeing that Jiang Changyun wanted it so surely, Jiang Yan nodded and said, Alright then, have someone send all those weapons, and I'll have Vivian produce them for you as soon as possible. Good. I'll go back and start making arrangements. Jiang Chang nodded his head contentedly. The entire conversation between Jiang Yan and Jiang Changyun did not force Jiang Changyun, Feng Hongmei and the others. They naturally heard it clearly. Now the army is begging you to provide weapons? Feng Hongmei looked at Jiang Yan in shock. Jiang Yan scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. It's not that exaggerated, because the army's weapons now can't form a threat to the ferocious beasts. That's why second uncle asked me to help. I just happen to have this kind of thing here, so naturally I have to help second uncle. Feng Hongmei sniffed for a moment and didn't know what to say. Jiang Changye, on the other hand, exchanged a glance with Jiang Chengli, and both of them saw shock in each other's eyes. With Admiral Jiang Changyun's status, he actually asked for Jiang Yan's help, so it was evident that Jiang Yan had already occupied an extremely important way for Jiangdu. At this time, Jiang Qin changed her clothes and walked in from outside. Well, now that everyone is here, let's have a family meeting. Those who are sitting here are my closest relatives, so there are some things that I don't intend to hide from you. You guys must be wondering why I've been with Jiang Yan all this time and why I know so many things in advance. It's actually very simple, because I was reborn back. In the next period of time, Jiang Qin stated the things that had to do with how she was reborn and then how she solved the crisis in Jiangdu in advance together with Jiang Yan in a general manner. Except for some dangerous places that she skipped over. She basically told her and Jiang Yan's experience. Only after saying this did Jiang Qin look at the several people present. Eldest uncle, Feng Ma, dad, second uncle, no matter if you can accept it or not, but this matter of me being reborn, it's real, and, one by one, all of the things that I've said have appeared, and now, the purpose of my confession to you is because I want you to believe in me and support me. Jiang Qin's gaze went to Jiang Chengli. Dad, I believe you should have felt the changes in me during these days. I've long since stopped being the weak girl you remember, so you really don't have to worry about me. I'm more than capable of defending myself. Kang Sungri looked at this adopted daughter of his and sighed softly. Dad knows. I didn't expect that such a big change had happened to you. It's because I didn't take good care of you. Jiang Qin shook her head. No, I am very fortunate to have been adopted by you as your daughter, whether it was in this life or the last. I remember all the good you have done for me in my heart. And uncle, Mom Feng, without you guys, I wouldn't be where I am now. You guys gave me the chance to live, so I can't do anything to hide it from you guys. Now that I've relived this life, and with the help of Jiang Yan, I will definitely lead our Jiang family out of an era that belongs to us in the future. Chapter 36, Chapter 0035, Whole Family Cultivation. Gene Fusion Experiment. Underground Base. Inside the conference hall, Jiang Qin's words were very comforting to the Jiang family. Feng Hongmei looked at Jiang Qin and said softly, Xiao Qin, those things you said about your past life, to be honest, none of us have experienced them. but for you to be able to tell us your secret. Your eldest uncle and I are both very relieved. But no matter what you've been through and what you have now, our family will support you. Jiang Changyi also nodded his head gently. Not bad. In our hearts, there's actually no difference between you and Jiang Yan. They're both our Jiang family's children. Since you want to do it, let go of your hands. On behalf of everyone in the Jiang family, I fully support you. Then his gaze went to Jiang Changyun. Eldest, you don't have a problem with me saying that, do you? Jiang Changyun smiled. As long as Shao Qin doesn't do anything to jeopardize the Dragon Kingdom, or Jiangdu, of course I'm all for it. In his opinion, having someone like Jiang Qin with memories of his past life was absolutely heavenly for Jiangdu. Kong Sungri laughed. It seems that everyone is optimistic about you. Amazing. What do you say? Kong Sungri's gaze went to Kong Yin. In fact, in the Jiang family, the only one who was truly qualified to say that he would lead the future of the Jiang family was actually Jiang Yan. After all, Jiang Yan was the true bloodline of the Jiang family, and even in terms of ability, he was not inferior to Jiang Qin in the slightest. I'm more than okay with it, of course. I have little interest in any kind of honor, power. My biggest interest is in research. This is something that Sister Jiang Qin is aware of. And besides, in the face of the world after the aura recovery, Sister Jiang Qin is much more familiar with it than we are. So naturally we need her to lead us. Jiang Qin looked at Jiang Yan and smiled. Let's not talk about leading or not leading between us. If you want the Jiang family to rise, if you want Jiangdu to stand in this world after the recovery of the aura, you and I can only do it by cooperating and supporting each other. You have superb technological research and development capabilities and can develop many powerful technological weapons, while I have the memories of 10,000 years after the recovery of the aura, as well as many kung fu techniques. These are the capital we need to lead Jiangdu to rise in the world after the aura recovery. Jiang Qin's gaze went back to his three and said, and we, the Jiang family, can only come out with a glorious future that belongs to us if we are united. Jiang Chengye and Feng Hongmei sniffed but shook their heads helplessly. The future is your young people's world now. Your Auntie Feng and I are old and can't help you much. I hope I won't be a drag on you. Feng Hongmei also sighed softly. Your eldest uncle only knows how to run a business. And me, I retired a long time ago, and now I'm just a housewife idling at home. I really can't help you guys with anything. Jiang Chengli also laughed bitterly. Indeed, in my life, your father is just a prodigal son, and I haven't accomplished anything in a certain field, and I'm afraid that the only one present who can help you is your second uncle. Jiang Qin, however, shook her head and said, there's no harm in it. We can solve all of these. Ginger Amazing has 2 potions, one that strengthens the body and one that strengthens the intellect. After taking these 2 medicines, you will have a qualitative leap both physically and in terms of enlightenment. I, on the other hand, have learned many feats during my 10,000 years of time in my previous life, and these feats are enough to give you a complete makeover. Jiang Yan concurred. I can prove this point. The gong method that Sister Jiang Qin said is true, and the effect is very significant after practicing it. Jiang Qingye and the others were stunned. Jiang Chanye hesitated. Is it really possible? We are all on 50 years old. Can we still cultivate the gong methods you are talking about? Feng Hongmei also said with a hopeful look on her face. Yes, I can cultivate even as a housewife? Jiang Yan raised his hand at this time and said, I have the right to speak on this. The gene strengthening potion that I invented, not to mention that you're 50 years old, even if you're 80 years old, it can instantly make your bodies radiate infinite vigor and return to 18 years old. Feng Hongmei immediately looked at Jiang Yan, with such a good thing. Why didn't you take it out earlier to honor your old mom? As soon as she heard that she could return to 18 at the age of 80, Feng Hongmei was immediately moved. Women, no matter how old they are not the least bit resistant to things like rejuvenation. Jiang Yan sweated. It's not that I didn't want to honor you, it's that I didn't think of how to send it out. The genetic enhancement potion's medicinal effect is very powerful. I don't know how to explain it when you take it and become 20 to 30 years younger overnight, so I haven't dared to give it to you. Feng Hongmei laughed and scolded. Brat, hiding clumsiness even in front of your mom. What a little heartless one. Jiang Changyun, who was on the side, suddenly got excited when he heard what this genetic strengthening potion was. Jiang Yan, you're telling the truth. Do you really have this kind of potion that can make people who are old and weak instantly strengthen their physique? Ginger Yan nodded. There really is. Then, for old people like those who are 90 to 100 years old and basically have one foot in the ghost gate, does this potion of yours work? Jiang Changyun looked at Jiang Yan with a face full of expectations. Naturally useful. My gene strengthening potion can make a person who weighs 60 to 70 pounds and is less than 1 meter 5 in height instantly strengthened into a strong man who weighs 70 to 80 kilograms and is 1 meter 8 in height. Do you think it's useful? Jiang Yan said with great confidence. Great. Where is this potion of Jiang Yan? Quickly give me one. With this potion, the old leader will be saved. Jiang Changyan was so excited that even his words were trembling. Jiang Yan asked curiously, "You're a Dragon Kingdom admiral, and you have an old leader?" Jiang Changyun was choked hard by this. What do you call this? Of course I have the old leadership. Without the promotion of the leadership, how can I have the current status and position? Moreover, that old leader of mine isn't an ordinary person. He's one of the only remaining founding marshals of the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Xingye was surprised at his words. You're not talking about that person, are you? That person is actually still alive? Counting the years, it's at least over 100 years old, right? Kong Sun sighed softly. To be exact, this year is exactly 108 years old, and although he's still alive, he's almost as good as dead, basically relying on medical instruments to maintain his vital features. The only remaining founding marshal of the Dragon Kingdom? Who is it? Jiang Yan became even more curious. Old Marshal Ling Yuan is considered to be a true living fossil of my Dragon Kingdom. He once fought in the north and south, and built an unparalleled feat for my Dragon Kingdom. Without him, there would be no Jiang Changyun for me today. Jiang Changyun sighed. It's actually old Marshal Ling? He's actually still alive? Fang Hongmei also shouted out in surprise. Even Jiang Chengli was a bit incredulous. This one is a true legend. Having lived a life of military service, I didn't expect to live until now. Looking at each of the three elders being so awestruck, Jiang Yan became a bit sweaty. He really didn't know who Ling Yuan was. He hadn't even taken a few history lessons, and he hadn't even heard of Emperor Ling Tian. So how could he have heard of Ling Yuan? On the contrary, Jiang Qin seemed to have some impression of this name and recalled. Marshal Ling Yuan? That's the one who claimed to have slaughtered millions of enemies. Ling Yuan too? I didn't realize that Jiang Du was still hiding this great god. Jiang Yan, this marshal is a truly honorable man. It would be best to save him if you can. Seeing that even Jiang Qin had said such words, Jiang Yan nodded his head and said, okay, one gene enhancement potion. Not much of a problem. Jiang Changyan looked at Jiang Yan gratefully. Jiang Yan, I won't say anything about the words of thanks. I won't say anything. In short, in the future, if you have anything, just call your second uncle, and anything your second uncle will do at any cost to help you. Jiang Yan smiled and said, you're welcome second uncle. We're all family. I'll never excuse myself if I can help. At this time, Jiang Qin said, alright, that's enough of the gossip. You guys will deal with second uncle's matter later. Now shouldn't we seize the time to change everyone's physique, so that they can embark on the path of cultivation as soon as possible? Fang Hongmei was surprised. So urgent? Jiang Qin said gruffly, there's no hurry. After a few days, there will only be 6 days left before the ferocious beast tide comes. 6 days from now, Jiangdu will welcome a huge disaster of ferocious beasts. Whether or not we can survive this disaster is all still unknown. That's why I need you to have the power to defend yourselves as soon as possible. Jiang Changye, Fang Hongmei and Jiang Chengli were all shocked. Just now, Jiang Qin didn't mention anything about the tide of ferocious beasts. Tide of ferocious beasts? What kind of ferocious beast tide would jeopardize the entire Jiangdu? Fang Hongmei couldn't help but ask. Mrs. Fang, the specifics, Jiang Yan and I will explain to you in a moment. For now you listen to our arrangements. Fang Hongmei hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Okay. In this way, Jiang Changye, Fang Hongmei, and Jiang Chengyun all stayed at the base and started a baptism of change. The night passed in a flash. The next day, Jiang Chengyun left early in the morning in a hurry and headed to the military area. Fang Hongmei, Jiang Changye and Jiang Chengli, on the other hand, were still in the base, following Jiang Qin's cultivation. In just one night's work, all four of them had undergone a shocking change. Just like what Jiang Yan had said, all four of them were basically younger by at least 30 years after taking the genetic enhancement potion. Jiang Qingye and Fang Hongmei were even more like teenage boys and girls of 17 or 18 years old. Now that the two were walking together with Jiang Yan, no one would ever think that they were a family of three. Exactly the same as three siblings. The same was true for Kong Sungri. Standing with Jiang Qin, he would only be recognized as a brother and sister, and absolutely no one would think that the two were father and daughter. However, nowadays, all three of them were grasping at straws to cultivate. With the powerful potency of the genetically enhanced potion and NZT-48 to add to it, they've gone full speed ahead. Upon learning that it wouldn't be long before the entire Jiangdu would face the threat of a wave of ferocious beasts, the three of them also knew that time was running out and didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and Jiang Qin left the base after teaching the three some feats. Jiang Yan knew that Jiang Qin had gone to teach those 10,000 or so veterans of the security company he had arranged for her. These days, Jiang Qin basically goes there once a day. As for what the results were, Jiang Yan didn't know. He only knew that up to now, those who had been placed in the past, there hadn't been any dissatisfied feedback from anyone. Everyone was currently busy. And naturally, Jiang Yan was not idle. Inside the underground base, inside a relatively empty laboratory, hundreds of lab beds were placed neatly in the lab. On each of the lab beds, an experimenter, male or female, lay. After Jiang Qin walked into the lab, her gaze swept these experimenters before asking, "Vivian, how is the experiment going so far?" Xiao Wei's projection appeared. "Master, the experiment is currently going very well. The genes of these experimenters have already begun to fuse the mutated genes of those 6 zombies. When the progress reaches 100%, they will be able to wake up, and by then, they will be able to master the abilities of those 6 zombies. And because we made optimizations to the mutated genes of those 6 zombies, their abilities will be far beyond those 6 zombies." Jiang Yan nodded gently. "What about Empress Ling Tian's genetic experiment? How is it going?" "There's no critical progress yet, mainly because the energy contained within Empress Ling Tian's genes is very powerful, and based on the data inferred, even special forces soldiers that have been modified by gene-enhancing potions can't withstand such a genetic infusion, let alone a fusion," Vivian said somewhat helplessly. Jiang Yan frowned. "Empress Ling Tian's genes are so powerful? Then has there been any attempt to experiment with sentinel robots?" "This was also done. The progress is going well, but the process is slow. According to the data inference, for the sentinel robot to perfectly fuse with Empress Ling Tian's genes, it will take at least a month." Jiang Yan's frown tightened. "This is too slow. There are less than 6 days until the ferocious beast tide arrives. I need to have enough to fight off the tide of ferocious beasts in this less than 6 days. After the Battle of the Fire Phoenix, it's obvious that our armed robots, which are fine against low-ranked ferocious beasts, are simply unbeatable against high-ranked ferocious beasts like the Fire Phoenix. And we can't guarantee that the upcoming wave of ferocious beasts will not have ferocious beasts on the same level as the Fire Phoenix. In this way, by injecting the genes of the Ling Tian Empress directly into my body, with the strength of my body, I should be able to withstand it." Xiao Wei was surprised. "How can this be done? Master, this is too dangerous. Will it be life-threatening?" Jiang Yan asked. Xiao Wei's gaze data flowed, and she quickly replied. "The current inference given by the big data is that fusing the genes of the Ling Tian Empress with the master's body has a 30% probability of causing the body's genes to collapse, a 50% probability that the fusion will be successful, and a 20% probability that it will not be able to be fused. It is basically concluded that it is not life-threatening. However, Master, even a genetic collapse is very frightening and painful." Jiang Yan smiled. "It's just a genetic collapse. It can't kill anyone. With the medical level of my base, it can be completely saved. As for the pain, there's nothing to be afraid of. If you want to get, you have to give something. If I can't even bear this pain, what else can I talk about protecting my loved ones around me and guarding Jiangdu? Come on, bring Empress Ling Tian's optimized gene cells and conduct human experiments on me. I need to improve my strength as soon as possible. This risk is worth taking." Seeing Jiang Yan's resolute face, Xiao Wei could only nod her head and say, "All right. Then Master, you have to endure it." Jiang Yan had already taken the initiative to lie down on an experimental bed by now, and said to Vivian, "Cut the crap and get started." "Yes, Master." Chapter 37 Chapter 0036 Old Marshal, Unit 749. Just as Jiang Yan was fusing Ling Tian the Empress's genes, in front of a sanatorium in the Jiangdu military region, Jiang Changyan quickly stepped down from the military vehicle and walked towards the inside of the sanatorium in large strides. The sanatorium, as small as it seemed, was heavily guarded. It's almost like 3 paces to a post, 5 paces to a whistle. All the guards on the way respectfully saluted at the sight of Jiang Changyun. Khan Sunan made his way to the interior of the sanatorium unhindered. There are many healthcare workers in white coats here. One of the doctors was a bit surprised after seeing Jiang Changyun. "Chief, why are you here?" Jiang Changyun said in a deep voice. "I've come to see the old marshal." "How is the old marshal now?" The doctor sighed softly. "What else can I do? It's just the last breath hanging. Basically it's just these 2 days. Jiang Qingyun's gaze sank. "It's already this serious?" Dean Wang. I have a potion here. I hope you can inject it into the old marshal. Potions? What kind of potion? With the old marshal's current body, any potion will have no effect anymore. So don't waste your efforts. Dean Wang frowned slightly, seemingly disgusted by such a request from Jiang Changyun. What if I say that this potion can save the old marshal? Jiang Changyun said in a deep voice. Impossible. With the old marshal's current body, any potion would be useless. If there was such a potion I would have used it long ago. Dean Wang simply didn't believe that Jiang Sunun's potion could be useful to the old marshal. Jiang Changyun frowned. Dean Wang, please don't be so arbitrary. There is no absoluteness in anything. This potion of mine, the efficacy is very amazing. In fact, I have already used it. Don't believe me? Take a closer look at what's different between me and before. Dean Wang looked at Jiang Changyun suspiciously. What's different about you? Wait, why do I feel like you've gotten younger? Did you glue this beard on? And your wrinkles are gone. And your skin has become lustrous. What's going on? The whole of you now seems to be several dozen years younger? Jiang Changyun gently nodded his head and no longer hid it. He removed his fake beard and stripped off the military tunic he was wearing, revealing a robust, ashen body inside. How is this possible? Really several dozens of years younger. No, this is impossible. Never. How can there be such a potion in the world? You are not Chief Jiang. Say, who the hell are you? Dean Wang began to wonder if this person in front of him was Jiang Changyun or not. Jiang Changyun helplessly said, Dean Wang, I am indeed Jiang Changyun, as fake as it gets. If you don't believe me, take a look here, said Jiang Changyun. Took off the thickest undershirt on his body, naked and bright, to Dean Wang. He pointed to a scar on his chest and said, here, it was left behind when I fought in the blood triangle. At that time, it was you who personally operated on me. I believe that you won't forget it. President Wang, right? And here, the wounds from the missiles during the Southwest counterattack. You took care of that too. Here, and here, are the scars left by my battles with the enemy in the old days, all of which you helped me with. Even if my person is fake, these wounds can't be faked. Jiang Changyun showed Dean Wang the old wounds on his body, one by one. When Dean Wang saw this, he said with some disbelief, you're really head Jiang? But, how did you suddenly become so young? Kang Sungun pulled out a potion from his pants pocket and said, this is what I injected to become so young. This potion was invented by my nephew and is called the Genetic Strengthening Potion. After taking this potion, it is able to completely strengthen the human body's functions, even for those whose bodily functions have completely decayed like the old marshal. That's why I rushed to send this potion over. Dean Wang, believe me, this potion might really be able to save the old marshal. Dean Wang looked at the potion in Jiang Changyun's hand and said in shock, a gene strengthening potion? Someone actually did research this potion? He took the gene enhancement potion in Jiang Changyun's hand, looked at it carefully, and marveled. If what you say is true, then this potion is enough to change the history of human medical treatment. However, he then said with a beat, but all of this is just your side of the story, and although you and I have been friends for decades, I have to be cautious when dealing with the old marshal's body. Let me at least test the ingredients of this potion first. Kang Sungun immediately became anxious. How long does it take for you to test? Dean Wang thought for a moment. This kind of super-age genetic potion, to thoroughly analyze whether it is harmless or not, it requires a lot of procedures. I estimate that it will take at least 3 days. 3 days? Then the old marshal is cold. Jiang Changyun exclaimed. There's no way. This is a procedure that must be followed. I need to be responsible for the old marshal's body. Dean Wang said somewhat helplessly. Procedure my ass. When you're done with the procedure, I'll still have a load of use for this potion. As Jiang Qingxin became younger, his temper couldn't help but become short-tempered. Dean Wang said with some displeasure. Chief Jiang, why are you still scolding people? Although you are the head of the military region. But here, I am the main person in charge. I hope you can cooperate. Jiang Changyun laughed angrily. Wang Kong, I think you're going back the more you live. Since you won't listen when I talk to you properly, then, from now on, you're no longer the person in charge of this place, and I'm formally informing you, as an admiral of the Jiangdu military region, that you've been removed from your position. Dean Wang sniffed in annoyance. Remove me? What qualifications do you have? You're just an admiral of Jiangdu military region, while I was directly appointed down from Jiangdu. Who are you to dismiss me? Jiang Changyun laughed coldly. With the current Jiangdu, I'm in charge. Wang Kong, you've been enclosed here for too long. You don't understand the outside world yet, do you? I can tell you unequivocally that the world out there is no longer the world you are familiar with. Not to mention that Kyoto is now preoccupied with its own affairs. Even if Kyoto is fine, it can't care about my business in Jiangdu. Come on people, invite Dean Wang down. Kang Sunman's order was immediately answered, and a team of sanatorium guards quickly arrived. In the face of Jiang Changyun's order, they didn't hesitate and directly came out with 2 people to set up Dean Wang. Dean Wang was shocked and furious. Jiang Changyun, you are abusing your power. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you in Kyoto. Jiang Changyun sneered. Go to Kyoto to sue me? Fine. I'll let you out of Jiangdu right now. Let's see if you have the guts to walk out of the city. Transfer a squad to escort Dean Wang out of the city. Let our Dean Wang take a good look at the world outside now. But remember, you must protect him. This old man is a bit pedantic, but he is a sage when it comes to saving the sick and curing people. Let him wake up first. A guard captain immediately saluted. Yes. Then, without any further ado, he directly pulled Dean Wang out. After Dean Wang was dragged away, the whole sanatorium cleared up. Although the eyes of the surrounding paramedics each looked at Kang Sunman turned fearful, but Kang Sunman couldn't care less about that. He walked quickly to a heavily guarded ward within the sanitarium. Inside the hospital room, an old man who was only skin and bones was being laid in front of a pile of medical instruments. The whole person, besides still having weak breathing, even the heartbeat had become very slow. Looking at this old man, Jiang Qingyun's gaze couldn't help but redden slightly. The old marshal was not only his old leader, but also his mentor and benefactor. Jiang Changyun took a deep breath and slowly walked to the old marshal's side, gently holding his withered palm that was only skin and bones. Teacher, I came to see you. I thought that it was already impossible in this life to expect you to still wake up. Teacher, I didn't expect that my nephew actually gave me such a big surprise. Teacher, don't worry. Soon you will be free of your illness and reawaken. After saying this, Jiang Changyun didn't talk nonsense and directly got the medical staff to inject the old marshal with a genetic enhancer. After doing this, Kang Sunman kicked everyone out of the hospital room and just stood there alone quietly waiting. A little bit of time passed. Inside the hospital room, the old man, who was lying quietly on the bed, suddenly had his heart beating violently faster. A heartbeat detector, off to the side, began to sound an alarm. Jiang Changyun was shocked, thinking that there was an accident, and immediately went forward, wanting to see the situation. Only when he got close to the hospital bed, he immediately stopped moving, because he saw that the old man on the hospital bed was coming back to life at a speed visible to the naked eye. The body, which was only skin and bones, was gradually plumping up. That dry, gray hair turned yellow and then slowly turned black. As time goes by a little bit, the old man on the hospital bed has a full head of black hair. The face has become younger. The old man, who had been 108 years old, now looked about 50 or 60 at the most. The old man's breathing, too, became very strong. Finally, after a long wait, the old man whimpered and slowly opened his eyes. Sensei, you've finally woken up. Seeing the old man wake up, Jiang Changyun was simply overwhelmed with excitement. Well, what's happening to me? The old man had just woken up and his mind was still in a state of confusion, somewhat unsure of where he was. However, when he saw Jiang Changyun by his side, the old man subconsciously said, Yes, Changyun, how did you become younger? Jiang Changyun flung himself to his knees and held the old man's hand, saying with tears streaming down his face, Teacher, you've really woken up. It's great, it's really great. The old man finally cleared his mind a bit at this time, and frowned slightly. Changyun, how many times have I told you that as a soldier, you should shed blood and sweat but not tears? Are you returning all the reasoning that I handed you? Jiang Changyun hastily wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and immediately laughed. It's me who failed teacher's teachings. I wasn't too happy to see teacher waking up, that's why I lost my temper. The old man's eyes scanned the ward, his gaze permeated with thoughts and memories, and soon, he seemed to understand why he was here. Wasn't I dying? How come my body feels full of vigor again now? The old man looked at Jiang Changyun and asked, Did you do this? Jiang Changyun smiled sarcastically. It was my nephew who invented a potion that happened to be able to save the teacher, so I brought it for him to use. I didn't realize it would work so well. Teacher, how do you feel physically now? The old man slightly stretched his muscles and bones, and said with some surprise, It's quite good, like returning to 50 or 60 years ago. The body hasn't been this comfortable for a long time, and it feels like returning to the prime of life. Jiang Changyun laughed. It's fine if it feels pretty good. This gene-strengthening potion really didn't let me down. Genetically enhanced potions? Your nephew invented it? It's that Jiang Yan? Obviously. The old man seemed to know of Jiang Yan's existence. Yes, it's him. If he hadn't invented this potion, I probably wouldn't have been able to save you. Teacher, Jiang Changyan said with a smile. So he invented it. No wonder. Speaking of this little guy, he must be very successful now. At the age of a few years old, he possesses extraordinary scientific research abilities, and now he must be even more remarkable, right? Even this gene-strengthening potion can be invented. It seems that we still underestimated this little guy's ability at first. Mentioning Jiang Yan, the old man was full of smiles and very pleased. Jiang Changyun nodded his head gently. This child, Jiang Yan, is indeed very good, and has not failed to live up to our expectations of him. His scientific research ability is definitely considered terrifying. The old man nodded his head gently. That's good. That's good. With this child, the rise of our dragon kingdom is expected. Jiang Changyun's expression stiffened at his words, and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer. He wondered what kind of blow the old man would suffer if he knew what was going on out there now. The old man obviously noticed the difference in Jiang Changyun's expression and frowned slightly. Why? Did something happen? Why do you appear to have such an expression as soon as I mention the rise of the dragon kingdom? Could it be that something has happened to our dragon kingdom? The old man's gaze was serious as he looked toward Jiang Changyun. Jiang Changyun hesitated for a moment, but still told the old man the truth. Not only is something wrong with the dragon kingdom, but the entire world is in trouble. Teacher, unpacking what I'm about to say, I hope that you won't be too agitated when you hear it. After all, you're now recovering from a serious illness, and I don't want you to be in trouble. Speak, the old man said in a deep voice. Jiang Changyun no longer hid anything and told the old man everything that had happened in the outside world in a combined manner. When the matter was finished, Jiang Changyun hurriedly stared at the old man, fearing that the old man could not accept the back of the gas. However, the old man did not make a sound for a long time after listening to Jiang Changyun. This brings Kong Sunman to the point of urgency. Teacher, things are not yet pessimistic. Our Jiangdu is still intact. We still have Jiang Yan. We still have Jiang Qin. All things are not yet at their worst. Only then did the old man let out a soft sigh. I didn't expect that I had merely slept for a while, and when I woke up, the world would actually turn out to be like this. The revival of aura and the plague of ferocious beasts. Ha! What a brand new era that can scare people. It seems that this old bone of mine will be of use again. Chang Yun, tell us what exactly is the situation in Jiangdu right now, and what kind of light is outside. Jiang Changyun did not dare to be negligent, and told the old man about all the situation in Jiangdu, and outside of Jiangdu, the situation he had. After hearing this, the old man was silent for a long time before saying, so, the reason why Jiangdu has managed to hold out peacefully until now is all because Jiang Yan is supporting it? Jiang Changyun smiled and said with some embarrassment, although I don't want to admit it, but this is the truth. With our ordinary people's ability, we can't fight against the ferocious beasts at all. If it wasn't for Jiang Yan, I think the whole Jiangdu would be in chaos right now. I'm sorry, teacher, for letting you down. The old man didn't blame Jiang Changyun for anything, but slowly sat up from the hospital bed. You've done a good job already. Don't be presumptuous. At least Jiangdu is still here. The tens of millions of people in Jiangdu are still here, and that's your greatest credit. However, guarding Jiangdu must not rely solely on this child Jiang Yan. We must also do our part. Jiang Changyan nodded and said, I know this, so I used 100 tons of conventional weapons and exchanged them with Jiang Yan for a type of combat armor. And with this type of armor, our warriors will also be able to do their small part in fighting against the ferocious beasts. It's not enough. The old man shook his head. But for now, this is all we can do. Jiang Changyan smiled bitterly. That's because, there are a lot of things you don't know, and now it's time to tell you. The old man's gaze was memorialized. As a matter of fact, we've always had a special unit in the Jiangdu military region. This troop is not in the sequence of the Dragon Kingdom military region, but they are strong, yet they are above the entire Dragon Kingdom army. This unit, which only handles special events, is very powerful, and the name of this unit is called Unit 749. Unit 749? Chapter 38, Chapter 0037, Secret Legend. The evacuation of the 749 unit. In the sanatorium, Kong Sunman was full of doubts. With his status as an admiral of the Jiangdu military region, he had never heard of such a unit in the Dragon Kingdom. The old man seemed to understand Jiang Qingyun's doubts and faintly said, Unit 749, unlike other units, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, other than the one chief, only us old guys know of their existence. Jiang Changyun was a bit surprised. not realizing that there were actually teams in the Dragon Kingdom that he, the Admiral, did not know about. Then where is this team currently? Jiang Changyun was curious. The secret realm. The old man only said two short words. Secret realm? Jiang Changyun was a bit confused. The old man glanced at Jiang Changyun and gently nodded his head in certainty. Yes, the secret realm. What is the secret realm again? Jiang Changyun became even more puzzled. From the time the old man woke up until now, he had already known two words in a row that he had never even heard of from this benefactor of his. The 749 unit. The secret realm. These were simply unheard of for him before. The old man's gaze was deep with reminiscence. The secret realm is top secret for our entire Dragon Kingdom. As with the 749th, very few people know the secret realm exists. Logically speaking, in your current situation you are not qualified to know about the secret realm. However, times are different nowadays, so there's no harm in telling you about it. The secret realm belongs to the space isolated from our real world. It has more than one location, and its origins cannot be traced. But each secret realm holds very terrifying existences. Again, it represents opportunity. If you can defeat the existence in the secret realm and obtain the inheritance within the secret realm, you can obtain very powerful power. But if one is not careful and allows the creatures in the secret realm to appear in reality, it would be an absolute horrible disaster for the real world. In fact, from the founding of the Dragon Kingdom to the present day, it has been common for secret creatures to break into the real world. For example, the giant dragon incident in Kunshan decades ago, the incident of the 10 people in West Stiff Snow Peak 20 years ago, and the mysterious death incident in Ridge Mountain. The most significant of these was 15 years, the Aoyama earthquake event. I'm sure you've heard of it. When the great earthquake of Castle Peak occurred, the death toll exceeded hundreds of thousands, and the entire city of Castle Peak almost died out. These are actually caused by the mysterious creatures in the secret realm, and for that reason, we in the Dragon Kingdom have secretly set up Unit 749, specializing in dealing with mysterious creature incidents. The members of Unit 749 all possess extremely special abilities, some of which are inherited from their families, and some of which they were born with. They have just enough power to deal with those secret creatures. It's also because of them that all these years, the secret creatures have been blocked from coming out of the secret realm, which has led to the Dragon Kingdom's peace and stability in recent decades. It's just how we didn't expect that the secret realm didn't have any accidents, but instead, in our real world, there was such a monstrous change. Nowadays, it's pointless in having them guard the secret realm, so it's natural to recall them. With the ability of this 749th unit, it should be able to be an absolute help in defending Gangtok. After listening to the old man's words, Jiang Qingyun's entire body was a bit dumbfounded. Our Dragon Kingdom actually has such mysterious things? The old man laughed softly. It's actually not as mysterious as you think. As a matter of fact, there are actually similar organizations in foreign countries, such as the Ninth Bureau in the Beautiful Country, and the Round Shield Bureau in the Eagle Country, both of which deal with similar events. It's just that it's called differently to the outside world. Our Dragon Kingdom's Unit 749 is just more mysterious compared to them. Jiang Changyun had a dazed look on his face. So that's what it means. It means that places like the Secret Realm are actually not only in our Dragon Kingdom, but also in foreign countries. This is natural. This world is never as simple as you think. The old man nodded gently. Then how should we contact Unit 749 now? Jiang Changyun was a bit impatient to meet this mysterious troop. The old man smiled, searched on the hospital bed, and said with a slap on the head, "You now find someone to go to my previous residence, and find an old walkie-talkie, which is specially used to contact the 749th unit. Okay, I'll get it for you right away." Shortly afterward, Khan Sunan walked up to the old man with an old antique-like walkie-talkie. "Teacher, is this the walkie-talkie?" The old man looked at the walkie-talkie in Jiang Changyun's hand and nodded slightly before taking it, quickly entering a set of numbers on the walkie-talkie and dialing. A deep dialing sound came from the walkie-talkie. After a while, the walkie-talkie was picked up on the other end. "Hello?" A hoarse voice came from the end of the walkie-talkie. "I am Ling Yuan." The old man directly reported his name. The person on the other side seemed to freeze for a moment, then said in a serious voice, "Hello, old Marshal. I am the Brigadier General of the 749th Unit, Wu Qingshan." "I don't know what instructions the old Marshal has," Old Marshal Ling Yuan said in a deep voice. "Notify all comrades of the 749 Bureau to fully evacuate the secret realm from now on, and rush all of them to Jiangdu." Wu Qingshan on the other end of the walkie-talkie was surprised. "What? Withdrawing from the secret realm? Old Marshal, are you serious?" Ling Yuan said in a serious tone. I'm very serious. I'm in no way joking with you guys. Your task of subduing the secret realm is already meaningless. When you step out of the secret realm, you'll know what I mean by that. Remember, you have less than 6 days. So I hope you'll hurry and come to support. Wu Qingshan on the other end's heart skipped a beat, completely unsure of what Ling Yuan meant by this, and couldn't help but ask, Old Marshal, what happened outside the secret territory? Ling Yuan thought for a moment or said in a deep voice, World calamity. Ferocious beasts are running rampant. The entire world has been plunged into a great disaster. Do you understand now? What? Wu Qingshan exclaimed in shock. Ling Yuan said in a deep voice, if you don't believe me, you guys will know what's going on outside now when you step out of the secret realm. Now Jiangdu, where I am, will encounter an unprecedented crisis? It's the right time to need you guys. Not yet. All things will wait for you guys to arrive at Jiangdu and then talk about it. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Wu Qingshan immediately said, yes, I'll contact the large troop right now and strive to arrive at Jiangdu 5 days later. Ling Yuan nodded slightly and instructed, pay attention. Be careful when you leave the secret realm. The world outside is extremely dangerous right now. I hope you guys will be prepared and not have any unnecessary casualties. Please don't worry, Old Marshal. We will be careful. Wu Qingshan said in a deep voice. Good. Then I'll wait for you in Jiangdu. Yes. Hanging up the phone, Ling Yuan gazed at Jiang Chongyun. Alright, within 5 days, with their ability, they should be able to come to Jiangdu. Now, tell me everything about Jiangdu today. The more details the better. Jiang Chongyun immediately nodded solemnly. Yes. Next, Jiang Chongyun began to start a specific report to Old Marshal Ling Yuan. Time passes and night falls. Inside the base laboratory where Jiang Yan was located, Ginger Yan's entire body sat up from the medical silo as if he had been soaked in water. After a whole day of gene fusion, Jiang Yan finally survived the most painful stage and successfully fused the dry drought demon gene of Empress Ling Tian into himself. It was just that the kind of pain during the fusion process that almost caused him pain. Jiang Yan never wanted to experience it again in his life. Sitting inside the medical warehouse, Jiang Yan opened his mouth to inquire. Vivian, my current physical condition, how is it? Xiao Wei's projection immediately appeared and looked at Jiang Yan very distressed. Master, the drought demon genes of the Ling Tian Empress have been perfectly fused by you, and now you have the ability to change into a drought demon in the same way as the Ling Tian Empress. As for your body, the current data shows that it is very good, with no after effects. Jiang Yan let out a slight sigh of relief. The pain was agonizing, but it wasn't being agonized for a while. Then how does my current drought demon ability compare to Empress Ling Tian's? Ginger Yan inquired curiously. Vivian shook her head. There's no comparison. Master, although you already possess the ability of the Ling Tian Empress to transform into a drought demon, there is a huge difference compared to the Ling Tian Empress herself. With your current ability, all you can exert is only 1% of the heat that Empress Ling Tian had at that time. Of course, it's only temporary. According to the data projections, the drought demon gene, the power is calculated based on the strength of your ability. Master, your current strength is currently unable to match that of Empress Ling Tian, so naturally, you won't be able to reach Empress Ling Tian's level. Hearing Vivian's words, Jiang Yan was slightly disappointed. But he quickly adjusted his mind and laughed. It's fine. One step at a time. It's not so bad now. Even if I don't have a technological weapon as a safeguard, I have the power of self-preservation now. By the way, did you bring back that fire phoenix? Vivian nodded. Brought back. Currently frozen in the base's ice cellar. Is it still alive? Thinking about that fire phoenix, Jiang Yan was a bit worried. After all, the ability of that fire phoenix was really a bit scary. Vivian shook her head and said, through biodetection, the target no longer has a breath of life. However, it is impossible to speculate whether or not the target will have the ability to regenerate after the ice seal is lifted. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and said, in that case, let's keep it frozen and find a way to get the genes of this fire phoenix and see if we can use it for us. Okay, Master. By the way, there's one more thing I need to report to you. Jiang Yan was puzzled. What else? At the bird of prey incubation base, we found a red bird egg in addition to the corpse of this fire phoenix. Saying that, Vivian crossed her fingers and a virtual projection of a fire-red bird egg appeared in front of Jiang Yan. This bird egg looked like it was only the size of a palm, but the shell was as bright red as fire, and at a glance, one could not tell that it was not an unusual bird egg. This is the egg of the fire phoenix? Jiang Yan was surprised. Xiao Wei shook her head and said, it is not the egg of a fire phoenix. After testing, This fire phoenix is male and has no ability to reproduce. Not the egg of a fire phoenix? Could it be another fire phoenix that hasn't hatched yet? Jiang Yan was surprised. Vivian thought for a moment and said, "This bird's egg, from the time it was brought back, I conducted a comprehensive analysis and testing on it, and came to the conclusion that its genes alone had a 90% probability of belonging to the female sex. According to my search on the internet, I found out that phoenixes belong to two kinds of creatures. The phoenix is a male bird and the phoenix is a female bird, and what was conceived in this egg could be a phoenix bird. Master, this egg, what are you going to do with it?" Jiang Yan was astonished. "So, in this egg, a fire phoenix might hatch?" Vivian nodded. "The likelihood is as high as 99.9%, and it should break its shell in just the next 2 days." Jiang Yan's mind suddenly recalled that at that time, in the absolute zero-degree environment, the dead fire phoenix obviously had a chance to escape, but had refused to leave. Could it be because of this fire phoenix egg? The more Jiang Yan thought about it, the more he realized it was so. Then he was surprised. This fire phoenix egg was actually still alive at that time under absolute 0 degrees? Yes, Master, it's a bit unbelievable, but it is indeed alive. However, it should have also suffered quite a bit of damage in the absolute 0 environment, and under the instrument's detection, its life vigor is not vigorous, and can even be said to be a bit atrophied. Jiang Yan gently nodded his head and thought for a moment. In this case, observe it first and see how it behaves after it breaks its shell. If it's ferocious, then directly let it be a companion to the fire phoenix. If it's very tame, then keep it for now. Maybe it can come in handy later. Yes, Master. Ginger Yen got up and changed his clothes and asked, "My parents, what are they doing now?" "Uncle and auntie seem to be very interested in cultivation and have been in a state of cultivation so far," Xiao Wei replied with a smile. "Where's Ginger Chin? What's she up to?" Miss Jiang Qin, after returning in the afternoon, is also practicing. Hearing that all of his family members are cultivating, Jiang Yan thought about it and said, "Everyone is trying to improve. I can't be left behind either. Xiao Wei, help me arrange a room as well, and after that, I'll leave it all to you to deal with it. There's still less than 6 days left, so I'll have to seize the time to raise my own strength and upgrading it a bit." "Yes, Master." Just as Jiang Yan and the others were all in full cultivation, from Jiangdu, thousands of kilometers away, in the Jail Mountain, a procession, numbering in the thousands, assembled within the prison mountain. The group, both men and women, wore old-fashioned uniforms, and each had a stony face. In front of them were hundreds of ferocious beasts of various forms. Only these ferocious beasts were now corpses. The person at the head of the team was none other than Wu Qingshan, who had spoken to old Marshal Ling Yuan earlier. Looking at the ground full of ferocious beasts, Wu Qingshan's expression was grim. "I didn't expect that the outside world had actually turned out like this." No wonder the old marshal said that it was pointless to guard the secret realm anymore. Beside Wu Qingshan, a middle-aged woman in military uniform said, "Team Wu, what should we do now? We've only left the secret realm and we've encountered so many ferocious beasts. It seems that the situation outside is even worse than we imagined." Wu Qingshan said in a deep voice, "Go to Jiangdu first and meet the old marshal. All hands, target Jiangdu, full speed ahead." Yes, it was also at the time when Wu Qingshan and his group left Prison Mountain and rushed to Jiangdu. An extremely dull sound came from within the Prison Mountain. A huge black shadow appeared in the middle of the Prison Mountain. Under the shroud of this black shadow, all of the low-ranked ferocious beasts within the Prison Mountain were all shivering, as if they had encountered some extremely terrifying existence. Chapter 39, Chapter 0038, Ferocious Beast Tide Appears. Prelude to the Great Battle of Jiangdu. Qindu, the western capital of the Dragon Kingdom. It's about 1100 kilometers or so from Jiangdu. It was the largest provincial capital city in the northwest of the Dragon Kingdom, and was ranked as one of the 3 capitals of the Dragon Kingdom along with Jiangdu and Kyoto. As one of the 3 capitals of the Dragon Kingdom, Qindu's military strength was in no way inferior to that of Kyoto and Jiangdu. However, at this moment, the entire Qin capital was shrouded in a cloud. Since the entire world's aura revived a few days ago, Qindu had also suffered an unprecedented and huge calamity. The whole city has become dilapidated. The Qin capital was filled with destroyed houses and countless injured people. Compared to Jiangdu, the extent to which Qindu had been destroyed by the ferocious beasts was absolutely unimaginable. However, after a few days of hard fighting, the warriors of the Qindu military region had finally managed to basically clear the city of the ferocious beasts, but their casualties, too, were severe. with tens of thousands of constant casualties and over 1 million dead and wounded among the masses of Chengdu. The damage was severe. However, before the Qin capital's defenders had a chance to catch their breath, an extremely large number of ferocious beasts appeared to gather on the outskirts of the Qin capital. This situation was first discovered by the people from the Chengdu military region and fed back to the higher-ups. The Qin capital's senior management immediately activated satellite surveillance to probe the outskirts of that Qin capital. Then, they were shocked to discover that these ferocious beasts on the outskirts of the Qin capital seemed to be organized. They were gathered outside the Qin capital city, seemingly waiting for something. The number of ferocious beasts, on the other hand, was surging by thousands per hour. After discovering this situation, he naturally knew what kind of damage these ferocious beasts would bring to Chengdu once they formed a large enough number. For this reason, they held an emergency meeting and, after a series of negotiations, unanimously voted to unleash super-scale missiles on the ferocious beasts outside the city. If it wasn't for the fact that the ferocious beasts were all gathered on the outskirts of the Qin capital, the Qin capital's top management would have had the idea of utilizing nuclear bombs. Just like that, shortly afterward, all the missile silos in the Chengdu military region all went into emergency launch mode. Then a super-powerful missile shot up into the sky. Over 1,000 missile swarms, in a covering pattern, all around, carried out a superb fire strike against the ferocious beast swarms outside of the Qin capital. Only, before these missiles could land, a golden figure flashed by at great speed above the sky of Chengdu. The speed of that golden figure was completely beyond everyone's imagination. All of the missiles launched out by the Chengdu military region were actually smashed by that golden figure, directly in the sky. The entire sky of Chengdu turned into a sea of fire. This scene, on the other hand, stunned the executives of the Chengdu military region. They could never have imagined that there would be such a ferocious beast that could detonate the missiles they had launched ahead of time right in the sky. It was also at the same time that all the missiles in the Chengdu military region were detonated. The golden figure above the sky let out an extremely impassioned chirp. This chirp was like a horn of attack, causing the huge group of ferocious beasts outside of Chengdu to instantly charge at Chengdu, facing the ferocious beasts that covered the sky outside the city. Even though the generals of the Chengdu military region fought to stop them. However, in the face of the endless tide of ferocious beasts, their strength was like a praying mantis. It was simply too small to be true. In just a matter of moments, the soldiers who held fast to the Qin capital were completely engulfed by the endless tide of ferocious beasts, immediately followed by the entire Qin capital. The entire Qin capital of tens of millions of people was completely devoured by the tidal wave of ferocious beasts in just half a day. In this way, the Qin capital, one of the 3 capitals of the Dragon Kingdom, was completely overrun by the ferocious beasts in less than half a day's time, and all the people in the Qin capital were buried in the belly of the ferocious beasts almost without any suspense, and were completely wiped off the map. And the tide of ferocious beasts didn't stop after devouring Chengdu. They traveled all the way south, and along the way, like a snowball, countless more ferocious beasts joined in. Wherever it passes, any city is as if it has been plowed through and no living person will exist. Even if they were to hide underground, they would be found by the ferocious beasts and eventually eaten. In this way, the ferocious beasts that covered the sky devoured city after city along the way in a destructive pattern. It wasn't until 5 days later that the overwhelming swarm of ferocious beasts was less than 200 kilometers away from Jiangdu. It would only take a day at most for them to reach Jiangdu directly. It was also at this time, inside Jiang Yan's underground base. All over the base, red alerts are starting to go off. Jiang Yan, who was in the middle of cultivation, was awakened at the first moment. What happened? Jiang Yan immediately sent an inquiry to Vivian. Xiao Wei's projection appeared beside Jiang Yan and said with a grave demeanor, "Master, the ferocious beast swarm has appeared." Jiang Yan's expression sank as he immediately got up and asked, "Where is the group of ferocious beasts now?" Before cultivating, Jiang Yan had Vivian keep an eye on the movements of the ferocious beasts. With a wave of Xiao Wei's right hand, a virtual screen was displayed in front of Jiang Yan. Within the virtual screen, boundless ferocious beasts appeared in Jiang Yan's field of vision. The ferocious beast swarm has already arrived in Wangchang, which is only about 200 kilometers away from Jiangdu. At their rate of advancement they will reach Jiangdu in a day at most. It happened to coincide with exactly the same time as what Jiang Qin had said. Jiang Yan's expression stared as he asked, "Can you count the exact number of the ferocious beast swarm?" Vivian shook her head. "It's impossible to count them. Their numbers are extremely large, and their numbers are always growing. Currently, the number that can be counted by satellite alone has broken 300 million. And those are just the numbers that can be counted on the surface. In addition to the ferocious beasts on the surface, there are also underground ones and river ones, all of which we can't count for the time being, but the prediction is that it won't be less than the number of ferocious beasts on the surface. Jiang Yan sucked in a breath of cool air when he heard this. According to what you mean, the number of ferocious beast tides is at least not less than 600 million? Vivian said gravely. In terms of extrapolating from the data, it's only a little more than that. What about us? What's the current number of armed robots? The current number of armed robots has almost reached around 40 million. Vivian said truthfully. $40 million? Didn't you say you could only get $30 million out of it? How come there's an extra 10 million? Jiang Yan was a bit surprised. It's the master's second uncle, who somehow managed to get an extra batch of materials from somewhere. Just enough to make up the body materials for 10 million armed robots. Jiang Yan froze, not expecting that. In the few days he had been cultivating, second uncle had actually gotten another batch of materials. But even $40 million isn't enough. Jiang Yan frowned. Xiao Wei spoke again at this time. Master, you closed for cultivation these days. Your second uncle seems to be making preparations, not only urgently recruiting a new army in Jiangdu, but also exchanging another batch of weapons from us for super not much more than 100,000 Mina armor. Right now there are super not more than 200,000 soldiers in the Jiangdu military region equipped with our nano armor. Jiang Yan laughed bitterly. Even with the addition of these 200,000 soldiers equipped with nano armor, I'm afraid it's still a drop in the bucket in the face of the ferocious beasts whose conservative number reaches 600 million. At this moment, Jiang Yan was really surprised by the number of ferocious beasts up to 600 million. That's almost equivalent to a third of the population of the Dragon Kingdom. Can he really hold Jiangdu in front of such a huge number? If it's not possible, we'll use space-based weapons, the same as we did with the Fire Phoenix, to turn all of Jiangdu's outer environments into absolute 0 degrees. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth. Master, we only have one space-based satellite, the strike range won't be enough, Vivian said politely. Ginger Yan thought about it. While space-based satellites can instantly change the climatic conditions of an area, there are limitations. Can only change the regional climate within a range of no more than 100 kilometers. If you go beyond that, the effect will be greatly diminished. And the scope of a ferocious beast tide that exceeded 600 million was only far greater than that. Most importantly, the wave of ferocious beasts couldn't all be concentrated together waiting for him to strike. When dealing with the Fire Phoenix, it was because the Fire Phoenix refused to leave for that Fire Phoenix egg. But the tide of ferocious beasts is different. A wave of ferocious beasts on such a large scale must be extremely widely distributed. Trying to use space-based weapons to wipe them out is simply not possible. Thinking about this gave Jiang Yan a bit of a headache. Whatever, take one step at a time. By the way, let Jiang Qin and my parents, Uncle San and the others come to the house. With the way things are going, I need to make arrangements for them. Vivian nodded gently. Yes, by the way, Master, that Fire Phoenix has already hatched. And so far, it doesn't seem to have a strong aggressiveness. Instead it's quite docile. Jiang Yan froze. Oh, this Fire Phoenix hatched? It's still tame? Go take me to take a look. Yes, Master. It didn't take long before Jiang Yan was guided by Vivian to a room within the base. This room was furnished in a very cozy manner, very suitable for bird creatures. When Jiang Yan pushed open the room and entered, a small palm-sized fire-red bird suddenly appeared right in front of him. It was the Fire Phoenix that had just hatched. This Fire Phoenix looked chubby and cute. There was also a dorky hair on the top of his head, giving the impression of looking very cute. Seeing this Fire Phoenix that suddenly appeared in front of him, Jiang Yan was startled. The drought demon gene within his body was instantly activated. A very hot flame emerged from Jiang Yan's body, and that Fire Phoenix actually erupted with a very red-hot light within its dull little eyes after seeing the red-hot flames emerging from Jiang Yan's body. It immediately let out a leaping chirp and jumped directly on Jiang Yan's shoulder. And the red-hot flames on Jiang Yan's body didn't seem to have any effect on this Fire Phoenix. On the contrary, this Fire Phoenix even rubbed affectionately on Jiang Yan's neck, looking very enjoyable. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yan froze. Xiao Wei, on the other hand, laughed excitedly. Master, it seems that this Fire Phoenix is very fond of you. Jiang Yan looked at the little thing on his shoulder and said in a depressed voice, it doesn't like me, but it likes the flames on my body, right? Jiang Yan immediately put away the flames and returned to normal. Sure enough, this Fire Phoenix let out a disgruntled chirp as if it had lost something beloved. Jiang Yan's palm stretched out, and a ball of flame once again emerged in his hand. The little Fire Phoenix once again joyfully flew onto Jiang Yan's palm, its little eyes slightly closed in a soothing gesture. See, I told you it just likes flames, right? Xiao Wei laughed. What does it matter? Anyway, the master now also has the drought demon gene. This kind of flame can be emitted continuously. It's just as well to utilize this and this fire phoenix to strike a good relationship, just like keeping a pet. When this fire phoenix grows up, it will definitely be able to help master in the future. Jiang Yan sniffed and looked at the fire phoenix, which was in the palm of his hand with a confused and joyful look, and frowned. Wouldn't this be a bit dangerous? It's a ferocious beast after all. When it grows up, in case its ferociousness is aroused, that would be troublesome. Vivian also showed hesitation when she heard Jiang Yan say that. Just then, a voice sounded behind Jiang Yan. Don't worry, there's no trouble. Jiang Yan turned around, but it was Jiang Qin who appeared behind him at an unknown time. Jiang Qin gazed at the fire phoenix on Jiang Yan's palm. I didn't expect that you would actually find this fire phoenix. Jiang Yan was puzzled. You recognize it? Jiang Qin nodded slightly. This fire phoenix is different from that fire phoenix. The fire phoenix is ferocious by nature, while the fire phoenix is docile by nature. In its previous life, this fire phoenix didn't do any evil and never hurt anyone, but it just didn't end up in a very good place. Now that you've got it, treat it well. The fire phoenix is different from other ferocious beasts. It's very humane and gentle in nature, and its favorite is to just roost in a place where there's fire. As long as others don't actively provoke it, it will never actively hurt anyone. Moreover, it seems to treat you as its kin now, and as long as you properly cultivate a bond with it, it will definitely be a great help to you in the future. Jiang Yan looked at the fire phoenix on his palm in surprise. Ferocious beasts also exist with gentle temperaments? Jiang Qin said indifferently. In the future, there will also be people who specialize in taming ferocious beasts, making some of them become their helpers. It's just that it's not possible to make that happen right now. However, this fire phoenix in your hand is different. It belongs to the naturally gentle type, so it doesn't need to be tamed. Just develop a good bond with it. Jiang Yan thought about it and said, in that case, as long as we cultivate our feelings, that's not a big problem. But what does this fire phoenix eat? How should I feed it? Ginger Chin smiled. Aren't you feeding it now? Ginger Yin froze. I'm, feeding it now? His eyes fell on the fire phoenix, and when he took a closer look, he saw that the little guy on his palm was devouring the flames emanating from his hand a little bit. Fire phoenixes feed on fire. They don't need special feeding, and the flames emanating from your body just now are from the drought demon's flame from Empress Ling Tian's body, aren't they? This particular flame is this little guy's favorite. Speaking of this, Jiang Qin gave a slight lurch. Right. How are you able to emit the drought demon flame just like Empress Ling Tian? Jiang Qin seemed to react at that moment and looked at Jiang Yan in surprise. Jiang Yan smiled and said, I extracted the drought demon gene from Empress Ling Tian's body, and after fusing it into my own body, I gained this ability. It's just that in terms of power, it's far inferior to Empress Ling Tian. Jiang Qin was slightly stunned and marveled. It can actually operate like this? In that case, wouldn't you be able to create a steady stream of special talents with the power of the drought demon? Jiang Yan thought for a moment and said, theoretically it's possible. However, it's not easy to fuse the drought demon genes, and the body won't be able to withstand it if it's not strong enough. Then his eyes looked at Jiang Qin. However, if you, Sister Jiang Qin, should be able to, do you want to fuse the drought demon gene as well to see? Chapter 40, Chapter 0039 Gravity Device. The great battle approached. At Jiang Yan's words, Jiang Qin just shook her head slightly. No need. I have my own path to follow. Although the drought gene is good, it's chicken ribs for me. You can give the drought gene to the likes of eldest uncle, Mother Fong and my father to fuse. Jiang Yan nodded. He actually had the same idea. I was actually thinking the same thing, but it's definitely not possible right now. The wave of ferocious beasts has appeared, and it's only less than 200 kilometers away from Jiangdu. Jiang Qin was not surprised by this. Counting the time. It's almost time. How about it? Do you have confidence to hold Jiangdu? In front of Jiang Qin, Jiang Yan didn't hide anything. To be honest, I'm a bit bottomless in my heart. According to Vivian's satellite surveillance projections, the number of this ferocious beast tide is at least no less than 600 million. When I heard that number, I was a little confused in person. I thought that the wave of ferocious beasts would, at most, number over 100 million, but I didn't expect it to actually be 6 times what I expected. With our current preparations, I don't know if we can hold back this tide of ferocious beasts. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. I told you a long time ago that this tide of ferocious beasts is very terrifying. Now believe my words. right? It's too late to regret now. Jiang Yan said awkwardly, there's no point in talking about this now. Jiang Qin smiled. Actually, you don't need to worry so much. Although the number of ferocious beast tides is large, however, they are not impossible to defeat. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. Sister Jiang Qin, could it be that you have any solutions? Jiang Qin smiled. First of all, you have to understand that none of the ferocious beast tides appear spontaneously. Jiang Yan froze. It's not spontaneous? Could it be that there is some existence behind this ferocious beast tide that initiated it? Clever, but no prizes. This wave of ferocious beasts caused great damage to the entire Dragon Kingdom in the previous world. They caused the demise of almost the entire human population of the Dragon Kingdom. 70% of the population. Any idea how it ended up disappearing? Ginger Chin smiled and sold the story. Sister, don't sell yourself short at this time. Quickly tell us how this tide of ferocious beasts disappeared in the previous life? Jiang Yan hurriedly inquired. Looking at Jiang Yan's anxious appearance, Jiang Qin lightly laughed. Naturally, someone has stepped in and resolved the king beasts that have gathered this tide of ferocious beasts. King beast? Jiang Yan was surprised. Yes, the king beast, which can also be called the king of ferocious beasts, is a king-level ferocious beast with the bloodline of a golden eagle, and is very powerful. As long as we can solve it, this tide of ferocious beasts will not be broken. However, king-level ferocious beasts belong to the existence of a ceiling at this stage for every single one of them, and this golden eagle beast, which belongs to the speed-type king-level ferocious beasts, is very difficult to deal with, and on top of that, it's also very afraid of death, so as long as it encounters the slightest bit of wrong, it will choose to run away. If it can't land a single blow, it will make a comeback and call for more ferocious beasts to retaliate. Therefore, if we want to completely lift the crisis in Jiangdu, the best way is to resolve this golden eagle beast. After hearing Jiang Qin's words, Jiang Yan frowned slightly. A king-level ferocious beast will still escape? Jiang Qin looked at Jiang Yan and said helplessly. Jiang Yan, at this point in time, haven't you set your thinking straight? Let's not talk about the low-ranked ferocious beasts. Those intermediate and high-ranked ferocious beasts, all of them possess minds of their own. And there are some high-ranked ferocious beasts whose intelligence is not in the least bit worse than that of us humans. For example, this golden eagle beast, it possesses an extremely strong intelligence. You'd be wrong to treat all ferocious beasts as brainless existences. In response to Jiang Qin's counting, Jiang Yan nodded awkwardly and didn't retort. He really hasn't turned his thinking around yet. The beasts are considered to be more wild than rational, but it has never occurred to me that some of the beasts also possess intelligence that is not weaker than that of human beings. Sister, I know, but according to you, that golden eagle beast belongs to the speed type is still afraid of death. So how are we going to deal with it? Jiang Yan inquired seriously. Jiang Qin shook her head and said, I don't know about this, about the golden eagle beast. I didn't know about it until a long time later. How that person resolved the golden eagle beast at that time, I'm not very clear about it either. Curious, Jiang Yan asked, who is the person you said solved the golden eagle beast? Jiang Qin sniffed and sighed lightly. Him, a pretentious guy from a hidden family, very powerful, but his character is no good. In his previous life, after resolving the golden eagle beast, he was hailed as a hero of salvation by the people of the Dragon Kingdom, and then did a series of disgusting things to disappoint all those who saw him as a savior. Forget it, guys like that, don't mention it. Besides, this man is in Kyoto, so I couldn't count on him if I wanted to. Jiang Yan sensed very obvious hatred from Jiang Qin's tone. Since Jiang Qin didn't want to mention this person's name, Jiang Yan didn't ask any more questions. In his heart, he made a silent note of this man. Someone who could make Jiang Qin so disgusted was definitely not a good person in Jiang Yan's opinion. In the future, if he encountered it, if the conditions allowed, he would definitely teach this person a good lesson and take it out on Jiang Qin. Since he couldn't count on anyone else, Jiang Yan had to think of something on his own. Golden eagle beast, speed type, or a king-level ferocious beast. Who is more powerful when such a ferocious beast is compared to the fire phoenix? Jiang Yan asked. Jiang Qin thought for a moment and said, if anything, compared to potential, naturally, the fire phoenix is more powerful. After all, the fire phoenix grows up to be a true emperor-level ferocious beast, with ferocious might. However, at this stage, this golden eagle beast, however, is more powerful than the juvenile fire phoenix. The fire phoenix we encountered before was still only in its juvenile stage, and its strongest state could only exert the strength of a lord-level ferocious beast. This golden eagle beast, on the other hand, is a solid king-level ferocious beast, far above the juvenile fire phoenix in terms of strength. However, the fire phoenix belongs to the category of destructive ferocious beasts, and in terms of destructiveness, it is unrivaled. And the golden eagle is a speed-type ferocious beast. Its destructive power is far less powerful than the fire phoenix. Actually, the best way to deal with it is to be able to limit its speed. Jiang Yan was instantly in thought. Limit the speed? Vivian, do we have any special weapons that limit speed? On the side, Vivian immediately said, Master, there are many weapons that we use to limit our speed, and one of the more powerful ones is the super gravity device. This gravity device can instantly make the gravity of an area 100 times, but the area of influence is very limited, only 1,000 meters in range and only about 500 meters in height. Jiang Yan froze. Gravity device? How did I forget about that? Jiang Yan remembered that the gravity device was originally created to work on physical fitness. Getting a 100x gravity device is just as random as it gets. However, after messing with the genetic potion later, he tossed the device aside. Who would go to work out against gravity when they could take a genetic enhancement potion to strengthen their body? After Vivian's reminder, he immediately remembered the device. A gravity device? You still have this kind of thing? Jiang Qin was a bit surprised. Jiang Yan smiled sarcastically. At that time, it was just messed up for fun, and basically didn't use it much after it was built. However, this gravity device can be improved, and the 1,000-meter range was just a deliberate limitation when I made it at the time. After all, at the time, I invented it for nothing more than exercise. Speaking of this, Jiang Yan suddenly gave a slight start and tapped his head. Right, isn't the tide of ferocious beasts large in number? I'll add a circle of 100 times gravity device around the entire Jiangdu, facing 100 times gravity. I don't believe that it won't have any effect on these ferocious beasts. If 100 times is useless, change it to 1,000 times. Even if it can slow down these ferocious beasts, it's enough for our armed robots to strike at them. Speaking of which, Jiang Yan couldn't sit still at all. His entire body was excited. Sister Qin, I'll leave the outside matters to you first. I'll go get the gravity device now, and try to arrange the gravity device on the entire periphery of Jiangdu before the wave of ferocious beasts arrive. Jiang Qin also knew that the matter was urgent and nodded her head. Go ahead and leave the matters outside to me. Jiang Yan immediately greeted Vivian upon hearing this and quickly walked towards a laboratory within the base. Jiang Qin looked at Jiang Yan's back and smiled gratefully as she also quickly walked out of the base. Gangtok Control Center. Pre-Disaster Coordination Department Command Center. When Vivian discovered the wave of ferocious beasts, this side of the control center had actually entered a state of emergency preparedness through Vivian's warning. At this moment, Jiang Changyun, as well as Old Marshal Ling Yuan and a group of Jiangdu's senior leaders were standing in the command center waiting. Has Jiang Yan not arrived yet? In the control center, Jiang Changyun looked at the densely packed ferocious beasts on the large screen and was very worried. Old Marshal Ling Yuan was very calm and said softly, "What's the hurry? Isn't the tide of ferocious beasts still 200 kilometers away from Jiangdu? We still have ample preparation time." Jiang Changyun said helplessly, "Teacher, can I not be anxious? Such a terrifying wave of ferocious beasts has completely exceeded our expectations, and I don't know how well Jiang Yan has prepared. He's the main force in resisting the wave of ferocious beasts this time, and I don't have a clue in my heart right now." Ling Yuan calmly said, "Whenever you encounter a big event, you should have a quiet breath. This is the heart quality that the superior must have. You are now an admiral. How come you still haven't mastered this point? Don't panic about anything until the last step. Understand?" In the face of his teacher's admonition, Kang Sung-yun could only force down the irritation in his heart and nodded respectfully. "Understood, teacher." Just then, the door to the control center was pushed open, and Jiang Qin walked in a strong suit. Seeing Jiang Qin, Jiang Changyun immediately looked behind her. However, to his disappointment, he didn't see Jiang Yan's figure. "Shao Qin, why are you alone? Where is Jiang Yan?" Jiang Changyun couldn't help but ask. Jiang Qin's gaze was calm as she replied indifferently. "He still has important things to do, and for the time being, he won't be able to make it." Jiang Changyun sniffed and said urgently, "That tide of ferocious beasts is about to arrive at our doorstep. What else is more important than this matter? Second uncle, please believe in Jiang Yan. He naturally has his reasons for doing so. Before he came, he has already handed over the command to me. From now on, I will be the temporary commander of this defense against the ferocious beast tide." Jiang Qin's tone was cold and calm. Jiang Changyun opened his mouth and wanted to say something else, but Ling Yuan on the side stopped him, his eyes looking towards Jiang Qin. "You are Jiang Yan, right? I've heard of your deeds alone, but it's the first time I've seen you in person. How do you do? I'm Ling Yuan. I think you should have heard of my name. Jiang Qin's gaze immediately looked towards old Marshal Ling Yuan, his gaze immediately solemn with respect. Hello, old Marshal. It's an honor to meet you. Ling Yuan waved his hand and laughed lightly. Don't be so serious. I'm just a retired old man now. If I hadn't encountered the present world change, I might have already gone to meet those comrades. Jiang Qin nodded slightly and asked with a slight frown on her brow. Is the old marshal here to take over command? Ling Yuan shook his head slightly. No, compared to an old fogey like me, the world is now all about you youngsters, so naturally you are the ones to make the decisions. Since Jiang Yan gave you the command, you are now the supreme commander of Jiangdu. Jiang Qin was slightly relieved. She didn't want to get into any trouble with the Jiangdu executives at this time. Since Ling Yuan was fine with it, Jiang Qin immediately went into command. Her gaze glanced at the large screen and asked, Vivian, how many kilometers is the wave of ferocious beasts away from Jiangdu now? Xiao Wei's figure immediately appeared on the big screen. Sister Jiang Qin, the current wave of ferocious beasts is less than 150 kilometers away from Jiangdu, and according to this speed, at most, by this evening, it will reach Jiangdu. Jiang Changyan took a deep breath. We'll be able to arrive at Jiangdu tonight, and it seems that this battle for the defense of Jiangdu is going to be fought this night. Jiang Qin nodded slightly. How are our defenses now? Vivian formulaically said. Currently, 40 million armed robots have been fully deployed on the outskirts of Jiangdu. A very strong defensive front has been formed in all four directions of Jiangdu. Masters 100,000 Sentinel robots, sitting in the urban area, can provide support to the outer defenses at any time. The 200,000 nano-armored troops of the Jiangdu military region are temporarily in a state of readiness and need to be deployed depending on the battle conditions. So far, so good on all fronts. Jiang Qin thought for a moment and looked at Jiang Chengyun and asked, how is the situation downtown now? Li Weigua, who was beside Jiang Chengyun, said in a deep voice, currently, we have implemented an emergency evacuation contingency program for the entire population of Jiangdu. All the people in Jiangdu have basically entered the underground shelters. Jiang Qin frowned. An underground shelter? Li Weiman seemed to be able to tell that Jiang Qin wasn't very satisfied with the answer and said with some doubt, is there a problem? Big problem. Do you realize that letting the masses into an underground shelter is an extremely dangerous thing to do? Facing a ferocious beast swarm of this scale, hiding in an underground shelter is the most unwise choice, because the greatest likelihood that the first wave of the ferocious beast tide's attack will come from underground. If once the ferocious beasts find our refuge, the masses that are there will be devastated. Hearing Jiang Qin's words, Li Weiman's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Then what should we do now? Now basically all the masses have entered the underground shelters. Now arranging for new shelters. I'm afraid it's already too late in time. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. Vivian. Yes, Sister Ginger Chin. Find a way to get your master to set up a gravity device near the shelter. Preferably with all the sentinel robots mobilized to guard the perimeter of the shelter. Underground ferocious beasts. Their sense of smell is the most sensitive. And so many crowds hiding underground is completely sending them a strong signal. I think that the first battle of this ferocious beast tide, I'm afraid it's extremely likely, will be fought in the vicinity of the underground refuge. Xiao Wei immediately nodded gravely. Okay, Sister Jiang Qin. I will immediately notify the master and immediately transfer the sentinel robots forward for protection. Chapter 41, Chapter 0040, The Ferocious Beast Wave arrives. 1,000 times gravity field. As Jiang Qin's command was given, the entire Jiangdu city, too, had officially entered a state of war readiness. A piercing siren sounded over the entire Jiangdu city. The first level of war warning was officially pulled in Gangtok. At this point, the entire Jiangdu had basically become an empty city. Tens of millions of people in the city were sent to various underground shelters in Jiangdu. In response, the people of Gangtok were surprisingly cooperative. As a matter of fact, in the days following the recovery of the aura, the people of Jiangdu had basically learned about the outside world from the internet. After learning that the entire world was suffering from the plague of ferocious beasts, the mood of the people of Jiangdu changed to one of great celebration. Because, after the revival of the aura, it was Kyoto, which was greatly damaged in this calamity of ferocious beasts, and the casualties were even more countless. Jiangdu, on the contrary, was minimally affected, with almost negligible casualties. It is also in this way that the Gangtok officials are strongly recognized by the people of Gangtok. So, when the Gangtok municipality issued Emergency evacuation. The Gangtok masses cooperated spontaneously. The evacuation of Gangtok went very well, and at this time, on the outskirts of Jeongdo, 100 kilometers away, 40 million armed robots were already standing by. Countless armed robots surrounded Jeongdo into an iron barrel. On the ground, in the sky, there were armed robots arranged in an orderly fashion everywhere. Aside from the ground, which could not be effectively defended, the armed robots had basically taken over the ground and sky on the outskirts of Jeongdo. A little bit of time passes. The entire atmosphere of Jeongdo seemed to be grave. The time came to about 6:30 in the evening. Suddenly, the ground in Jeongdo city began to tremble. It was just a slight tremor at first, but as time went on, the frequency of the trembling became more and more intense, as if a miniature earthquake had occurred. Knowing that it's about 6:50 p.m., the entire city of Jeongdo was shaken violently. The crowd inside the shelter also seemed to feel a great depression, and all of them held their breath, not daring to breathe a single breath. And inside the control center, Jiang Qin looked at the satellite cloud map on the big screen and said in a deep voice, "It's coming!" At once, the eyes of the entire control center gathered on the big screen. With just one glance, everyone present took in a deep breath of cold air. On the big screen, outside the perimeter defense of Gangtok, a layer of black clouds was seen appearing from a distance. Looking closely, it wasn't any black clouds, but rather, it was an overwhelming mass of ferocious beasts like a tidal wave. From the cloud map on the big screen, on the other hand, it was a sea of red so dense that the entire cloud mass glowed red, swooping towards Gangtok. In the sky and on the ground, it could be said that it truly covered the sky, and as far as the eye could see, all of them were ferocious beasts. As the tide of ferocious beasts gradually approached, on the big screen, the group of ferocious beasts charging at the front was immediately visible. Clearly, they were all ferocious beasts with extremely large physiques and thick skin. These types of ferocious beasts, from their forms, could basically be seen as some mutated ferocious beasts such as pigs, cows, sheep and dogs. There were even crocodiles and elephant-like mutant beasts inside. At first glance, it's quite capable of resisting damage strikes. Behind these ferocious beasts, there were countless other ferocious beasts with smaller forms but sensitive speeds, such as cats, rats, coyotes, and other types of mutated ferocious beasts. Of course, that's all that can be discerned. There are more ferocious beasts that can't be discerned as to type. It looked like a raging tide, madly surging towards Jeongdo, and that's just on the ground. There was also the sky, where all kinds of flying bird-type ferocious beasts and insect-type ferocious beasts almost covered the entire sky. The sheer number of them is mind-numbing. See what's happening on the big screen. Everyone in the control center held their breath. The entire control center was so quiet that I was afraid I could hear even a pin drop. Even the old Marshal Ling Yuan, who had experienced great storms, was likewise the same. Within the entire control center, the only one whose face did not change was Jiang Qin, the temporary commander. Looking at the wave of ferocious beasts that were getting closer and closer on the big screen, Jiang Qin finally spoke. "Vivian, how's the setup on Zhang Yan's side?" Xiao Wei immediately appeared on the large screen and said in a very serious tone, "The master's side has been set up. As long as the wave of ferocious beasts enters the range of influence of the gravity device, the device can be activated." Jiang Qin asked, "What is the range of the gravity device? What level of gravity can it reach?" Due to the limited time, the master only adjusted the range of the gravity device to a kilometer range, but the gravity level, however, was adjusted upwards to 1,000 times. Xiao Wei immediately explained. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. 1,000 times? Yes. Master had wanted to adjust to 5,000 times the extreme gravity, but it was just that the time was too rushed, so for the time being, he could only adjust to 1,000 times the gravity field. Xiao Wei nodded her head gently. Very well. 1,000 times. That's enough. Jiang Qin's eyes burned as she looked dead at the big screen, and at this moment, the group of ferocious beasts, like an endless tide, was already less than 2 kilometers or so away from Jiangdo's outer defense line. Jiang Qin didn't rush to let Vivian turn on the gravity field, just wait in silence. Jiang Changyun and Ling Yuan didn't disturb Jiang Qin either. They both just watched silently, but their hands had already clenched into fists, so it was evident that the two of them were unsettled inside. On the big screen, as a little bit of time passed by, the wave of ferocious beasts was getting closer and closer. 1 kilometer, 500 meters, 100 meters. It's entering the outer defense line. Upon seeing that the group of ferocious beasts had rushed into the range of Jiangdo's outer defense line, Jiang Changyun was the first to lose his composure and spoke loudly. However, Jiang Qin still hadn't given the order. It seems to be waiting for something else. Jiang Chengyun looked towards Jiang Qin and was about to speak, but was pulled back by Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan shook his head slightly, signaling Jiang Chengyun not to speak. Jiang Chengyun had no choice but to stomp his foot fiercely and stand aside in dry anxiety. A few more minutes passed, and more ferocious beasts crossed the Jiangdu's outer defense line and rushed towards the armed robots' line. From the big screen, it wouldn't take more than a minute or two at most for the ferocious beasts to crash into the armed robots' defense line. Just then, too, a loud and stirring chirp sounded within the big screen. A golden-colored golden eagle with a golden body in the sky instantly appeared above the tide of ferocious beasts. This golden eagle, like an emperor commanding thousands of troops, looked down. Seeing this golden eagle, Jiang Qin shouted violently, "Activate the gravity device. Armed robots on fire." "Roger that." Almost immediately the next moment, Vivian replied. At the same time, the crowd inside the control center saw that the group of ferocious beasts, which was almost immediately about to collide with the armed robots face to face, all of a sudden, fell. The ferocious beasts running on the ground directly knelt on all four hooves and instantly sprawled on the ground. The ones flying in the sky were like dumplings, all falling down to the ground. Even the golden eagle, which had fallen violently, tried to flap its wings several times to fly, but was unable to do so. Meanwhile, the armed robots, which had long been standing by, opened fire. Countless beams of high-heat energy shot out. The crimson beam of energy was like a pillar of light that pierced through the bodies of countless ferocious beasts. Not only that, behind the armed robots, countless drones ascended into the sky, and these drones began to charge into the battlefield recklessly, launching an attack on the endless ferocious beasts in front of them. The drones also attacked in a very special way. They were not equipped with thermal weapons, but instead crashed straight into the ferocious beasts. Then, blow up. Immediately after that, the terrifying cold aura spread out among the ferocious beasts. Layers and layers of frost appeared within the group of ferocious beasts, freezing all the surrounding ferocious beasts. Then under the blow of the armed robots' high-heat energy beams, those frozen ferocious beasts immediately shattered into slag. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chengyun was shocked. What are those drones carrying? It can actually freeze hordes of ferocious beasts instantly? Vivian smiled on the big screen. This is the master's impromptu idea of a zero-degree bomb. These drones have been fitted by their owners with a seal that can instantly release absolute zero. Once the drone explodes, the seal is immediately lifted and then ultra-low temperatures of absolute zero are released. It can instantly turn the area within 500 meters around it into absolute zero. So far, this zero-degree bomb, it seems to be working pretty well. Hearing Vivian's explanation, Jiang Chengyun marveled. More than good, it's simply amazingly powerful. This little head of Jiang Yan's is really capable of coming up with any weird and strange ideas. At this time, Jiang Qin was also very satisfied with the power displayed by the zero-degree bomb. She gazed at the battlefield as if looking for something. It just didn't seem to be searching for the figure she was looking for after half a day of looking. So she said to Vivian, "Vivian, have the armed robots push forward." "Roger that." Immediately afterward, on the big screen, the countless armed robots that had been steadily occupying the front line looming over them began to advance a little bit towards the front. The armed robots didn't advance fast, but like a wheat reaper, they harvested the layers of ferocious beasts in front of them. "Didn't you set up a gravity field? How come those drones and these armed robots weren't affected?" Seeing that the armed robots, within the range of the gravity field, were not affected in the slightest, Jiang Chengyun couldn't help but ask. Xiao Wei smiled and explained. "Naturally, it's because the master has implanted an anti-gravity system in them. With this anti-gravity system, neither the drones nor the armed robots will be affected within the range of the gravity field." Jiang Chengyun sniffed and couldn't help but say, "Your master, why didn't you say before that there is this kind of black science and technology? Say it out early. It's not over, causing me to worry for a while." Xiao Wei frowned. Master also realized that he could use this way to deal with the wave of ferocious beasts only after being reminded by Sister Jiang Qin this morning. "Don't you wrong my master." Jiang Chengyun looked at Vivian's disgruntled face and smiled sarcastically. Fine. I'm just overly worried and didn't mean to blame your master. You little fellow too. So protective of your master," Xiao Wei said with a straight face. "My master? Who will I protect if not me?" Jiang Chengyun lost his smile and apologized. Okay, I'm wrong, okay? That's when Jiang Qin finally saw the figure she wanted to see through the big screen. That golden eagle beast. Little Vivian, immediately strike at that golden eagle beast. On all fronts, don't let it escape. Roger that. Immediately afterward, one could see on the big screen countless armed robots and drones immediately attacking the Golden Eagle Beast, which was not far away. And at that moment, that Golden Eagle Beast, under the influence of 1,000 times the gravity, moved a little sluggishly. When the armed robot's high-heat energy beam attacked it, the Golden Eagle Beast's wing swung violently, surprisingly quickly dodging the attack directly. Then when faced with the countless drones rushing towards it, this Golden Eagle Beast seemed to know the power of these drones as well, and even directly flapped its wings furiously, sending out a strong soaring wind, fanning those drones rushing towards it out. Seeing this scene, Jiang Changyun was a bit surprised. How is this Golden Eagle so powerful? Didn't it say 1,000 times gravity? It can still have such speed and means under 1,000 times gravity? Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. It's normal. Even if it's 1,000 times gravity, it's impossible to completely restrict the strength of a king-level ferocious beast. And the high-heat energy beam? It's fine against low and medium-level ferocious beasts. But against this king-level ferocious beast, it simply can't even break its defense. Jiang Changyun was shocked. This Golden Eagle is actually a king-level beast? Then how should we deal with it? Jiang Qin frowned. It still has this kind of speed and strength under 1,000 times gravity. It seems that trying to rely on technological means to catch it is a bit impossible. Uncle 2, prepare a helicopter? I'm rushing to the battlefield now. To deal with such a ferocious beast, up and down Jiangdu. I'm currently the only one who has the ability to leave it behind. Jiang Changyun looked at Jiang Qin. You only fought the Fire Phoenix a few days ago, and now you're going to deal with a king-level ferocious beast. Does it really not matter? Jiang Qin smiled faintly. The battle with the Fire Phoenix. That was a few days ago. Now my injuries have completely healed. Now only by resolving this Golden Eagle Beast can we completely dissolve this ferocious beast-tide crisis in Jiangdu. Jiang Changyun could only say helplessly at his words. Alright, I'll arrange it right away. You should be careful yourself. Jiang Qin smiled. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Just as Jiang Qin was about to leave the control center and head to the battlefield to personally deal with the Golden Eagle Beast, suddenly, Vivian exclaimed on the big screen. What's going on? What's that Golden Eagle Beast doing? Hearing Vivian's voice, Jiang Qin hurriedly turned back to look at the big screen. Right on the battlefield, the Golden Eagle Beast, a golden light shield erupted around its body. After this light shield appeared, the Golden Eagle Beast no longer seemed to receive the effects of 1,000 times gravity, and with a spread of its wings, it directly shot up into the sky. Seeing this scene, Jiang Qin's face changed. Not good. This Golden Eagle Beast is actually still an ancient bloodline and actually possesses the ability to cast a domain. Fields? What is a domain? Jiang Changyun asked hurriedly. The domain is an extremely rare ability. Ordinary ferocious beasts simply cannot have this ability. Only ancient ferocious beasts with rare bloodlines possess it. Once the power of the domain is unfolded, it can isolate all external forces around it and form its own unique space. Within this space, the wielder of the domain can unleash their abilities 100-fold. It's me who underestimated this Golden Eagle Beast. After casting the domain, it's afraid that it will immediately flee from the battlefield, and it will be hard as hell to catch it again. Sure enough, it was just as Jiang Qin had predicted. This Golden Eagle Beast rushed up into the sky after casting the domain, and the first thing it did was choose to flee the battlefield. It flew at an incredible speed, and in almost the blink of an eye it had become a faint point of light on the big screen. Damn! If I had known this would happen, I should have taken command near the battlefield. Follow up. We're in trouble. This is the latest chapter. Add my WeChat, MMY66618 more hot long novels recommended. Gee who. Today's headlines, tomatoes and other kinds of short story package month generation under the generation of find.